This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is shining. Swoosh. In the courtyard, the pepper bullet brushed against Qian Hui's hair and accurately hit the zombie behind. The zombie tilted its head and fell to the ground, and its skinny body disappeared in a few seconds. The carnivorous plant in front of him poked Qian Hui's arm with its leaves, signaling him to lie down quickly. Woo! Qian Hui raised his head and found that his health bar had reached the bottom. He quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead, burying his head in the soft grass, and moved to the side, quietly waiting for the end of today's work. At the same time, the horn sounded for the third time, and more zombies poured in. They moved slowly, dragging their stiff bodies forward, trying to eat all the plants blocking the way. Behind the carnivorous plant was the pepper shooter, with a pair of black bean eyes, serious and sharp, and the bullets he threw hit the target continuously. There were more plants squatting on the lawn of the courtyard. Big nut wall, grapefruit bowling, cabbage boxer. Qian Hui, who was lying in the corner, quietly opened her eyes, and the sunflower across the street waved its leaves, saying hello to him. More than 10 minutes later, except Qian Hui, all the zombies that invaded the courtyard were eliminated. A victory horn sounded in front of the courtyard gate, and the plants put away their fighting state and cheered by shaking their leaves. Qian Hui also got up from the ground. The work for the day was over, and it was time to rest. There was only a little bit of health left on his head. When he just entered the yard, he stepped on the fallen arm of the zombie in front of him, and accidentally fell. Although the fall was not painful, but his health was still much less. Fortunately, the plants would not attack Qian Hui, so he relied on this little health to come in unimpeded. Now the work is over, the remains of the zombies on the lawn have disappeared, and the health bar on Qian Hui's head has slowly recovered. He sat by the yard. A sunflower came close to him intimately, picked a petal, and placed it in his palm. In an instant, Qian Hui's health bar recovered by more than half. The petals in his palm dried up. Qian Hui touched the leaves of the sunflower, whispered, "Thank you." Xiao Kuei. There were still a few injured plants in the yard. The leaves of the sunflower rubbed Qian Hui's fingertips, turned and left. In the center of the yard, the injured plants automatically lined up, waiting for the sunflower to treat them. Qian Hui followed behind Sunflower and went to help. She saw the piranha plant and carrot fighting inexplicably. Except for the sunflower. The plants in the yard were basically aggressive, and their tempers were not very gentle. It was normal for them to have some minor friction when living together. Qian Hui ran over and grabbed the leaves of the piranha plant. "What's wrong?" Seeing him coming, the piranha plant retracted its fangs and snorted. Carrot stopped fighting with it and moved closer to rub Qian Hui's palm with its head, then turned around and went to queue up for treatment alone. Qian Hui also took the piranha plant to the queue. When she turned around, she saw the cabbage by the yard. The cabbage had a big bite on its right arm and was venting its anger by stepping on the grass where the zombies disappeared. When it saw Qian Hui, it stopped, moaned and came closer, and jumped into Qian Hui's arms. Qian Hui felt very distressed, bandaged it with a bandage made of flower petals, and said slowly, "Xiao Wan, next time, hide behind." The cabbage agreed vaguely, and moved its bandaged arm. Suddenly, a pink shadow quickly rushed out of the bushes, jumped onto Qian Hui's shoulder, and kissed him. The little mushroom had just been hiding in the house. But it was the youngest and the smallest, so it was not needed to help fight. After kissing Qian Hui, the little mushroom also kissed the cabbage on the forehead, and then hopped away. It walked around the yard, and finally climbed on the top of the piranha plant. The piranha plant raised its leaves and gently touched the little mushroom. All the plants were quiet. Qian Hui put down the cabbage in her arms, and came to the small wooden board at the gate of the yard. There were many 1s engraved on the board, representing the number of times the work was completed. There was a small round mark under every 6 1s, and the 7th one. Qian Hui picked up a branch and scratched a small line on the wooden board. He counted the ones in front of him, and it was exactly the 7th one. He smiled slightly, put a mark under one, and ran happily into the yard. The wooden house behind the yard was a storage room. Qian Hui took out his small cloth bag and went to find the piranha plant. "Today, I'm going to." Qian Hui pointed in a direction and said, "I'll be back later." The piranha plant nodded and told him to be careful. Woo woo. Chili wanted to see Qian Hui out, but Qian Hui shook his head and said, "No need." He left quickly. Waving to the plants in the yard, "I'm leaving." Outside the plant yard was a wide lawn, with several stone-paved paths extending into the distance. It was quiet and deserted. Qianhui walked in one direction for several minutes and saw a forest. The sun was shining brightly, but the forest seemed to be shrouded in a gray and dark light, dull and mysterious. Qianhui quickened her pace and walked into the forest along a path. The further she walked, the dimmer the light became, and the sparse sunlight sprinkled through the gaps between the leaves. In the center of the forest, there was a simple stone hut, and a man stood in front of the door. He was very tall, with a cold face, and his dark clothes almost blended into the dark blue stones behind him, exuding a temperament that kept strangers away. Hearing the faint footsteps in front of him, Nantingjin raised his eyes. The coldness between his eyebrows dissipated a little, and his expression became much softer. Qianhui ran towards this side quickly, stepped onto the stone steps, and threw herself into Nantingjin's arms. He hugged her warm body tightly, and raised his head. "Am I late?" "No," Nantingjin replied in a low voice, raising his hand to stroke the silver hair on the side of Qianhui's face. "I woke up earlier this time." The door of the hut was open, and a faint bitter smell of herbs floated out from inside the door. Qianhui twitched her nose and sniffed Nantingjin's collar. It smelled the same. Nantingjin woke up early, and cooked the soup earlier than usual. The temperature was just right. Qianhui sat on the stone steps, and took the small bowl from Nantingjin's hand. She took a sip. The soup in the bowl was dark. She didn't know what was in it. It smelled bitter. Qianhui seemed to like it very much. She held the bowl and whispered, "It smells good." Nantingjin was silent. His eyes were slightly lowered, and he was focused. He watched him slowly finish the soup. After drinking the medicine soup, Qianhui licked her lips, put down the bowl and moved closer, and pulled a small piece of Nantingjin's sleeve. Nantingjin took the opportunity to hold him on his lap, and the two of them were intimate. "I miss you very much." Qianhui rubbed her cheek against Nantingjin's collar, and put her arms around him. "I haven't been injured these days. I'm safe." The last time he came, Nantingjin found a small wound on his palm. Although Qianhui tried to explain, he accidentally bumped into the weapons in the hands of other zombies, not the plants, and it didn't hurt anymore. But Nantingjin's face remained gloomy for a long time. He applied crushed herbs to Qianhui twice, and confirmed that he was safe and sound. And then he eased a little. Nantingjin didn't seem to like the plants in the courtyard, and never left the woods. The plants also wouldn't approach the woods. Carrot had said Qianhui here before, but he only walked halfway, and then went back. Hearing Qianhui's words, Nantingjin hummed a low hum. He took Qianhui's hand, and gently massaged the joints of her wrists and fingers. Qianhui was completely different from the other zombies in the courtyard. Except for his silver hair and red eyes, his appearance was more human-like. He was pretty and delicate, with pale and fragile skin, slightly dark blue on the joints of his hands, and occasionally stiff and dull. So Nantingjin often rubbed his hands, which should have some effect. The fingers were warm and comfortable. Qianhui rubbed against Nantingjin's arms again, squinting like a cat. Then, he continued to talk about what happened in the past 6 days. From the big things like the hole in the courtyard wall made by the cabbage, to the small things like how many cherries he ate after dinner, all kinds of trivial things. No matter how big or small, he had to tell Nantingjin. This was what Nantingjin had requested before, because the two of them had limited time together, and could not be together all the time. Qianhui spoke slowly. Many words were not familiar to her, and her pronunciation was vague and stumbling. Nantingjin listened carefully, occasionally guiding and asking questions, and was very patient. At the end of the conversation, Qianhui suddenly became nervous. The day before yesterday, he quietly pinched the small cloth bag in his pocket. "I made a gift. It's for you." Nantingjin raised the corner of his lips. "What is it?" Qianhui lowered her head, took out the small cloth bag, opened it layer by layer, and revealed a wooden ring. He looked nervous, but also a little proud. "I made it myself." There were a few picture albums in the wooden house in the courtyard that came from nowhere. Wu Jian knew how to carve, and he made a lot of things according to the picture albums. Qianhui also wanted to learn. He flipped through the picture albums for a long time and originally planned to make a small pendant. The wood soaked in the spring water in the backyard was very soft. He learned very quickly, but he accidentally cut it crooked in the end. So he simply hollowed it out and made it into a ring. Nan Tingjin took the ring and looked at it carefully in his hand. Qian Hui asked expectantly, "Do you like it?" The surface of the ring was rough, and the flat front was wider. There were 2 crooked circles carved on it, and there was a small leaf on the top. Qian Hui pointed at the circle and the leaf. "This is me. 2 circles plus the leaf, that's the word Hui." Nan Tingjin paused for a moment and replied, "I like it." He asked again, "Does your hand hurt?" Qian Hui was very happy and shook his head. "I'm wearing gloves." He wanted to put the ring on Nan Tingjin, but found that the size was too small, so he could only wear it on his little finger. Qian Hui fiddled with the ring, and he held Nan Tingjin's palm, clearly sensing the other's constant body temperature. He raised his head again, carefully observing Nan Tingjin's expression, confirming that he was in a good mood. Nan Tingjin touched Qian Hui's hair, and took him to the stone chair on the side of the hut. The stone chair was in a position where the sun could shine, and there were several books on the side. Nan Tingjin picked up a book at random, still holding Qian Hui in his arms, and taught him to recognize words. After recognizing most of the words in the book, Qian Hui was not very serious, and his attention was all on the pictures that appeared from time to time. Nan Tingjin was not demanding, and his tone was low and gentle when he spoke. Qian Hui still had a potato bread in his pocket, which was stuffed into his pocket by Chili before he left. He tore off the outer skin and first handed it to Nan Tingjin. But Nan Tingjin refused to eat it. Qian Hui buried his head in the food, and when he couldn't finish half of it, he handed it to Nan Tingjin again. This time, Nan Tingjin took it and wiped his face. Gradually, Qian Hui became sleepy and fell asleep in Nan Tingjin's arms. He didn't sleep for too long. When he woke up in a daze, the book was put back in its place. Nan Tingjin leaned against the stone chair and closed his eyes. His handsome profile was covered with a layer of warm sunlight. Qian Hui quietly reached out her hand, stroking his eyelashes and the corners of his eyes, and his sunburned skin. The next second, his wrist was grabbed. Nan Tingjin opened his eyes, and squeezed Qian Hui's palm. After waking up, Qian Hui continued to read and talk with Nan Tingjin. Until the wind blew in the forest, the sun was about to set, and the surrounding vision gradually dimmed. Before dark, Qian Hui had to return to the botanical courtyard, otherwise he would continue to lose blood. He was reluctant to leave, and hugged Nan Tingjin. "I want to go back." And Nan Tingjin had a limited time to wake up, and after Qian Hui left, he would fall into a long sleep again. Nan Tingjin lowered his eyes, and his emotions were blurred. He slowly loosened his grip on Qian Hui's hand. "Okay." Qian Hui touched his wooden pinky ring. "I'll come with you next time." "Okay." Before leaving, Nan Tingjin lifted Qian Hui's hair from her forehead and leaned in to kiss her. Then he slowly moved down and kissed her on the cheek again. Qian Hui touched the remaining warmth on her cheek and looked back every 3 steps. Soon after, his figure completely disappeared in the woods. Nan Tingjin stood there, still looking in the direction Qian Hui left. The forest was gradually enveloped by the dark night. When it completely merged into the darkness, he turned back to the stone house. As for Qian Hui, he returned to the plant garden before dark and saw the piranha plant waiting at the door from afar. The piranha plant looked anxious and waved its leaves at Qian Hui. The small mushroom on its head also hummed a few times and spit out a bubble. "I'm back." Qian Hui ran towards them and reached out to catch the small mushroom that jumped over. The piranha plant closed the door and went to the backyard with Qian Hui. The plants rested at the back of the yard. The big pot in the open space was cooking dinner, waiting for Qian Hui to come back and eat together. Qian Hui walked over with the little mushroom in her arms, took a tomato handed over by the piranha plant, and helped it to fill a bowl of fruit porridge. The other plants came over one after another. Sunflower came to Qian Hui, confirmed that he came back safely, and then felt relieved. After dinner, Qian Hui helped wash the pot, went to the stream to wash up, and returned to the giant tree in the middle of the lawn, and found that the carrots and cabbages were fighting again. Qian Hui hurried forward to stop the fight, and stood in front of the cabbage. "Your injury has just healed." The cabbage waved its fists and grimaced, and barely calmed down. The carrot was not ready to give up, and was punched by the carnivorous plant, and also became obedient. Qian Hui pulled the carrot over again, touched the leaves on its head, and said a few words to comfort it. The carrot hummed a few times, rubbed Qian Hui with its head, and turned back to its own territory. Most of the plants have rested, and found their favorite places to sleep. There is a bed made of cabbage leaves on the side, which belongs to Qian Hui. The little mushroom stood beside the pillow, emitting a soft glow. like a nightlight. Qianhui sat down on the small bed, and a big pea rolled over, extending its leaves and arms and legs. Qianhui picked up the pea, yawned, tidied her clothes, and lay down. The plants that were still wandering outside came back to sleep one after another, and the area around the giant tree gradually became quiet. Finally, the carnivorous plant curled up its stem and lay beside Qianhui. The little mushroom lit up for a moment, jumped onto the leaves of the carnivorous plant, and slowly extinguished its light. In the second half of the night, Qianhui was awakened by a loud noise. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and felt his body was heavy. There were many swaying blurry figures around him, which should be plants. It seemed the leaves were wrapped around his arms, pulling him anxiously. Qianhui's brain was dizzy, and the red light in the sky was dazzling. Then he fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Qianhui woke up again. He was slow-witted and stared blankly at the object in front of him. It was half a piece of metal embedded in the wall, with an inexplicable vibration. Some gravel and rock debris fell beside Qianhui's hand. Qianhui moved, and a slightly noisy sound came into his ears. He was a little confused, and turned his stiff neck, and found himself in an unfamiliar narrow space. There was constant movement outside. Qianhui propped up his body, and slowly crawled to the place where the light came from above his head. Several broken walls overlapped and fell to the ground, and because of the vibration just now, a hole was just opened. Qianhui crawled out from inside, and a strong smell instantly penetrated into his nose. The smell was mixed with soil, rotten meat, and dried blood, and it was turbid and dangerous. Qianhui looked up and saw several zombies wandering around. These zombies were very similar to the ones that invaded the plant courtyard, with dark blue skin, twisted and skinny bodies, swollen red eyes, and mottled mud or blood clots on their white hair. However, there were no blood bars on their heads, and they looked more ferocious and alive, with different shapes and appearances. Even though Qianhui was still in the dullness and confusion of just waking up, he still noticed the strangeness of these zombies at the first time. He felt fear instinctively and took a half step back to the side of the broken wall ruins. The nearest zombie heard the noise and turned its head to look over. It found Qianhui and stared at her intently, as if to confirm whether Qianhui was one of its kind. Qianhui became more and more scared and tried to find familiar plant figures around. Qianhui always knew that he was different from other zombies. He could speak, read, and had normal behavior and emotions. At the same time, the plants also accepted him, took care of him, never attacked him during work, and would not let other zombies hurt him. However, Qianhui looked around and looked even more confused. He should not be in the plant courtyard, or even in any familiar place. There are ruins and building debris everywhere, broken and collapsed walls, the ground is covered with dust, sparse green plants are stuffed into the gaps, and the air is filled with a desolate atmosphere. The end of the site is connected to the gray sky. There is no wind. Where is this? Before Qianhui could react, the ground shook again. The previous zombie looked away, screamed loudly in the direction behind him, and rushed forward quickly. The other zombies around seemed to have received instructions, following its actions, and heading in that direction together. Qianhui turned around, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Just 100 meters away, a huge carnivorous plant bypassed the ruins of the building, covering the sky like a dark cloud. It was 7 or 8 stories high, with a row of sharp fangs, and it opened its mouth to bite several zombies, tearing them into pieces in a blink of an eye. More zombies gathered around the carnivorous plant, crowded together, and attacked it frantically. It spat out the debris in its mouth, and swung its thick flower stem, slapping the rest of the zombies that were surrounding it away. On the top of the deep purple head of the piranha plant, there were 4 white spikes, and a flame-shaped gray spot on the side. These features were very familiar to Qianhui, but at the same time, they were extremely unfamiliar. He looked shocked and dazed, muttering, "Xiao Zi?" At the same time, a crisp mechanical sound rang in Qianhui's mind. "Ding, you have bound to the plant illustration system. The end of the world is coming, superpowered humans, treacherous zombie kings, and violent alien plants. The three-way war is about to break out. Please enjoy the game." Chapter 2. Qianhui was startled by the sudden sound. He turned around in a hurry, but did not find the source of the sound. More and more zombies came from all directions. There were roughly 30 zombies. They had different speeds and appearances. Their target was the giant carnivorous plant in the front. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The unpleasant smell in the air became stronger. A short and thin zombie moved the fastest. It was agile and flexible. It climbed up the rocks and ruins with its overly long hands. It jumped onto the leaves of the carnivorous plant and left a few scratches on the flower stem with its claws. The piranha plant fought back angrily, and the tail of its flower stem was raised to hit the zombie. But it dodged. Seeing the piranha plant injured, Qian Hui was subconsciously worried. His face was pale, and he tried to calm himself down and tried to go in the direction of the piranha plant. He would not make a mistake. It was Xiaozi in the plant yard. A piranha plant with thorns on its head. But Xiaozi used to be only as tall as his waist. How could it have grown so big all of a sudden? A large number of zombies were still attacking the giant piranha plant. Its originally dark green flower stem was eaten, revealing the light-colored stem meat. And one side of the leaf was also torn off in half. But it was still ferocious. It suppressed a group of zombies with its absolute size advantage, and smashed the short zombie that jumped on its chin against the wall. But it also had a small piece of skin scraped off. The attention of the carnivorous plant and the group of zombies was on each other, and they did not notice the other figure slowly approaching. Qian Hui climbed over a low wall and almost fell to the ground. He barely managed to stabilize his body and continued to move forward on the ruins. Qian Hui wondered if he had slept for a long time. He did not have much strength in his body, and his stiff arms could not be raised smoothly. Fortunately, he has no health bar now, so he won't be like before, with only a little blood left after a fall. Passing over 2 ruins, getting closer to the carnivorous plant, a half-body of a zombie flew across the sky and fell on the ground behind Qian Hui. Qian Hui shrank her neck and looked forward cautiously. Almost half of the zombie group was eliminated. The short zombie with the highest combat power was still very tenacious, and used its roar to guide the rest of the zombies to continue attacking. Qian Hui took a closer look and saw that 2 short zombies with long arms appeared at some point. The 2 zombies were like twins who cooperated well. One attracted the fire, and the other raised a metal spike in its hand and stabbed the back of the piranha plant. Qian Hui's heart trembled, and her fingertips that were clinging to the stone tightened. Fortunately, the giant piranha plant had thick skin and flesh, and the attack was not fatal. It shook its head nonchalantly and waved its leaves rolled into ropes. At this time, it seemed to sense something strange and raised its head to look into the distance. The eyes of the piranha plant were small and round, growing on both sides of the fangs. The dark pupils were filled with anger at this moment. Qian Hui was still trying to climb over the ruins. When she looked up again, she saw the piranha plant moving to the side. It was huge, and it could slide for several meters with a swing of its stem, leaving some of the slower zombies behind. There were still a few zombies chasing after it, and their roars continued. Realizing that the piranha plant was about to leave, Qian Hui looked anxious. Xiaozi. His throat seemed to have swallowed a blade, and his hoarse voice was weak, which was impossible for the piranha plant to hear. In the blink of an eye, the piranha plant was farther away from the zombies chasing it. When Qian Hui climbed up the ruins, the figure of the piranha plant completely disappeared from sight. However, looking around, all the buildings in this area had collapsed, and there was no building taller than the piranha plant. Several sharp roars came from the direction where it disappeared, proving that the zombies had probably lost it. Qian Hui wanted to go over and take a look. He jumped off the ruins, and a dark blue hand suddenly stretched out from the ground. He dodged in a hurry. The zombie who was pressed under the rocks had half of his body exposed, and made a hee-hee sound from his mouth, trying to grab Qian Hui's ankle. There was another zombie on the side, turning its head and staring at Qian Hui with cloudy red eyes, and its nose with a large piece missing twitched violently. The carnivorous plant had lost its trace, and several slightly higher-level zombies were not nearby. At this moment, these low-level zombies lost their target and noticed Qian Hui's strange existence. His silver hair and red eyes were the characteristics of his zombie transformation, but he did not have the smell of a zombie and smelled more like a human. The zombie then opened its mouth and screamed and pounced on Qian Hui. Low-level zombies did not have much intelligence and only had the instinct to devour. Qian Hui smelled like a living thing, which meant he was edible. Qian Hui hid behind the broken wall in time, and casually picked up a stone and threw it. He had never encountered such a situation before, and his body was shaking slightly because of fear and panic. But Qian Hui was still calm, knowing that if he didn't escape, he would definitely die in the hands of these zombies. There was another zombie in front who heard the noise and approached. Qian Hui threw a few stones in succession and turned around to escape. He got into the half-collapsed building and passed through the narrow space inside the wall. Fortunately, in order to get close to the carnivorous plant, Qian Hui's body stretched a lot while walking and climbing, so he was not as stiff as when he just woke up and couldn't lift his hands. The sound of 2 or 3 zombies was behind him. He was almost panicking and was running between large and small ruins. After an unknown amount of time, the zombies behind him were finally thrown away. It was quiet around him. Qian Hui looked around and found that he had left the building and came to another more empty street. He did not dare to let his guard down. He found a hidden space under 2 broken walls and hid inside. Qian Hui was still shaking. His legs were sore and weak, and his arms were scratched by the ruins while running away. He curled up and hugged his knees tightly. His heartbeat and breathing, which were much weaker than those of an ordinary person, gradually slowed down. It seemed safe. A ray of light squeezed in through the cracks in the wall. Qian Hui touched the red wound on his arm. It hurt a little, but there was not much blood. He was confused and helpless, and didn't know what to do. He was too flustered before, and Qian Hui didn't pay attention to the direction and position. Now he still wanted to find the piranha plant, but it might be difficult. However, the piranha plant was besieged by a group of zombies, and it was injured. It would be good if it could hide. Qian Hui comforted herself, leaning against the rock and relaxing a little. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical sound sounded again. Discover 2 or more mutant plants. Get a novice gift pack. Qian Hui became nervous again, holding her breath and not daring to make a sound. At this time, there was movement on the street outside. Several footsteps came from far away, accompanied by the voices of people talking. Last month, a base fell. There are many low-level zombies here. Pay attention. They may evolve into high-level ones. That chili fled here. Isn't it looking for death? Didn't you receive the message? The piranha plant is also nearby. The piranha plant is not ours to deal with. Anyway, be careful. Qian Hui immediately pricked up her ears and listened carefully. There were 3 people talking. When they passed the ruins of the broken wall where he was, the iron instrument in the hand of one of them moved. Several people immediately stopped and looked around with a vigilant look. The instrument can detect all traces of abnormal creatures, such as zombies, mutant plants, or people with special abilities in abnormal states. The escaped mutant pepper was last seen nearby, and it is very likely that it hid. Just as several people were preparing to search carefully, a low-level zombie appeared from the corner and staggered over. One of them raised his hand, and the wind blade bursting from his palm instantly pierced through the zombie's brow. The zombie covered his face and fell down, just blocking the entrance of the cave where Qian Hui was hiding. The pointer of the instrument has not recovered yet, but it may be that the zombie just died and is still disturbed by the breath. Qian Hui curled up and did not move, quietly waiting. The next moment, someone outside said, "There is a new signal over there." So several people gave up the exploration, put away the instruments, and walked away quickly. Qian Hui didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the footsteps disappeared for several minutes. Those are humans. The only human that Qian Hui had seen and contacted was Nan Tingjin. It seemed that everywhere here was dangerous. Before ensuring safety, he dared not act rashly. Moreover, those who mentioned peppers and piranha plants were not very friendly. The zombies that died at the entrance of the cave gave off a bad smell. Qian Hui covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves, and did not forget the strange mechanical sound before. The sound rang twice in total, as if it came from his mind. Qian Hui began to check himself carefully, touching his hair and cheeks. Then, he found that in the lower right corner of his vision, there was a small white translucent square, which he could see even with his eyes closed. Qian Hui stared at the small square, and suddenly a small box appeared in front of her. Please select your camp. Human camp. Zombie camp. Plant camp. There was also a line of small words below, which said choose a camp. Receive a novice gift pack, and start your game journey. What is this? Qian Hui hesitated and did not move for a while, and the previous voice said that more than 2 plants were found. Except Xiaozi. Qian Hui hid in the narrow rock cave for a long time, and her eyes gradually adapted to the darkness. He rubbed his stiff knees, and accidentally glanced, and caught a glimpse of green from the corner of his eye. Qian Hui turned his head to look for a while, slowly moved over, and reached out to touch it carefully. It was a leaf. He searched carefully again, and took out a green object from the crack of the rock. When he saw the whole appearance of the object, Qianhui opened his eyes wide. It was a pepper, about 2 palms tall, green all over, and covered with many wounds. The 2 legs made of leaves were the most seriously injured, and almost half of them were broken. Its eyes were closed at this time, and its life or death was uncertain. Its body temperature was very high. Qianhui moved closer to take a look, and smelled the faint scent of chili. It must have fainted. He didn't recognize this chili. There was also a chili in the plant yard, which was red, but this one was green, and it looked different. He had never seen it before, but he lived with the plants day and night, and felt close to them instinctively. Chili looked seriously injured. He didn't know if it was attacked by zombies, or the human who passed by earlier also mentioned chili in the conversation. Qianhui touched the scars on Chili Pepper's body with heartache, and looked at the small dialogue box that always existed in front of him again. What is the game? And what is the gift package? Qianhui knew that he was not a human. He was a zombie. But those zombies outside would attack him. His eyes fell on the last option of plant camp, and he looked down at the unconscious green Chili Pepper. Nan Tingjin had mentioned before that his work in the plant courtyard could be regarded as a game, but he had to protect himself well. Game. This word, in Qianhui's impression, is not a bad thing. Finally, Qianhui mustered up the courage, and tried to choose the plant camp. As soon as his mind moved, the small dialogue box responded immediately. Selection successful. The small box disappeared, and was replaced by another larger interface. Qianhui took a quick look. What main status, backpack, illustration, mall. He scanned it randomly. The mall could not be opened, it showed. Not open yet, and there were several items in the backpack. The item was exactly what was given in the novice gift pack, and there was a box that said Panacea. Qianhui tilted his head to look at it, and tried to choose. The next second, a small pill appeared out of thin air in his palm. Qianhui opened his eyes wide, picked it up and examined it carefully, and smelled it closely. He licked it bravely again, and tasted the fragrance of the herbs, and felt that the wound on his arm had healed. It was true. Qianhui was surprised and curious, and then thought about it, and stuffed the pill into Chili's mouth. The pill melted in Chili's mouth, and its body temperature dropped rapidly, and the severely injured leg began to scab. Qianhui was relieved now, and began to explore other contents on the interface. He opened the illustration, and there were 2 signs inside. One was a green pepper, and the other was a piranha plant. Below the green pepper, it said, already bonded, intermediate mutant plant, loyalty 0.1%, and status, severely injured and not recovered. Other skills and other information were blank, and it showed self-exploration, or loyalty 50% to start. There was even less information about the piranha plant next to it, and only one, not bonded. Further back were several extinguished signs, with faint silhouettes printed on them, all of which were special mutated plants with no traces found. Qianhui carefully identified them, and always felt that they were very familiar, like the ones in the plant courtyard. But he even lost Xiaozi, and didn't know where to find other plants. Qianhui felt bad, and closed the illustration. He opened the camp column again, which had 2 icons, camp value and prestige value. Camp value, 1. Prestige value, 0, gameplay to be unlocked. Camp, plant. Camp ranking, 3rd, currently ranked 1st, zombie camp. Rank 2nd, human camp. Plant camp. Special mutated plants are powerful, and the comprehensive upper limit of a single special mutant plant is extremely high, which is terrifying, and you must never approach rashly. Unfortunately, there are not many of them, and they will fight each other. They are not united enough, and they rarely fight as a team. Moreover, their combat power drops sharply below the special level, and it is difficult for low and medium level mutant plants to survive. There is a ranking analysis on the side. Qianhui read it carefully. The general idea is that all 3 camps have advantages, but the plants like to fight alone, lack the leader of the zombie group, and lack communication and mutual protection between humans. They have been hunted continuously in the past 2 years, and their overall condition is poor. Further down, there is some other information. Camp strength, weak. Host strength, weak. Base, none. Therefore, if you choose the plant camp, you will not have a base to join, and it will be difficult to seek help from your companions. Qianhui seemed to understand, rubbed his eyes, and leaned his head against the rock wall. It seems not good. As if sensing his emotions, a message popped up on the game interface. Congratulations on choosing the plant camp. A unique way of playing will be unlocked. Complete the task to get a lot of rewards and exclusive strategies. Click here to view the task details. Qianhui clicked it and jumped to the main status bar. Host status: extremely dangerous, urgently need to eat. Replenish water. Own plants: 0. Any plant loyalty reaches 70% to own. Task progress: bond with 2 plants, 1/2. Task reward: open the mall. Qianhui remembered that there was a physical supplement pill in his backpack. He opened it, took it out, and ate it. However, the effect of the energy supplement pills was limited. His condition was still very dangerous, and he needed normal food and water. If he continued to stay here, he might die. There was one last item in the backpack, which was a primary weapon, a dagger. Qianhui thought for a moment and chose the latter between waiting to die and going out. He took up the dagger, held the still unconscious Chili in his arms, kicked away the zombies blocking the entrance, and got out. It was a little dark outside. Qianhui clenched the dagger in his hand and looked around. The game popped up a message again, prompting that there was a strong smell of grass and trees in a certain direction, and the probability of finding basic supplies was high. Qianhui walked in the direction indicated by the arrow, while keeping an eye on the surroundings. Just after walking a short distance, the green pepper in her arms moved. It opened its eyes, and saw a strange face, and was stunned for a moment. Qianhui whispered, "You're awake?" Before he finished his sentence, the pepper looked alert, and spit out 2 pepper seeds. The pepper seeds hit Qianhui's arm, and she could feel the burning sensation through the clothes. He was caught off guard, and suddenly let go. Laju broke free and rolled on the ground twice. When it turned over and sat up, it saw Qianhui curled up in the corner, looking at it in panic. Qianhui stammered, You just fainted." He tried to explain, but he didn't know if Laju could understand. At this time, a low-level zombie also came nearby and found Qianhui and Laju. Laju looked at the approaching zombie, then looked at Qianhui and the dagger in his hand, and made a threatening sound of woohoo. Its injuries seemed to have been relieved, but its legs still couldn't stand up, and its fighting power was greatly reduced. Qianhui in front of him looked a little strange, like a zombie and a human. But whether it was a zombie or a human, it was a threat to plants. Chili Pepper spit out another chili seed, trying to scare Qianhui away, and tried to escape by grabbing stones. It tried to look fierce, but fear and despair were revealed in its eyes. Qianhui keenly caught this emotion and hesitated. Chili had just attacked him, but its wounds had not healed yet. Qianhui had always been timid, but he could not bear to abandon Chili. Seeing the low-level zombies getting closer and closer, Qianhui made a decision. He stood up and approached Chili, and quickly picked it up. Chili struggled violently, and Qianhui pressed it hard in his arms, while comforting him. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." He waved the dagger to stab the low-level zombie, and turned around to flee. Chili did not have much strength in the first place, and now he could not spit out the chili seeds, and closed his eyes in despair. On the other side, in the dense forest far from the abandoned street, 7 or 8 psychics were divided into 2 teams, looking at each other with unfriendly eyes. Mr. Wen paid the commission. "And you did it this way?" Liang Jie glanced at the opposite side and said coldly, "You lost the whereabouts of the piranha plant and interfered with our mission." The goals of the 2 parties were different. They were responsible for chasing the escaped Chili, while the Black Ridge Mountain base accepted the reward and was responsible for catching the piranha plant. It happened that the piranha plant also appeared nearby, but the Black Ridge Mountain base was a step late, letting it escape again, and transmitting the wrong coordinate signal. As long as it is within range, the signal can be received by everyone. So Liang Jie and his team were misled, delaying the search process. Who knew you were here too? The leader on the opposite side was a tall, thin man. He scratched his ears and said indifferently, "If it is lost, it is lost. Maybe it is dead. Mr. Wen wants it alive." Liang Jie suppressed his anger. "Are you the captain? Since we meet, follow my deployment later." The tall man pulled the corner of his mouth. "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me?" The 2 teams were on the verge of a fight, but the tall man's face suddenly changed slightly. He looked behind Liang Jie, and his arrogance immediately subsided. Liang Jie turned his head and saw a man standing in the woods not far away. He frowned slightly. quickly adjusted his expression, and said politely, "So you are here too?" When the man walked towards him, Liang Jie took a half step back without making a sound. Even if they had only met once, he could recognize him at a glance. The tall man lowered his eyebrows and said respectfully, "Leader." "The leader of the Black Ridge Mountain base, Nantingjin." Nantingjin walked slowly closer and glanced at Liang Jie. This sight was like a substance. Being stared at by a much stronger psychic, the strong sense of oppression made Liang Jie's back tense. Then, he saw Nantingjin's clothes stained with blood and 2 crystal cores in his hands. The blood was fresh. Before coming, Nantingjin had just killed 2 high-level zombies. Realizing this, Liang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. The Black Ridge Mountain base only accepts psychics, and most of them are a group of bandit-like villains. It is conceivable who will be the leader of the base. Cold-blooded and brutal, moody, and taking killing for fun. These are all used to describe Nantingjin. In his eyes, there is no difference between humans and zombies. There are also many ordinary humans and superpowers who died at his hands. And he just killed 2 high-level zombies, so he might be in a good mood. Nantingjin took off his bloody gloves and threw them out with the crystal core. The tall man hurried forward to catch them. He raised his eyes slightly, opened his lips, and said lightly, "Let's go." The tall man responded, and followed Nantingjin away with the others. Liang Jie watched them go away, and stood there without moving. The subordinate asked, "Captain?" Liang Jie retracted his gaze, "Stay away from them." Chapter 3. Although the dagger given by the game is a primary weapon, but the blade is sharp, and it actually cut off most of the arm of the low-level zombie. Qian Hui's palms felt numb, and he held the green pepper tightly in his arms, and fled in the direction of the arrow in his vision. From the time he woke up to now, in order to get close to the carnivorous plant, he was chased by zombies, and his body had already reached its limit. Without the health bar, Qian Hui didn't know how dangerous his condition was, and he was trying hard to stay awake and calm. The zombie covered his injured arm and roared, and his movements slowed down, and he failed to catch up with Qian Hui. Qian Hui kept walking. Qi Laju temporarily gave up resistance, curled up obediently, and occasionally looked up at him, while quietly brewing chili seeds. Zombies are bad guys, so are humans, so are Qian Hui. It was not easy for it to escape from those people. If Qian Hui was in the same group with them. Qi Laju quickly made up his mind, staring at the dagger in Qian Hui's hand, with a face ready to die. It buried its head, and looked at the scars all over its body, and its legs that could not move, with tears rolling in its eyes. If it were to go back, it would rather die. However, Qian Hui smelled a bit good. There was no fishy smell of zombies, nor the stink of humans. There was a lot of dust on his body, but it couldn't cover up the light smell of grass and trees. It was really strange. Chili's vigilance did not decrease at all, looking at the abandoned streets getting farther and farther away. 20 minutes later, Qian Hui entered a forest and found a clear stream. He had reached his limit and almost fell in front of the stream. Trying to calm his breath, Chili found another opportunity, twisted and rolled twice, and was caught by Qian Hui again. "Don't run around." Qian Hui looked around, still looking nervous. The game seemed to confirm that the host was a novice, and a window popped up automatically, prompting "Do not stay too long in coordinates with better environments." The woods are usually where mutant plants hide. If Qian Hui rushes in, she may be attacked. And there are also mid-level and high-level zombies who intend to kill plants. But away from the woods, the ruins of the city are the entrenched places of the zombies. Or it should be said that in the dangerous doomsday, no place is safe. The stream water was clear, and it was the destination indicated by the game, so it should not be poisonous. Qian Hui picked up a leaf, filled it with stream water, and drank several gulps. After replenishing his water, he immediately felt his breathing became smoother, and his energy also improved. Qian Hui opened the status bar and saw that extremely dangerous had changed to dangerous, and he still needed to eat. He closed the interface, filled a leaf with water, and fed it to Laju's mouth. Laju looked at the leaf, then looked at Qian Hui, and turned his head away without drinking. Qian Hui thought it wasn't thirsty, so he didn't force it, and wiped its face with his sleeves. He picked up chili again, and prepared to go find food nearby. In the past, in the plant garden, Qian Hui ate with the plants every day, and the food was usually some ordinary fruits and vegetables. This forest looked very big, and it would be good to find a wild vegetable. Qian Hui looked at the secluded and dense jungle, clenched the dagger in his hand, and walked forward. Chili curled up again, with a bit of fear in his eyes. It could smell that this area was once the territory of another powerful plant, most likely a special grade one. The smell was not strong enough. He might have left for a while, or he might come back at any time. Before the smell completely dissipated, the timid plants dared not set foot on it. Qian Hui knew nothing about this. He walked forward for a while, and was very lucky. He soon found a fruit tree. He had just picked 2 orange fruits, and the pepper suddenly made a few humming sounds, along with a strange hoo-hoo sound. The weeds and fallen leaves were trampled by heavy footsteps. Qian Hui's heart sank. He turned around and saw another zombie. This zombie had a badly damaged face, big ears, and bulging red eyes. It was much stronger, and its strength was obviously not at the same level as those it had encountered before. It stared at Qian Hui and the pepper in his arms, and its eyes were filled with greed. Qian Hui didn't hesitate at all, and ran away with the pepper and 2 fruits in his arms. He knew he couldn't win, but the surrounding forests were dense, so he might have a chance to escape. Seeing the prey running away, the intermediate zombie took a step to chase after it. It has poor sense of smell and vision, but good hearing. It spits out several clumps of sticky green liquid from its mouth, trying to hit Qian Hui. The game prompts in time. Please pay attention to avoid unknown projectiles. Qian Hui also heard the movement, and shuttled back and forth between the woods, choosing narrow positions. The zombies' attacks were blocked by tree trunks and branches several times in a row, and gradually lost their patience, making a dull roar, but still chasing. Chili poked his head out from Qian Hui's arms, a little tangled. It actually didn't want to die so soon. At present, it seemed that it was the best choice to continue to follow Qian Hui. At least he wouldn't eat it. And strangely, since waking up, its body had been recovering, and the wound didn't hurt anymore. Chili hesitated for a moment, and stared at the zombie's movement trajectory behind it. It puffed up its cheeks, found the right moment, and suddenly spit out a chili seed. The chili seed was as big as the palm of a hand, and it hit the zombie's face accurately, and immediately made a sizzling sound of burning flesh. Qian Hui heard the zombie's screams, and didn't dare to relax at all. He quickly entered the dense forest. He kept moving forward until a message popped up in front of him. Congratulations on escaping from 10 zombies. Earned the title of Primary Survival Expert. The reward has been sent to the account. Qian Hui stopped and took a breath. After looking around cautiously, he hid behind a bush half a person's height nearby. He sat on the ground and read the new message carefully. There were already 10 zombies, but it showed that he had escaped successfully, which proved that he was safe now. After confirming that the zombies had not caught up, Qian Hui relaxed. He hugged Chili tightly in his arms, and said with emotion, "Thank you. If it weren't for Chili's help, he probably wouldn't have been able to get rid of the zombie." Chili was rubbed by Qian Hui's soft cheek, and closed his eyes and stiffened his body, not wanting to respond. It originally saved the chili seed to attack Qian Hui, or it would have used it for itself. But it didn't expect. Qian Hui didn't know what it was thinking. And while it was safe now, it peeled a fruit. The flesh of the wild fruit was similar to that of an orange, and he ate 2 pieces first, which was barely sweet. Chili secretly opened his eyes, and saw Qian Hui picking up another petal, and was about to feed it again. It was a little annoyed, and its black eyes widened, and it made a threatening sound. If it could talk, it would be attacked by zombies. Qian Hui should be a human, and it would not eat anything given by humans. The flesh was handed to its mouth, and the fragrance was fragrant. Chili hummed, and couldn't help licking it, and then swallowed it with a hum. Seeing it eat, Qian Hui was very happy, and took the opportunity to touch the top of Chili's head. There used to be a lot of picture albums in the warehouse of the plant courtyard. Qian Hui saw a timid stray cat, and always felt that it looked like Chili. He looked at the scar on Chili again, and felt very distressed. He fed 2 pieces of pulp in a row. At this time, the game revealed new information again. Discovered a mutant plant that has not been connected. Waiting for the illustration to light up plants that have not been connected. Before discovering Chili, the game also gave a hint. Qian Hui straightened up to check. The grass behind him moved slightly. He didn't see it. His eyes swept across a large area of lush weeds. Qian Hui was not afraid of mutant plants, and this plant seemed to be very timid and did not dare to show up. He walked around the bushes, but still could not find it. Qian Hui thought about it, put the 2 pieces of fruit pulp on the grass a little further away, and sat down after returning to the bushes. He waited patiently, ate the remaining fruit pulp, and temporarily put the other fruit in his pocket as food. A few minutes later, there was a rustling sound in the bushes. Qianhui immediately poked his head out, and the 2 pieces of fruit pulp that were originally placed on the ground disappeared. A small ball of light green object quickly ran out and hid in the weeds again. Chili also saw it, and indifferently withdrew his gaze. The resources in an area are limited, and unfamiliar plants are all competitors. The fruit tree that Qianhui found was in the territory where the super mutant plants had stayed. No other plants dared to go there, so there was food left. If you leave that territory and want to find food somewhere else, it will not be so easy, especially for some weak mutant plants. Qianhui could not see the appearance of the plant clearly. He opened the illustration, and sure enough, there was no new sign. He was afraid of scaring the other party, so he gave up and studied the title reward not long ago. In a hidden corner of the grass, a mini cabbage gobbled up the fruit flesh. It licked its hands slowly, and couldn't help but pull away the weeds again, quietly observing Qianhui, who was sitting not far away. Qianhui was still checking the game interface. There were no new items in the backpack. The account balance below the main status bar changed from 0 to 100. But when he clicked on the balance, the words "mall is not open yet" popped up. The mall can only be opened if 2 plants have formed a bond. He saw the piranha plant, but he had no intersection with it. The small plants hidden nearby accepted his feeding, but they didn't see the whole picture, and the illustrations couldn't light up. Qianhui was confused, frowned his delicate eyebrows, and studied for a long time. However, he found that Chili's loyalty had increased. It was originally 0.1%, and now it has become 5%. It seems that it is still very little. Qianhui didn't care much about this. He clicked on Chili's information, and the skill column was also updated. Variety, green pepper. Level, intermediate, unlimited potential. Status, unhealed. Loyalty, 5%. Basic skill, pepper seed shooter, critical hit rate 50%. Advanced skill, scorching pepper seed shooter, critical hit rate 85%. Raging skill, unknown. Preparation details, unlocked at 80% loyalty. Recommended occupation, long range output. Occupation level, primary. Skill points, unlocked after the mall is opened. Pepper has previously attacked Qianhui, and also attacked intermediate zombies. You don't need to have enough loyalty to view skills. Qianhui tried to digest the contents, confirming that the mall must be important. He turned his head, and heard a rustling sound in the weeds. Qianhui closed the game interface, rested for a while, and decided to move on. His body did not need too much food and water, and after eating the fruit, his condition became barely good. Looking at the sky, it was about 5 or 6 in the afternoon. The woods were not suitable for overnight stay, and were not absolutely safe. He had better find a more secluded place to hide. Qianhui stood up, took the pepper, and walked forward cautiously. He was moving very slowly, keeping an eye on the surroundings. After walking a few steps, he heard the grass rustling behind him. As soon as Qianhui stopped, the sound disappeared. The small plant was still there. He pretended not to notice it, and continued to move forward. Noticing Qianhui's coordinates moving, the game kindly gave guidance in 2 directions. One side was the forest, the other side was the city ruins, both of which could be explored. Qianhui thought for a moment and chose the city ruins. He wanted to find a place to spend the night at the junction of the city ruins and the woods. If he couldn't find it, he would return to the woods. Qianhui still held the dagger in his hand, ready to respond to danger at any time. His footsteps were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and the movement behind him followed closely. But he refused to show up, and always hid in the bushes. Qianhui didn't know what to do, so he had to keep moving forward, keeping an eye on the other party, so that he wouldn't lose him. After walking forward for more than 10 minutes, when they were about to reach the ruins of the city, a new prompt popped up on the interface. Extremely bad weather is predicted. Please find shelter in time. A muffled thunder sounded immediately, and Qianhui raised his head and looked at the sky that was getting darker and darker. The wind started to blow, the leaves swayed, a drop of rain fell, and landed on Qianhui's face. The skin on his cheek immediately felt painful. Qianhui shouted "ah," and hurriedly retreated to the shade of the tree. He touched his face, and his fingertips that touched the rain also felt a slight stinging sensation, but fortunately, the skin was not broken. This rain is not normal. Another thunder, Qian Hui did not dare to delay, and quickened his pace to rush to the ruins of the city. He lowered his head to protect the pepper in his arms, and reached the edge of the woods as quickly as possible, and found a relatively intact wardrobe among the ruins. The cabinet leaned against the low wall. Qian Hui pushed the stone pressing on it, and crawled in from the broken base. The space inside was not big, but it was enough for him. The next second after Qian Hui hid in, two muffled thunders sounded in succession. He picked up a piece of wood, and was about to block the entrance, when a slight click-click sound of footsteps was heard outside. Then, a mini cabbage appeared at the entrance, and looked at Qian Hui timidly. It was only half the size of a palm, with thin and short hands and feet, which made its body look even rounder. There were two small holes burned by the rain on its tender green leaves. Qian Hui was stunned, trying to reach out to Bao Kai, trying to show a friendly smile, whispering, "Hello." Bao Kai hid back for a moment, looked at Qian Hui, then slowly moved forward, reached out, and touched his fingertips. Smelling the pleasant and warm scent, Bao Kai mustered up the courage, ran into the closet, and hid by holding onto Qian Hui's clothes. Qian Hui blocked the entrance with a wooden board, and the light in the closet dimmed. He opened the game, and the mall was unlocked. It turned out to be a little Bao Kai. The third block of the illustration lit up, showing Bao Kai's information. Variety, mini cabbage. Level, low, docile and cute. Status, good. Loyalty, 40%. Because I can't see the skills, the remaining lines are not displayed. Wait. Loyalty 40%? Qian Hui opened his eyes wide, looked down at the cabbage squatting beside him. He looked at the chili in his arms again, and hesitated to speak. Chili noticed Qian Hui's gaze, raised his head. It glanced at the small cabbage in the corner, and snorted in its heart. How naive, the kind of person who would wash his leaves even when he was about to be eaten. The cabbage also knew about the existence of the pepper. It was not as good as the other one in level. It sat down obediently at this moment, and tried to reduce its presence. Qian Hui couldn't help but reach out and touch its shell. The two plants were successfully connected. The task in the main status bar was completed. The mall was opened, and 100 balance was given. The new task became to increase the loyalty of any plant to 80%. Before Qian Hui had time to check the mall, the pepper made a soft whoosh. He was immediately alert and held his breath. The rain outside was getting heavier, mixed with several footsteps. It was human. Chili also heard it, and the leaves on her head stood up nervously, secretly looking at Qian Hui. The footsteps were getting closer, and there was a sporadic conversation. Is it injured? It must have hidden. The man-eating plant. Is it the people from before? Qian Hui listened carefully again, and felt that the voice was different. I'm so tired. Wait until we get back to Black Ridge Mountain. Hearing the three words Black Ridge Mountain, Chili relaxed a little. Black Ridge Mountain Base, it had heard of it before. It was not the group that came to catch it. They were bad guys anyway. Some of the people outside were holding umbrellas. Some covered their faces with their sleeves casually, or directly used their supernatural powers to resist the rain. One of them also had a detection instrument in his hand. It rang several times along the way. All of them were extremely low energy. The piranha they were looking for, even if it was in hiding, it couldn't be so low. As for those low-level zombies or mutant plants, they were too lazy to waste time. Liangjia's group still want to use us? A short, dark and thin man said. But the medicine made by that guy named Wen is really effective. Before he finished speaking, the face of his companion suddenly changed, and he quickly signaled with his eyes. The short man also realized that he had made a mistake. His voice suddenly stopped, and he looked back in fear. Nan Tingjin had left the base for a long time some time ago. While he was away, many people secretly bought new medicines from the Sky Base to relieve the negative reactions in the lost state. Nan Tingjin hated all kinds of medicines the most, and did not allow his subordinates to use them, even if they were from the cooperative base. In fact, as long as you keep your mouth shut and don't let him see it, you can turn a blind eye. However, Nan Tingjin rarely traveled with their team, and the short man was careless for a moment and let it slip. He forced a smile on his face and tried to defend himself. Chief. As soon as he finished speaking, the short man's body was suddenly knocked away and fell heavily on the ruins. The umbrella in his hand fell, and the rain rushed in his face, and his skin instantly turned red and peeled. The short man endured the pain and got up from the ground. Nan Tingjin walked forward and said coldly, "There will be no next time." It was getting dark. He was wearing a long robe, and the rain dripped down the brim of his hood. Most of his face was hidden in the darkness, and he looked even gloomier. The short man bowed his head and said, "Yes, leader." At the same time, Qian Hui, who was hiding in the closet, suddenly raised his head. He looked surprised, confused and hesitant. Chili noticed his abnormality and asked with his eyes. At this time, the footsteps of the people outside had gone away. Qian Hui clutched his sleeves, very entangled. He wanted to go out and take a look, but he was not sure if he had heard it wrong. The footsteps disappeared completely. Qian Hui met Chili's gaze and hesitated. The voice just now sounded very much like my boyfriend. Chili made a whoosh sound and looked doubtful. When Qian Hui responded, it was the leader who was speaking. That was the leader of the Black Ridge Mountain base. Chili closed her eyes. What a joke. I don't believe it. Chapter 4. Qian Hui curled up in the closet, leaning his head against the wooden board. He fell silent, listening to the sound of rain outside. When several humans passed by, they were not very close, and it was raining, so their voices were not very clear. If it hadn't rained, he might have gone out. Since he and the carnivorous plant were here, then Nan Tingjin might also. But if he had heard it wrong. From waking up to now, he was finally safe. Thinking of the situations he encountered along the way, it was impossible not to be afraid. If he exposes himself rashly, he might be in danger again. It is still raining outside, and he will be injured if he touches the rain. He also has 2 plants with him. Qian Hui lowered his head and looked at the peppers and cabbages in his arms. In a completely unfamiliar place, the only people he is willing to trust and contact are the plants. Moreover, if the peppers and cabbages are discovered, they will also be in danger. One of them has 2 legs seriously injured, and the other is small, and it is obvious that they have no fighting power. Qian Hui remembered that the faction analysis of the game said that the mutant plants have been hunted by humans and zombies in recent years, and the overall situation is not very good. Also, he met 2 human teams today, and both mentioned the piranha plant. Are they all looking for the piranha plant, wanting to catch it? Thinking of the piranha plant being injured before it disappeared, Qian Hui became more and more worried. He also wanted to find the other party, one of his best friends. And Nan Tingjin? I wish he was really here. Qian Hui couldn't help feeling sad, and his expression became more and more confused and aggrieved. He wanted to go back to the plant courtyard, and didn't want to stay in this place. Bao Kai seemed to sense Qian Hui's emotions, touched his palm with a leaf, and looked up at him. Qian Hui hugged the 2 plants tightly, closed his eyes, and rested. At night, the rain gradually stopped. A few low-level zombies passed by the ruins, but did not find Qian Hui hiding in the cabinet. Qian Hui did not want to go out, so he took out the remaining fruit in the dark, and shared it with the 2 plants. He had a small appetite, but he seemed to get hungry quickly. Only a few hours later, his status changed to dangerous again. After eating 1/3 of the fruit, his status changed back to barely good. This time, Chili accepted the feeding obediently, and swallowed the fruit flesh in a few mouthfuls. Bao Kai took the food from Qian Hui, and was flattered. He held it in his hands for a while, then turned around and ran to the corner to eat. After eating, Bao Kai returned to Qian Hui, and leaned against him intimately. After finishing dinner, the loyalty of the pepper did not change, and Bao Kai directly increased to 50%. Qian Hui opened the illustrations, and the skill column was updated. Variety, Mini Bao Kai. Level, low, docile and cute. Status, good. Loyalty, 50%. Basic skill, stealth, lasts 50 seconds. Advanced skill, invisibility, lasts 50 seconds. Frenzy skill, unknown. Preparation details, loyalty 80% unlocked. Suggested occupation, assassin/assist. Occupation level, primary. Skill points, attack 0, defense 0, speed 0. No available skill points. Little Bao Kai didn't know what Qian Hui was looking at, and looked at him curiously, with a harmless face. Qian Hui thought, it is so small. It is hard for it to find food. It can't be an assassin. He opened the mall again and was shocked. The mall interface was filled with goods. There were daily necessities, medicines, building materials and weapons, plant upgrades, and special items. A total of 5 categories. Qian Hui took a rough look. Daily necessities included various foods and water, as well as clothes. There were not many types of medicines, divided into mana recovery, blood recovery and panacea. Each type had different levels, and the higher the level, the more expensive it was. Building materials and weapons. As the name implies, sells not only weapons of all sizes, but also bricks, cement, etc., which are used to build bases. Qianhui opened the plant upgrade again, which sells skill points. The special item column only has 2 items: evolution water and resurrection beans. Qianhui was almost dazzled, and he looked at the balance again. There are so many things. Few of them can be afforded. He only has 200 in balance. And after searching through them all, he can buy a small piece of bread, or a primary panacea. Having just finished dinner, Qianhui was not hungry, so she turned her attention to the panacea. Chili's wounds had not healed yet, and she coughed a few times when eating the fruit. Her legs were still unable to move, and she didn't know if the broken leaves on one side would grow back. Compared to the cabbage, Chili was obviously much more cautious in front of Qianhui, and her loyalty was only a little bit. The one who injured her was either a zombie or a human. Qianhui could guess. But even so, when she was in the woods, Chili still helped her. Otherwise she would have been caught by the zombies long ago. Qianhui bought a panacea and handed it to Chili. Chili leaned in and sniffed it, but didn't take it. "This can heal injuries," Qianhui whispered. "You also took it when you were unconscious." Chili didn't know whether to believe it or not, and stared at the pill for a long time. It glanced at Bao Kai, who was about to fall asleep in Qianhui's arms, and snorted in its heart. It's food. And it's medicine. Could this strange human or zombie want to tame them? No way. Chili swallowed the pill in one gulp, turned over, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. It could smell that this was not poison, and it should really be able to heal injuries. Given his current situation, it would be the best choice to stay with Qianhui for the time being. When its legs are healed, he will sneak away. Chili made up his mind secretly, and felt the pill taking effect in his body. He had taken one pill before, and this one would work better. The places where his legs were seriously injured soon started to itch. How about before leaving, he should catch 2 or 3 intermediate zombies, dig out the crystal cores, and give them to him. 2, 3 would be too many, Chili thought, and went to sleep peacefully. After buying the medicine, Qianhui's balance was cleared. He looked at the ways to get the balance, including mission rewards, lighting up titles, and killing zombies. Judging from the situation during the day, the first 2 ways to get it should be easier, right? Qianhui had never played any games, and actually had only a vague understanding of many functions and uses, and operated entirely by intuition. Then, he fixed the wooden board at the entrance and closed his eyes. This was his first night away from the plant courtyard, and the first time he was not accompanied by familiar plants. But he was lucky, not injured, and not starved to death on the way. He also saw the piranha plant, and knew it was there too. Qianhui curled up into a ball, recalling the scene when the giant piranha plant appeared, and the voice that was very similar to Nan Tingjin. He gradually fell asleep. His weak breathing was even and slow. In the second half of the night, Qi Lajio woke up once. It listened carefully to the movement outside, confirmed that it was safe, and then closed its eyes again. The next day, Qianhui was woken up by the game prompt. He opened his eyes dazedly, and messages kept popping up on the interface. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Qianhui quickly sat up, and found that the pepper in her arms was gone, and Bao Kai was squatting quietly beside her. The wooden board blocking the entrance showed signs of being moved, and a ray of light came in from outside. Qianhui quickly got out of the entrance, but found that the pepper was sitting on the stone in front of the cabinet, and turned her head to look at him, and her eyes seemed to say, "Why did you wake up just now?" Qianhui looked up at the sky, and it seemed to be noon. He didn't feel much hunger, but his overall condition was not good. He felt even more tired after waking up. Bao Kai followed Qianhui out, and stretched out her hand to tightly grasp a piece of his trouser leg fabric. Qianhui opened the illustration, and both Chili and Bao Kai were hungry. They had to find food as soon as possible. There were no zombies approaching, so Qianhui turned off the game and picked up 2 plants. The game gave new instructions, and he took the dagger and walked in the direction. However, after entering the woods, Qianhui walked forward for more than 20 minutes, and did not find any food or water along the way. The destination in this direction is probably the stream from yesterday. But Qianhui left later, and was chased by zombies, so he was already far away. If he wanted to go back to that place, he would probably not be able to hold on halfway. Qianhui felt dizzy and stopped to rest twice. Xiao Baokai was worried about him. But he didn't know what to do. And Chili couldn't help much. There was no fruit left from yesterday. Qianhui opened the maul and looked at his empty balance. He still overestimated himself. Yesterday was too smooth, which made him misunderstand everything. In a doomsday environment, food and water are not so easy to get. If he had known, he would not have bought the medicine yesterday. Qianhui felt regretful and blamed himself. He squatted down with the tree trunk, lowered his head, and said to the two plants, "How about you first?" Chili Pepper was not able to move, but he could hide first, so Xiao Baokai would not have to follow him. After realizing Qianhui's intention, Chili Pepper turned around and ran. It rolled over into the grass, supported its body with both hands, and slid forward a little. Xiao Baokai stayed close to Qianhui without moving, humming softly. At this time, Chili Pepper, which was trying to roll, suddenly stopped. It raised its head with a vigilant look. Every time it reacted like this, it proved that there was something unusual around. Qianhui also listened carefully and heard a faint sound from one direction, like a zombie. His first reaction was to get away as soon as possible. Just as he stood up, he hesitated again. Killing zombies can get a balanced reward, and there is food and water in the mall. Or, give it a try. Qianhui looked at the dagger in his hand, and was torn between escaping to another place and trying to kill a zombie. Just as he hesitated, the zombie's scream approached, sounding like it was in anger. Chili was very sensible, and rolled back with a gurgle. Qianhui squatted down again, and carefully looked out. At the end of her sight, a very familiar zombie appeared in the woods. There was a burned scar on the zombie's face, and the other features were obvious. It was the one Qianhui encountered yesterday. At this time, it was grabbing a vine, struggling to tear it hard. The vine seemed to be a mutant plant, and the end was tightly wrapped around the zombie's neck, intending to kill it. But the vine was not strong enough, and could only barely support it, preventing the zombie from spitting out corrosive mucus from its mouth. The zombie was very strong, and in a blink of an eye, it tore off the tail of the vine. The vine trembled, and tried to climb up the branch to escape despite the pain, but was caught by the zombie again. In the eyes of the zombie, a moving mutant plant can also fill its stomach, and the vine has angered the zombie. If it had not been entangled by its neck and arms, it would have eaten this low-level plant clean. Qianhui saw the scene, and held the dagger tightly, and prepared to approach. He didn't have time to think too much. Since this zombie was temporarily entangled by vines, there was a greater chance of killing it. The game prompted that the status was extremely dangerous again. Qianhui barely cheered up. Having not found the piranha plant and Nantingjin yet, he didn't want to die, and didn't want to sit and wait for death. Xiao Baokai followed closely beside him. Qianhui took it and put it in his pocket. He looked at La Jiao again and whispered, "Can you help me?" La Jiao guessed what he was going to do. Looking at the hand that was stretched out, silently put a leaf on it. Without further ado, Qianhui stuffed the pepper into her pocket, and found the right moment to approach quickly. The vine was struggling to hold on, and its body was being pulled, and it was about to break. The zombie had a deep wound on its neck, but as long as the bones were intact, attacking the brain would kill it completely. Just when the vine was in despair, it caught a glimpse of a figure coming behind the zombie. Qianhui raised the dagger, and according to the game's prompt, stabbed the back of the zombie's head with force. The zombie felt pain, roared, let go of the vine, and turned around suddenly. The blade of the dagger got stuck in the skull and couldn't be pulled out. Qianhui had no combat experience and was knocked to the ground by the zombie's arm. The zombie ignored the vine still wrapped around his neck and leaned over to pounce on Qianhui, wanting to bite him to death. Qianhui turned over in time to avoid it, but his arm was still scratched by the zombie's sharp nails. The vine was stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on, and subconsciously hooked onto the branches behind, trying to keep the zombie away from Qianhui. The pepper came out of his pocket, jumped up and hugged the zombie's face, aimed at his forehead, and spit out the hot pepper seeds that had been brewed. The zombie was seriously wounded in the head by the dagger and the chili seeds, and finally fell to the ground. With one last breath, it raised its hands to grab the chili on its face. Seeing this, the vines immediately wrapped around its hands. Xiao Baokai also wanted to help, and ran over in stealth and hit the zombie's head a few times, killing it completely. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 2 zombie 1. The reward has been sent to your account. Qianhui sat up, holding his injured arm, and looked around. After confirming that no other zombies were coming, he immediately opened the mall and bought a bottle of water and a pack of biscuits. When deducting the balance, he took a look and found that there were still 1,600 left. Qianhui was stunned, picked up the water and food that appeared beside him, and came to the dead zombie. La Jiao had already dug out the crystal core of the zombie, put it on the ground and pushed it to Qianhui. Qianhui picked up the crystal core and looked at it, and put it back. The moment the zombie died, the game reward arrived. As for the crystal core, he didn't know what it was. La Jiao thought he didn't need it, so he broke the crystal core into 2 halves, ate half of it himself, and threw the other half to the vines not far away. As for the cabbage, it didn't do much, and didn't share. The cabbage didn't care about it, and licked the broken pieces of the crystal core. Qianhui sat on the ground, drank several sips of water, and tore open the biscuit packaging. The biscuits were hard, but they were filling, and Qianhui also shared some with the peppers and cabbage. His physical condition finally recovered, and he turned his head to look at the tree not far away. The previous vine had not left yet, and it ate half of the crystal core. It seemed to want to get close to Qianhui, but it didn't dare. Qianhui picked up a biscuit and handed it over. Half a minute later, the vine came closer, rolled up the biscuit in Qianhui's hand, and rubbed him with its leaves. It was not big, but a thin and small vine. Its leaves were about the size of a fingernail. Its eyes and mouth could not be seen from the outside. It had to use several special leaves to dissolve food. Chili saw all of Qianhui's actions and buried its head in chewing the biscuit. It would not object to any of Qianhui's actions. It would only take action when it was time. As for other plants, they had their own choices. Anyway, when its legs are healed, it will leave. The vine quickly ate the biscuits, moved closer to Qianhui, and wrapped around his wrist loosely. The zombie corpses on the ground smelled bad, and Qianhui did not have the energy to check its information for the time being. He got up and took the peppers and cabbage, and went to a slightly farther place. There were still biscuits and water left. He wanted to buy a backpack from the mall and change his clothes, but he was afraid that there would not be enough food in the future. In the end, Qianhui did not buy anything, and all the remaining money was used as food storage. The small vine was still wrapped around his wrist, and like the cabbage, it became very close to Qianhui in a short period of time. At this time, the game prompt came late. Successfully formed a bond with 3 or more plants. You can now form your plant team. Try to improve your loyalty. There is also a warm reminder below. The lower the loyalty of the plant, the higher the risk of participating in the battle, because they may escape at any time, or attack the host in turn, and the previous training will be wasted. Qianhui opened the illustration, and there was an additional column of combat power estimation on the side. Green pepper, intermediate. Injured to be healed. Mini cabbage, low level. Useless skills. Soft vine, low level. Low combat power. Comprehensive estimation. Combat power value 5. Battle winning rate 6%. I wish you a happy game. Qianhui silently closed the interface and ate the last bite of biscuits. Anyway, there is still so much money left. If you eat sparingly, it will last for several days. If the little soft vine wants to follow him, then he will take it with him, and go together to find it. Qianhui pursed her lips, opened the illustration again, and looked at the sign of the piranha plant on it. He quickly calmed down, stuffed the biscuits and water into his pocket, and picked up the cabbage and peppers. The dagger stuck in the back of the zombie's head has been taken out, and the blood stains have been carefully wiped off. The little soft vine circled several times, quietly wrapped around Qianhui's wrist, and followed him away, walking and stopping along the way. Qianhui did not encounter any zombies again. The wood seemed safe. Without the guidance of the game, he walked aimlessly for a long time and came to the border of the city ruins. The ruins were everywhere in his field of vision, and they all looked the same. He could not tell where he first saw the giant carnivorous plant. The afternoon sun faded, and just when Qianhui was about to find a place to stay overnight, Chili in his arms looked up and looked forward, and whispered softly. Qianhui quickly hid and observed from a distance. Amid the ruins, several human figures were walking slowly forward, while using the instruments in their hands to explore. Found that it was human again, Qianhui's eyes lit up slightly, trying to find a familiar face among the few people. The few people standing in front of the broken wall were the team from the Black Ridge Mountain base. The short man turned his head and looked around, while saying, "There are only two places with the strongest aura. It must be hiding nearby." They searched back and forth along this area for a long time, making sure that the piranha plant had not left. "Think of a way to lure it out. Can we catch a few plants?" "Ordinary ones won't work, but mushrooms can be tried." The few people didn't notice Qian Hui hiding in the distance. One of the tall men lowered his voice and asked, "Where did the leader go again?" The short man shook his head. "I don't know." As for Qian Hui, he saw several people moving in another direction and followed them. "I don't know if these humans he had met yesterday. If so, follow them. Maybe we can find a carnivorous plant, or the human whose voice sounds very similar to Nantingjian's." Chapter 5. Seeing Qian Hui's actions, Shi La got anxious and tugged at his sleeve. What was he going to do? To go and join those humans? Let alone Qian Hui's appearance. Would he be mistaken for a zombie and killed directly? If those people recognized him, they would definitely catch him and send him to the sky base. Shi La was inexplicably angry. If he had known earlier, he should have left secretly. Even if he was inconvenient to move, he should have found a place to hide. Qian Hui thought he was worried about him, and whispered to him, "I won't get too close. Just watch." It turned out that he wasn't going to die. Shi La breathed a sigh of relief, and took the initiative to crawl into Qian Hui's pocket, revealing a small part of his head. Bao Kai, who was squatting on Qian Hui's shoulder, saw this and quickly jumped down to hide together. Qian Hui touched the quiet soft vine on her wrist, and quietly followed the people in front. There were collapsed buildings and ruins everywhere, and there were many places to hide. The people were not moving fast, and occasionally stopped to check the surroundings. They did not find Qian Hui. The short man walked in the front and frowned slightly. Why is there always low energy nearby? Are there so many mutant plants in this area? The instrument can detect the energy fluctuations of zombies and mutant plants. The higher the energy, the higher the level. Low energy zombies have low intelligence and won't be so quiet. They can only be mutant plants. This area was once a cleared abandoned area with very poor resources. Except for them and Liang Jie's team. Other ordinary humans and psychics would not come here. Are you afraid of a few low-level plants? The companion didn't care. Don't worry about it. It's important to complete the mission. There are trees nearby, so it seems normal to have more plants. However, some time ago, a small base nearby fell. I heard that many newly born zombies wandered here, but now I don't see many of them. I don't know if they have evolved into advanced ones and led the zombies to move to other places. But in any case, they don't need to worry about the low energy nearby. Another companion urged, before dark. Go look outside again. Qian Hui, who was following behind, kept his distance and didn't hear what they were saying clearly. The few of them should be familiar with the environment, or have a map. After leaving the edge of the woods, they went around the ruins and crossed two streets. Going forward, the road became increasingly rugged, and Qian Hui had to be very careful to avoid stepping on anything that made a sound. As a result, his speed of following slowed down. Seeing the distance getting farther, Qian Hui had the idea of giving up. It would be better for him to hurry up and find a place to spend the night. At this time, two bangs were heard in the distance, and Qian Hui was scared and hid immediately. When he reacted, he found that the humans in front had encountered several zombies. They seemed to be very powerful. I don't know what method they used, but they easily knocked down several zombies. Qian Hui was a little scared, and was glad that he didn't act rashly. Although he knew that he was different from other zombies, he was not a human either. Those zombies had red eyes, and their hair had degenerated to white, which made them not much different from him. The thought of giving up was even stronger. Qian Hui looked up at the sky, but still followed. He hadn't heard the humans talking clearly. They were too far away, and couldn't see their faces clearly. Even though there was little hope, he still wanted to hear a voice similar to Nantingjian's, even if it would make him confirm that it was not him. After the few people cleared the zombies that surrounded them and left, Qian Hui stepped on a collapsed wall to bypass the ruins. There were too many stones on the broken wall, and he was not paying attention for a moment, and his foot slipped. The vine on his wrist reached out in time, hooked the object next to Qian Hui, and pulled him up. The whole process did not make much noise. Qian Hui breathed a sigh of relief, touched the leaves of the vine, and said gratefully, "Thank you." He continued to move forward, and when he came to the place where the previous few people killed the zombies, the chili in his pocket moved. Qian Hui turned his head, and there was a zombie lying in the corner of the ruins on the side. with his arm slightly raised. And he was still breathing. There were several zombie corpses nearby. They all looked low level and had not formed any crystal cores. So the men knocked them down and left. The zombie in the corner of the ruins was lucky. A twisted steel bar pierced its forehead. But the position was slightly off. Qian Hui hesitated for a moment, drew out her dagger, stepped forward, and killed the zombie completely. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 1 zombie. 1. The reward has been sent to your account. Qian Hui's eyes lit up. She opened the game and took a look. Her balance had increased by 1,000. So this is also considered a kill. He quickly checked the rest of the zombies. But unfortunately, except for this one, all the others were dead. But even so, this 1,000 reward seemed to be picked up for nothing. Qian Hui happily put away the dagger and took out a biscuit to eat, replenishing his energy that was consumed too quickly. He continued on his way and caught up with the people in front. He followed them secretly for more than half an hour. The human team went deep into the abandoned city and encountered 2 waves of low-level zombies one after another. But the number was not large. Qian Hui prayed that they would not encounter the same situation again. But they seemed to be in a hurry to leave. And they really missed one again. The zombie was crushed under a pile of rocks and almost lost its ability to move. Qian Hui killed it with a dagger. Another 1,000 reward was received, and the balance became 3,600. After that, the human team passed a sign that read Danger Zone, Zone 2, and entered a high-rise building that was severely damaged. Qian Hui saw the sign, recognized the words on it, and did not move forward. Moreover, the environment inside the building was unknown, so it was not easy to continue tracking. In addition, it was getting dark, so finding a hiding place was the most important thing. Although he did not get the information he wanted, he gained a lot. Qian Hui was looking for a place to hide nearby, and he planned to go back the same way. It took some time for the human team to enter the building, and for him to catch up. At this moment, he had not walked far, and those people came out. Chili reminded him in time, and the vines dragged Qian Hui to hide behind a ruin. It was too late to get away now. Qian Hui bent down and hid, nervously holding the dagger. The cabbage in the pocket slowly poked its head out, and its black eyes stared at the direction of the footsteps. The low-level plant was not stupid at all. It knew that there might be danger now. If there was a problem later, it would hide and lure these humans over. The chaotic footsteps approached, and there were 4 people in total, which were the previous team. There is no one over there. Where can it hide? The sound of the game suddenly sounded, and Qian Hui almost lost the dagger in her hand. Congratulations on successfully approaching a non-friendly camp 3 times without being detected. Get the title of Primary Exploration Expert. The reward has been sent to your account. Trigger the plot point. Get the original ending of the special plant Piranha Plant. Qian Hui's attention was on several humans not far away, but the second message automatically popped up on the game interface, and a few lines of small words. Piranha Plant, Special Mutant Plant, Unknown Origin, Unknown Age, Savage and Violent Personality, indiscriminately attacks all humans and zombies in sight. Usually roaming around the medium risk area, later due to injury, captured alive by human psychics, died inexplicably on the way to the base. Qian Hui's eyelashes trembled, and his breathing became a little disordered. He hurriedly clicked on the game interface, wanting to see more information, but there was no more analysis except these few lines of text, and no explanation of the plot points. At this time, the short man held the instrument in his hand, and said impatiently, "Why are there plants here again?" The low-energy display was almost always on, which did not affect their search for the man-eating plant, but there was not much progress after a whole day, which was inevitably frustrating. He looked up and looked around, his eyes slowly sweeping over all the objects in his field of vision. There were too many ruins. If it was a small plant, it would be easy to hide. The companion looked down to check the message, said, "There is no progress on Liang Jia's side either." After they separated yesterday, they changed the communication channel, and still received some residual information. What are they looking for? A mutant chili that escaped. I heard that its ability is not ordinary. After being caught and escaping, it would probably leave a mark on its body, and it still hasn't been found. The short man felt relieved after hearing this. Several people walked away quickly, until the footsteps completely disappeared. Qian Hui slowly sat on the ground, looking confused and worried. Piranha Plant? Captured alive. Unexplained death, and the mutated pepper mentioned by the team at the end. Qian Hui also heard it. The amount of information was too much at once. He was at a loss, not knowing what to do. The pepper in his pocket raised his head and met Qian Hui's eyes. It calmly looked away, trying to pretend that it was not him. Qian Hui said nothing, touched the top of the pepper's head, and stood up. The human team had gone far away, disappearing from sight. Their conversation triggered the plot point. So, they were the ones who caught the piranha plant. But they had no trace of the piranha plant, which might be the only good news at the moment. If he could find the piranha plant before them, would it change the ending? But Qian Hui didn't know where to look for it. He leaned over and squatted again, with a sour nose. In the past, in the plant garden, the piranha plant sometimes had a bad temper, and always liked to fight with other plants, but it was very protective of Qian Hui. The night before yesterday, the piranha plant was waiting for him to come home at the door, but when he woke up, it seemed like a long time had passed, and many things had happened. Qian Hui tried to recall that when the piranha plant was injured, after each treatment, he would go back to the giant tree in the backyard with little Mushroom to play. He raised his head, and his vision was full of broken walls and ruins, desolate and dilapidated. The pepper made two sounds to remind him, and a low-level zombie staggered over and smelled Qian Hui's scent. Qian Hui stood up calmly and drew out the dagger. The zombie pounced on him suddenly, and his shoulder was hit by 2 pepper seeds, slowing down his movement. Qian Hui swung the dagger, and the first strike only scratched the zombie's arm and cheek. The vines hooked onto the ruins, and took him back 2 steps in time. The zombie missed, and the vines on Qian Hui's wrists broke free, and quickly wrapped around its neck, pulling it to the ground. While the zombie was imprisoned, Qian Hui swung his knife again, stabbing the zombie's forehead. But because he didn't have enough strength, he couldn't kill it with one blow. He pulled out his dagger, protected the pepper and cabbage in his arms, avoided the zombie's hands, and stabbed hard into the previous wound. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 1 zombie 1. The reward has been sent to your account. The zombie finally fell to the ground, and Chili swallowed the brewing pepper seeds. Qian Hui leaned against the wall behind him and panted slightly. It took him 3 attacks to completely kill a low-level zombie like this, with the help of the plants. Before finding the piranha plant, he had to ensure that he survived. Qian Hui wiped his face, took the 3 plants with him, and left the place as soon as possible. On the way, he opened the game interface. In the illustration, the loyalty of the soft vine reached 50%, and the skill bar was opened. Variety, soft vine. Level, low level, small and flexible. Status, good. Loyalty, 50%. Basic skill, body extension. Advanced skill, branching, quantity 1. Frenzy skill, unknown. Preparation details, loyalty 80% unlocked. Suggested occupation, auxiliary. Occupation level, primary. Skill points, attack 0, defense 0, speed 0. No skill points available. With the title reward not long ago, and a low-level zombie, the balance is still 4,700. Qian Hui bought another panacea, this time it was an intermediate one, and fed it to Chili. The dagger was still usable. He looked through them all, and decided to buy some plants that could be used. Chili and soft vines had helped him, and although the cabbage was weaker, its loyalty had reached 70%. So Qian Hui bought 30 skill points at once, spending 3,000. The remaining 1,300 only bought food and water, so he could use them sparingly. He opened the skill point adding column again, and showed hesitation. Qian Hui had never played the game, and didn't know if 30 skill points were too much, and how to use them. He relied on his intuition to add 10 attack points to the pepper, 10 defense points to the cabbage, and 10 speed points to the soft vine. After adding points, the game popped up a confirmation prompt. Qian Hui clicked it, and 3 pills with words on them appeared in his hand. He had to feed them to the plants. The cabbage thought it was a snack and swallowed it in one gulp. The soft vine did not refuse. The pepper hesitated for 2 seconds and ate it too. Qian Hui then checked the information of the 3 plants again. The pepper seemed to have no changes. The cabbage had 1 more advanced skill, unknown, and the number of induced branches of the soft vine became 2. In the combat power estimation, the combat power value is 20, and the battle winning rate is 10%. It is not clear what standard is used for the winning rate, but with so many skill points, it should be useful. Qian Hui was confused, looked around, and turned off the game. Xiao Baokai licked his lips, rolled over in his pocket twice, and closed his eyes. Chili looked down and found that a large piece of new branches and leaves had grown where his leg was broken. It was silent and covered the new branches and leaves. The sky gradually darkened, and Qian Hui kept moving forward, and there was no obstruction along the way. He paid attention to the direction the human team had left. He thought he had lost them. But when he climbed over a broken wall, he saw them again. A few people in the distance stood on the edge of the ruins. Qian Hui quickly climbed down and hid on the side of the broken wall. He looked carefully. Those people seemed to be talking to each other. Perhaps they would also spend the night nearby. At this time, another figure appeared in another direction. He approached the team, took off the hood covering his face, and threw the item in his hand. The two sides obviously knew each other. The human in the team took the item and said something. Qian Hui looked at the person in the distance carefully and felt more and more familiar. His heartbeat accelerated and hope was rekindled. Not long after, the human team set off again. But the person did not follow them, but went to another direction alone. Qian Hui did not hesitate and turned around to follow. Chapter 6. At night, most zombies will hide and hibernate under the leadership of high-level zombies, while mutant plants may go out to look for food. The team decided to search until the second half of the night before resting, and they must find new clues otherwise. Once the piranha plant recovers from its wounds, it will not be so easy to capture it alive with just a few of them. Before leaving this area, several people received a signal from Nanting Jin. Although Nanting Jin was not with them, he was the leader, and nominally carried out the same mission with them. Whether he looked or not, the team would report the progress of the mission and their location to him at any time. Knowing that Nanting Jin was also nearby, the team stopped temporarily to wait. Among the 4 people in the team, there was the youngest one, who looked to be in his early 20s. He entered the base the latest, and it was his first time to go out on a mission with his companions. He also had the least contact with Nanting Jin, and he could count the number on one hand. Seeing that the other members of the team usually behaved casually, occasionally disagreed and quarreled, they were obedient and respectful when facing Nanting Jin, and did not dare to act rashly. Nanting Jin asked them to wait where they were, and he really didn't move a step. In the past few years since the apocalypse, the status of people with special abilities has become increasingly high, and ordinary rules and regulations have long been invalid. The only thing that can restrain these people with special abilities is the most overwhelming strength. However, there are so many people in the base, and few of them can tell what Nanting Jin's special abilities are, and what the maximum power can reach. The young man has only seen it once, when the short man said something wrong yesterday, and Nanting Jin got angry and knocked him down. He recalled it carefully, and vaguely felt that it was something like controlling objects. But ordinary object-controlling abilities are greatly affected by the environment, and cannot control living things. The overall strength is barely ranked ahead of the physical ability. He did not dare to ask too much, and waited silently with everyone. 10 minutes later, Nanting Jin appeared. He was still wearing an outer robe, and there was a faint smell of blood on his body. He was holding a zombie head in his right hand. Nanting Jin threw the head to the team, and one of them quickly caught it. He heard him say, "It attacked the piranha plant." The head belonged to a high-level zombie. It was not clear whether it came from another area or was newly evolved. Before the piranha plant disappeared yesterday, I was attacked and bitten by it. There was still some flower stem skin in my mouth and throat, and it smelled strong. Piranha plants are very vengeful. The zombie head can be used as bait. When it smells its own scent, it will most likely show up on its own initiative. The tall man held the head and agreed. He wanted to ask something else, but he saw Nanting Jin turn around and was about to leave, so he shut up. After Nanting Jin left, several people set out again and began to make new plans. On the way, the young man at the end couldn't help asking, "Why doesn't the leader come with us?" In his cognition, since Nanting Jin came, he was the only captain of the team and would lead them to complete this mission. However, from the time they arrived at the destination until now, Nanting Jin had been with them for no more than half an hour, let alone communicating by sending messages. The tall man found a piece of rag on the ground, wrapped the zombie's head with a look of disdain, and glanced at the young man. For a moment, no one answered his question, until a while later, a companion beside him said, "What do you think the leader is here for?" Nanting Jin's outing this time was not for the mission at all, and he didn't care at all. The zombie heads thrown to them were probably just a coincidence and a convenience. The Black Ridge Mountain base only recruits people with special abilities, but does not allow the use of psychotropic drugs, and Nanting Jin himself will not use them. Once he is in a bad state, The only thing that can calm him down is killing. Therefore, Nanting-Jin just happened to be on the same road with him. Behind, Qianhui chased the familiar figure all the way, and the sky was getting darker and darker. He left the street and gradually went deeper into the ruins. La Jia was very uneasy, and he grabbed Qianhui's sleeve several times to stop him. Wu! Qianhui ignored him, rested for a while against the wall, ate half a biscuit, and hurried to catch up. The man was so fast that he almost lost him. Qianhui didn't dare to shout, fearing that he would attract nearby zombies. The game reminded him several times that he was exhausted. But he didn't give up. He focused all his attention on the familiar shadow and accidentally passed a sign that read Danger Zone, Zone 3. Qianhui stopped when his vision became darker and darker, and he could hardly distinguish the scene in the distance. A zombie's roar came from nowhere, echoing among the ruins, and he unconsciously took a half step back. Xiao Baokai climbed onto Qianhui's shoulders and hugged his hair tightly in fear. Qianhui finally calmed down at this moment, turned around and looked around, quickly found a ruined shelter where he could hide, and crawled in with the 3 plants. The surroundings returned to silence. Qianhui hugged her legs tightly and sat for a long time, before taking out water and food to share with the plants, while eating by herself. He should have been lost, but it was dark. Wouldn't that person rest? As long as he stayed nearby at night, then he could look for him in the previous direction during the day, and there would still be a chance. Qianhui silently comforted herself, rubbing her dry eyes. Finding the piranha plant and confirming whether Nanting-Jin was here became her most urgent goals. Besides that, she had to survive. Otherwise, in this strange place, she didn't know where to go. The remaining half-pack of biscuits was soon gone, and the soft vine returned to Qianhui's wrist, quietly dormant. The leaves on one end seemed to have grown a little, and the branches had become slightly thicker. But the changes were not very big. In the dark, Qianhui held the peppers and cabbage in her arms, and closed her eyes to rest. Chili hadn't fallen asleep yet. After a long while, he secretly got up and moved his body. He was pleasantly surprised to find that after taking the 2 pills given by Qianhui in the afternoon, his injuries were almost healed, and his legs could barely stand up. Chili walked half a circle in the narrow space, and turned his head to look at Qianhui. Qianhui must have heard what those people said. What was the purpose of healing his injuries? His behavior was also unpredictable. Sometimes he fed other plants. Sometimes he followed strangers. And not long ago, he chased another person. He could actually leave now, find a place to hide, and it was expected that in another day or 2, his legs would be completely restored. But La Jia thought about it, and still got into Qianhui's arms. Let's wait a little longer. If they find it, it can leave Qianhui behind to divert attention, La Jia thought, and skillfully hugged Qianhui's sleeves. The night became darker, and the wind mixed with the smell of blood whistled past. Just a few hundred meters ahead of Qianhui's hiding place, 3 intermediate zombies gathered together. They let out a threatening growl in their throats, and retreated in fear. Nanting-Jin approached slowly, and the moment he raised his hand, a zombie left the ground with both feet, and repeatedly hit the wall behind, until it was bloody. The other 2 zombies sensed something was wrong, and turned to flee. One of them screamed and died. The last one quickly climbed up the rock wall, and tried to pass through the gap in the ruins. Before it could hide in the gap, its body suddenly became immobile. The zombie struggled desperately, but could only move its arms. It was pulled back little by little, and finally fell at Nanting-Jin's feet. Nanting-Jin looked down at it with indifferent eyes. The zombie's arms were torn off, followed by its legs and waist. These dead creatures had no heartbeat or pulse, but there was blood flowing between their bones and flesh, and they could feel pain. The zombies kept screaming, and their bloodshot eyes gradually became dull. A few drops of blood splashed on Nanting-Jin's clothes. When the zombies died completely, he looked forward, where most intermediate zombies gathered. There might be advanced zombies that were about to evolve, but before they completely evolved, it would be very difficult to find them. Nanting-Jin retracted his gaze and turned back. On the other side, Liang Jie clenched the transmitter in his hand. His back was tense, and he answered carefully to the other end of the transmitter. Yes. There is no clue yet. The mutant pepper that escaped. No one knew where it had hidden. They had searched almost every part of the ruins in the past few days. Its legs were injured, and it was difficult to move. It was impossible for it to escape from this area. except for the man-eating plant that was also hiding. There were no high-level or special mutant plants nearby. Even if there were, they would not necessarily help the mutant pepper. As for their original mission this time, Mr. Wynn did not remind them too much, only asking them to be more careful when searching, and that the pepper had a very strong temperament and needed to be guaranteed to survive. Mr. Wynn knew everything, and he said nothing, so Liang Jie thought that this operation would be very smooth, and the escape of the mutant pepper was just a small episode. However, it was almost the third day, and there was still nothing. It seemed that something had changed, but he didn't know the root cause. Liang Jie became more and more anxious, and chose to ask the base for help, hoping to get guidance. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a while, and a voice came out, "I know." He didn't seem angry, and his tone was rather gentle. He said, "Look more carefully, and spend more time." Liang Jie didn't relax at all, and replied, "Yes, sir." The real-time communication was hung up, and Liang Jie frowned. Mr. Wynn did not provide any guidance, nor did he intend to use his supernatural powers for them. However, the base was very interested in the mutant pepper, and the mission had to be completed. He could only think of a way on his own. Liang Jie thought for a moment, and said to his subordinates, "Notify the north and arrange for a hound to be sent over." The subordinates received the order and turned on their own transmitters. The signal was transmitted all the way to the north, and was received at a small base. The people stationed at the base saw the content of the transmission, got up and went to the back of the base, opened a door, and entered the underground fortress. The fortress was built very solidly. The heavy door was covered with cement and steel bars. Faint moonlight came in from the narrow window above. Press the switch, and a row of light bulbs lit up one by one. In the small space, there were more than 20 iron cages of different sizes, each of which contained a mutant plant. Hearing the noise, the plants huddled in the corner, looking very scared. The visitor walked in, stopped in front of an iron cage, and opened it with a key. A mimosa was caught. It was bent and drooped, and 3 branches were buckled with special metal rings. The metal ring connected the chain, and at the end was a controller with a button. The leaves of the mimosa were touched, and the people around him said, "Be honest. Be obedient after you go out, and there will be rewards for good performance." It trembled, and dared not resist at all. It was lifted up by the tightened chain and taken out. Qian Hui woke up at dawn. He stared at the white wall in front of him for a while, and his consciousness gradually became clear. Xiao Baokai moved in his arms, mumbling as if talking in his sleep. Qian Hui was still thinking about the person from last night, and wanted to look for him nearby. He bought a new pack of biscuits, drank 2 sips of water, stuffed the cabbage into his pocket, and took Chili out of the ruins. Chili woke up, looked up at Qian Hui, and wanted to know where he was going. Qian Hui fed Chili a biscuit, and also gave a piece to the awakened soft vine. I don't know if it was his illusion, but the soft vine seemed to have become lighter, and it rolled up the biscuit and wrapped it with leaves. After recovering, Qian Hui walked in the direction where he last saw the figure last night. Before hiding last night, there were sounds of zombies in the distance. Qian Hui was very cautious and kept an eye on the movements around him. He came to the other end of the abandoned street and passed through the bottom of a building. When he went around a wall, Qian Hui suddenly smelled a strong smell of blood. He covered his mouth and nose, raised his head, and looked around. There were several zombies lying nearby. They had no breath, and they looked like they had experienced a battle. There were many torn or broken wounds on their bodies. Qian Hui suppressed his fear and scanned them. The zombies' deaths did not look like they were caused by the carnivorous plant. This direction. Is it the human he followed yesterday? Chili did not say anything. The surroundings should be safe. Qian Hui continued to move forward. After passing 2 piles of ruins, there were several more zombie corpses. The scene was even more tragic. Large pieces of blood were attached to the wall, and there were even scattered broken limbs on the ground. Chili looked around vigilantly, and suddenly moved. Qian Hui was nervous, and wanted to run away reflexively, but Chili grabbed her sleeve. "Woo!" Chili pointed at the zombie corpse on the ground, and signaled Qian Hui to go over. Qian Hui walked forward. La Jiao was afraid that he didn't understand what he meant, so he simply ordered Xiao Baokai, "Woo!" Xiao Baokai was reluctant, but still jumped off Qian Hui's shoulder. It found a small sharp stone on the side, and worked hard to scratch the zombie's forehead, pry out the crystal core, and then held the crystal core and handed it to Qian Hui. La Jiao was satisfied and pointed in another direction. It was unknown who killed these intermediate zombies, but they didn't even bother to take the crystal core away. Soon, the crystal cores of the 3 intermediate zombies were dug out. There were exactly 3 plants, and each of them ate one. Qian Hui touched the top of La Jiao's head and praised, "Very powerful." La Jiao turned his head unnaturally, hugged his sleeve, and motioned to go forward to have a look. At this time, there was a roar of zombies from a distance, and it sounded like it was in the direction ahead. Xiao Baokai immediately got into his pocket, and the soft vine climbed up along Qian Hui's wrist, and came to his shoulder. Raising his head, paying close attention to the surroundings, and waiting for an opportunity to move, La Jiao's eyes also changed slightly, and he quietly moved his feet. Qian Hui looked around. There were so many zombies that were killed. Is there another human team nearby? Or? He clenched his dagger and decided to go and see. A few minutes later, Qian Hui approached the location where the noise came from. At the end of his sight, 2 intermediate zombies crawled and jumped among the ruins, quickly climbed up the tall building, and got into a broken window. Qian Hui looked around carefully again, and did not see any human team. There were no more dead zombies with crystal cores nearby. La Jiao pulled Qian Hui's finger, indicating that they should go back. Just as Qian Hui was hesitating and preparing to turn back, she caught a glimpse of a figure. The high-rise building was in ruins, with many walls collapsed. In the central stairwell, someone had just passed through. Qian Hui's pupils shrank slightly, and she stuffed Chili into her pocket and hurriedly chased after him. Chili failed to stop him, so she had to hide herself and listen to Qian Hui's hurried footsteps. Qian Hui also entered the building and walked up the stairs covered with debris. This place had obviously been abandoned for a long time, but it was barely able to remain intact, and there was no large building blocking the way ahead. The zombies roared again. Not far away, Qian Hui paused and followed the noise. He passed the place where the man had appeared before, and walked forward for a while, and came to a wider abandoned room. Nan Tingjin was standing inside, with his back to the light from the window behind him, and his whole body was in the shadow. However, even so, Qian Hui could recognize him at a glance. At the same time, Nan Tingjin threw away the dead zombie, and heard footsteps, and raised his black eyes. Qian Hui was extremely excited, trotting over and throwing herself into his arms. "It's really you." Qian Hui hugged Nan Tingjin tightly. He smelled the warm and familiar scent on the other person, and when he looked up again, he was stunned. Nan Tingjin's eyes were cold and distant, and his expression still retained the mannequin stability after killing. His body temperature was very high, and he was full of murderous aura. The next moment, Nan Tingjin raised his hand, covered Qian Hui's neck with his palm, and held it easily. His strength was not strong enough to feel the beating pulse under the skin and the fragile throat bone. Silver hair and red eyes are the signs of zombies, but is it alive? When Qian Hui appeared, Nan Tingjin didn't pay much attention. The approaching breath was too weak, not even the level of a mid-level zombie. And now, this boy who didn't look like a zombie at all, took the initiative to hug him. Qian Hui felt uneasy, and said nervously, "Xiao Jin." The voice stopped abruptly, the fingertips pressing on the throat bone pressed down slightly, and then loosened a little. Nan Tingjin lowered his eyes, and his sight swept across Qian Hui's light-colored thick eyelashes, pale and smooth skin and soft lips. He pulled himself out of his brief distraction, and squinted his eyes very lightly. "What did you call me?" Chapter 7. Qian Hui was at a loss, and the sense of restraint in his throat was strong, which made him feel a fear he had never felt before. But the person in front of him was Nan Tingjin, and even his aura was exactly the same, so he would never make a mistake. For Qian Hui, they had only been separated for less than 3 days. Why did Nan Tingjin seem to not recognize him? From the moment he heard Nan Tingjin's voice, to now when he finally saw him, Qian Hui's emotions were up and down, and he felt even more wronged at this moment. A layer of mist quickly floated in front of his eyes, and he stared at Nan Tingjin blankly. Maybe it was because Qian Hui looked too aggrieved. Nan Tingjin's hand loosened slightly, but his gaze was still cold and scrutinizing. Although Qian Hui had the characteristics of a zombie, when he got closer and looked at her carefully, he didn't look like one at all. His skin was pale, and a little bloody. His pupils were clear and clean, and his thick light-colored eyelashes showed a bit of innocence. He didn't look like a zombie, nor did he look like a human being in the process of becoming a zombie. He looked more like a monster that had run out from somewhere. Xiao Jin. Qian Hui's breath trembled. Stuttering. Yes. It's me. Don't you remember? Nan Tingjin looked indifferent. His eyes moved downward, passing over Qian Hui's right wrist and pocket. The pepper tried to hide well, while holding the head of the cabbage tightly. But the leaves of the soft vine were exposed outside the sleeve. Moreover, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and no matter how weak the breath of the plants was, they could not completely hide in front of Nan Tingjin. Qian Hui was also very weak, and her slender bones seemed to be broken by a pinch. Strange appearance, unpredictable behavior, and mutant plants on his body. Nan Tingjin's expression became even colder. Experimental subject? Among the major bases, only the sky base likes to study strange things the most. Recently, it has captured many mutant plants one after another, and the purpose is unknown. Wen Ju, the highest person in charge of the base, was once a scientific researcher. The medicine he made can indeed greatly alleviate the symptoms of loss of the superpowers. But only Nan Tingjin does not use it, and does not allow his subordinates to buy it openly. The Sky Base had been trying to negotiate with him, trying to find out his preferences, and had sent him many random items. Unfortunately, Nan Tingjin was moody, had a strange personality, was not interested in anything, and was only willing to take on some high-paying bounty missions. Therefore, the origin of the young man in front of him was most likely related to the Sky Base. It was no secret that Nan Tingjin had no relatives and no past. At the beginning of the Doomsday, he seemed to appear out of thin air, and later quickly became the leader of the Black Ridge Mountain Base. Wen Ju must have also explored his past. Maybe he really found something. Or maybe he just made it up and sent him a gift. Nan Tingjin's expression became more and more gloomy. The corpse of a zombie, who had died not long ago, was at his feet. The smell of blood kept wafting, making his thoughts a little confused, and his patience was about to run out. Qian Hui looked confused and tilted her head. What? The two were close to each other, and Nan Tingjin smelled a unique scent of grass and trees, and gradually calmed down. Isn't it? His eyes were dark, and he said solemnly, I can kill you now. Qian Hui was frightened by him and wanted to step back, but her neck was still restrained and she couldn't move. At this time, Chili in his pocket was almost dying of anxiety. What was going on? This human had a strong aura. Judging from Qian Hui's reaction, he couldn't be the leader of the Black Ridge Mountain Base. Could it be that he really knew him? But judging from the other party's attitude, it didn't seem like it. Chili regretted following Qian Hui, and was also worried about why Qian Hui didn't have any defense at all. They said they were going to kill him. Why didn't he run for his life? Chili felt that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. So he quietly prepared chili seeds. It found the right opportunity and poked its head out and attacked Nan Tingjin. The shells of the two pepper seeds were scorching hot, and clothes and skin would be burned immediately if they came into contact. But this attack could not hurt Nan Tingjin at all. He turned his head to avoid it, and the strength in his hands loosened. At the same time, the soft vines cooperated tacitly and sprouted two branches, hooked Qian Hui's body, and pulled him back, and retreated to a relatively safe position. Nan Tingjin's arms were empty, and his eyes swept to the peppers sticking out of his pockets. There was no expression on his face, and it was obvious that he did not take the plants in front of him seriously. At this time, several zombies screamed, accompanied by the sound of some abandoned bricks being trampled, coming from above the building. In a blink of an eye, a mid-level zombie smelled the smell of its companion's corpse, and came in through the window. It roared at Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin, and rushed over quickly. Nan Tingjin raised his hand, and a wooden board under his feet hit the zombie, knocking it down in time. He glanced slightly to the side. Qian Hui had already protected the plant in her arms, and quickly slipped to a safe corner behind. Qian Hui took out a dagger and held it in her hand, looking at the window uneasily, and next to the abandoned wardrobe next to her. A pair of beautiful red eyes came over. You have to be careful. There are so many fresh zombie corpses outside. And Nan Tingjin happened to be here. It could only be him who did it. Qian Hui guessed that Nan Tingjin was very powerful, but still couldn't help worrying. Nan Tingjin paused for a moment, and took his eyes off him. The zombie that was knocked down by the wooden board got up again and attacked again. Intermediate zombies have different degrees of enhancement or mutation. This one has a strong physique and bronze skin. It was as hard as iron, but it couldn't last more than half a minute in front of Nan Tingjin. Its throat was pierced by a steel bar. Qian Hui was originally very nervous and tried to help, but was grabbed by La Jiao's sleeve. After confirming that Nan Tingjin was not hurt by the zombies, he felt relieved. Then, another zombie came in through the window. Also a mid-level one. There must be high-level zombies that are about to evolve nearby. When these mid-level zombies find danger, they will do their best to protect the other zombies. Listening to the noise, there are two more outside the window, which keep making noises to attract other low and mid-level zombies to approach. Nan Tingjin pulled out the steel bars from the zombies and walked out of the room. He had the strongest aura, the strongest presence, and the strongest threat. The attention of several zombies was on him, and they all left Qian Hui in the corner of the room. Qian Hui waited anxiously in the corner for a while, and couldn't help wanting to go out and take a look. La Jiao came out in time, pointed at the zombies on the ground, and signaled them to dig out the crystal cores quickly. Mutated plants do not have the various conditions of human superpowers. The only way to improve their abilities is to eat the crystal cores, which does not conflict with the upgrade of the game. However, the zombies were killed by Nan Tingjin, and Qian Hui also thought that Nan Tingjin might need these crystal cores. If he didn't want them, he would give them to the plants. So he endured the smell of blood, dug out the crystal cores with a dagger, and wiped them with a cloth on the hem of his clothes. Xiao Baokai also came to help. From the room to the corridor outside, he dug a total of 3 crystal cores. Going down the stairs, he found another intermediate zombie. Chili was not mobile, so he was responsible for identifying the level of the zombies. Wanting help, Qian Hui cleared the debris under his feet. When he came downstairs, Qian Hui climbed up the ruins and found the last intermediate zombie. He dug out the crystal core and put it away, then stood up and looked around, looking for Nan Tingjin. While Qian Hui was busy digging crystal cores, all the intermediate zombies that approached were eliminated. The surroundings became quiet. Nan Tingjin was about to leave, but he was already far away. Qian Hui immediately jumped down from the ruins and hurriedly chased after him. He didn't have to worry about recognizing the wrong person now. He shouted, "Xiao Jin." Nan Tingjin left at a steady pace. I don't know if he heard it. La Jiao pulled Qian Hui's sleeve and shook his head at him. Woo woo. It wanted Qian Hui to give up and stay away from that human. Although it was very happy to pick up a few crystal cores for free, La Jiao felt that that human was more dangerous than a zombie. Qian Hui knew what La Jiao meant. He pursed his lips and said nothing. The soft vine slowly climbed up his shoulder, rubbed it affectionately with its leaves, moved its branches, and wrapped around Qian Hui's shoulders and arms. Then, the branches at both ends of it instantly extended and climbed up the surrounding ruins. Qian Hui's feet were empty, and with the help of the vine, he suddenly moved forward a long way. He steadied himself and stood up, touched the leaves of the soft vine, and said in surprise, "So amazing." The little cabbage in his pocket poked its head out, with his eyes in admiration, and La Jiao shut up when he saw this. This skill of the soft vine was used for the first time, and he was not very proficient, but it was enough to help Qian Hui speed up. He was getting closer and closer to Nan Tingjin, and he climbed over a broken wall, looking at the back in front of him. And Qian Hui shouted again, "Xiao Jin." This time Nan Tingjin stopped and turned around. Qian Hui was overjoyed to see this, and jumped off the broken wall and was about to pass, when a sharp brick suddenly appeared in front of him. Nan Tingjin said coldly, "Don't follow me." He didn't kill Qian Hui before, but it doesn't mean he won't do it now or in the future, regardless of whether Qian Hui is related to the sky base. If the suspended bricks and stones moved a little further, they would pierce Qian Hui's throat. As for the mutant plants around him, they would also die. Qian Hui did not dare to step forward, and said aggressively, "Why?" Nan Tingjin did not answer. Qian Hui looked at him, and took out a few crystal cores from his pocket. Then these. I don't need them. After hearing this, La Jiao took the cloth bag wrapped with crystal cores away, and put it back into his pocket. Qian Hui said, "Oh," and her nose was sour. Do you forget me?" Nan Tingjin seemed to have forgotten him, and didn't know who he was, otherwise why would he reject him? Qian Hui was not very fluent in speaking. When she got emotional, her words were slurred, and she sounded like she was acting like a spoiled child. Nan Tingjin remained silent, and his eyes were watching quietly. Suddenly, he walked forward slowly. The bricks and stones blocking the way were still there. Qian Hui did not move, watching Nan Tingjin getting closer and closer. "Then tell me." Nan Tingjin stopped half a step away and asked with his eyes downcast, "Who am I?" The bricks and stones shook slightly, and if Qian Hui gave a wrong answer, her throat would be pierced immediately. Qian Hui was unaware of this. Nor did she notice the subtlety in Nan Tingjin's words. He looked up and said earnestly, "You are my boyfriend." The bricks and stones shook for a moment, then returned to stability. After a moment, Nan Tingjin leaned forward with a blank expression. He stared at Qian Hui and asked in a low voice, "Boyfriend?" Chapter 8. Qian Hui nodded gently, yes. The two were close again at this moment. He twitched his nose gently and sniffed the scent of Nan Tingjin again with a look of certainty. Maybe the appearance and voice would be similar, such as plants or zombies that look similar, but the smell is indeed unique. It's just that probably because Nan Tingjin had just killed a lot of zombies, the smell was contaminated with some impurities. Nan Tingjin's face still had no expression. He straightened up and looked over with his eyes lowered. Seeing him like this, Qian Hui looked even more sad. You really don't remember. He couldn't figure it out and didn't know what had happened. And if Nan Tingjin didn't remember him, would the carnivorous plant also forget him? Qian Hui lowered her head, and the shadow cast by her eyelashes trembled slightly. Nan Tingjin didn't answer this question. The suspended bricks fell to the ground with a click sound, and he turned and left. Qian Hui subconsciously wanted to follow him again, but hesitated. Nan Tingjin didn't remember him. So, was he still her boyfriend? He just said that you were not allowed to follow him. While hesitating, there was a noise coming from the ruins in the distance. He was not sure if it was a zombie. After entering this area, the number of intermediate zombies Qian Hui saw doubled. This area was probably very dangerous. He was a little scared and looked at Nan Tingjin's back. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Nan Tingjin's speed seemed to be slower than before. He was strong and could deal with so many zombies by himself, although he didn't remember himself in the future and looked fierce. It was safest to stay close to him. The noise came again, this time from another direction. Qian Hui looked around nervously and hurriedly followed. He didn't follow too closely, always keeping a distance from the figure in front of him, so as not to lose him and not to disturb him. On the way, Qian Hui took out the crystal core again and distributed it to 3 plants. There were 5 crystal cores in total. He thought about it and gave 2 to the wounded chili, 1.5 to soft vine and cabbage. Cabbage ate the crystal core, burped, and rubbed Qian Hui's palm with its head. Mini cabbage loyalty has reached 80%. You have passed the novice period. Come and challenge more tasks. Contribute to your camp. The task bar has been updated. Qian Hui opened the game. The previous second task was completed. Give 500 balance. The interface of the new task bar has changed. Added the camp value and prestige value. Main task. Lead the plant team. Kill the intermediate zombies. 0/3. Task reward. Prestige plus 50. Side task. Quietly approach the human camp. See what they are doing. 70%. Task reward. Prestige plus 10. Campus value. 5. Based on the comprehensive score of the host and the plant illustration. Prestige value. 0. Qian Hui was a little dizzy. It was written below that the camp value can be exchanged for the balance. Prestige can be used to buy plant strategies. I remember this. And probably because he had encountered human teams several times before, the progress of the side quest has reached 70%. However, with his current strength, can he kill 3 intermediate zombies? Qian Hui looked at the illustrations and found that the comprehensive combat power had increased from 20 to 100. Huh? Qian Hui slightly widened his eyes, but the levels of the 3 plants did not change, especially the peppers, which were exactly the same as before. The soft vine had another branch, and the cabbage's advanced skill originally had one more, unknown, but now it has become, in the making. Qian Hui lowered her head and looked at the 3 plants. Nan Tingjin slowed down. The soft vine only needed to help Qian Hui cross obstacles occasionally. The rest of the time, it was wrapped around his arm, and the branches were still thin. The cabbage was lying in his pocket, with the leaves on its head tilted up, and it fell asleep in a daze. The pepper was also resting with its eyes closed, its body bent and curled up, and its legs made of leaves and branches were hidden underneath, and it seemed that it could not walk normally. Qian Hui wondered which one had changed and had such a large increase in combat power. But no matter what, the increase in combat power proves that the plant team has become stronger, which is a good thing. He was distracted for a while, and his pace slowed down, and the distance between him and Nan Tingjin widened. At this time, a low-level zombie came towards Nanting and fell to the ground silently before it got close. Nanting stopped and glanced slightly. Qian Hui raised her head, and then she quickened her pace and hurriedly moved closer to him. Then, Nanting walked forward again. Qian Hui didn't think much about it, and thought that he finally found out that he was following behind him, and was unhappy again. He clenched his fingertips, pursed his lips and followed again, silently keeping some distance. Qian Hui was not very happy either. He had never thought that after seeing Nanting again, it would be like this. He comforted himself, saying that it was okay if he didn't remember it. If there weren't so many zombies here, he wouldn't want to follow Nanting at all. Qian Hui didn't have time to ask if Nanting and his companions were also looking for the carnivorous plant. And there was another mission, in order to sneak up on humans. When that mission was completed, he would leave. However, they had been together for so long, although they could not see each other every day in the past. But Nanting was very good to him, and he was a little reluctant to leave. Qian Hui thought again. Was it because Nanting was sick? That was why he was like this. Would telling him about the past help him remember it? Qian Hui raised her head, looked at the familiar figure in front of her, and decided to find a suitable opportunity to make plans. It was almost noon, and the two had already left the previous area. When the sun was the strongest, Nanting stopped to rest temporarily. Qian Hui hid behind the ruins, chewing on a biscuit, and quietly looked over. Nanting didn't seem to have any intention of eating or drinking, and just sat there quietly. He had a companion, but he didn't go with him. Maybe he had run out of food and water, but he didn't have much food left. Qian Hui lowered his head, and there were still 3 plants waiting to be fed in his arms. He hesitated and reluctantly gave a portion. The cabbage could be invisible, and was entrusted with an important task. It mustered up its courage. Its eyes gradually became serious, and it took the items handed over by Qian Hui. It was very quiet among the ruins. Nanting leaned against the stone wall with his eyes slightly closed. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from far away and came to his side. With a crash, a pack of biscuits and a bottle of water fell to the ground. The biscuits were unpacked, leaving only 2.5 pieces. The bottle of water was not big, and there was about 1/3 left. Nanting was quiet for a moment, and picked up the biscuits and water. The items in several bases were all marked with their own logos. He had never seen such packaging before. Xiao Baokai dropped the food and ran away, not daring to stay for a moment, and quickly returned to Qian Hui. Qian Hui saw Nanting accepting food and water from a distance, and finally felt relieved. Even if it was not for anything else, the things he sent over could be regarded as a reward for his disguised protection of herself. Qian Hui picked up Xiao Baokai and touched its head. Halfway through the rest, a zombie smelled the smell and staggered towards Qian Hui. Qian Hui subconsciously wanted to escape, but then remembered the increased combat power value in the panel. The zombie in front of him looked the lowest level, and he should be able to kill it. Qian Hui raised his left hand, and the soft vine climbed up along his wrist. When the zombie approached, a pepper seed hit him in the face, and his arm was entangled by the vine branches. It struggled hard, and its movements paused for a second or two. During this gap, Qian Hui stabbed the dagger into the zombie's forehead. The balance of 1,000 arrived. He wiped the dagger clean, kicked the zombie's body away, and hid in another direction. The pepper in the pocket stuck out half of its body and glanced in the direction of Nanting. Did it feel wrong? But its attack strength is much higher than before, and the soft vine is also a good helper. It is still easy to deal with a low-level zombie. In the afternoon, the team sent a message to Nanting. We suspect we have found traces of the piranha plant. Should we take action immediately? The coordinates were attached at the end of the message. Waiting for Nanting's instructions, the team took the zombie head that Nanting gave them yesterday, and they made progress. They walked along the area where the piranha plant had appeared again, and they found a new scent. The 4 members of the team hid in the dark, and the piranha plant seemed to become more cautious. They could not see any traces of zombies, and did not show up rashly. So the team reported to Nanting first, and asked him if he wanted to come. A super mutant plant in its prime, with enough strength to fight against the zombie king. Although this carnivorous plant was injured, Nanting should be interested, even if it was not for the mission. Moreover, the time to find the carnivorous plant was much later than expected, and it was uncertain how much its injury had recovered. The team was not sure. A few minutes later, Nan Tingjin sent a reply, "Wait. Xian Hui." He still followed Nan Tingjin all the way in the afternoon, and the progress of the side quest slowly increased to 72%. At noon, Nan Tingjin accepted the food and water. He must have known that Xian Hui was still there, but he left it alone. This made Xian Hui less unhappy. At least Nan Tingjin did not say that he was not allowed to follow him. There were a few zombies along the way, all of which were low level. With the help of plants, Xian Hui killed them all. The first time is the second time. And Nan Tingjin was not far away, so Xian Hui became much bolder. There was also one that was about to reach the intermediate level, and it moved faster, and its sharp fingertips were longer than the fingers. Chili used 2 hot chili seeds, together with the soft vine, to subdue the zombie. Xian Hui did not forget to dig open the zombie's forehead, but did not find the crystal core. This time, the plant team was injured, and the branches of the soft vine were cut by the zombie's nails. Since it can give birth to new branches, its senses and touch are more sensitive, and it hurts more when it is injured. It hangs on Xian Hui's fingertips for comfort. Xian Hui felt very distressed, and bought a pill that adds 5 points of defense for the soft vine and fed it to it. In a blink of an eye, it was dark, and Nan Tingjin stopped again, and he should prepare to rest for the night. Xian Hui found a suitable place to hide nearby and opened the game. He killed several zombies during the day, and his balance suddenly increased to more than 5,000. He bought new food and some dried meat. At this time, Xiao Baokai was so sleepy before dinner that he could hardly open his eyes. It refused Xian Hui's feeding and went to sleep in its pocket. The game suddenly popped up a prompt. Mini Baokai is about to develop new advanced skills. Please pay attention to its situation at any time. Xian Hui was curious and nervous. He watched Xiao Baokai for a while and found that it was just asleep. He couldn't see any situation, so he was relieved. But how to deliver the food tonight? Chili peppers are not mobile, soft vines are also injured, and they can't be invisible, so they are afraid of Nan Tingjin. Thinking of Nan Tingjin's disregard for her all afternoon, Xian Hui hesitated for a moment, and took the food and water, and went by herself. He ran over quickly like Xiao Baokai at noon, and put the things on the ground. Nan Tingjin sat on a stone, his outer robe hanging down to his feet, and looked over. Xian Hui was very nervous, and took a step back, for fear that he would put the stone against her throat again. "It's for you," Xian Hui whispered. "It's not bad." There was one more biscuit than at lunch, plus a piece of dried meat, and half a bottle of water. Nan Tingjin didn't say anything, lowered his eyes, and his sight fell on the food on the ground. He didn't know what he was thinking. Xian Hui waited for a while, turned around and ran away. After a while, the things on the ground were picked up. The physique of a superpower is different from that of an ordinary person. Even if he doesn't eat any food or water for several days, it won't be a problem. Nan Tingjin stared at the biscuit package for a long time, and took out a piece. At night, Xian Hui found a place to sleep nearby, and hugged the 3 plants in her arms. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Baokai opened his eyes in a daze. It was half asleep and half awake, and seemed uncomfortable. It twisted its body, and turned over and over, and finally accidentally rolled out of Xian Hui's arms. In the night, Xiao Baokai lay on his back with his eyes closed, his body flickering constantly, and suddenly grew dozens of times larger, and then changed back in the blink of an eye. It opened its eyes again, as if it didn't know what had just happened, and climbed up, and returned to the ruins. Chili opened his eyes, looked around, and turned over to continue sleeping. At the same time, in the far distance, a team of 6 people slowly shuttled between the ruins. The leader was Liang Jia, who was holding an iron chain in his hand, and at the end of the chain was a calf-high mimosa. The mimosa kept using its leaves to explore the surroundings, and was too tired to do so, so it stopped for a while to rest. A few minutes later, when they set out again, Liang Jia took out a small piece of chili leaf branch and placed it in front of the mimosa. The mimosa did not dare to neglect it, and quickly sniffed the scent on it, and continued to search. Half an hour later, Mimosa entered the woods and stopped in front of a zombie's body. Liang Jia handed the chain to his subordinates and leaned over to check. This was a mid-level zombie, which had been dead for some time. The fatal wound was on the back of the head, which was caused by a knife such as a dagger. There were strangulation marks on the neck. On the zombie's face, there were obvious burn marks. Liang Jie could tell at a glance that this was done by the mutant pepper. Moreover, the mutant plant would not use human weapons. And there were others around it. Someone took the chili pepper away by some unknown means. Besides them, and the team from Black Ridge Mountain. Is there anyone else in this area? Liang Jie stood up with a serious expression. Mimosa's condition was getting worse and worse. He gave an order, rest for 2 hours before continuing. And give it some medicine. The subordinates responded with a yes, and took the mimosa away. The next day, Xianhui woke up early. Xiao Baokai was still sleeping. He was about to send some breakfast to Nantingjin. But he saw that the other party had already set off. Seeing that the figure was about to disappear among the ruins, Xianhui hurriedly wanted to catch up. He stuffed the half-eaten biscuit to Lajiao, and moved forward quickly with the help of the soft vine. However, Nantingjin didn't seem to want him to follow him today, and left very quickly. Even with the help of the soft vine, Xianhui couldn't close the distance between him and him. Fortunately, the progress was smooth. Xianhui could always see Nantingjin from a distance, and knew which direction he was. After more than half an hour, Xianhui leaned against the low wall to adjust his breathing, and touched the leaves of the soft vine. Thank you for your hard work. Nantingjin finally stopped, and there were still a few people standing beside him. Xianhui looked around quietly, and thought it was the human team he had seen the day before yesterday, and that they were Nantingjin's companions. He hesitated for a moment, and slowly approached that side, and carefully hid his body. Xianhui was unfamiliar with everything around Nantingjin now, and he did not dare to expose himself rashly, fearing that he would be discovered by strange humans. He was prepared to eavesdrop and do nothing else. The pepper was hidden in his pocket, and the cabbage was still sleeping. The soft vine was wrapped around Xianhui's neck and arms, ready to act at any time. Halfway through the journey, an accident suddenly occurred. In the team, the short man took the instrument in his hand to check, and found that the pointer moved a little, indicating low-level energy. He looked up and happened to see a figure flashing by the broken wall opposite. The short man asked sternly, "Who?" He didn't see it clearly, vaguely thinking it was white hair. But low-level energy can only be low-level zombies, who don't know how to hide themselves. The short man's body reacted faster than his brain. He climbed up the highest ruins in a few steps, easily lifted a large piece of the wall, and smashed it over there. But for some reason, the direction he threw it was much more off than expected. The broken wall hit the right side, making a loud bang. A lot of dust and stones flew up, and the short man squinted his eyes and looked carefully. Sure enough, he saw a figure fleeing to the ruins behind. He barely saw it clearly this time. It should be a zombie, perhaps about to break through to the intermediate level, and its movement speed was fast. The short man wanted to continue chasing, so he might as well get rid of this zombie. The muscles in his legs swelled instantly, but the next moment, he found that he could not move. Then, a piece of broken sharp bricks brushed past him and attacked the direction where the zombies were fleeing. The short man was stunned for a moment, and his body recovered. Since the leader had taken action, he was of no use at all. Nantingjin's ability to control objects was almost terrifying, and everyone in the base knew it. That kind of strength seemed to transcend all rules and constraints, and he had never failed. The distance of the zombies was not far, and it was impossible for them to survive. The short man jumped off the ruins, and when he turned around, he met Nantingjin's slightly gloomy and vicious eyes. He said coldly, "Go back." Nantingjin was moody, and did whatever he wanted, all based on his preferences and thoughts, and was often unpredictable. The short man lowered his head and replied, "Yes." At the same time, Qianhui hid behind a pillar. His breathing was trembling slightly, and he had not yet recovered from the fear. The flying brick hit him right on the side, and penetrated deeply into the pillar. Soon after, the team roughly divided the area into several small areas, predicting the location where the carnivorous plant would appear. At this time, one of them looked up, and found that Nantingjin was not there. He asked his companions, "Why did the leader leave?" None of them noticed the direction Nantingjin left. His companions looked around and shook their heads. "I don't know. Let's wait." On the other side, Nantingjin came to the stone pillar. The bricks were still there, but Qianhui did not appear, leaving only a very faint breath. Nantingjin waited for a while, but still no one was seen. He might have been scared, or accidentally injured. Nantingjin stared at the stone pillar for a while, and turned to look in the direction of the remaining breath. Chapter 9. Nantingjin walked forward, and when the breath was about to fade and disappear, he entered a low building. Most of the low building collapsed, and there were some signs of dragging on the debris on the ground. Nantingjin stopped in front of a wardrobe. Come out. It was quiet and silent. After a long time, the wardrobe door was pushed open from the inside. The gap became larger, revealing half of Qianhui's face. He looked behind Nantingjin nervously, confirmed that the other humans did not follow, and pushed the wardrobe door open a little more. Qianhui squatted in the closet, looking timid. Will you kill me? He was just a little bit away from being hit by the broken wall. Fortunately, he had the help of the soft vine to escape quickly, and the brick that pierced the pillar, if I guess correctly, should be Nantingjin. Qianhui hid here at the first time, and didn't dare to go there again, but was still found by Nantingjin. Nantingjin took a half step forward, squatted down, and glanced at Qianhui. If she was not injured, she must have been just scared. He answered irrelevantly, go north. It's the low-risk area. Occasionally, ordinary humans and people with special abilities would pass by in the safe area. Qianhui's appearance was too conspicuous, so it was best to stay in the low-risk area. Although the low-risk area was poor in resources, there were almost no zombies or mutant plants above the intermediate level. Before meeting up with the 4 members of the team, Nantingjin originally wanted to get rid of Qianhui, but he followed her anyway. As early as when Qianhui approached him, he should have killed her directly to avoid more trouble. But he didn't, and he might not be able to explain the specific reason. Since you don't want to kill her, you have to keep her for now. No matter where Qianhui comes from, no one can touch her. Qianhui understood what Nantingjin meant, pursed her lips, silently shrank back, and closed the cabinet door a little. He turned his head and ignored her, pretending not to hear. Nantingjin stared at Qianhui's profile for a while, then stood up. This is not the place for you to stay. He glanced at the soft vine wrapped around Qianhui's arm. There is a carnivorous plant nearby. Since Qianhui knows how to control plants, even if he has never heard of the name of the carnivorous plant, the other mutant plants will be afraid when they smell it. This super mutant plant has always been a feared existence by all species, including zombies. However, some time ago, the Sky Base did something that made the piranha plant go crazy for a long time. It was injured once, and recently it was injured again by the superpower team and the zombie group, so it hid. It happened that another mutant plant they caught escaped, and they could not spare more manpower for the time being, so they issued a bounty, which was taken by the Black Ridge Mountain base. But even if the piranha plant was injured, it was not comparable to ordinary mutant plants. Piranha plant? Qianhui was stunned, and suddenly pushed open the cabinet door. However, Nantingjin left after he finished speaking, and Qianhui only saw his back when he came out. To be on the safe side, he did not choose to chase him, fearing that he would be discovered by other humans again. Qianhui hesitated for a moment, and hid back again. What he overheard before was correct. Nantingjin and his companions, and they also wanted to find the piranha plant. Then, he couldn't leave. In the past 2 days, Qianhui would occasionally think of the time when the piranha plant left. It had so many wounds bitten by zombies. I wonder if it has recovered. When it just woke up, Qianhui might not know what to do. But now, he basically understands how to play the game, and can buy medicine for it. Qianhui was worried, and decided to stay away from the human team, and go over to see if there was any movement. Lajia tugged at Qianhui's sleeve, asking with his eyes, "Wu?" That human didn't seem to be lying. The piranha plant was really nearby. Qianhui wouldn't leave? It was quite nervous. That was the piranha plant, a super mutant plant, and when a leaf was weighed down, these small plants could only run for their lives. Qianhui lowered her head, and saw fear in La Jiao's eyes. "It's okay. I won't leave." He shook his head. "The piranha plant is my friend." The premise is that the piranha plant has not forgotten him like Nantingjin. La Jiao was stunned for a moment, with a subtle look in his eyes. "The leader of the Black Ridge Mountain base is your boyfriend, and the super mutant plant piranha plant is your friend. It's not a small background." La Jiao thought of Nantingjin's attitude towards Qianhui in the past 2 days, and fell into deep thought. Could it be true? Qianhui didn't know what La Jiao was thinking, and also appeased the soft vines, taking out food from her pocket to feed them. The cabbage still hasn't woken up. Looking at its status, there's no need to worry for the time being. Coincidentally, There was another game prompt. Qianhui opened the illustration. The loyalty of the soft vine has also reached 80%. Looking at the pepper again, it barely increased from 5% to 10%. Perhaps because the soft vine and the cabbage are both low-level, survival is already difficult. It's already very rare to meet someone like Qianhui who gives you 3 meals a day. And the intermediate mutant plants are more cautious, very vigilant, needing to be attacked. Yesterday, the game told Qianhui that after the novice period ended, the illustration had an extra line of strategy prompts, which would only appear after the hidden information was triggered. As for the super mutant plants, it's good to meet them, the rest depends on fate. However, the loyalty of the 2 plants has reached 80%, so you can check the preparation information. Qianhui confirmed that it was safe outside, and hid in the cabinet to study carefully. Variety, mini cabbage. Preparation details, none, area/start time/task instruction/end time. Variety, soft vine. Preparation details, none, area/start time/task instruction/end time. Gameplay, place your plants in the designated area, and add tasks or time limits. Even if you are not around, your plants can move on their own. Example 1, soft vine. Preparing for battle, area range, self-selected, start immediately, kill 3 level 1 zombies, no deadline. Example 2, mini cabbage. Preparing for battle, area range, self-selected, after 1 hour, patrol, remind the host when any creature approaches, end in 9 hours. It also says below, when the plant loyalty reaches 80%, it has established a close connection with the host and the game system, and can communicate through methods such as long-distance bands, human transmitters, etc. When the plants are not with Qianhui, or when he is resting at night, he can also use the battle preparation system to issue orders, and let the plants help him do anything. If the zombies are killed successfully, the balance will increase automatically, and every time the battle preparation is over, it is best to give the plants some rewards. Otherwise the plants will be unhappy. Their loyalty may decrease, and in serious cases, they will run away from home. Qianhui read it carefully, lowered his head, and touched the leaves of the soft vine. It feels. It is not useful now. He turned off the game and rested quietly against the wooden board. Outside, the 4-man team made arrangements and took out the zombie heads. One of them caught a mid-level zombie last night, sealed it with frost power, and now it has thawed, tied his hands, and thrown it nearby. The zombie had a head hanging around its neck, and could only move in a small area. It smelled the scent of food, but could not see the human figure, and made angry roars from time to time. Several people stayed away, hid in the dark, and waited for the piranha plant to appear. During this time, the young man in the team whispered, "Will this work?" "It should," the companion replied. "The piranha plant has a bad temper, and it must be very resentful of the high-level zombie that hurt it." The zombie's calls are usually not much different. They use instruments to detect energy, and the mutant plants identify the breath. The high-level zombie had not been dead for a few days. Its head was hung on the neck of the middle-level zombie. With the smell of the carnivorous plant, there was a 70 to 80% chance that it would believe it. Qianhui also heard the movement of the zombies, and quietly came out to check. He did not see the location of the human team in Nantingjin, and only walked around. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the blazing sun enveloped the ruins. Qianhui was not afraid of the heat, and did not even sweat. He stood in front of the short building. The shouting of the zombies in the distance attracted some low-level zombies, who were led away by him and killed. The human team disappeared. Qianhui suspected that they had left, but the zombies' cries were always fixed in one direction, which he thought was unusual, and decided to wait patiently. On the other side, the team members were also waiting anxiously. Could it not work? The piranha plant smelled the breath yesterday and came nearby, and its energy was detected. Now when it approached the previous position, the energy had not subsided, and it had not left. Nantingjin was also with the team, sitting a little further away, and remained silent. He didn't say the plan was cancelled, so let's just wait. One of the people had some knowledge of mutant plants, especially the plants that were discovered the most in recent years. He thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it wants to confirm whether the zombies are also looking for it. If they bump into it by chance, you can tolerate it. But if they take the initiative to provoke you, you can't swallow it." It's strange to say that the birth of mutant plants shocked everyone at first. Animals will only die if bitten by zombies, but the most harmless plants in cognition begin to have life and thinking. In the apocalypse, humans and zombies are in opposition. If the mutant plants help either side, they will break the balance and make the other side die quickly. As a result, the mutant plants hate both humans and zombies, and the situation has become that the three sides are attacking each other. Anyway, the piranha plant should take action, as long as it reveals its specific whereabouts. The team continued to wait patiently, and it was night in a blink of an eye. Qian Hui finished dinner, and hid in the closet with the three plants. Zombies will sleep at night, and the noise in the distance is getting smaller and smaller. The shadow of the attack during the day was still there. Qian Hui planned to wait until the next morning to see the situation before making any plans. He closed the closet door and curled up to sleep. In the second half of the night, the roar of the zombies sounded again. Qian Hui was awakened and suddenly opened his eyes. Among the ruins, the intermediate zombie was forced to wake up from hibernation and tried to break free from the restraints of his hands. It smelled a stronger and richer smell, and the sense of crisis made it subconsciously look for a new shelter to hide. In the distance, the team members were refreshed. Here they come. In the night, the huge black shadow blocked the moonlight. The wound of the piranha plant should not have recovered completely. It was smaller than the last time it appeared, but it was still as tall as a 3-story building. Its thick flower stems crushed the ruins and quickly came to the location of the intermediate zombie and opened its mouth to bite it. The zombie failed to dodge, and one of its arms and half of its body were directly torn apart, and the head hanging on its neck also fell off. The piranha plant spat out the remains in its mouth and tilted its head slightly. The zombie died too easily, which made it confused. Then it looked at the ground again, and a zombie head that had been dead for a long time rolled to its feet. The flower stem of the piranha plant swung, and angrily slapped the head away. It realized that it had been fooled, and turned around to look for the instigator. At this moment, the 4 members of the team acted at the same time, and surrounded the piranha plant from all directions. Not far away, Nan Tingjin stood on the ruins, watching the piranha plant that finally appeared. He did not make a move for the time being. The 4-member team had high levels of superpowers, and a thick ice wall quickly condensed, trapping the piranha plant inside. The piranha plant tried to break through or climb over the ice wall, but its leaves would be solidified as soon as they touched it, and it was stiff and unable to move. Another person's ability was to generate lightning. When he raised his hand, a large cloud gathered in the sky. The remaining 2 were both physical. Although they could only strengthen a part of their body in a short period of time, they were enough to burst out amazing power. At the same time, Qian Hui ran towards the direction of the piranha plant. He also found that the piranha plant had become smaller, and was being besieged by a human team. Muffled thunder sounded, and 2 lightning bolts accurately struck the piranha plant. It endured the attack, turned its head, and swung its flower stem, breaking the wall that was smashed over. Compared to the zombie group led by 2 high-level zombies, the human team in front of them was obviously more threatening, and the carnivorous plant was injured. Qian Hui was very anxious and wanted to go over to help. La Jiao tried to stop him, but failed to pull his sleeves a few times, and turned his head to the soft vine. Woo-woo. Do you want to watch him die? The carnivorous plants and the mutants over there were not something they could deal with, and they might be accidentally injured even if they approached. The soft vine hesitated for a moment, wrapped around Qian Hui's upper body and arms, and tied him tightly in front of a tilted street lamp. Qian Hui struggled desperately. Let me go. The soft vine was not too strong, so it didn't hurt him, but it also made him unable to move forward. Chili stuck out half of his body, with a serious look. Woo-woo. Qian Hui couldn't break free, but he also knew that his ability was limited, so he forced himself to calm down. There must be a way. I have to help. He opened the game, and randomly browsed through them all. There were quite a few things in the building materials and weapons column. With Qian Hui's current balance, he could barely pick one to buy. But what are the names of these things? 3-shot machine gun, missile head, sprayer. Qian Hui didn't recognize any of them. You couldn't see how to use them before buying them. Just when he was confused, the man-eating plant in the distance was struck by lightning continuously, making a shrill roar. It still wanted to climb over the ice wall, enduring the severe pain. One side of the flower stem stuck to it. Of course, the team would not allow it to escape. The short man stood guard outside, picked up the tall stone pillar, and smashed it. Lightning dispelled the night. Qian Hui saw this scene. No. He was about to cry, his thin shoulders trembling. And he was just going to pick one he could afford. At this time, Chili Pepper hugged Qian Hui's wrist. Woo-woo. It looked determined, as if it had made up its mind, and turned its head to look at the piranha plant, and then pointed at itself. Then, Chili Pepper took the initiative to get out of its pocket, and stood in front of Qianhui. Qianhui stared at it blankly. You? Chili Pepper nodded. Yes. His leg healed the day before yesterday, and he had been hiding it from Qianhui and the other two plants. Judging from Qianhui's reaction, he probably really knew the carnivorous plant. If he insisted on saving her, he might be able to help. Just think of it as Qianhui's protection and care for him during this period of time. He helped him once before leaving, not because he was too sad to see him. Woo-woo. La Jiao asked, wanting to protect Qianhui, turned around and jumped onto the ruins, heading towards the carnivorous plant. Looking at La Jiao's back, Qianhui instantly understood what he meant. Don't. He was very worried, afraid that La Jiao would get hurt if he went alone. Qianhui struggled again, but Soft Vine did not let go of him, and chose to listen to Chili. Even if the battle preparation system was used to issue orders, the plants would need to cooperate. Qianhui had no choice but to assure Soft Vine, I won't get too close. I'll just go over and take a look. Soft Vine was too loyal, and his attitude softened. In addition, he was also worried about Chili, so he let go of Qianhui and climbed onto his shoulder, as usual, to help him on his way. On the other side, Chili's small figure approached. The four-man team was busy dealing with the man-eating plant, and they didn't care about what was behind them. But it couldn't hide under Nan Tingjian's nose. Nan Tingjin recognized the plant next to Qianhui, and turned around to look. As expected, he saw Qianhui coming here. Qianhui did not listen to him. Not only did she not leave, but she also dared to approach. Nan Tingjin frowned and glanced in the direction of the team. In the current situation, he did not need to take action, and the man-eating plant could be captured alive. In the ruins, Qianhui hurried on his way, but the Soft Vine suddenly stopped. He raised his head, and Nan Tingjin appeared in front of him. Nan Tingjin was not with the team that attacked the man-eating plant, which gave Qianhui a glimmer of hope. He stepped forward quickly, grasping Nan Tingjin's hand. You know those people. Can you ask them to stop? Nan Tingjin lowered his eyes and glanced at them, without moving. Why? The carnivorous plant there is. My friend. Qianhui was a little incoherent. You can't hurt it. He still remembered the ending of the carnivorous plant that he saw at the time, and wanted to stop it no matter what. Friend. Nan Tingjin repeated in a low voice, with no expression on his face. You are not allowed to go over there. He didn't seem to care about Qianhui's words, but simply wanted to stop him, even if he was not discovered by the rest of the team. If he was too close by accident, a random lightning bolt would kill Qianhui right there. I didn't kill him. Not to let him die now. Qianhui noticed Nan Tingjin's attitude, and knew that he probably wouldn't help. So he left him, and prepared to go over by himself. The next second, his wrist was grabbed by Nan Tingjin. Qianhui struggled. Let me go. Nan Tingjin was very strong, and the previous Soft Vine's resistance was no match for him. Qianhui used all his strength, but couldn't pry his fingers apart at all, and even buried his head and bit the back of Nan Tingjin's hand. Unfortunately, his teeth were blunt, not like a zombie at all, and he could only barely leave a shallow mark on the skin. Nan Tingjin said nothing. Qianhui was angry and anxious. The situation of the piranha plant became more and more urgent, and Chili didn't know what was going on. His temper and courage suddenly came up, and he kicked Nan Tingjin. Nan Tingjin was still indifferent. Qianhui had no choice, recalling the past interactions between the two. Because they couldn't meet every day, Qianhui sometimes did something that Nan Tingjin didn't like, and his mood would get worse, and he forcefully told Qianhui not to do that again. For example, Qianhui wanted to help the plant courtyard, and took the initiative to help resist the invasion of other zombies. But she lost blood. But Nan Tingjin was also easily soft-hearted, and Qianhui had a way to coax him. Although he had forgotten many things now, he might not understand why he went to find the man-eating plant. Qianhui took 2 steps forward, threw herself into Nan Tingjin's arms, and put her other hand around his neck. Xiao Jin. Qianhui rubbed Nan Tingjin's neck and kissed the side of his face. The soft touch quickly disappeared, and he didn't stand firmly. Nan Tingjin was distracted for a moment, and he wanted to help him reflexively. The strength in his hand was indeed loosened. At this moment, the change suddenly occurred. There are mutant plants in a violent state near you. Please be careful to avoid them. From the illustration Green Pepper. There are mutant plants in a violent state near you. Please be careful to avoid them. From the illustration Piranha Plant. You have successfully learned the violent skill of green pepper. You can go to the illustration to check it out. The explosion sounded, and the strong shock waves spread outward, raising a lot of ruins and dust. The center of the shock wave was the Piranha Plant. The thick ice wall melted in an instant. The person standing in front was terrified. I can't use my ability anymore. The other three people were the same. The dark clouds above dissipated, revealing the bright moonlight. Then, accompanied by the roar of the carnivorous plant, the energy attack from it finally broke out. The second shockwave followed. This time it was obviously different. The violent airflow was like a substance, and directly knocked over the person closest to him, falling several meters away. Nantingjin was also affected, and his ability was temporarily ineffective. In the chaos, Qian Hui broke free from his restraints. The soft vine immediately took action, helping Qian Hui to avoid the flying debris and quickly get away. Without the supernatural attack, the Piranha Plant finally escaped. But it was also seriously injured. The previous shock wave was about to dissipate, and it was likely that it would not last too long. Leaving immediately was the safest decision. It swung its flower stem, waving a section of the broken wall towards the four members of the team, and turned around to escape. A game prompt popped up immediately. The first camp conflict has ended, and both sides are injured. Please keep up the good work. Qian Hui came nearby at this time, and wanting found Chili lying in the corner panting, and moved Qian Hui over. Chili smelled a familiar smell, and opened his eyes tiredly. Qian Hui picked it up, and without stopping for a moment, followed the direction where the Piranha Plant left. The Piranha Plant was more seriously injured and urgently needed treatment. This time he must not lose it again. After a while, when Nantingjin returned to the team, the Piranha Plant and Qian Hui had disappeared. All four members of the team were injured. The tall man pointed in a direction. It fled over there. That direction was a high-risk area, and it was a forest. There were many mutant plants in it, and there were also high-level zombies. If they chased it now, their chances of winning would be slim. Nantingjin's eyes were gloomy, and he walked in the direction he pointed. Leader? The tall man spoke. Nantingjin did not even turn his head, and said, treat yourself. No need to follow me. Chapter 10. Nantingjin also disappeared into the night, leaving the team behind. Among the four, two were the most seriously injured, with multiple fractures. Having lost their special powers, their physiques became no different from those of ordinary people. If the Piranha Plant had not been seriously injured, it would have been impossible for them to survive the Piranha Plant's charged attack at such a close distance. The other two treated them first, opening their backpacks to look for supplies and medicines. Fortunately, not long after the Piranha Plant escaped, their special powers were restored, and their wounds were healing quickly, so they only needed to straighten their bones. The short man grimaced in pain, wondering what happened just now. They were so focused on dealing with the carnivorous plant that they were about to complete their mission, and they were completely unprepared. Moreover, they had never heard of such an ability that could temporarily inactivate superpowers. Whether it came from mutant plants, zombies, or human superpowers, none of them could answer, and their faces were a little solemn. Nantingjin also left. The original plan was going very smoothly, and he didn't need to take action at all. But fortunately, he was far away at the time, and was not injured. Anyway, the Piranha Plant escaped this time, and it would not be so easy to lure it out again. Whether the mission will continue depends on whether Nantingjin can catch up with it tonight. The injuries on the bodies of several people will not be completely recovered until at least the day after tomorrow, and they will wait for his order then. After bandaging them in a hurry, the team planned to leave the place and go somewhere else, so as not to wake up the dormant zombies nearby and come to hunt. They supported each other, and just walked a short distance when they ran into another team. The person who came was Liang Jie. He brought the mimosa, which he used as a hunting dog, with him. He glanced at the people opposite. Why are you here? Just as the shock wave that invalidated the superpowers broke out, the mimosa far away on the other side suddenly raised its head, and the leaves trembled slightly. It smelled a stronger scent in that direction. Liang Jie also guessed a little. That pepper is in trouble? The surroundings were very quiet. The location explored by Mimosa was far away, and only by using the most powerful charge attack, the scent would spread greatly. Zombies hibernate at night. Could it have encountered other humans? So Liang Jie and his subordinates sped up, led by Mimosa, and rushed to the destination, and saw the four people from the Black Ridge Mountain base. The tall man thought they were not far away, and came to see after hearing the noise, and was too lazy to explain too much, anyway. The tasks of the two teams did not interfere with each other. Just as they were about to leave, they heard Liang Jie ask, "Have you seen a green mutant pepper? Which is not very big." "Pepper? No," the companion replied. "If I remember correctly, that is the plant you are looking for, right?" "No." Liang Jie seemed a little wary. "Then why are you so badly injured? May I ask if you encountered any unusual situation?" Several people looked at each other and understood what he meant. Although the two teams have different goals and don't like each other very much. Liang Jie is from the Sky Base, and the Black Ridge Mountain Base has taken on the mission of the Sky Base. So it stands to reason that they need to communicate. Feeling that Liang Jie seemed to know something, the few people thought about it, and told him everything that happened not long ago. When they were about to capture the man-eating plant, their supernatural powers suddenly failed, and they were all injured. The man-eating plant also escaped, leaving Nantingjin to track it alone. However, they had never seen green peppers. Liang Jie frowned. It turned out to be like this. The mutant pepper must be hiding in the dark. He hesitated for a moment, but still said, its ability is very special. It can make the supernatural power of the range completely ineffective. And the time is about 3 minutes. The Sky Base caught the pepper 2 months ago and discovered its specialness. Mr. Wen valued it very much, but it escaped. It was just a mid-level mutant plant, and it was seriously injured. It would be very difficult for it to burst out again in a short period of time. Liang Jie thought the mission would go smoothly. Unexpectedly, after searching for several days, and using hounds, he finally made progress tonight. Liang Jie continued, "Mr. Wen is not ready to announce its existence yet. Please keep it secret for the time being." Then, he asked his subordinates to distribute a lot of supplies to the 4 people, and promised to report the matter and increase the commission for the mission. The 4 people accepted it without hesitation. The short man held his broken arm and said, "Leader, you'd better explain it again yourself." Liang Jie nodded, of course. He asked about the direction of the piranha plant and Nantingjin's departure, and arranged 2 subordinates to send the team to a safe place. After his subordinates and the 4-man team left, Liang Jie's face darkened. He had never expected such a development. From the descriptions of the 4 people, the pepper seemed to be helping the piranha plant. Without it, the team's ability would be ineffective, and the piranha plant would not be able to escape. Mutated plants are relatively independent, and rarely help each other. Could it be that they know each other? Or because they are both being captured, they have temporarily become a cooperative relationship? However, even if the 2 plants escaped together, the piranha plant was so seriously injured, and the pepper was only a mid-level mutant plant. They had just used the energy storage attack, and were at their weakest. As long as we find them, we will definitely be able to catch them. In addition, Nantingjin also went there, and with the leader of the Black Ridge Mountain Base there was no way we would fail. Liang Jie ordered, "Keep chasing." In the night, Qian Hui followed the back of the piranha plant all the way, passing through a large area of city ruins. Yuan Tun was very alert, trying to keep him going, but still failed to catch up. Finally, Qian Hui watched from afar as the piranha plant's body shrank and disappeared in front of a dense forest. When he arrived, he looked at the dark woods hesitantly. At night, the vision was unclear, and he was not sure whether the piranha plant had entered the woods or hidden in the surrounding ruins. In front of the woods, there was a sign that read Danger Zone, Zone 10. At this time, the game popped up a prompt. Geological disasters are predicted. Please find shelter in time. A violent earthquake followed, and many ruins and walls collapsed again. Qian Hui immediately moved away. Chili recovered some spirit, got out of his pocket, pointed in the direction of the woods, indicating that the piranha plant's breath was inside. Qian Hui no longer hesitated and walked quickly into the woods. However, the woods were too dark, and the moonlight above was completely blocked by the shade of the trees. If it weren't for the soft vines, Qian Hui would have almost fallen twice after walking a few steps. His cheeks and hands were also scratched by the branches, but he didn't stop and kept moving in the direction pointed by La Jiao. On the way, Qian Hui took the time to buy some medicine, any that could restore blood and mana, and 2 of the most expensive universal medicines. La Jiao came close to smell it, picked the one that restored mana, and didn't eat anything else. When it was lurking quietly, it was not discovered by humans, nor was it injured. It was just exhausted. Qian Hui also fed one to the soft vine and collected the rest. Fortunately, I had saved a lot of money before, but I didn't use it. After finding the man-eating plant, I can buy a lot more. Chili habitually lay in Qian Hui's arms, sniffing with her nose, distinguishing the scent left by the super mutant plants, and guiding Qian Hui from time to time. In fact, it is very dangerous for Qian Hui to enter the woods like this. This is a dangerous area with dense vegetation, and there will be many mutant plants hiding in it waiting for an opportunity to move. If they meet a bad temper, they will not allow any of their kind to approach their territory. Not to mention that Qian Hui has the characteristics of a zombie. Chili is betting that Qian Hui really knows the piranha plant, and knows that he will definitely not give up easily. The arrival of the super mutant plant will shock all the plants around it. If you follow closely, you will probably be safe. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Qian Hui stopped and looked around. Chili stopped pointing the way, and the piranha plant was here. But the range of the smell was not small, and the specific location could not be determined. Qian Hui walked around the area and called out softly, "Xiao Zi." The quiet forest did not respond, and he could only hear his own footsteps. Qian Hui walked forward, and there was a rustling sound in the grass on the side. He hurried over and pulled away the grass that was as deep as his calf. A palm-sized oval shadow jumped out and hit Qian Hui directly. The soft vine pulled Qian Hui to the side to hide, and the shadow did not hit him. It fell into the grass with a pop sound and smoke. Without waiting for Qian Hui to react, the shadow rolled away quickly with a gurgle and disappeared into the grass on the other side. Discovered mutant plants that have not yet been bonded. The illustration has been lit up. The shadow appeared in front of Qian Hui, although he did not see it clearly, because the contact time was too short. It could not be bonded. Qian Hui opened the illustration. The newly lit sign is a potato. Potato, suspected intermediate and bonded. Encountered an attack. Hidden strategy has been unlocked. Timid and cautious but with unlimited potential, likes to show weakness first, and test the enemy's background. Good at escaping and disguising, don't touch it easily. If it confirms that your strength is lower than its own, then congratulations, you are targeted by it. Be prepared to lose some supplies. Like sweets, swimming and sunbathing. Such a small potato could be an intermediate. It was not known whether it was startled by the breath of the piranha plant, and encountered Qian Hui again, and was probably on guard. Qian Hui moved away from the direction where the potato escaped, and continued to look for the piranha plant. His physical strength gradually failed, and after half an hour, he was forced to stop and rest. He had already circled twice, and found nothing. Qian Hui leaned against the tree trunk and ate some food to replenish his physical strength. It was too dark now, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He ate a biscuit, and decided to continue looking after daybreak. Qian Hui couldn't sleep, and looked up at the dark shadows of the trees. After finding the man-eating plant, he wanted to know what happened and where the other plants were. If possible, he also wanted to take Nan Tingjin home with him and the plants. Qian Hui silently swallowed the last bite of biscuit and prepared to put away the unfinished ones. He sorted out the packaging bag, groped for his pocket, and suddenly felt a pain in his fingertips. Pop! Smoke rose from the bushes beside her. Qian Hui was caught off guard and frightened. Hurriedly dodged to the side. A familiar oval shadow jumped up. The buds from the 4 small pits turned into hands and feet. It snatched the biscuit from Qian Hui's hand and quickly ran away. Qian Hui sat there blankly, rubbing her red fingers. The pepper and the soft vine didn't notice the potato approaching. The soft vine wanted to chase after it, but was stopped by Qian Hui. Forget it. Qian Hui sighed. This may be where it lives. Besides, there were only 2 biscuits left. They were not expensive. It would be fine to give them to the potato. He stood up and changed his position, sitting in a place where the weeds were not so deep, hugging his knees and waiting for dawn. After dawn, Qian Hui's physical strength was restored. Chili sniffed carefully, and the scent of the piranha plant was still there, and it had not left. But where would it hide? Qian Hui looked at the dense jungle and searched aimlessly. The field of vision was wider during the day. He carefully shuttled through the woods and found a small lake. The lake water was clear, and there were a few pink lotus flowers floating on the lake. Qian Hui had just taken a few steps closer when he saw the game prompt. Discovered mutant plants that have not yet been connected. The illustration has been lit up. Qian Hui hadn't opened the illustration yet. The pink lotus on the lake surface swayed gently. Whoosh! All dived into the water. He paused, didn't get closer, and walked slowly along the lake in another direction. There were grass, shrubs, and even lush treetops everywhere, which could be the hiding place of the piranha plant. Qianhui kept looking around. Before leaving the lake, he accidentally glimpsed a small mark on the trunk of a tree. The mark should have been carved for some time. It looked like a mushroom-shaped pattern, and it was very familiar. Qianhui was stunned, and walked towards the tree. He had seen this pattern many times in the botanical garden. It was the mark of the little mushroom. It liked to leave its mark everywhere, including the gate, the eaves, and the trunk of the sleeping giant tree. The little mushroom was pink, and it would glow at night. Qianhui liked to call it Little Pink. It also had the best relationship with the piranha plant, and they often played together. If the little mushroom was here, then the piranha plant must be here too. Qianhui became nervous and approached the tree trunk carefully. He squatted down and called out Xiufan and Xiuzi first. When he got no response, he reached out and pulled apart the thick grass, revealing a small tree hole underneath. The tree hole was only palm high, and it was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. "Is it Xiufan?" Qianhui called out again, and a little wind suddenly blew out of the tree hole. The grass leaves swayed slightly, and Chili had hidden in his pocket early in the morning, burying his head tightly. Soft Vine was on high alert, ready to take Qianhui away at any time. Woo woo! A low roar came from the tree hole, trying to intimidate and drive away the person who came. Qianhui recognized the voice of the man-eating plant and said in surprise, "Xiao Zi, it's me." The growl stopped abruptly, as if it was stunned. After a moment, a small leaf slowly poked out, and in the dark tree hole, and I looked out. Xiao Zi, Qianhui was outside, with silver hair and red eyes, still the same as in memory. There were a few inexplicable sounds in the tree hole, like a leaf accidentally hitting the tree trunk. And then it was quiet for a moment. Woo! This time, the sound was no longer full of threats, but disbelief, mixed with shock and joy. A round purple head squeezed out of the tree hole, and the piranha plant eagerly came out. Woo woo, and threw itself into Qianhui's arms. Qianhui hugged it tightly, and breathed a sigh of relief. "So you are here." Fortunately, Xiaozi remembered him. The piranha plant was much smaller than when it was in the plant garden. Its branches and leaves tightly wrapped around Qianhui's wrist, and it kept rubbing his palm with the horns on its head. It was still woo-woo softly, looking excited and aggrieved. Its moist black eyes looked at Qianhui from time to time, as if it wanted to confirm whether he was really here. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid," Qianhui soothed. "It's me." The piranha plant was covered with wounds, the most serious of which was oozing green blood, and it could only be stopped by sticking leaves on it. Qianhui was so distressed that she quickly took out a few pills and fed them to the piranha plant. There were several messages in the game, all about the piranha plant, which indicated that Qianhui had successfully formed a bond with a superclass mutant plant, and quickly increased its loyalty to 100%, and awarded a large amount of balance. Qianhui couldn't take care of this for the time being, and bought a lot of the highest class pills. The piranha plant swallowed everything it could, and the wounds on its body began to heal visibly. It also took several blue pills, and it should have recovered somewhat, but it still looked listless and exhausted. Qianhui sat on the grass and fed it some more food and water. I came here a few days ago, and I saw you then," he said. "I've been wanting to find you." And Xiao Jin, the piranha plant, half closed its eyes, tilted its head, and leaned on his arm. And when it heard Nantingjin's name, it barely waved its leaves. Qianhui looked up, looking at the tree trunk with the mushroom mark carved on it, and asked, "Is Xiaofan here too?" Hearing the name of the little mushroom, the body of the piranha plant stiffened slightly. It didn't make a sound, closed its eyes, and slowly curled itself up. Qianhui didn't understand, and guessed if the piranha plant had lost contact with the little mushroom. La Jiao squatted aside at this time, looking at Qianhui silently, and then looked at the piranha plant. The piranha plant was in Qianhui's arms, and it came out of its pocket, and didn't hide anymore. It turns out that Qianhui and this super mutant plant are really friends, and they seem to have a very good relationship. That is a super mutant plant, although it was seriously injured. Qianhui has medicine, which can heal it quickly. By then, it will definitely no longer need me, but it is ready to leave anyway. And Qianhui has a carnivorous plant next to it, so there is nothing to worry about. Chili scratched his head, looked at the surrounding woods, and thought it would be nice to stay here. Suddenly, It smelled a strange smell, and quickly jumped onto Qian Hui's arm, and reminded him, "Woo!" Qian Hui turned his head and looked, and a familiar figure appeared in the woods at the end of his sight. It was Nanting Jean. Qian Hui quickly stuffed the chili pepper into his pocket, picked up the piranha plant, turned around and ran away. He thought Nanting Jean was here to catch the piranha plant, and completely forgot what he had done last night. At the same time, Nanting Jean looked up and saw Qian Hui's hurriedly fleeing back. The natural path between the trees was winding, so he changed direction and took a shortcut to chase after her. Chapter 11. The soft vines have a weak assisting effect in a densely wooded environment. Qian Hui ran forward for a long time. The area of the forest is very large, and everything looks the same. He occasionally looks back and can't tell the way back. There are still many mutant plants along the way. The grass and treetops shake from time to time, making subtle sounds. The game also keeps popping up messages, reminding you that there are unattached plants nearby. But most plants are small in size when they are not in combat, and you can't find where they are without careful observation. Qian Hui accidentally stepped on an unknown flower. The little flower screamed softly and ran away. He apologized in a panic. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He had to pay more attention to his feet, and try to avoid places with deep weeds. As a result, he didn't take 2 steps, and bumped into a horizontal branch. The branch lifted up, and the trunk made a dissatisfied sound. Huh? In addition to the mutant plants that move freely, there are also a small number of plants that don't like to move. From the moment they become conscious, they have always stayed in one place, such as trees. Qian Hui quickly hid to the side, bending down and walking around. "I'm sorry." There were so many unfamiliar plants, he was a little nervous. But in fact, he was holding the piranha plant. The scent of the super mutant plant was wafting out continuously. Even if the surrounding plants noticed the intruder, they didn't dare to act rashly. They walked forward for a long time. Qian Hui stopped to rest for a while. Just after drinking 2 sips of water, Chili said again, "Woo." It pointed to the side. Qian Hui looked over, and saw Nanting Jean again. He seemed to be coming from another direction, and the distance between them was even closer than before. "I thought I could get rid of him." Qian Hui was in a panic, and turned around and continued to walk away quickly. La Jiao grabbed Qian Hui's sleeves tightly to prevent herself from falling out of her pocket, and looked in the direction of Nanting Jean. It was definitely impossible to beat it. It just used a charging attack last night, and it couldn't prepare a second time so quickly after taking the medicine. The piranha plant was also recovering, and at this time, its eyes were closed, curled up in Qian Hui's arms, and it seemed to be asleep. Otherwise, hide the piranha plant first. But what if Nanting Jean also wants to catch him? La Jiao's eyes were serious, trying to think of a countermeasure. Qian Hui's physical strength was not good to begin with, and his speed of advancement was getting slower and slower, and the distance between him and Nanting Jean was gradually shortened. Finally, his body suddenly froze, and he found that he could not move. The footsteps behind him were approaching, and Nanting Jean walked forward slowly. Only Qian Hui was controlled by the supernatural power, and the plants could still move. La Jiao suddenly jumped up from Qian Hui's shoulder, and swung over on the soft vine, while spitting out several pepper seeds. Nanting Jean dodged sideways, and all the pepper seeds fell to the ground. Pepper wanted to attack again, but his body in midair suddenly froze, and he fell into the grass with the soft vine. No one could move now. Nanting Jean came to Qian Hui and swept his eyes over him. After not sleeping all night, Qian Hui was not in good condition. There were 2 slag marks on the side of his face, which should have been scratched by branches. However, his clothes were intact. There were no other wounds on his body, and he was in good spirits. He stared at Nanting Jean with a pair of beautiful red eyes. Nanting Jean said calmly, "Why are you running?" As soon as he finished speaking, the pepper and the soft vines crawled up from the ground, and Qian Hui also felt that he could move. He quickly picked up the 2 plants and stepped back a few steps. Nanting Jean stood there, seemingly not intending to do anything. Qian Hui looked nervous and alert, looking at him carefully for a while. Are you here to catch Xiaozi?" He carefully protected the piranha plant in his arms, covering it with the fabric of his sleeves, but a little bit of the dark purple shell was still exposed. Nanting Jean looked down, and said nothing. Qian Hui took another step back. "You are not allowed to catch it, or else I." He tried to hold it in for a while, but couldn't think of how to say the second half of the sentence. Nanting Jean replied, "Okay." Qian Hui was stunned, half believing and half doubting. "Really? Nan Tingjin agreed too quickly, as if he hadn't thought about it seriously at all. In fact, he did. It was just a bounty mission. If it failed, it failed, and the sudden situation last night had a serious impact. Even if the leader was there, if the mission was not completed, no one would question it. Failure to capture the piranha plant alive will not cause any damage to the Black Ridge Mountain base. We can just take on the bounty mission later. Nan Tingjin patiently replied, Really? Xian Hui was silent for a moment, and whispered, I don't believe it. If he didn't catch the piranha plant, then why did he chase after it? And the humans who injured the piranha plant were Nan Tingjin's companions. Xian Hui didn't see Nan Tingjin take action, and didn't know the specific relationship between them. But he was with the four-man team last night. Nan Tingjin certainly didn't remember the piranha plant either. Xian Hui had mentioned it to him many times before. In this situation now, Xian Hui didn't dare to trust Nan Tingjin completely. But the piranha plant in his arms hadn't recovered yet, so it wouldn't be that easy to escape. When Nan Tingjin heard this, his brows slightly frowned. He took a step forward. Xian Hui quickly stepped back, staring at him weakly. You, stay away from me. After saying that, Xian Hui turned around and ran again. Nan Tingjin's face became uncertain, and he followed. Xian Hui still couldn't run far. Every time she looked back, she could see Nan Tingjin not far behind her. Soon, he vaguely realized that Nan Tingjin was really keeping a distance from him. The game reminded him twice that he was in poor condition. Xian Hui was sleepy and tired. He leaned on the tree trunk to rest for 2 seconds, and then sat down on the ground in a self-destructive manner. The footsteps behind him stopped, and Xian Hui turned his head. Nan Tingjin stood under the tree, still at the same distance, with his cold eyebrows and eyes blocked by the shadow of the tree. Xian Hui awkwardly withdrew his gaze, and finally felt relieved. The piranha plant in her arms woke up at this time, slowly opened its eyes, and rubbed Xian Hui's palm. Are you hungry? Xian Hui asked it softly. Do you want to take some more medicine? The medicines in the game store seemed to have no restrictions on use, and there were no side effects. Xian Hui bought a little of each, and also bought a piece of more expensive beef bread, which she tore into small pieces and fed to the piranha plant, and also fed a few pieces to the pepper and soft vine. The piranha plant slowly ate the bread, swallowed several pills, and closed its eyes, and fell asleep again. Xian Hui stuffed the remaining medicine into his pocket, leaning his head against the tree trunk. He also ate some food, while opening the game, checking the status of the plants one by one. Variety, piranha plant. Status, injury not healed. Variety, green pepper. Status, slightly tired. Variety, soft vine. Status, slightly tired. Variety, mini cabbage. Status, sleeping. The moment the piranha plant saw Xian Hui, its loyalty was maxed out, and the information in the illustration was very detailed. It is an output plant with super high attack power, and it doesn't even need to add extra points, and it can freely control its size at any time. In the column of the violent skill, there is a line of small words at the bottom. Charging progress. 20% Chili's violent skill was updated last night, and it also has a charging progress, showing 2%. And its violent skill is, within a radius of 100, the human camp's supernatural power is invalid for 3 minutes, hit rate 100%. Xian Hui slightly widened her eyes. This seems to be very powerful. No wonder in the situation last night, Chili was able to help the piranha plant escape from the hands of 4 people. It's a pity that the skills of the plants are fixed, and the only extra points to improve are attack, defense and speed. Xian Hui hugged Chili tightly, rubbed the leaves on its head. Thank you for last night. He bought dozens of skill points, adding all the skill points that could be added. Chili pretended to be cold and pushed Xian Hui away, eating all the skill point balls without any hesitation. Xian Hui bought a lot more for soft vine. Although it is not an output plant, adding attack can also increase the strength of the branch binding. As for the cabbage, it has not woken up yet, and it cannot be used for the time being. At this time, Xian Hui saw the balance display above. He didn't have time to look carefully before, and bought a lot of things at once. Now he still has 18,039 left. Xian Hui was stunned for a long time, and counted the number several times to confirm that it was a 5-digit number. There was no record of income and expenditure on the balance. He tried hard to recall, and finally remembered that not long ago, when he found the piranha plant, a bunch of game prompts popped up. One of them seemed to congratulate him for successfully forming a relationship with a super mutant plant, and quickly increasing his loyalty to 100%, giving him a lot of balance. He originally had several thousand, and bought a lot of things, and the balance was at least 20,000. Killing a low-level zombie only gave 1,000, and a mid-level zombie gave 2,000, and finding the piranha plant gave him 20,000 directly. Not only that, with the addition of powerful mutant plants, the team's combat power suddenly increased to 2,000, and the camp value became 500. Qian Hui's mission was not completed, and her prestige was still 0. He was quietly happy for a while, and then looked around the mall. Not far away, Nan Tingjin leaned against a tree trunk, staring at Qian Hui quietly. Occasionally, small plants would pass by, check the situation and then quickly flee, or stay nearby and observe secretly. This forest is a high-risk area, and zombies would often come in to hunt. Even plants of lower levels would have sufficient combat experience and be more courageous. A big corn smelled the scent of the carnivorous plant, but couldn't see where it was. It lurked for a long time and decided to attack the weaker-looking Qian Hui. It took out a small ball made of corn kernels and was about to throw it, but was scared away by the pepper. Chili wanted to chase, but was stopped by Qian Hui. Looking at the thick grass, Qian Hui bought a pack of biscuits and crushed them in his hands. He stood up and walked around, scattering the biscuit crumbs everywhere. After returning to the tree, the grass was quiet for a moment, and then rustling noises began to be heard. Game prompts for plants that had been connected sounded one after another. Qian Hui saw the corn just now. A 4-leaf clover, a small daisy, a white radish. There was a money tree and a kiwi, and they fought to grab a larger biscuit. The kiwi fruit was much smaller, and the fortune tree couldn't win. Its leaves were covered with a lot of sticky fruit pulp, and it took a long time to shake it off. Qian Hui felt soft-hearted, and bought another pack of biscuits. Waiting at it, I have more here. The fortune tree hesitated, didn't dare to move forward, turned around and slipped away. Qian Hui was about to put the biscuits away, and with a click, a familiar potato fell from the branch above her head and hit the grass in front of her. The potato turned over and climbed up, reaching out to Qian Hui, looking at her with a pair of green bean-sized eyes. Qian Hui had never seen anyone so brave, and hesitated for a moment. This potato, was it the one from last night? The potato snorted, jumped up, snatched the biscuit from Qian Hui's hand, and disappeared into the bushes. Qian Hui's eyes widened. You. Chili chased after it for a few steps but failed, and turned back angrily. Qian Hui picked it up. Forget it. The piranha in her arms opened its eyes at the right time, and glanced outside. What plants fear most is their higher-level counterparts. The bushes kept shaking, and gradually calmed down. Then, the Venus flytrap closed its eyes, and continued to sleep. The sun shone through the gaps between the leaves. Qian Hui yawned, and slowly lay down in the grass. Nan Tingjin was not far away. Qian Hui closed his eyes, and could vaguely feel his gaze. As long as he didn't take the Venus flytrap away, the whole person standing there would bring a sense of presence and security. Qian Hui fell asleep in a daze, and when he woke up, he was awakened by the sound of zombies. He opened his eyes, and saw 2 intermediate zombies trying to attack Nan Tingjin. The 2 intermediate zombies were skinny, moving very fast, and could spit out something like spider webs from their mouths to stick to their prey. All the nearby plants had fled away. Nan Tingjin stood in front of the grass where Qian Hui was sleeping, raising his hand to control the zombies' movements. He was about to lead the zombies to another place to kill them, when he heard Qian Hui's voice. Wait a minute. Qian Hui ran over from behind, holding her dagger in her hand. The zombies stood stiffly, with bloodshot eyes constantly moving, and screaming with hideous faces. Qian Hui looked a little scared, and leaned close to Nan Tingjin. Can you let me kill them? Nan Tingjin was silent for a moment. Yes. The 2 zombies did not move. Qian Hui went around behind them, and stabbed the dagger into the back of their heads with force. Chili also helped, and dug out the crystal core. It secretly glanced at Nan Tingjin, and hid the crystal core with its hands behind its back. After successfully killing 2 intermediate zombies, it completed more than half of the main task, and there was a balance reward of 4,000. Although the balance was sufficient, Qian Hui didn't think it was too much. He returned to Nan Tingjin and said, Thank you. Nan Tingjin lowered his eyes and looked over, but didn't ask Qian Hui why he did this. There were zombies dead nearby, and the smell was not very good. Qian Hui picked up the sleeping piranha plant under the tree and took Chili and the soft vine to another place. Nan Tingjin still followed behind. This time the distance was closer. After walking a little further ahead, Qian Hui found a long stream. The stream water was clean and clear. He looked carefully and it seemed that there were no mutant plants in it. Qian Hui had taken a nap. It was already late afternoon. He sat by the stream and put his hand into the cold stream water to feel it. The sun set quickly, and the wind blew in the woods. Qian Hui was not afraid of the cold, but was worried that the piranha plant would catch a cold, so he bought a small blanket from the mall. He picked and chose, and bought himself new clothes and a coat, as well as a backpack to carry the remaining food and water. Qian Hui thought about it, and bought a small towel. When night fell, he gave Nan Tingjin a piece of bread as a reward for the 2 intermediate zombies. Nan Tingjin did not refuse. He bent his legs and sat under the tree. Just as he was about to say something, Qian Hui turned around and left. When it was completely dark, Qian Hui deliberately moved away from Nan Tingjin and came to the stream. He unbuttoned his clothes, wiped his body with a towel soaked in stream water, and then changed into clean new clothes. After doing all this, Qian Hui left quickly and returned to the tree where he was going to sleep. The piranha plant did not wake up at night and was put into the backpack. Chili was in charge of guarding it for a while. The forest was not like the ruins of the city. There was no place to hide. Looking at the dark surroundings, Qian Hui led the plants and moved closer to Nan Tingjin. Nan Tingjin saw all of his actions, lowered his eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking. The next day, Qian Hui woke up very early. There was fog in the forest, and the moisture in the weeds was heavy. He hugged the backpack in his arms and felt the piranha plant inside move. Qian Hui suddenly woke up, opened his backpack, and picked up the piranha plant wrapped in a small blanket. "Are you feeling better?" He touched the top of the piranha plant's head and unscrewed a bottle of water to feed it. After almost a whole day of rest, the piranha plant finally felt much better. It tilted its head and rubbed Qian Hui's palm, whispering woo woo, and licked him with its leaf tongue. "I still have a lot of medicine here. You can tell me if you are hungry," Qian Hui said. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Even though he was still very weak, all he could do was buy medicine for the piranha plant and let it recover as soon as possible. The piranha plant enjoyed it very much, and kept licking Qian Hui's chin, like a clingy puppy. Qian Hui smiled, and arranged the leaves of the flower stem for the piranha plant, and asked, "By the way, have you seen Xiaofen?" The piranha plant did not respond to this question yesterday, but the mark above the tree hole must be that of the little mushroom, and the piranha plant is also hiding in it. Hearing this, the piranha plant's raised leaves quickly wilt, and its eyes become very sad. It moves closer and continues to rub Qian Hui's cheek, as if seeking comfort from him, or comforting him. Qian Hui had a bad feeling in his heart, and asked stupidly, "What's wrong?" The piranha plant rubbed him again, lowered its head, and buried itself in his palm, and spit out a small object from the thick part of the upper throat. The surface of the object was dry, wrapped in yellow and withered leaves. It must have been hidden in the throat of the piranha plant for a while. Qian Hui stared at it for a while, and vaguely guessed something. His nose was sour, and tears quickly welled up in his eyes. If it weren't for his special physique, he couldn't really cry like humans. He would have been wiping away tears at this moment. Qian Hui stretched out her hand, slowly opened the leaves layer by layer, and saw the pink mushroom inside. The little mushroom lay quietly in the leaves, its eyes closed, its stiff body half dried up, and dyed the same color as the leaves. The carnivorous plant cried softly, leaning against Qian Hui's hand. Qian Hui's breathing trembled, and his throat seemed to be blocked by mud, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He held the leaves in his hands, at a loss, unwilling to believe it, and dared not reach out to touch it. How could this happen? His voice was choked. Suddenly, Qian Hui remembered something and hurriedly opened the game. He forced himself to calm down and turned to the special item column in the mall. "Wait. Resurrection beans. Price, 300,000. Usage, any species can use it. No limit on the time of death. You need to ensure the integrity of the body. Put the resurrection beans in your mouth and wait. Warm reminder, high-priced goods will consume the host's positive state. It is recommended to purchase when the balance is more than 600,000. Qian Hui ignored the last sentence. Hugged the piranha plant tightly. "I have a way." The piranha plant didn't understand, and looked up. You can still be resurrected. But, Qian Hui was a little incoherent. You have to wait a little longer. How can he get the balance of 300,000 yuan? Killing a mid-level zombie only gives 2,000 yuan. But, he found the piranha plant, and it gave him 20,000 yuan. Maybe if he finds other friends in the plant garden in the future, they will give him so much. Moreover, the usage of the product says that there is no limit on the time of death. Even if he saves slowly, he can always save enough. Qian Hui thought a lot, rubbed his eyes, carefully wrapped the leaves, and handed them to the piranha plant again. Xiaozi, he said seriously, I have a way. Xiaofan can be resurrected. But you have to wait. Protect Xiaofan. Realizing that Qian Hui was telling the truth, the piranha plant's eyes burst with hope. It nodded, swallowed the wrapped leaves back into its throat, and hid them. After doing all this, the piranha plant threw itself into Qian Hui's arms, and kept whimpering. Qian Hui was still very sad. There was hope of resurrection. But it did not mean that the experience of the little mushroom did not exist. He hugged the piranha plant tightly. And after a long time, he said, when? Who did it? Qian Hui's eyes were red. Is it humans? Zombies hunt plants and usually eat them. Qian Hui didn't want to think about it. But she also knew that it was very difficult to leave a complete corpse after being attacked by zombies. The piranha plant raised its head and nodded gently. Qian Hui asked again, is it those from last night? The piranha plant thought about it and shook its head. The one who killed the little mushroom and the one who attacked it last night came from different places, and it could smell it. Qian Hui breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. If it wasn't the human from last night, then it had nothing to do with Nanting Jin. He sniffed and stroked the top of the piranha plant's head. When Qian Hui's emotions stabilized a little, footsteps sounded beside him. He turned his head and saw Nanting Jin. The piranha plant remembered the smell of Nanting Jin and knew that he was Qian Hui's ex-boyfriend. It never trusted any human being. Its eyes were very alert, and its flower stem was tense and ready to attack at any time. But it endured it temporarily for Qian Hui's sake. Nanting Jin ignored the piranha plant and knelt down. What's wrong? Qian Hui looked like she had cried. Her eyes were red, and her expression was fragile and sad. Seeing Nanting Jin at this moment, his emotions that had just calmed down surged up again. But Nanting Jin had forgotten everything. He didn't remember himself. And of course, he didn't remember Xiaozi and Xiaofan. Even if he told him, he might not understand. In the end, Qian Hui's sadness turned into grievance. And she complained to him, why? He looked at Nanting Jin and whispered, why don't you remember me? Qian Hui wanted to cry again, and a little bit of tears rolled in her eyes. Nanting Jin frowned and stretched out his hand to him. Qian Hui seemed to be encouraged and rushed forward. He buried his head and rubbed Nanting Jin's collar, and hugged him tightly with both hands. Wow! Hug me. Nanting Jin lowered his eyes. His movements were both unfamiliar and natural, and he hugged Qian Hui between his legs. Chapter 12. Nanting Jin did not wear a coat. Qian Hui smelled the scent of stream water and the moist morning mist on him. The familiar warm body temperature was so close, and it seemed no different from before. Qian Hui hugged his waist tightly, and pressed her cheek against his, and relaxed for a long time. When his emotions finally stabilized, he felt Nanting Jin stroking his hair, from his forehead to his ears, with very gentle movements. Qian Hui reacted slowly. He suddenly did this, and Nanting Jin not only did not reject him, but actually hugged him. A few days ago, he said he wanted to kill himself. For a moment, Qian Hui almost thought that Nanting Jin had recovered his memory. He raised his head and met Nanting Jin's gaze. Nanting Jin's expression was indifferent, and he could not see too much emotion. His dark eyes were drooping, and there was still a little scrutiny in his eyes, as if this hug was without any emotion. Qian Hui suddenly became calmer. Nanting Jin still didn't remember anything. He wanted to get up from Nanting Jin's arms first, and stretched out his hand to push him, but found that he couldn't push him. Qian Hui was confused and dazed. She pushed again. This time Nanting Jin let go. He stepped back and returned to the grass. The piranha plant came closer and stared at Nanting Jin warily. There was still grievance in Qian Hui's eyes. He picked up the piranha plant and lowered his eyelashes. You won't kill me? Nanting Jin was quiet for a moment and answered the question irrelevantly. What's going on? Before he came, Qian Hui's condition was very wrong, which was probably related to the piranha plant. Nantingjin looked at the piranha plant and didn't care about its hostile eyes. This mutant plant, which was manic and ferocious, and feared by countless superpowers and zombies, was now in Qian Hui's arms, as obedient as a pet. Not only that, the other plants around Qian Hui showed no signs of being forced into slavery. Even the strange plants in the woods would not actively attack him. The initial judgment was most likely wrong, and Qian Hui was most likely not related to the Sky Base. But it could not be ruled out that he was a special body trained, or that he was well disguised. Qian Hui hesitated for a moment. Yes, it was my friend Xiao Zi, who was killed by another human. He was sad and angry, and couldn't continue. Nantingjin roughly guessed it, and asked, who? Qian Hui lowered his head. I don't know. The piranha looked up at him, then looked at Nantingjin, and raised its leaves to point in a direction. Nantingjin glanced in the direction, and said nothing. As a special mutant plant, the piranha can distinguish the breath of different sources, but it can't figure out which base it is in, what the base is called, and the range is relatively wide. However, if it encounters those people again, the piranha plant gnashed its fangs fiercely, swearing to avenge the little mushroom. In the back, Chili, who was squatting in the bushes, also turned his head to look. It knew the location of several large bases. That was where it escaped, one of the branches of the Sky Base. Chili turned his head suddenly, pulled a handful of grass on the ground. There were many humans who hunted mutant plants, but the friend who had the ability to harm the piranha plant was most likely that place. Chili was very angry, and sighed silently. It saw how sad Qian Hui was just now, but it didn't have a chance to comfort her, and was intercepted by Nantingjin. It turned out that there really are humans. No, it could be zombies, who have a very good relationship with plants. Chili was very envious, wondering when it died and dried up. Would anyone be sad for it? The soft vine vaguely sensed Chili's emotions, and quietly poked its head out to look around. Chili took the soft vine's branch and hugged it, looking at Qian Hui in front of her with mixed feelings. Qian Hui also made up his mind. I will find them. He looked at Nantingjin, pursed his lips. You can't stop me. Nantingjin is a human. According to the rules of the game, he belongs to the human camp, is Qian Hui's enemy, and seems to be on the side of humans. If only Nantingjin could help him. But he doesn't remember anything. How could he easily abandon his companions? I wonder if there is a more direct way. Add humans to the plant camp. It's too complicated. Qian Hui can't understand it. The game's camp division is easier to understand, so the idea is also very simple. Although he still didn't know what to do after finding those people. Should he lock them up? Or kill them like zombies? Qian Hui had no experience in this, and planned to hand them over to the piranha plant for disposal. Nantingjin remained silent, and after a long while, he replied, I won't participate, unless someone pays a commission. All along, the Black Ridge Mountain base was a relatively special existence. The base only recruited powerful people, and usually selected the assignments and rewards of other bases to earn commissions and supplies. Commonly known as taking money to do things, they do not interfere in the fights and disputes between other bases. Qian Hui's eyes were confused. What do you mean? Seeing his innocent and ignorant face, he obviously did not experience much of the world. Nantingjin did not explain. However, Nantingjin did not say that the amount of commission was actually secondary. He was the leader, he could do whatever he wanted, and he could do whatever he wanted according to his mood. For example, the man-eating plant that he was asked to capture alive was right in front of him, but he was indifferent. It was 8 or 9 in the morning, the fog in the woods had not yet dissipated, and the sun was gradually coming out. Qian Hui felt that Nantingjin was fooling him, and was not very happy. He lowered his head and muttered quietly, all human beings are bad guys. This was what Luo Bo taught him before, and it came from a picture book. Many words in the picture book were scratched out, and there was even only 2 words left on one page. Qian Hui flipped through several pages before he could form the sentence all human beings are bad guys. He didn't understand it before, but now he finally understood it. I don't know if Nantingjin heard it, but he seemed to smile. The coldness between his eyebrows and eyes dissipated a lot, and he looked a little gentle as before. Qian Hui's unhappiness disappeared again. She slowly took out bread and dried meat from her backpack and gave some to Nantingjin. The small plants lurking around smelled the smell and approached. The grass moved several times. There were many plants in the woods, and some of them were familiar. Qian Hui fed biscuits yesterday, and the news soon spread to more plants. They regarded Qian Hui as the pet of the piranha plant, and thought that the piranha plant was showing its friendship to them. However, because Nanting Jin, a superpower with a strong sense of oppression, was close today, he did not dare to show up for the time being. Qian Hui fed the piranha some food, including peppers and soft vines. There was a constant rustling sound behind him. He turned his head, and the sound disappeared again. Finally, Nanting Jin took the initiative to get up and leave, and went to the creek. Several plants quickly surrounded him. Among them was the fortune tree that didn't get the biscuits yesterday, and it shook its leaves to try to rub the piranha plant's stem. The piranha plant was impatient, and turned over to throw it away. Qian Hui didn't hate it, so it was willing to let these plants approach, otherwise it would have scared them away. The fortune tree was turned away, and turned around in confusion. Seeing Qian Hui holding food in his hand, he tried to rub against him again. Qian Hui tore off a piece of bread and handed it to him. The fortune tree quickly rolled it up with leaves and hid it, then turned and ran away. There were also some small plants that came over. Qian Hui accepted them all and fed each one a bite. After a meal, the game prompts rang several times. Many of the illustrated books had already lit up, and most of them had formed a bond. But their loyalty was very low. They had no intention of following Qian Hui. Like a kitten that was touched casually on the roadside and could not be taken home, Qian Hui didn't force it. Compared to unfamiliar plants, he wanted to find the ones in the old plant garden as soon as possible. Xiaozi, he asked the piranha plant again. Do you know where Xiao Kue, Xiao Wan, and Radish are? The piranha plant shook its head and nodded hesitantly. It drew a carrot pattern in the air with its leaves and pointed in a direction. The piranha plant had seen carrots, and only carrots. At that time, it stayed in an area where zombies gathered in large numbers. Now it has been a long time, and it is not clear whether it is still there. Apart from the small mushrooms, the relationship between the piranha plant and other plants in the courtyard was average. They were barely colleagues in the past. Later, they came to this world inexplicably. There were many places to go, and they were all very strong. They could survive alone, so they had no intention of traveling together. Qian Hui silently opened the map and marked a direction on it. When the piranha plant fully recovered, he would go there to take a look. There were also tasks to be done. To kill all the zombies that could be killed and to accumulate enough balance as soon as possible. Coincidentally, a mid-level zombie was wandering nearby and smelled the scent of a large number of plants. Nanting Jin was still at the stream. Qian Hui quickly took out his dagger and wanted to call La Jiao. He forgot that the piranha plant had awakened. The zombies in front of him were no threat at all. The piranha plant raised its head. Its eyes turned cold, and it swung its stem and quickly rushed out. The intermediate zombie lay on the ground. Its long tongue flicked over, but was dodged by the piranha plant. It was about to attack again, but its neck suddenly felt cold. The piranha plant bit off the zombie's head and spat it out with a poo. This scene happened in just a few minutes. Qian Hui stood there holding the dagger, and had a new understanding of the fighting power of the piranha plant. Chili ran over to dig the crystal core. Qian Hui silently put away the dagger, and took the piranha plant to the stream to take a bath and rinse her mouth. After getting rid of this intermediate zombie, the main task was completed, and the task bar became the latest. Main task: lead the plant team, kill the intermediate zombie, 0/30. Task reward: prestige plus 500. Side task: establish a bond with advanced mutant plants, and increase loyalty to 40%, 0/3, establish a bond with intermediate mutant plants, and increase loyalty to 50%, 0/6. Task reward: faction value plus 2000. Faction value, 500. Prestige value, 60. The previous side task was also completed at some point, and the difficulty seemed to be higher than the main task, and the reward was also greater. The prompt said, 1 point of faction value can be exchanged for 20 balances, and it will not be deducted after the exchange, but it can only be exchanged once. So the rewarded faction value, in Qian Hui's eyes, is also a balance. He needs to find 3 advanced mutant plants, and 6 intermediate mutant plants. No, Chili is also. Qian Hui turned his head and looked at Chili, who was dividing the crystal core with the soft vine. Chili is an intermediate one. It has been following him for so long, but its loyalty is still pitifully low, only 20% now. Feeling Qian Hui's gaze, Chili raised his head and He laughed, looking in a good mood. Qianhui was in a complicated mood. He tried to open the illustrations, and used 2 points of prestige to buy a guide for peppers. Green pepper, intermediate mutant plant. Purchase guide, bold and careful. Daring to challenge. Strong mobility. Small body contains unlimited potential. And is a pepper with rich emotions. It will be cautious about all creatures it comes into contact with. And is very vengeful. It likes to sleep in. Listen to music. And yearn for freedom. Seeing the words yearn for freedom, Qianhui hesitated. Chili is indeed different from Xiao Baokai and Wanton. It was seriously injured at first, and I insisted on taking it with me. Although Chili's leg injury has completely healed now, it seems to have integrated into the team. Its loyalty has always been difficult to increase. Maybe it doesn't want to stay. Thinking of this, Qianhui was a little depressed. But the strategy has been bought, I have to give it a try. Qianhui decided not to wake up Chili when I get up tomorrow morning, let it sleep in. Aside, Chili was also quietly looking at Qianhui. The piranha plant had just bitten a zombie, and there were some stains on its body. Qianhui was giving it a bath. After buying a brand new towel, the piranha plant climbed on the rocks by the stream, and closed its eyes to let Qianhui wipe its face. Chili also saw the piranha plant killing the intermediate zombie, and it felt that it was time for it to leave. Should it say hello to Qianhui, or sneak away in the middle of the night? Chili was troubled for a while, and chose the latter. At night, Qianhui slept on the soft grass, holding 3 plants in her arms, and a cabbage that had not woken up for a long time in her pocket. The surroundings were quiet. After confirming that Qianhui was asleep, Chili opened his eyes. He slowly got out of Qianhui's arms, startling the soft vine, and its branches shook. Chili quickly held it down, signaling not to wake Qianhui. The soft vine didn't understand. But after being with Chili for so long, it instinctively trusted Chili and thought that Chili couldn't sleep and wanted to play for a while longer. Chili touched the leaves of the soft vine, then quietly opened his pocket and touched the sleeping cabbage. As for the piranha plant, it didn't dare to touch it, and stepped back quietly, intending to leave. The piranha plant raised its eyelids, and then closed them again. At this moment, a game prompt suddenly popped up. Green pepper's loyalty has dropped to 10%. Please pay attention to the psychological state of the plant in time. Qianhui was awakened by the prompt sound, and opened his eyes in a daze. He saw the content in the prompt, and also happened to see the back of Pepper under the moonlight. Qianhui was slightly stunned, and suddenly sat up. Little Pepper? Pepper paused, and slowly turned around. Its eyes were erratic, and it was a little afraid to look at Qianhui, and it lowered its head to kick the fallen leaves on the ground. Qianhui stood up and walked over, leaning down, hesitantly said, "Do you want to leave?" Chili nodded, and made a whoosh sound. Qianhui opened her mouth, wanting to ask why, but when the words came to her lips, she changed her words. "Then are you unhappy?" Chili shook her head, with a puzzled look, as if she didn't know why Qianhui asked this. Qianhui breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I know. At least when Chili was by his side, she wasn't unhappy. If it wanted to leave, and go somewhere else, he had no reason to stop it. He thought about it, opened the mall and bought a bag of dried meat, a bottle of water, several elixirs and pills that increase attack skill points. Take all these with you. Qianhui also bought a mini backpack, which was just the right size for small and medium-sized plants. Be careful. Don't let other plants take it away. Chili was surprised and shook his head to refuse. But Qianhui was very persistent. He hesitated, but finally accepted it, and tied the bag of the backpack to his body. Soft vines came close to rub Chili, reluctant to let go. Chili packed up his backpack, made a soft woo, waved at Qianhui, and turned away without hesitation. Qianhui watched it run faster and faster, disappearing in the night woods. He waited for a while, confirmed that Chili was really gone, looked disappointed, and got up and went back to his sleeping place. But in fact, Chili didn't go too far. It ran for a distance, and then quietly turned back. Chili took off his backpack, hid behind a tree for a while, and couldn't help but peek at Qianhui. Qianhui lay down again. But he was not sleepy at all. He sat up again, bowed his head, and arranged the leaves of the soft vine. There were footsteps approaching slowly, and Nantingjin came to Qianhui. "I don't want it to leave," Nantingjin said in a low voice. "Just catch it again." Qianhui raised her head and glared at him. "Don't catch Xiaojiao. The vision was dim at night, and he kicked Nanting-Jean again, showing that he was unhappy. Nanting-Jean didn't care, and squatted down. "What's wrong again?" he said in a low tone. "Do you want me to hug you?" Qianhui looked at him, her eyelashes trembling. So he misunderstood. Did Nanting-Jean come to comfort him? Qianhui had not completely accepted the death of Little Mushroom, and Chili left again. He was in a bad mood all day. Qianhui hesitated for a moment, and slowly moved closer. "I want it." Nanting-Jean reached out his hand, and he immediately got into his arms. Qianhui closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and pressed his cheek against Nanting-Jean's neck, feeling his body temperature. After a long while, he raised his head and asked, "Do you remember anything about the past?" Nanting-Jean did not answer, and after a long while he whispered, "Maybe you recognize the wrong person." Qianhui looked like this, and he didn't know where she came from, and what she had experienced in the past. Nanting-Jean has no memory of the time before the end of the world. The two may have known each other, or Qianhui may have had a mistake in her cognition. Or Nanting-Jean is very similar to the person he is looking for, that's all. But Qianhui said firmly, "No." He moved closer, twitched his nose gently, sniffed Nanting-Jean's scent. From the side of his face to his collar, and his hair, Qianhui confirmed at once, and emphasized again, "I am not mistaken." "Really?" Nanting-Jean lowered his eyes, and looked at him. "Do you like me?" Qianhui was stunned. She never thought he would ask this question. He nodded, "I like it." Nanting-Jean asked again, "What do you like about me?" Qianhui was stunned again, hesitantly said, You are good-looking and you are very good to me." Nanting-Jean smiled, raised his hand, and pinched Qianhui's face and chin. The force that bound her was not light. Qianhui was forced to raise her face, feel Nanting-Jean's breath, and heard him ask in a deep voice, "Do you understand me?" Chapter 13. Qianhui stared at Nanting-Jean blankly, with a confused look. He didn't know how to answer this question. It seemed that he didn't know Nanting-Jean well enough. In the past, in the botanical garden, they could only spend one day together in 7 days. When they were together, Nanting-Jean would teach him to read right, and accompany him to bask in the sun. He didn't know where Nanting-Jean came from, or what his past was. But he didn't know his own. The carnivorous plant sensed something was wrong, and slowly moved over, staring at Nanting-Jean's neck, with a strong sense of intimidation. Nanting-Jean looked at it, stroked the skin on the side of Qianhui's face with his fingertips, and slowly let go. He still held Qianhui, waiting for an answer. Qianhui was still thinking hard. In the past, he didn't need to think about these things, nor did he need to know too much. However, after coming here, so many things happened in a short time. Nanting-Jean's words made Qianhui's mind a little confused. He was silent for a long time, unconsciously grasping Nanting-Jean's sleeves, his thick eyelashes trembling from time to time. Nanting-Jean was not in a hurry either. He rarely maintained such patience. At last, Qianhui yawned and began to feel sleepy. He rubbed his eyes, as if he had forgotten what he had said before, and looked quiet and well-behaved. Nanting-Jean lowered his eyes. "Go to sleep." Qianhui nodded, and the piranha plant tugged at his clothes, indicating that he should go back to sleep under the tree with it. He picked up the piranha plant, and was about to leave, but was stopped by Nanting-Jean again. "And?" Nanting-Jean asked. "Where did the clothes come from?" In addition to the clothes, there was also his new backpack, which always contained a steady supply of food and clean water. Qianhui stammered. I bought it." Nanting-Jean did not ask any more questions, only said, "Don't let others see it." Qianhui nodded obediently, said and turned away. Nanting-Jean stayed where he was, watching Qianhui return to the tree and lie down, yawned again, and closed his eyes sleepily. The night wind blew, and the vision in the woods became even darker. Nanting-Jean was shrouded in shadows, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, he stood up and turned on the communicator in his hand. In the past 2 days, the 4 members of the team sent many messages, asking about Nanting-Jean's progress. Their injuries are almost healed, and they can come to help. If Nanting-Jean agrees, they only need to send a specific coordinate. As for Liang Jia's situation, the team reported all the details to Nanting-Jean, and Liang Jia also chased over here. Liang Jia's target is 2 mutant plants, and he doesn't know the existence of Qianhui. Nanting-Jean looked at the content of the message and did not reply. At the same time, far away on the other side of the woods, Liang Jia ordered his subordinates to clear and drive away the mutant plants around. Mimosa had not rested well for a few days, and her condition was already very bad. She was trying hard to continue searching. However, the vegetation in the woods was dense, and there were many mutant plants lurking, which would constantly interfere with Mimosa's judgment. Liangjie didn't care about that. If the hound was gone, it could be tamed again. If the piranha plant and the chili pepper could not be found, it would be even more difficult to capture them alive if this opportunity was missed. While the piranha plant was seriously injured and the chili pepper's ability had not yet recovered, they had to act as soon as possible. He took out a bottle of potion and poured it on the mimosa, forcing it to recover some spirit. The mimosa trembled a few times, raised its leaves again, and carefully searched for clues left in the air. The communicator rang. Liangjie looked down, and it was from Wenju. "How is the progress?" Liangjie immediately handed the mimosa to his subordinates and walked aside alone. He pondered for a long time, and reported the matter of the pepper helping the man-eating plant, and assured, "Don't worry, sir. They can't escape too far." Under the tree, Qian Hui breathed evenly and slowly, and had fallen asleep. He dreamed in a daze, dreaming about the day he first met Nanting Jin in the botanical garden. It should be around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Carrot secretly took him out to play, and walked all the way to the woods. Qian Hui had never been to the woods, and was very curious, wondering if he would see other plants in it. So, while Carrot was fishing for shrimps in the stream outside the woods, Qian Hui walked in alone. The woods were very quiet. He walked forward aimlessly, and occasionally reached out to touch the leaves around him. Without the company of plants, Qian Hui did not dare to walk too far. When she was about to go back, she saw a small stone house in the woods, and Nanting Jin sitting in front of the house. Nanting Jin also saw him and stood up. Qian Hui had never seen a human being before, and thought there was a zombie here. She turned around and ran away in a hurry, but was suddenly called. "Qian Hui?" Qian Hui stopped and turned around in confusion. Nanting Jin stared at him, as if he was afraid of scaring him again. His tone became gentler, and he called out like a coaxing, "Qian Hui, come here." Qian Hui hesitated, wondering whether to go outside to find carrots first. Finally, curiosity overcame reason, and he slowly walked towards the hut. When he got closer, Qian Hui found that it didn't seem to be a zombie. It wasn't a plant either. It could talk, and it knew its own name. Could it be the human in the picture album? Nanting Jin looked over and said, "Come closer. Come to me." He stood at the bottom of the steps of the hut, and seemed unable to move forward. His expression was something Qian Hui had never seen before, and he couldn't understand it. But Qian Hui had just woken up from the plant courtyard not long ago, and was curious about everything. It was the first time he saw a human being. Nanting Jin looked very friendly, and much better looking than the zombies at work. Qian Hui felt a strange attraction, and mustered up the courage to move forward. When she was half a step away from Nanting Jin, she stopped and was grabbed by the wrist. The warm touch made Qian Hui feel new and a little timid. "Don't be afraid," Nanting Jin said softly, slowly pulling him closer. He checked Qian Hui's body, as if to confirm if he was injured, and then held Qian Hui in his arms. The hug lasted a bit long. Qian Hui was not used to it. He almost couldn't breathe. He reached out and pushed. Nanting Jin then let go of him a little, and stroked his silver hair soothingly. "It's really you," Nanting Jin whispered, as if talking to himself. "It's not an illusion." Qian Hui didn't know anything. He raised his red eyes, and said slowly, You are. He didn't know how to speak very well. He barely had a little memory of language. He wanted to ask who Nanting Jin was, and why he knew his name. Nanting Jin lowered his dark eyes, looked at Qian Hui for a while, took his slightly cold palm, and replied, "We are lovers, I am your boyfriend." Qian Hui seemed to understand, but she nodded obediently, "Yes." In the morning, the thin sunlight shone on the woods. Chili climbed up a tree, hung his backpack on the branch, and sat beside him, chewing a biscuit. It looked up from time to time, and found that Qian Hui was still asleep. For the sake of caution, Chili was far away, otherwise. If Nanting Jin and the piranha plant saw it, then told Qian Hui, and found that it didn't leave after saying goodbye, it would be so embarrassing. But why didn't she leave? Chili herself couldn't explain. Maybe because Nanting Jin, a human, was here, she was worried. And why didn't Xiao Baokai wake up? Could she be sick? Chili pretended to be worried, unwilling to admit it. She just wanted to see Qian Hui's reaction. Is she sad? Try to find me? Or, she forgot about it after waking up from sleep. Chili took a big bite of the biscuit and heard a faint sound below. She looked down and saw a morning glory climbing up. It must have smelled the fragrance of the biscuit and was attracted here. Chili bared his teeth, scared away the morning glory, and stuffed the biscuits back into the backpack. After a while, Qian Hui finally woke up. He got up and washed, and wiped the fangs of the piranha plant, and then went to bring breakfast to Nan Tingjin. Nan Tingjin was under a tree not far away. Qian Hui walked over, and put down half a piece of bread. That? He moved closer, and gently grabbed Nan Tingjin's sleeve. I remembered. Nan Tingjin raised his eyes. What? Qian Hui said seriously. I remembered you like me. Nan Tingjin paused for a moment, and said slowly, Me? Yes. Qian Hui moved closer again, and opened her beautiful red eyes. You want to be my boyfriend. He said it with certainty, just like when he confirmed that he had not recognized the wrong person last night. He was very confident in his judgment. Moreover, Nan Tingjin's question last night was too sudden, and Qian Hui was not prepared. He recalled the past in his dream, although he was much slower than now. And Carrot said he was stupid and not very smart. But he was definitely not wrong. Nan Tingjin said that. Qian Hui also remembered that he stayed in the hut for a while, and Carrot came in to find him, thinking that he was bullied, and almost fought with Nan Tingjin. After that, Qian Hui always went to the woods to find Nan Tingjin, and the plants could not stop him at all, and they were very afraid of Nan Tingjin, so they had to let him go. Nan Tingjin was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. He leaned closer to Qian Hui and asked, Do you have a name? Qian Hui pursed her lips unhappily, then nodded. He took Nan Tingjin's left hand, and slowly wrote the words Qian Hui on his palm. The strokes are crooked, and the character looks like two circles, but it's barely legible. After writing, Qian Hui lowered her head and touched Nan Tingjin's little finger. Hey, is this a gift from me to you? Nan Tingjin was wearing a rough dark brown pinky ring, and it was hard to tell what it was made of. After taking a closer look, it looked very familiar, but Qian Hui remembered that the wooden ring he gave her should be light-colored. What did he give her? Nan Tingjin glanced at it, and didn't care for the time being. Qian Hui, he said, come back to the base with me. Liang Jie didn't know when he would catch up. Nan Tingjin didn't care about the chili pepper with special abilities, and the carnivorous plant with a bounty. The chili pepper had already left, but Qian Hui was with the carnivorous plant, so it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. Once she was discovered, the news would definitely spread, and more people would covet him and want to catch him. Therefore, the best thing for Nan Tingjin at the moment was to take Qian Hui back and keep her by his side. As for whether he recognized the wrong person, it was no longer important. Nan Tingjin always acted as he pleased, and never thought of asking for anyone's consent for anything he wanted to do. This was the first time. Qian Hui was slightly stunned, and shook her head. No. No. Hearing this, Nan Tingjin's expression darkened. Qian Hui explained vaguely, I have to find carrots, and other things. He had to complete a mission, and he had to kill a full 30 intermediate zombies. Qian Hui suddenly came to her senses, tightly grasping Nan Tingjin's hand, looking at him eagerly. Are you going back? Seeing Qian Hui's reluctance, Nan Tingjin's dark eyes darkened. He did not answer, and the dark emotions he suppressed continued to grow. Qian Hui knew nothing about this, and lowered his eyelashes. Can you stay with me for a while? He did not understand the things between humans, and thought Nan Tingjin wanted to return to his companions. Nan Tingjin did not answer, and seemed to be considering, and Qian Hui's attention was again on his pinky ring. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he looked carefully. Qian Hui came closer, touched it carefully, and finally confirmed that the familiar word Hui was engraved on the pinky ring. But the pinky ring had changed a lot, especially the color, as if it had dried up. He was still wondering, and the breath around him was getting closer. Qian Hui raised her head, and her nose almost touched the side of Nan Tingjin's face. The warm breath came, and Nan Tingjin didn't show much emotion in his eyes. He opened his lips and said, What do you think I'm doing here? Qian Hui was held down by the waist, and was inexplicably nervous. He stuttered, No. Aren't you here to find Xiaozi? He always thought that Nan Tingjin agreed because he said that Xiaozi couldn't be taken away. Suddenly arriving in a strange world, he already had a lot to learn, and couldn't think more. Anyway, Nan Tingjin was his boyfriend, and it was enough to confirm this. Qian Hui hesitated for a moment, and then hugged Nan Tingjin. Then I'll think about it again, okay? He didn't know what to think about specifically, but Nan Tingjin didn't seem very happy, so he had to comfort him first. Chapter 14. Nan Tingjin stared at Qian Hui for a while, and said softly, okay. The piranha plant was still waiting for Qian Hui to come back for breakfast, but gradually couldn't wait any longer, and came closer to see what the two were doing. Even when the super mutant plant was reduced in size, it had a strong presence, and the piranha plant recovered incredibly fast. It glared at Nan Tingjin, and gently bit Qian Hui's sleeve and pulled it. Nan Tingjin's eyes flashed with impatience, until Qian Hui reached out to push him, and then he let go. The piranha plant was alert to Nan Tingjin, grunting and chewing on Qian Hui's clothes. Qian Hui knew it was hungry, so she picked it up and returned to the tree. After he left, the communicator in Nan Tingjin's coat vibrated slightly. He opened it to check, and it was from the base. The traces of the Zombie King were found in the North District, and 3 commissions have been received. The Zombie King appeared, and he would definitely lead the zombies to besiege the nearby bases. The Black Ridge Mountain base is very safe, and we need to worry about the small bases around it. A few years ago, the 3 major bases jointly formulated new rules, stipulating that in dangerous situations, all ordinary humans and superpowers must not harm their own kind, or ignore their own requests for help. Otherwise they will be judged and punished, in order to maintain the precarious order in the Doomsday. In other words, when the Black Ridge Mountain base receives a commission, unless it is incapable, it must send people to assist. However, for any commission and reward, the higher the difficulty, the more commissions and supplies will be given, and they will not lose out. The Zombie King is extremely difficult to deal with, and the base contacted Nan Tingjin as soon as possible, meaning that they hope he will return as soon as possible. After reading the content of the message, the 4-member team outside the woods also sent a message, asking Nan Tingjin for the next instruction. Should they return to the base immediately, or continue to capture the man-eating plant? Nan Tingjin still didn't reply, and turned off the communicator. On the other side, Qian Hui divided the food, fed the piranha plant a few bites, and then went to feed other plants that quietly came nearby. In order to prevent fighting over food, Qian Hui put the broken biscuits in different places. Seeing him approaching, some bold plants directly poked their heads over. Among them was the familiar fortune tree, whose loyalty had reached 30%. It was a mild-mannered intermediate plant, mainly defensive. Qian Hui touched its leaves. Hello? The fortune tree was quite smart, since it was rejected when it tried to please the piranha plant last time. It figured it out. It seems that the piranha plant is the most powerful, but in fact Qian Hui is the one who is in charge. It accepted Qian Hui's feeding and buried its head in his palm. Suddenly, the money tree raised its head and looked around, rolled up the food and ran away. With a light pop, a potato fell from the tree, and a wisp of smoke rose from the grass beside Qian Hui. The potato turned over and skillfully reached out to Qian Hui for food. You again. Qian Hui still remembered the last time it robbed him of his biscuits, and snorted. He remembered that the previous strategy mentioned the preferences of the potato, and bought a piece of fruit candy from the mall. As long as it is easy to store food, it is basically available in the mall. Qian Hui tore open the packaging of the fruit candy a little, letting the fragrance overflow. Potato had never seen this thing before, took it and smelled it curiously, and then licked it. Its black eyes immediately became sparkling, holding the candy and licking it fiercely, and sat next to Qian Hui. Qian Hui paid close attention to Potato's loyalty, and saw that it rose to 30% in an instant. He was secretly happy, trying to reach out and touch the top of Potato's head. It's so easy to coax. Potato ignored Qian Hui's touch and licked off half of the candy in a blink of an eye. In the distance, Chili, squatting on a tree, secretly observed. It was too far away, so it couldn't see clearly who the plants were around Qian Hui, but it could roughly guess. It must be those who didn't find food for themselves and came to eat shamelessly. Qian Hui was the softest. Chili thought silently. Why not watch for a while? Wait a little longer. At least until Xiao Baokai wakes up. At this time, Chili saw Qian Hui stand up and quickly ran towards the tree where the backpack was placed. He squatted down and opened his backpack, carefully holding out a green dumpling. The green dumpling stretched in Qian Hui's hand, unfolding its leaves. Chili quickly climbed to the end of the branch and poked its head out to look around. Is the cabbage really awake? When the little cabbage woke up, Qianhui received a prompt from the game. Mini cabbage advanced skills have been updated. Qianhui opened his backpack and saw that the little cabbage had indeed woken up. Its body shape had not changed at all. The color of the leaves on the shell was a little greener, and it yawned and opened its eyes. Seeing Qianhui, Xiao Baokai hugged his fingers and rubbed them. Qianhui touched its slender leafy hand. How do you feel? You slept for a long time. Xiao Baokai tilted its head and thought for a while, and suddenly cried out. It took the initiative to jump onto the grass, twisting its body and shaking. Then, Xiao Baokai shed a layer of cabbage shell. At first glance, the shell is almost the same as the main body, but it has no hands and feet, and it is empty inside. Xiao Baokai picked up its shell and handed it to Qianhui like offering a treasure. What is this? Qianhui took it carefully, looked down and examined it carefully, while opening the illustration. Variety, mini cabbage. Level, low home helper. Status, good. Loyalty, 90%. Basic skills, stealth, lasts 50 seconds. Advanced skills, invisibility, lasts 50 seconds, /invisibility fortress, in a safe state. Lasts 8 hours. Frenzy skills, unknown. Preparation details, none. Recommended occupation, auxiliary. Occupation level, primary. Skill points, attack 0, defense 10, speed 0. The suffix of the cabbage level changed from docile and cute to home helper. And the recommended occupation no longer had assassin. The violent skills of low and medium level plants require opportunities to emerge. When loyalty is very high, it says unknown, which means it is not yet. What does the invisible fortress mean? At this time, the little cabbage approached, reached out, and patted the shell. The cabbage shell began to grow larger, and the weight was also increasing. Qianhui could hardly hold it, and put it back on the grass. The shell was still growing larger, even larger than the bushes next to it. 2 minutes later, a giant cabbage with a diameter of about 1.5 meters stood in place. Qianhui was shocked. She circled around the cabbage shell twice, and reached out to touch it. The shell felt very hard. Not like the touch of plant leaves at all. The little cabbage followed Qianhui's feet, looking up proudly. After the shell became bigger, there was a base underneath. It slapped again, and a leaf of the shell slowly opened outward. Like a door. The little cabbage went in first, and the door closed again, and the whole shell suddenly disappeared. Qianhui was stunned, and before she could react, the shell reappeared. The door opened again. Little cabbage stood at the door and waved at Qianhui, asking him to come in quickly. Qianhui understood now. This is a cabbage shell that can be invisible. He carefully held the door frame, bent down and crawled in through the entrance. Mini cabbage. Advanced skills are activated. Please ensure that the fortress is placed in a safe place. If it is touched or attacked by other creatures, the invisibility will be invalid. The inside of the cabbage shell is very clean. The leaves are in close contact, and the top can be completely covered. There is no gap, and it is not stuffy. The leaves are covered with a thin layer of white velvet, which feels cool and comfortable. There is plenty of space inside, and the bottom is relatively flat, which can accommodate a person to sleep and rest. Qianhui touched around and looked around. The small cabbage rolled around beside him, and he spit out a cabbage that was slightly larger than his finger from his mouth. The finger-sized cabbage fell to the bottom and immediately emitted light, turning into a cabbage lamp. Qianhui picked up the cabbage lamp and looked at it lovingly. He took the small cabbage into his arms and praised sincerely. It's amazing. Before this, most people could not imagine that a low-level mutant plant with very limited strength could evolve such a strange ability. Xiao Baokai smiled shyly, climbed onto Qianhui's shoulder, and hugged his hair. Qianhui felt sorry for it sleeping for so long, and bought 20 defense skill points in one go, all of which were fed to it. The soft vine and the piranha plant were also in the cabbage shell. The soft vine shed a branch by itself, tied the cabbage lamp, and hung it on the leaves. The piranha plant stared at Xiao Baokai with a curious look. At this time, Xiao Baokai was shocked to find that there was a mutant plant with a very strong breath next to it. It lost its balance and fell off Qianhui, rolling right next to the piranha plant. The little cabbage pretended to be dead, and the piranha lowered its head and touched it with its leaves. Qianhui picked up the two of them and said, Xiao Zi is my old friend. Don't be afraid. At the same time, Chili, who was peeking from a tree in the distance, was almost dying of anxiety. It didn't know what happened. It seemed that the little cabbage turned into a big cabbage, and then into a giant cabbage, and finally disappeared with Qian Hui. Chili almost went over to take a look, but when he saw Nanting Jean nearby, he held back. Anyway, no matter what, the little cabbage must have become more powerful. Chili sighed silently, and looked at the backpack hanging on the tree. It seemed that it was time for it to leave. Qian Hui lay in the shell for a while, and pushed open the leaf door, and saw Nanting Jean standing not far in front. Qian Hui was excited. Do you want to come in? Nanting Jean glanced at the alert and vigilant piranha plant, and the timid cabbage hiding under Qian Hui's clothes, and whispered, no need. So Qian Hui sat at the door, opened the game, and flipped through it for a long time. Until now, he seemed to finally understand the use of the game, and the changes it could bring. Qian Hui wanted to evolve all the plants around her immediately. If the plants became stronger, the camp would be stronger, and they would no longer have to worry about being captured by humans and zombies. But there were too many plants in the forest, and Qian Hui was not familiar with them. Moreover, it was written in the game that feeding skill points only had a 30% chance of evolving new skills. To reach 100%, you had to buy evolution water. Qian Hui opened them all, and saw that a bottle of evolution water cost 3,000 yuan. She could afford it, but she hadn't decided who to buy it for, and had no specific plan. In addition, he also needs to save enough resurrection beans, and can't buy things randomly. After struggling for a while, Qian Hui gave up temporarily, and decided to make plans later. The most important thing is that he can't just spend the balance without earning it. If he can't find carrots and other plants for a while, he has to complete the task as soon as possible. Qian Hui came out of the cabbage shell, and the shell suddenly shrank, and the usage time was paused. He put the cabbage and the shell into his pocket, and came to Nanting Jean. I'm going today. Qian Hui's eyes sparkled. Find zombies to kill. Will you come with me? He has a delicate and beautiful face, and his red eyes are clear and innocent, as if he is saying that he will go outside to bask in the sun today. Nanting Jean was silent for a moment. Okay. He took a step closer and asked again, have you thought about it? What? Qian Hui was stunned for a moment, and then realized that it should be about going to the human base with him. He answered honestly, not yet. In Qian Hui's imagination, Nanting Jean had a new stone hut, and wanted to invite him to live in it. Qian Hui asked curiously, where is your base? Nanting Jean raised his hand, and pointed in a direction. Qian Hui looked along and silently marked it on the map. I'll think about it, and tell you later. Nanting Jean asked again, when? Qian Hui said today. Tonight? He thought about first seeing how many zombies there were in the woods, how long it would take to complete the next main task, and then going to the place where Carrot last appeared. If he was fast, he might be able to go in a few days, or he could discuss with Nanting Jean and change the time. Qian Hui also had her own little thoughts. Nanting Jean didn't get an answer, so he might continue to accompany him. Qian Hui secretly looked at Nanting Jean's expression, and tried to hold his hand. Okay? Nanting Jean looked over, and said patiently, okay? So, the two of them set off together. Qian Hui walked in front holding the piranha plant, with soft vines hanging on her body, and cabbages in her pocket. Nanting Jean followed behind him, always keeping a few steps away. Chili saw them leaving from a distance, and her mood became more complicated. It sighed, took the small backpack, and finally looked at Qian Hui's back, and turned to leave. It was almost noon, which was the time for plants to go out to bask in the sun and hunt zombies. Chili was a new plant that had just arrived. As it walked forward, it encountered many mutant plants that tried to steal its backpack. It was not afraid, baring its teeth fiercely, protecting its backpack and running away quickly. It didn't know how long it had walked. The sun was no longer glaring, and Chili's speed gradually slowed down. It actually didn't know where it was going. Logically, the humans it wanted to catch wouldn't give up so quickly, and it should hide as far away as possible. Chili climbed up the nearest tree, looked around, identified the direction. At this time, it smelled a hint of unusual smell. Chili sniffed the air, jumped off the branch, and quietly approached in one direction. A moment later, a group of familiar humans appeared at the end of the site, led by Liang Jia. Oh no! They are here! Chili turned around and ran, but stopped after a few steps. There are many mutant plants in the woods, and it was very cautious along the way. As long as it was fast enough, it would be able to get rid of them with a high probability. But This group of people probably also want to catch the piranha plant. If I guess correctly, they are the ones who harmed Qian Hui's friends. And the piranha plant is a special grade, with a strong smell if it is found. These humans must have come prepared. Chili Pepper is not sure how much the piranha plant has recovered, and Nan Tingjin is another uncertain factor. No, it can't just leave like this, it has to find a way to help. Chili Pepper made a decision quickly, retreated to a farther direction, to ensure that he would not be discovered, and always keep an eye on the whereabouts of the other side. On the other side, Qian Hui found 5 intermediate zombies. These zombies acted alone, and when they encountered the piranha plant, they had no chance to resist. But the piranha plant didn't want to attack, fearing that after biting the zombie, Qian Hui would not hold it. So it pretended to be sleepy, waiting for Nan Tingjin to use his supernatural power to control the zombies to fall to the ground. And then Qian Hui killed them with a dagger. Qian Hui dug out the crystal core of each zombie, cleaned it, and fed it to the soft vine and the cabbage. At this time, he thought of the pepper that had left. I don't know where it went. Qian Hui opened the illustration, which showed that chili was in good condition, proving that it was safe. Well, it should be happier now. Qian Hui stood up and prepared to go forward to take a look. The piranha plant in her arms suddenly raised its head and kept sniffing around. Qian Hui asked nervously, "What's wrong?" The piranha plant drew a carrot shape with its leaves and pointed forward. "Is it a carrot?" Qian Hui was very surprised. "Is it nearby too?" The piranha plant nodded, jumped off the ground, and chased in the direction of the smell. Qian Hui hurried to catch up. But even though the piranha plant deliberately chose a road that was easier to walk on, Qian Hui's speed was not enough. Seeing that the breath was getting weaker, the piranha plant suddenly became much larger in a hurry, and stood up to be about the same height as the tree. It let Qian Hui sit on the thickest part behind its head, and could carry him through the woods. Qian Hui climbed up and sat down, and subconsciously turned his head, wanting Nan Tingjin to go with him. However, the piranha plant whispered woo woo, clearly expressing its dissatisfaction. Qian Hui had to give up, and he got off the piranha plant and ran to Nan Tingjin. Qian Hui took his hand. "Wait for me here first." "Okay." Nan Tingjin didn't say anything. His eyes swept towards the piranha plant. Qian Hui noticed that he was not happy again, and hurriedly kissed him on the side of his face. "I will come back when it gets dark." If he didn't find the carrot, he would come back. Nan Tingjin then responded, "Okay." The piranha plant urged him from behind. Qian Hui hugged him again, and hurriedly ran over. He climbed onto the back of the piranha plant's neck again, and grabbed a sharp thorn on his head. After confirming that Qian Hui was sitting firmly, the piranha plant suddenly swung its stem and quickly rushed out. At the same time, the Mimosa pudica sensed the aura that had increased several times, and raised its leaves to rush forward. Seeing this, Liang Jie immediately turned on the communicator and contacted his subordinates outside the forest. "We have a direction." He assured Wenju that he had completed the task and made sufficient preparations. There was another team outside the forest, with more people than others, equipped with 2 modified vehicles, which could take a shortcut from the outside of the forest when necessary to deal with unexpected situations. The subordinates took action immediately. Liang Jie frowned as he held the communicator. Mimosa suddenly had a direction. It was very likely that the piranha plant had appeared there. Wasn't it seriously injured? Could it have recovered so quickly? As soon as this thought came to mind, Liang Jie denied it. This was impossible. Even if the piranha plant appeared, it would be at the end of its strength, and would not last more than half an hour. Following the scent of carrot, the piranha plant chased forward. There were 2 times when it felt like it was about to catch up, but carrot seemed to have smelled it and ran faster. The piranha plant was very angry, although the last time they met, it did have some unpleasantness between it and carrot, because carrot blamed it for the death of the mushroom. It was not convenient to expand its body in the woods, so it chased hard until it reached the edge of the woods. Outside was the ruins of the city. With a relatively empty street, the piranha plant carefully identified the direction, and sped up to move forward for a distance. However, the smell became weaker and weaker, until it completely disappeared. The piranha plant stopped and exhaled in a stifling manner. Qian Hui noticed that it was in a low mood, and reached out to touch it. "It's okay. We will find it. Let's go back first." The piranha plant shook its leaves and turned back. About 10 minutes later, when it was about to reach the edge of the woods, the piranha plant stopped again, It stared in one direction, smelled something again, and then gently placed Qianhui on the ground. And its body shrank rapidly. Qianhui picked it up. What's wrong? The piranha plant pointed to the side, and kept making low roars in its throat, with angry and sharp eyes. Is there a human? Qianhui saw its appearance and understood instantly. It's a small mushroom. In the distance, 2 modified cars drove along the edge of the woods. When they arrived at a certain place ahead, the pointer of the instrument on the car suddenly increased, indicating that there was a smell of super mutant plants nearby. The team immediately went on alert, stopped the car at the intersection, and got off to search carefully. The streets were relatively empty, and there were not many places to hide. Among the ruins, a vague shadow flashed by. Over there, the figure tried to escape in the direction of the woods, and several people quickly chased after him. Seeing that the man was acting suspiciously, the captain raised his hand and swung out 2 wind blades. When the wind blade was about to hit the figure, a thin vine emerged from his sleeve, wrapped around the nearest abandoned street lamp, and pulled it to the side, dodging it in time. But this delayed the time a little, and the rest of the team quickly stepped forward and surrounded the figure. The captain stopped and looked at the person in front of him. Who is it? Where is your companion? Qianhui's silver hair was covered by the wide hood of her coat, and her face was almost completely hidden in the darkness. There was a gray backpack behind her. He didn't speak, and the captain was about to lose his patience. But he found that the pointer of the instrument in his hand had reached the top. This means that they are very close to the piranha plant. The captain looked at Qianhui again, staring at his backpack. What's in it? There was no shelter nearby, and he suspected that the person in front of him had gotten there first and hid the piranha plant they were looking for. Qianhui took a half step back. In the captain's opinion, this action was a guilty conscience. And he guessed right. He looked unfriendly and raised his hand slightly. Hand over the piranha plant. It's ours. At this time, Qianhui raised his head slightly, revealing a pair of red pupils. The captain saw it clearly, was shocked, and immediately took a step back. At the same time, the backpack behind Qianhui moved, and gently opened a hole. In the darkness, a shadow fell on the ground, and its body expanded rapidly like a dark cloud. In the distance to the side, there was an orange carrot hiding, secretly looking around. At the same time, in the woods, Chili's whereabouts were exposed, hiding behind a tree. Several superpowers surrounded them, and Liang Jia stepped forward and said, "Come out. Be obedient, and you can suffer less." Chapter 15. Outside the woods, the wind blew on the abandoned streets, and the air was filled with a rich smell of grass. The giant piranha plant raised its head, and its sharp fangs gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Watching the piranha plant rapidly grow behind Qianhui, the team members in front were all terrified and shocked. Didn't they say this piranha plant was seriously injured and almost died? Liang Jia saw with his own eyes that 4 people at the Black Ridge Mountain base were injured, and the bones that were broken by the huge force could not be faked, so there was no need for them to lie. So he was very sure that even if the piranha plant appeared, it would only be about 2 meters in size at most, and it was not to be feared. If the pepper still followed the piranha plant, it would not matter, because it was just a mid-level mutant plant that could not use the stored energy attack for the time being. According to this inference, Liang Jia and the team here were actually well prepared. The team was full of high-level combat-type psychics. As long as they found the piranha plant, they would definitely be able to capture it alive. However, the piranha plant in front of them was larger than the one that was attacked by the zombies that time. The shadow that covered the sky and the sun was cast, and the team almost had a cardiac arrest. But they were a well-trained team after all, and they responded immediately. The captain raised his hand and swung a powerful wind blade, shouting, "Retreat quickly!" 2 modified cars were parked on the roadside a little further away. The car bodies were reinforced and had high defensive capabilities. If they could hide in them as soon as possible. The few people still ignored how powerful a super mutant plant at its peak and full of anger would be when it launched an attack. The carnivorous plant swung its flower stem, and directly lifted the lagging person away, and smashed him heavily on the protruding rocks. Its skin is thick and hard, and the air it exhales weakens all offensive abilities. It bites another person to death in a blink of an eye. The captain wanted to use the communicator to notify Liang Jia, but before his trembling hands pressed the dial, the breath behind him approached rapidly. Screams rang out one after another, and blood stained a large area of the ground red. Qian Hui hid in the corner holding Xiao Bao Kai and Wanting, closing her eyes and covering her ears. When she found these humans, it was too late to return to the woods immediately. Once in the woods, the size of the piranha plant would be limited. In addition, it smelled the scent of these people, which was the same source as the one who hurt the little mushroom. When the little mushroom was killed, the piranha plant was also injured, and was hunted by various parties afterwards, hiding for a long time. Now Qian Hui has cured it, and it finally has the opportunity to fight back thoroughly. Since they came to die voluntarily, it is impossible to let them go. Qian Hui also promised that when they find these humans, they will hand them over to the piranha plant for disposal. Thinking of the little mushroom wrapped in the leaves, Qian Hui was sad and angry. He tried not to listen or look, and regarded those humans as zombies. The piranha plant vented all its pent-up emotions on these people, and its spiraling flower stem surrounded an area, preventing them from escaping too far. However, it did not notice that the man who was initially blown away was still alive, and he slowly climbed down from the ruins with a strong breath. He did not choose the direction of the modified car, but tried to find a shelter farther away to hide. It turned out that his choice was right, and it was indeed more than half successful. The piranha plant was busy dealing with the remaining two people, and did not notice him. However, when he was a few meters away from a low wall, a shadow was thrown in the air. It was a long and thin carrot, with a sharp tip like a knife, and it pierced his heart accurately. The man immediately lost his breath and fell to the ground. After a while, the carrot was crushed into powder and disappeared without a trace in the wind. The carnivorous plant smelled something strange and took the time to look over there. In the distance, the carrot squatted in the corner, holding a piece of grass in its mouth, secretly observing. Oh, these few people can't handle it, and it needs help. As early as when the piranha plant came after it, it smelled the scent, but it didn't want to meet the piranha plant, so it ran away quickly. After discovering that the piranha plant had encountered humans, Carrot turned back again, wanting to see if it could win, but it was too dark, and it didn't see Qian Hui hiding in the corner at all. Carrot peeked for a while, confirmed that there was nothing for it to do here, and turned away. It touched its head, pulled out a carrot thorn, and threw it hard into the distance. Then Carrot suddenly jumped up, grabbed the end of the thorn, and was carried all the way to Glide. On the piranha plant side, it killed the last person in the team, came to a corpse not far away, and sniffed it. It smelled like carrots. The piranha plant immediately looked up and called out softly. It was quiet all around. Nothing. It ran away again. The piranha plant turned back to Qian Hui, shrinking its body to 2 or 3 meters. It was more restrained when killing people, and almost never bit them directly with its teeth. There was not much blood on its body, and it had just wiped it with human clothes. Qian Hui touched the tip of the piranha plant's nose, and quickly checked its body. You're not injured? That's good. The piranha plant rubbed his palm, and pointed in a direction with its leaves, and made a carrot pattern. Did the carrot go there? Qian Hui sighed silently. I'll find a way to find it later. Let's go back first. It was already dark, and Nan Tingjin didn't know if he was still waiting for him at the original location. Qian Hui climbed onto the back of the piranha plant's neck, and the piranha plant swung its stem and quickly went into the woods. On the other side, it had been 3 hours since the sky had completely darkened, and Nan Tingjin sat quietly under the tree. Qian Hui hadn't come back. He might have been delayed for some reason, but with the piranha plant in its prime by his side, he shouldn't have been so late. Or maybe Qian Hui just didn't want to go with him, and didn't plan to come back. Just like the night the piranha plant escaped, Qian Hui kissed him, but left immediately. Qian Hui probably didn't know that. He wasn't very good at lying, and couldn't hide his thoughts, and he didn't quite understand the real reason why Nan Tingjin wanted to take him away. So he seemed to have never planned to go back with Nan Tingjin after tonight. If he didn't want to, then forget it for now. Nan Tingjin's eyes were dark and gloomy, and the mutant plants around him sensed the danger and moved away. The communicator in his coat vibrated again, sending a message urging him to stand up. He turned on the communicator and replied, "Return to the base." The piranha plant knew the agreement between Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin. The time wasted at night was basically because of it. It thought it was in the wrong and wanted to take Qian Hui back as soon as possible. When leaving, in order to chase the carrot, the carnivorous plant took a detour. At this time, it raised its head high, carefully identified the direction, and prepared to take a shortcut. It quickly shuttled through the woods, dodged branches, and stopped suddenly halfway. The carnivorous plant looked unkind and sniffed the smell carefully. There was actually another group of people, and in this smell, there was also a familiar smell of pepper seeds. In the distance, the pepper ran desperately, trying to get rid of the human mutant behind him. It secretly followed Liang Jie's team all the way. After finding the direction pointed by Mimosa, it wanted to rush to inform Qian Hui in advance. It also knew that it was dangerous to stay in the woods, but it was taken care of by Qian Hui for so long, and it couldn't just leave. However, Chili still overestimated itself. There were too many mutant plants in the woods. It sensed a lot of strange breath approaching, and saw Chili's suspicious whereabouts. Naturally, it regarded this stranger as an intruder. Chili moved forward with difficulty, and its speed was not fast at all. Finally, when it was fighting with a winter melon, it was discovered by Liang Jie's team. It fought back vigorously, injuring one of the humans, turned around and fled, but the pursuit behind it did not stop at all. Finally, Chili was surrounded by the team again. Several human psychics approached cautiously. Liang Jie reminded him that this Chili was more important than the piranha plant and had to be captured alive. And it had a strong personality. In order not to be caught again, it might do extreme things. Liang Jie knew that Chili could understand, and he still advised, as long as you are willing to help us, you can have as many crystal cores as you want. The mimosa temporarily lost its function and was tied under a tree. Liang Jie raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to take action. At this moment, several pepper seeds attacked the people in the team one after another. When they dodged, Pepper found the right time to rush into the distance. It didn't run a few steps before its legs were wrapped in a ball of mud and it fell to the ground. One of the team members had the ability to control stone and earth objects, which was just right for this kind of forest. Pepper kicked his legs hard and barely shook off most of the mud. Listening to the sound of footsteps approaching quickly, he felt desperate. Its charge attack was just a little short of being enough. The chili seeds alone could not defeat so many humans. I didn't expect that its departure during the day would be the last time I saw Qian Hui. It was a pity that the biscuits given by Qian Hui were not finished. If I had known, it would not have saved them. Another ball of dirt covered Chili. The flashlight shone over, and Liang Jie walked forward. When he got closer, he saw that there was something on Chili's back, which looked like a mini backpack. He asked in confusion, "What is this?" And he didn't know if it was an illusion. Liang Jie always felt that this Chili was much stronger than when it just escaped. In the back, the mimosa under the tree was unattended. It suddenly raised its leaves and shrank back in fear. The subordinate brought a cage and was about to put Chili in it. But something unexpected happened in an instant. 3 people in the team were equipped with energy detection instruments, which were running at high speed at the same time. In the dark woods, a medium-sized piranha plant swam over and knocked the human beside Chili away. Piranha plant. Liang Jie was happy at first, but then he quickly reacted. Wait. The size of the piranha plant was not too big, which was in line with his speculation. But it was so fast. How come there was no sign of serious injury? In a blink of an eye, 2 more people were attacked by the piranha plant. And Chili also took the opportunity to get rid of the mud ball and stood up. Seeing the familiar piranha plant, Chili almost wanted to cry. The super mutant plant came to save it. Liang Jie still refused to give up after finding the situation changed. After finally finding both plants, he was too embarrassed to return to the base after returning empty-handed this time. In addition, due to the limitations of the forest environment, the piranha plant could not exert its true strength. If it could be delayed, it would be fine to just capture Chili. Liang Jie had no time to think about why the piranha plant would help Chili Pepper, and arranged for his subordinates to change their strategy. Although the piranha plant's attack was fierce, several people were injured one after another, but they used the terrain of the forest to last longer than the outer team. At the same time, 2 people quietly went around to the back and caught up with Chili Pepper. Chili Pepper ran away after breaking free from the mud ball. Its energy accumulating attack was not ready. If it stayed, it would be easily injured by the piranha plant and could not help much. The 2 found Chili Pepper's back running away, and rushed over to see Chili Pepper throwing his head into a person's arms. "Who is that?" One of them was shocked, and lowered his voice. "Am I seeing things?" The figure in the distance squatted on the ground, picked up the Chili Pepper, and seemed to comfort it. I haven't heard of anyone from any other base coming here. But no matter who it is, the mutant chili pepper is in his hand. He is the enemy of the team. The two approached quickly and said sternly, "This is our plant, hand it over." The other person immediately activated his superpowers to knock the figure down directly. Qian Hui tightly protected the chili pepper in her arms and stood up and took a half step back. The soft vines were ready to help him leave at any time. The piranha plant also noticed the situation here and left the people around it to rush over. However, there was someone faster than it, who rushed in front of Qian Hui. A potato fell from the tree, and smoke came out with a pop. The two were caught off guard and thought it was a weapon, so they retreated quickly. Then, they quickly saw that it was a palm-sized potato that fell in the bushes. The potato jumped up, stretched out his arms to protect Qian Hui behind him, and glared at the two. Then, it blew a whistle. The surrounding grass immediately began to shake, making rustling noises. The noise was getting closer and closer, and a four-leaf clover suddenly jumped out, with leaves as big as a fan, like iron sheets, and it shook its head to attack. Not only four-leaf clover, but also corn, morning glory, etc. All mutant plants. Potato was not idle either. It targeted the humans who were more numerous on the side of the piranha plant, rushed over and sat in the grass. Bang! This skill was as powerful as a small bomb, and several people were unable to dodge, and a hole was blown out of the grass. Potato got up, wiped his black face, ran to the other side, and exploded again. Liang Jie frowned, retreated secretly when he saw the situation was not good. All the plants were attacking the human team frantically, and the pressure on the piranha plant suddenly decreased. Another money tree came to Qian Hui, and its thick leaves kept growing, protecting Qian Hui tightly. Qian Hui touched its leaves and said sincerely, "Thank you." He originally planned to run away and hid in the cabbage shell, but he never expected that the plants would come to help him. Chili was also very touched and very happy. Holding Qian Hui's hand, she couldn't help but laugh twice. Qian Hui took out a panacea with a distressed look and fed it. "Why are you here?" "Fortunately, Xiaozi found you." Chili felt guilty and buried her head to eat the medicine, looking at the human team not far away. Qian Hui was worried. Or you should just follow me. It's too dangerous outside." The humans who wanted to catch Chili were unwilling to give up. It was alone outside, and Qian Hui was not at all worried. "Following me, at least with the powerful strength of the piranha plant, ordinary human teams can't compete at all." But Qian Hui was also afraid that Chili would not be willing if it refused. Chili immediately looked at him, nodding vigorously. "Woo woo." It seemed to be waiting for this sentence. Qian Hui said happily, "Really? Then you are not allowed to run around anymore." Green Chili's loyalty has reached 80%. Qian Hui was stunned for a moment, then even more surprised, touched Chili's head. "Good boy." Little Cabbage also poked its head out of its pocket, rubbing Chili's leaves. The battle outside is gradually coming to an end, and two game prompts pop up. The second faction conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 50. Trigger hidden task. Reward has been issued to the balance. You seem to have successfully prevented some conspiracy and tricks of the enemy faction. Get an additional 200 faction points. Hidden item disguise potion X2. Qian Hui opened the backpack, and there was indeed a new item inside. Disguise potion X2. Price, obtained in hidden task. Use, only for the host and the host's plant team to use. After drinking it, hold your breath and concentrate. You can change your appearance into the appearance and race you want: zombie, human, plant, and hide your own breath and all breath within a diameter of 1 meter. The potion lasts for 2 hours. The potion lasts for a short time, but it has many uses. Not only can it change into the desired form, it can also hide the breath of itself and other creatures around it. It is an excellent item for lurking in the enemy camp. Qian Hui read the instructions carefully and temporarily put it in his backpack. All the people in the team were dead, and the piranha plant returned to his side. The battle was over. The fortune tree retracted its leaves and returned to its original appearance, and the other plants also surrounded it. The one who squeezed in the front was Potato. He had his hands on his waist and looked proud, and felt that he was even more powerful than the piranha plant. Qian Hui bought several pieces of candy for it, and used leaves to wipe the dust off its face. "Thank you." He also touched the other plants one by one, feeding them food and snacks, or panacea. Then, Qian Hui sat on the back of the piranha plant. Some plants took the food and left, while others squatted on Qian Hui's backpack and on the head of the piranha plant. Potato was the most friendly and sat on Qian Hui's shoulder. The piranha plant took Qian Hui and the plants back to the place where Nan Tingjin was. However, when the piranha plant returned to the distance at the fastest speed, Nan Tingjin was not there. Xiao Jin? Qian Hui searched around in panic, confirmed that there was no one, and followed the path they took to find zombies, and went to the stream where they first rested. But there was no one here either, and there was not even any leftover items or traces. Qian Hui stood in the woods at a loss. A little bit at a loss. Did he leave? But he did come back much later than promised. Nan Tingjin could not wait for him, and might have left directly. Qian Hui squatted on the ground, confusedly thinking about what to do. In the past few days, getting along with Nan Tingjin was too smooth. Qian Hui almost forgot that Nan Tingjin had no memory of the past. For him, he had only known Qian Hui for less than half a month. Seeing Qian Hui's lost expression, the piranha came over and rubbed it, whispering woo-woo to apologize and comfort. Qian Hui opened the map and looked at the marked direction points on it. Did Nan Tingjin return to his base? He really wanted to chase him immediately. Maybe he hadn't gone far. At this time, Qian Hui suddenly discovered that the direction of Nan Tingjin's base was the same as the direction that the piranha told him that Carrot left. Hope flickered in his eyes, and he asked hesitantly, Xiaozi, I want to find him. And Carrot is in that direction too. In Qian Hui's heart, Nan Tingjin, other plants, and the resurrection of the little mushroom are all very important. They are his only concerns and relatives in this strange world. The piranha hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. It knew what kind of personality Carrot had. It loved to join in the fun and fight. It would definitely be there where there were many people and zombies. Since they were in the same direction, they could go find him. Although it didn't like Nan Tingjin, it didn't want to see Qian Hui sad. At this time, Chili came over and used a branch to draw a human figure on the ground. Woo! It asked with its eyes. Is Nan Tingjin missing? This is easy to do. It knows where Nan Tingjin went, and the specific location of his base. But it is definitely not possible to go directly like this. Chili looked at Qian Hui seriously. The Black Ridge Mountain base is easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are several small bases around, and there are many humans in that area. Although not everyone has the equipment to detect energy, Qian Hui must be fully prepared. So that night, Qian Hui stayed in the woods, deciding to rest before setting off again. The next day, he woke up early, cleaned up all his belongings, bought a coat with a bigger hood, and a scarf to cover his silver hair and red eyes. After everything was ready, Qian Hui picked up the cabbage and soft vines, and the peppers skillfully slipped into his pocket. The piranha plant was waiting on the side, ready to carry Qian Hui away from the uninhabited area and then hide. At this time, the grass moved, and a potato emerged, as well as a few other plants. Qian Hui squatted down and said goodbye to them. I'm leaving. I may not be back for a while. He left 2 or 3 packs of biscuits in the woods. The plants like to eat these snacks. Potato heard it, touched his head and thought for a while, and suddenly jumped onto Qian Hui's knees. It pointed at itself, then pointed at Qian Hui, indicating that it wanted to go too. Qian Hui asked cautiously, Would you like to follow me? Potato said looked down and saw Chili in his pocket, and squeezed in and lay down. Chili grumbled in dissatisfaction and moved his body. Seeing this, the money tree could not help it. Its leaves wrapped around Qian Hui's fingers, and it also asked him to take it with him. A familiar corn also came over. It was really boring in this forest. It might be fun to follow the super mutant plants. So, the plant team had 3 more plants. The money tree and corn were hidden in the backpack. Qian Hui touched the other 3 plants in his pocket, and there was a soft vine on his wrist. He put on his coat, and was finally ready to go. He climbed up the back of the piranha plant. 3 days later, the piranha plant led Qian Hui through the ruins of the city, and came to a sign that read, Safe Zone, Zone 5. The safe zone means that there are few zombies and mutant plants in it, which is suitable for human habitation. The piranha plant shrunk in size and advanced, and hid in Qian Hui's backpack. Qian Hui lowered her head, and pulled up her hood, and entered the safe zone. The speed along the way was not fast. The piranha plant needed to pay attention to whether there were humans around at all times to avoid being discovered, and kill a few intermediate zombies by the way. Coincidentally, the piranha plant found several traces of carrots along the way. There were zombies killed by carrot thorns, leaving a hole in their heads, and carrot pieces that fell into the water and could not decompose in the air until it approached the safe zone. The piranha plant became more and more confused. Could it be that the carrots also came to the safe zone? But what was it doing here? After entering the safe zone, Qian Hui met several humans after walking a few steps. There were 3 people walking together, and there was another person who was walking alone on the road like him. Qian Hui was very nervous and kept her head down, fearing that they would find her. She held a bottle of camouflage potion in her pocket. Fortunately, this area was a free-moving zone, not belonging to any base. Unless they knew someone passing by, they would not approach or talk to them easily. Several humans just glanced at Qian Hui, and then hurriedly left in another direction. At this time, a car drove up from behind, and the person in the back seat leaned out and shouted to Qian Hui and the others, "Hurry back! It's not safe." Recently, there was a large pattern painted on the car body, which should be the logo of a base. After the reminder, the vehicle continued to move forward and disappeared around the corner. There was no one around. Qian Hui stopped and turned to look at the stone pillar on the side. The stone pillar was probably a building like a road sign, with some symbols engraved on it, and a piece of paper with words pasted on it. Qian Hui walked closer and slowly read out the content. In the North District, traces of the Zombie King were found. And in the West District, a special mutant plant, carrot, was found. The backpack behind him moved, and Qian Hui patted it to comfort him. Carrots are indeed here. Qian Hui was full of expectations, and continued to walk forward quickly. When he passed a signpost made by a human, Chili had pointed it out to him, saying that Nantingjin's base was called Blackridge Mountain. However, Chili told Qian Hui to be careful and not to approach easily. Qian Hui planned to find the specific location first. After walking a long way, a simple house appeared in the distance, and many people gathered next to the house. There was also a man standing in the middle of the road, holding a mechanical instrument in his hand. Qian Hui slowed down his pace, closed his eyes, and drank the camouflage potion. He tried to imagine the appearance of a human in his mind, but no matter how he thought, it was his own face, except that his hair and eyes were black. When he opened his eyes again, he raised his hand and touched his hair. The camouflage potion was used successfully. Please pay attention to the time limit. Your current appearance looks like a human. Qian Hui breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward as if nothing had happened. He was still very nervous and pinched his palm. When he came to the house, the man standing in the middle looked at Qian Hui. His appearance was outstanding, and he seemed to be a stranger. The man shouted, "Wait! You are?" Qian Hui resisted the urge to turn around and run away, and stopped. "Which base are you from?" The man approached, looked at Qian Hui for a few times. "Are you the new one? What's your name?" "Bai Niao?" Without waiting for Qian Hui to answer, he said it all. Qian Hui nodded. Under the influence of the camouflage potion, all the plant scents in the pockets and backpack were also covered up, and could not be captured by the instrument. The man could not imagine that the person in front of him was not a human, and there were a bunch of plants hidden in the backpack. He was quite friendly. Seeing that Qian Hui looked young, he could not help but remind her, at this time, "Don't go out alone. The outer circle of the safe zone may not be safe now. You need to be more careful." Qian Hui glanced at him and nodded again. He said again, "Thank you." At this time, 2 modified cars drove up from behind. The guard in charge of the inner circle intersection immediately instructed others to make way, making room for the vehicles to pass. Qian Hui was also standing by the side. He was much more relaxed at this moment. He looked around curiously and suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar face. Nantingjin was sitting in the back seat of one of the cars, and his profile flashed by. Qian Hui was slightly stunned and subconsciously chased after him, but was stopped by the guard who had spoken to him earlier. "Be careful, there are more behind." There were several more modified cars with similar appearances, and the logo of the Blackridge Mountain base was printed on the body. In the blink of an eye, the car at the beginning was no longer visible. Qian Hui looked eagerly. "That? Oh!" The guard thought he was curious, and explained, "They came from the Blackridge Mountain base. They will assist in the defense this time. The location of the Blackridge Mountain base is quite special. You need to take a detour to get here, and then enter the inner circle from this intersection. Although the situation seems not good," the guard said again, "but Chief Nan is here this time. There should be no problem. Nan. Qian Hui frowned her delicate eyebrows. Nan Tingjin? The guard nodded and lowered his voice. Don't shout everywhere. Be respectful. Qian Hui looked dazed, as if she was frightened. After a long while, she nodded blankly. It turned out that he was the leader of the Black Ridge Mountain base. At the same time, Nan Tingjin's sight was withdrawn from the scene passing by the window. He was still in a state of anxiety at this time, and he seemed to have seen Qian Hui in the crowd. Chapter 16. Several modified cars from the Black Ridge Mountain base drove away quickly, and the intersection returned to normal. Qian Hui also walked in, and while the guards were not paying attention, she left quickly alone. He didn't know which direction the White Bird base was, and it would be bad if he was exposed. Moreover, the camouflage potion only lasted for 2 hours, so he couldn't waste time. Qian Hui stood at the fork in the road and looked around. Those cars had already disappeared without a trace, and he didn't know where they went, and it was impossible to chase them now. There are also road signs at the forks, and the instructions are more detailed, with regional divisions and the locations of various bases. Qian Hui opened the game map and recorded some directions and routes according to the road signs. This information is also partially displayed in the outer circle of the safe zone. It is not a secret. If a stranger wants to enter a base, his identity needs to be strictly checked. Therefore, the intersections guarded by guards are only responsible for energy detection. And pay attention to whether there are zombies or mutant plants coming nearby. After entering the inner circle, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed, with at most 2 or 3 patrol teams taking turns. No one could have imagined that someone like Qian Hui would sneak in with a backpack full of mutant plants. After recording the map, Qian Hui walked in the last direction before the modified car disappeared. From what the human guard said, Nan Tingjin had something to do, so he came here on purpose. Qian Hui did not dare to ask more, fearing that her identity would be exposed. But after all, she confirmed that Nan Tingjin was here, so there was no need to look for him blindly. Qian Hui was also very curious about everything in the human safety zone. It felt like she had never seen anything before. She would stop to look at even a good street lamp. Compared to the abandoned city outside, the roads here were wider and more spacious. Everywhere was cleaned up very cleanly. There were no tall buildings, and she could see far away at a glance. The advantage was that she could find a secluded corner to put the cabbage shells, sleep there for a night, and she would probably not be discovered. Qian Hui also saw a vegetable field with a sign on it. There was a simple fence on the edge. It should be a base nearby. There was no one else on the roadside. Qian Hui had never seen a vegetable field before, so she couldn't help but walk closer to take a look. She squatted down and reached out to touch a small seedling inside. The plants had mutated in large numbers. For ordinary humans without superpowers, every blade of grass and tree outside began to be full of danger. Fortunately, the fruits and vegetables grown normally were still edible. Qian Hui retracted her hand, looked down and saw a thin leaf hand coming out from the zipper gap of the backpack behind her, and quickly pulled away the nearest seedling. No! Qian Hui hurriedly grabbed it back, hurriedly put it into the small hole that was pulled out, and then pressed the soil. This is someone else's. There was a slight hum in the backpack, which sounded like corn. Among the 3 new mutant plants, corn has the lowest loyalty, only 5%. However, it is usually quite obedient, following Qian Hui all the way, and not running around. Qian Hui guessed that the plants were hungry, so he got up and quietly left the vegetable field, bought some food and stuffed it into his backpack and pockets. As he continued to move forward, he met 3 or 4 people one after another. The relationship between different bases is not necessarily very good, and the people in them do not know each other. The few people he met saw Qian Hui burying his head and just rushing on the road, and did not pay much attention to him. Soon, there was only half an hour left for the disguise potion. Qian Hui pulled up his hood and stopped to rest. The area here was much larger than expected. There were only 2 potions, which would be gone once used. The remaining one had to be kept, and could not be used casually unless it was absolutely necessary. When his hair and eye color recovered, he had to be more careful. Fortunately, Qian Hui had already roughly understood the environment here along the way. He was not as nervous as he was at the beginning, and even had a little excitement of exploring the unknown. While the potion was still taking effect, Qian Hui passed by a small house on the corner of the road. There were 2 signs beside the door of the small house: medical and store, which could provide services for everyone for a fee. The door was open. Qian Hui walked past quickly with her head down, and heard someone talking. "Are the people from Black Ridge Mountain coming?" a voice said. "Help me contact them. Anyone will do." Hearing the familiar place name, Qian Hui paused. At the same time, the chili in his pocket moved uneasily. It looked puzzled, and resisted the urge to stick its head out to check. This voice sounds so familiar. Then, a game prompt popped up. Discovered a mutant plant that has not yet been connected, waiting for the illustration to light up. This is the inner circle of the safe zone. How could there be a strange plant? Qian Hui frowned slightly, but there was someone not far away. He did not dare to show any abnormality, and kept walking. Qian Hui, who passed by, did not attract attention. The shopkeeper lowered his head and replied, "Sorry, there is no such service, but if there is a chance, I can help you ask." Liang Jia sat on a chair at the door, rolled up his sleeves, and asked the shopkeeper to help bandage. His face was grim, and he reluctantly said, "Okay." At this time, the black bag at his feet shook slightly. Liang Jia lowered his head, and the bag had a small opening, which contained Mimosa in a cage. Feeling Liang Jia's gaze, the Mimosa immediately became quiet, as if nothing had happened. When Liang Jia retracted his gaze, the Mimosa quietly extended a little bit of its leaves, looking at Qian Hui, who had already left. That human. No. There was a lot of aura, and it was very familiar. Liang Jia didn't notice the abnormality of Mimosa, and took out some common currency from his body to pay the shopkeeper. The wound had been treated with medicine, but his expression was still gloomy. That night, when they were chasing the piranha plant and the chili pepper, they encountered an accident. Liang Jia escaped in time, and was the only one who survived in the entire team. His communicator was lost. Even if it was still there, he would not have the face to contact the base, and he did not dare to go back directly. Obviously, this mission was fully grasped, but it failed so completely. Liang Jia could not understand it. Even if he miscalculated the recovery speed of the piranha plant, Chili was just a little bit away from catching it, and so many mutant plants suddenly appeared. Liang Jia's arm was injured by a corn, and the skin that came into contact with the corn's sticky mass had to be peeled off forcibly, and it has been bleeding for 2 or 3 days. Luckily, he escaped in time, and took Mimosa with him. Otherwise, they would not only suffer heavy losses, return empty-handed, but also lose a hound. After he escaped with Mimosa, he met a group of kind people outside, and was sent here, and because Mimosa was tied with an iron ring, and locked in a cage, he was successfully brought in. When he meets the people at the Black Ridge Mountain base, he must ask them what happened on the night when the piranha plant escaped, and whether they are hiding anything. Liang Jia felt that something was not right no matter how he thought about it. The whole thing was full of weirdness. First, Chili had searched for several days in vain, and then the piranha plant escaped with serious injuries, but recovered quickly. There was also Chili's assistance to the piranha plant, and the other plants in the woods that blocked them. He had never heard of these mutant plants being so united before. On the other side, Qian Hui left the corner, and the cabin disappeared from sight. Chili finally couldn't hold it anymore, and poked his head out to look back. Qian Hui asked it in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Chili's eyes were a little serious, and he pointed in the direction of the cabin, and then pointed at himself. He made a fierce expression, pounded his chest twice, and then closed his eyes, and pretended to be dead. I don't know if it's because his loyalty has increased, and his communication with plants has become more unimpeded. Qian Hui pondered for a while, and actually guessed what Chili meant. The man just now. He lowered his voice. Was he a bad guy? Chili nodded vigorously, and raised Potato, who was sleeping soundly beside him, to indicate that he was the one he met in the woods that night. There were too many humans and plants at the time. Later, he was busy going back to find Nanting Jean, and had no time to confirm. The leader of the bad guys must have taken the opportunity to escape. La Jia would not remember his voice wrongly. He said something to let him come out on his own initiative, and eat crystal cores at will in the future. Bah! Who cares about a few stinky crystal cores? Qian Hui turned his head, and looked in the direction of the hut. The piranha plant in the backpack also moved, indicating that it agreed with his judgment. The piranha plant smelled the scent, but was afraid that it would make too much noise, and cause trouble for Qian Hui. So it endured it. Qian Hui looked at the remaining time of the camouflage potion, and temporarily hid behind a nearby wall. He asked again, "That human, is there any plant around him?" Chili thought about it, nodded, Inside, there was a mimosa. It saw it, tied up with an iron chain. It was so pitiful. The illustration was not lit. Qianhui recalled carefully, and remembered the bag Liang Jie put at his feet. Was it in the bag? It was almost dark, and it was easier to hide at night. Qianhui had to go and see the human who had hurt Xiao Mushroom and had another mutant plant around him. He quietly returned to the vicinity of the hut, and waited patiently for a while, and saw Liang Jie come out with a backpack, and followed the owner to the back. Behind the hut were two other single-story low buildings, with the words hotel written on the wall, which were specially provided for people who passed by the safe zone, or wanted to join the base here, but had not yet passed the application. Qianhui watched Liang Jie enter the hotel and live in a room by the window on the side. He hid sideways and opened the game store to look around. After all, this was where many human superpowers lived. If something unexpected happened, the plants around him would be in danger. Qianhui thought about not killing Liang Jie for the time being, and would find a chance to let the piranha plant take action later. Now he would see if he could steal the bag containing the strange plants. He had never done such a thing before, and was afraid that it would fail, and there would be the risk of being discovered. Qianhui carefully searched the weapons section of the mall, picked and chose, and finally bought a bottle of sleeping spray. The spray was very simple to use, and it said that it was effective against all living things including zombies. Although the amount of one bottle was not much, it should be enough to deal with Liang Jie alone. Qianhui held the spray and waited patiently until it was completely dark. The shopkeeper brought Liang Jie dinner. Liang Jie seemed very tired, and the light in the room went out early. Qianhui ate biscuits and waited for a long time, and saw the shopkeeper close the door of the shop and leave. The road was quiet and deserted. Qianhui was about to go over, but her clothes were grabbed by Chili. Chili snatched the spray, patted her chest, and motioned for it to come. The mutant plants were smaller, making it easier to climb through windows, and not easy to be noticed. Corn on the side saw this, and excitedly came forward, raising his hand to indicate that he wanted to go too. Qianhui hesitated. Okay then. You must be careful. Chili nodded, took the spray, led Corn over the wall, and ran quickly to the other side. Under the cover of the night, the two plants successfully climbed onto the windowsill of Liang Jie's room. The window was just opened a little. Chili pinched his nose, and reached in with the spray in his other hand and pressed hard, until the whole bottle was completely used up. It waited cautiously for a while, knocked on the iron bar on the window, confirmed that there was no movement inside, and pushed the window open and got in. Corn followed closely behind, looking around and jumping onto the bed. Liang Jie was unconscious. Corn stood beside his pillow, clenched his fist, and hit his face twice. Chili quickly found the bag under the bed, and sniffed it. He quickly called Corn, and the two plants carried the bag and slipped out of the window. On the roadside, Qianhui was waiting anxiously. Seeing Chili and Corn coming back with the bag, he immediately stood up to greet them and took them to hide further away. After confirming that the surrounding area was safe, Qianhui asked, "You haven't been discovered, have you?" Chili shook his head confidently and unzipped the bag. All the plants gathered around at once, wanting to see what kind of plants were hidden inside. Under the faint moonlight, a mimosa was curled up in a corner and trembling. It was locked in a cage, with 3 miniature iron rings on its body, and tied up with iron chains. The mimosa was obviously not in good condition, with many leaves drooping and looking very scared. Qianhui was angry and distressed when he saw this scene. He found the switch of the cage, reached out to pick up the mimosa, and tried to comfort it. "Don't be afraid." The mimosa was trembling all the time, but did not dare to resist, and huddled with its head buried. The iron ring on its body seemed to be special. Qianhui couldn't take it off. The piranha took a closer look and exhaled. The iron ring was hit by the airflow and broke into several petals and fell to the ground. Sensing that the restraints on its body had completely disappeared, the mimosa froze. Qianhui was still checking its old injuries and bought some medicine from the mall. Suddenly, she found that the size of the mimosa was shrinking rapidly. It was originally as tall as Qianhui's calf, but in the blink of an eye, it became the size of a palm, and then the size of a fingernail. There were some weeds growing by the wall. In a moment of distraction, the mimosa in front of her disappeared. Qianhui was stunned and shocked. "Why is it gone?" Chili pointed to the tree stump on the side. "Woo! The mimosa has become very small. This should be its hiding form." It is hiding behind the tree stump at the moment, looking over timidly. Qianhui was afraid that it would be discovered if it ran around, and was afraid of scaring it, so she asked the soft vine with the mildest smell to send some food and medicine over. At first, she didn't dare to touch the mimosa, but she smelled it, and found it was not poisonous. While Qianhui was dealing with the bag and the iron cage, she quickly ate all of it, and then continued to hide. Seeing that it was still timid and fearful, Qianhui did not force it, nor did he allow other plants to get close. The surrounding terrain was good, so he temporarily ignored the mimosa, took out the cabbage shell, and placed it on the edge of the open space. After the cabbage shell became larger, Qianhui hid in it with all the plants. When the shell closed, it disappeared from the spot. The mimosa saw the scene, and its leaves probed the air to confirm that Qianhui was still there. It lay beside the stump and watched for a long time, sneaked away, but couldn't help but turn back, and guarded the base of the cabbage shell. Late at night, a patrol team passed by nearby, and found nothing unusual. Chili got up once in the middle of the night, opened the leaf door, and saw that the mimosa was still there, and then he was completely relieved. In the shell, Qianhui had fallen asleep. He lay on his side with his coat as a pillow, and a bunch of plants were sleeping in his arms. In a corner of the West District, Carrot was still awake. It wandered around all day, and didn't find the zombie king in the human intelligence, but only killed a few intermediate zombies, and beat up 2 or 3 humans. Carrot lay flat on a big rock, looking at the stars in the sky. Alas, it was really boring. The little mushroom was gone, and no one knew where the other plants had gone. Carrot originally thought that the piranha plant was also dying, but when he ran into it that day, it was still alive and well. Carrot felt a little relieved, a little sad, and a little inexplicably angry that he had nowhere to vent. He turned over and got up, staring at the human base in the distance, and decided to find some fun tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the other side, the people at the Black Ridge Mountain base had not rested yet either. They had just assigned their teams and areas of responsibility. Nantingjin sat at the front. He stroked the pinky ring on his hand and said coldly, "Okay, get out." The others immediately stood up and left one by one, trying not to make too much noise to avoid upsetting Nantingjin. Perhaps because the mission of catching the man-eating plant was not completed. He had been in a very bad mood since he came back, and had a gloomy face all day. When the last person left the room, he gently closed the door, leaving Nantingjin alone in the room. He lowered his eyes quietly, and his whole body was like a sculpture, dull and gloomy. The next day, before the cabbage shell's invisibility time was about to expire, Qianhui found an opportunity to sneak out and put away the cabbage shell. He was still thinking about the mimosa, looking around, and was reminded by the pepper that it was still hiding behind the wooden stake. After a whole night's rest, the mimosa seemed to have become a little bolder, poking out half of the tip of its leaves, looking at Qianhui. Qianhui walked a few steps closer and crouched down. He read the information of the mimosa's illustrations last night, and bought a guide by the way. Mimosa is an advanced mutant plant, with extremely outstanding perception and sense of smell, gentle and timid, intelligent and kind, but not very strong in fighting. Qianhui put a cookie and a panacea in his hand, and slowly passed them over. He said, "This is where humans live. It will be very dangerous for you outside. Do you want to follow me first?" Qianhui knew that Mimosa would definitely understand, and could sense his friendly kindness. He raised his hand and waited patiently, until a while later, a stranger came from a distance. Mimosa suddenly jumped in front of Qianhui, and jumped into his hand. As the stranger approached, Qianhui pulled up his hood and stood up, and walked with his head down while adjusting his clothes. When he came to a deserted place again, the biscuits and medicine in Qianhui's hand had been eaten by Mimosa. Mimosa was still the size of a fingernail, and its whole body was pressed against his sleeve, like a small piece of miniature embroidery. Qianhui whispered to it, "If you are still hungry, come to my palm." Mimosa did not move, quietly feeling Qianhui's breath. On the second day after entering the safe zone, Qianhui continued to move forward, trying to get more information from various road signs and buildings, whether it was about Carrot or Nantingjin. This limited method did yield some results. Qianhui saw a safety reminder on the bulletin board outside a base. It said that there was a carrot wandering outside the safe zone, suspected to be extremely manic, and would actively provoke and attack humans it saw. And its level was very high. Anyone who saw it should try to stay away from it as soon as possible. There was a picture next to the reminder, drawing a carrot with a ferocious expression with a pen, and a big cross on it. Qianhui stared at it for a long time, reached out and touched it. But the reminder did not say the exact location of the carrot. The road sign on the outer circle mentioned that it was in the West District. Qianhui opened the map and looked through the marks, thinking about where to find it. At this time, the mimosa on his sleeve moved, lifting the leaves to look at the picture of the carrot. Before leaving, Qianhui noticed the mailbox next to him. There are mailboxes at the entrances of several bases. In the apocalypse, resources are scarce, and not everyone can afford to use a communicator. If it is inconvenient to go out, and you need to contact a friend or someone who is somewhere else, you can write a letter to the other party. As long as you pay a unified fee, someone will be responsible for delivering it. Looking at the mailbox, Qianhui's mind moved. If this goes on, he doesn't know when he can find Nanting Jin. If he writes a letter to him, tell him that he is here first. Maybe he can arrange a time to meet. Qianhui came to the mailbox, from the bucket for discarded letters nearby, took out a suitable piece of paper, tear off the blank part, and found an envelope with nothing on it, took them all together and left quickly. He didn't have a pen, so Lao Jiao found a branch, and wrote with mud mixed with water. The end of the branch was shaved very thin, and Qianhui concentrated, writing the two words, Xiao Jin. But he sent the letter, but he couldn't receive it, so he had to think carefully about the content of the letter. Qianhui thought for a while, and wrote a sentence. I miss you very much. Chapter 17. The paper and envelope were picked up, and it took a lot of effort to put them together. Qianhui wrote very slowly, and he had to carefully consider each stroke for a long time, and he didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of damaging it. After barely writing a line, he simply hid it in the cabbage shell, to avoid being seen by anyone. The piranha plant lay on the backpack, and its head served as a table for Qianhui, and the fortune tree helped stir the mud at any time. Among the plants, the only one that knew Braille was the pepper, which hung on Qianhui's shoulder, and tilted its head to read the contents of the letter. Xiao Jin, I miss you very much. Last time we separated, Xiao Zi and I came back too late, and didn't find you. After writing this, Qianhui looked down in disappointment, and drew a little crying face with a bent mouth at the back. Continue writing in the next line. I want to see you. I will wait for you under the bent tree. There is a big bent tree on the roadside nearby. Because of this iconic object, the nearest base is also called the bent tree base. Qianhui has seen it on the road sign. As for the waiting time, Qianhui hesitated for a moment, and did not write it down, and added a sentence separately. I will always miss you. It was uncertain when the letter would be delivered to Nanting Jin, and he still had to look for carrots. But even if they didn't meet at the agreed place, it would be good to let Nanting Jin know that he was here, and to tell him that he didn't mean to stay so long that night. After a few days of separation, he missed him very much. Finally, Qianhui wrote the signature at the end. He checked it twice to make sure it was correct, blew the mud dry gently, and shook off the scattered residue. Chili came closer to take a look. Qianhui's handwriting was crooked, like a beginner. But fortunately there should be no typos, and he could see clearly what was written. Only his name was a little perfunctory. Just drew 2 circles, and the radical on it was blurred. Wu! Lao Jiao pointed with his finger, indicating that Qianhui had written it wrong, and gestured to teach him. Qianhui shook his head. No, it's a leaf. Doesn't it look like it? He always wrote his name like this, and thought it was very special. Lao Jiao took a closer look, and said Wu very reluctantly. Forget it. Nanting Jin should know who wrote the letter. After writing the contents of the letter, the envelope also needed to be written. Qianhui packed the letter paper, wrote the 4 characters, Southern Court, in large letters, and drew a character, Hui, in the corner. After finally completing all this, it was already afternoon. Qianhui ate some bread to replenish his energy, and fed the plants around him. When no one was around, Qianhui took out the cabbage shell and returned to the previous base gate. He looked around, carefully put the letter in, and then left quickly. No one noticed Qianhui's actions. In recent days, almost everyone in the safe zone was preparing to resist the zombie king and the zombie horde, and often no one was guarding the base gate. Moreover, the location nearby is relatively remote, not at a must-go intersection, and few other people come here. It was not until after 6 o'clock in the afternoon that someone rode a worn-out bicycle to the empty gate of the base and opened the mailbox. He was the postman responsible for receiving and delivering letters, and he wanted to deliver another wave as soon as possible before the zombies launched an attack. After running to several bases and bringing back all the letters, The postman began to check the addresses on each envelope and sort them by region. When he saw the 4 big characters Nanting Jean show, his hand shook, and he almost lost his grip. This is? In this safe zone, who doesn't know Nanting Jean's identity? Although the Black Ridge Mountain base is different from other bases, you have to take a detour from the outside to get there, and the leader can't be seen whenever you want. If someone wants to contact Nanting Jean, they can indeed choose to write a letter. But no one has ever done this. The postman couldn't recognize who the sender was, and didn't dare to move around randomly, and immediately took the letter out. It happened that Nanting Jean came to the inner circle of the safe zone, which was not far away from the Yuejing base. The postman came to the base, and after asking, he was led to a courtyard by the people in the base. There were 2 subordinates of Nanting Jean at the gate of the courtyard. The postman handed the letter to them. The subordinate looked at the envelope, frowning. What is this? I don't know. I just found it, and sent it over immediately. The postman said, I am not familiar with the name on the signature. Please pass it to Chief Nan. The subordinate agreed, and waved to send the postman away. The handwriting on the envelope looked a little strange. It didn't look like it was sent normally. If it was sent to someone else, the subordinate would probably open it directly to see what was going on. But the recipient was Nanting Jean. No matter what was inside, if he rashly touched Nanting Jean's things, he might get angry. So, the subordinate walked into the yard and came to Nanting Jean's door. Chief, there is a letter for you. The door was open. Nanting Jean stood by the window and lowered his eyes and said, Where did the letter come from? He raised his right hand and controlled a piece of iron in the air. The hard iron block was constantly twisting and deforming, emitting bursts of heat. It was just delivered, and there is no information about the sender. Seeing that Nanting Jean didn't care at all, the subordinate asked, Can I help you take a look? Nanting Jean said nothing and didn't stop him. The subordinate opened the envelope, and when he saw the contents clearly, his expression was a little strange. This? Nanting Jean raised his eyes. What? The subordinate tried to organize his words. Maybe someone was idle. I threw it away immediately. Who is so brave that he dared to write such a letter to the leader of the Black Ridge Mountain base? Do you think he has a long life? Nanting Jean has been in a bad mood these days. The subordinate did not dare to show him the contents of the letter. He was about to take the letter away and destroy it. Nanting Jean said, Wait. He seemed to have realized something, and his eyes fell on the envelope in the subordinate's hand. The envelope reads Nanting Jean received, and there is a small word in the corner, which is not very clear. Nanting Jean's eyes are slightly fixed, and he walks forward. The subordinate realizes that he wants to read the letter, and trembles and hands it over, lowering his head and not daring to breathe. The senses of the superpower are sharp, and soon, he noticed the change in Nanting Jean's breathing, and the air pressure around him instantly tightened. The subordinate took a half step back without making a sound, waiting for Nanting Jean's anger or temper. However, Nanting Jean stared at the letter, and only spit out 2 words coldly, Get out. The subordinate was relieved instead, and immediately turned around and left. Nanting Jean stood there, his eyes lowered and his emotions could not be seen. Not long after, the subordinate returned to the yard again. When passing through the corridor, Nanting Jean's door was still open, but he was not inside. There was another back door on the side of the yard, and he might have gone out alone for something. The subordinate did not think much about it, and had thrown the letter behind his mind. With Nanting Jean's status and position, there would certainly be many people who would try to attract his attention in various ways, hoping to gain his favor. However, this kind of thing happened a long time ago, when people really saw how cold-blooded and cruel Nanting Jean was. No one dared to have such thoughts anymore. Anyway, that strange letter was destined to be written in vain. At the same time, Nanting Jean stood under the bent tree. It was already dark, no one was passing by, and the intersection was empty and quiet. Since he came here, Qian Hui had not appeared. Qian Hui should not have appeared here. The safe zone was full of superpowers, and the only intersection in the inner circle was guarded by guards. How did he get in? But that letter must have been written by Qian Hui. Nanting Jean took off the pinky ring and looked at the mark carved on it. That day, Qian Hui wrote her name on his palm, but he didn't pay much attention. Now, the Hui in Qian Hui's signature on the letter is almost the same as the mark on the pinky ring. He has been carrying this wooden ring for a long time, but he doesn't know where it came from. Either Qian Hui did it on purpose, and when she saw his ring, she thought of a fake name for herself in advance. Or, after a long time, Nan Tingjin put the pinky ring back on and took out the energy detection instrument he carried with him. The pointer of the instrument did not move, indicating that there were no hidden zombies or mutant plants within the range. But he received the letter. Qian Hui must be somewhere in the safe zone. Nan Tingjin left the tree and searched inch by inch along the path. However, Qian Hui never thought that the written letter could be sent out on the same day and handed to Nan Tingjin. Besides, the team from the big tree base came back. There were people everywhere nearby, and it was dark. Staying outside alone would arouse suspicion, and it was easy to run into the patrol team. So Qian Hui hid in an empty corner, hiding in the cabbage shell. At dinner time, a bunch of plants surrounded Qian Hui, waiting to be fed. A patrol vehicle happened to pass slowly by, and the plants immediately became quiet and motionless, avoiding the sound of biscuits being chewed. Qian Hui also subconsciously held her breath, listening to the sound of the vehicle going away, and broke off half a biscuit for Potato. Potato buried his head. Click, click. The previous car suddenly turned back, driving much faster. At the same time, the person in the car picked up the real-time pager. The East District wall was attacked by a special alien plant, and it is on the way. This sentence came clearly, and Qian Hui and the piranha plant raised their heads together. Special grade exotic plants. Qian Hui was vaguely uneasy. Is it Carrot? I had just seen the picture of Carrot during the day, and heard the news that it attacked the safe zone at night. The piranha plant came closer, bit Qian Hui's sleeve, and pulled it, wanting to go over and take a look. Qian Hui was also worried, especially since Carrot seemed unwilling to meet the piranha plant. If it lost its whereabouts again, I don't know when I can find it again. Without further delay, Qian Hui took her backpack and opened the cabbage shell. Potato quickly stuffed the last bite of biscuits and jumped into his pocket, taking all the plants with him. Qian Hui pulled up his hood and hurried in the direction the patrol car left. He stayed close to the wall, and while there was no one around, the soft vines helped him from time to time, and he tried to speed up. Not long after walking, Qian Hui came to a fork in the road and stopped hesitantly. The East District was very large, and he didn't know where it was exactly. At this time, the mimosa attached to his sleeve moved. It grew a little bigger, raised a leaf, and pointed Qian Hui in a direction. Qian Hui was surprised. Do you know where the radish is? The leaves of the mimosa shook, indicating that it knew. Its combat power is extremely low. It has almost no self-protection ability except for becoming smaller. However, it is an advanced mutant plant. Its perception is unimaginable for ordinary creatures. The portrait of the carrot during the day. The person who drew it had been attacked, or had contact with someone who had been attacked. So the smell of carrot was left on the drawing paper. The carrot was originally far away, and the mimosa could not smell it. Now it is closer, and a faint smell came from a certain direction. Qian Hui trusted the mimosa and immediately chose the direction it pointed to. On the other side, outside a wall somewhere in the East District, Carrot jumped between the ruins, avoiding the long-range attacks of the superpower inside the wall. It was small in size and agile in movement, and its shadow under the moonlight was so fast that it was hard to catch. Another big ball of fire came. Carrot dodged sideways, protecting the leaves above its head. The fireball hit the tree behind, and the broken trunk hit Carrot, but it kicked it hard. Annoying. Carrot had not planned to attack the safe zone at night. It actually didn't like to fight with humans. At most, it would get itchy hands when it met humans on the road, and it would not try to attack places where humans lived. It came here because it found the habitat of 2 high-level zombies, which was near the wall. Carrot was eager to fight the zombies, and woke them up by force. As a result, it accidentally damaged the wall of the safe zone during the fight. Humans mistakenly thought that Carrot was going to attack the safe zone and treated it as a formidable enemy. Now the 2 high-level zombies are nowhere to be found. They may have been called back by the Zombie King. In short, Carrot is full of anger at the moment and is about to explode. Seeing that the number of superpowers in the wall seems to increase again, it must be driven out of the safe zone. Carrot sneered silently. It slapped its forehead, and in an instant, hundreds of carrot spikes were split out and attacked the wall from high altitude. Let's all die! At worst, we will die together. Chapter 18. The carrot-shaped spikes are very small, the colors are vivid and lifelike, and at first glance they look like children's toys. The human psychic on the opposite side saw this, and his face became even uglier. In recent days, 2 or 3 teams have encountered this special-grade alien plant outside, and they all know how terrifying these carrot spikes are. Not only is the hit rate extremely high, the power of the explosion is enough to penetrate a high wall tens of meters thick. The person in charge of commanding in front immediately shouted, "Protection!" Several psychics pressed their hands against the wall, and stones, soil, water mixed with the almost solidified wind, piled up layer by layer. A large number of carrot thorns hit these walls, and both sides consumed each other. In the end, only more than 10 spikes successfully hit the main body of the wall, and smashed several large holes. But at this time, the human superpowers were ready for another round, and various long-range attacks were overwhelming in the direction of the carrots. The situation has been special recently, and many superpowers have been commissioned to assist. Although the incident happened suddenly tonight, they were still prepared. The wall would not be breached so easily. Moreover, unlike zombies, plants usually act alone. Even if a special-grade superpower has a high combat power, human superpowers can still win by numbers. If we can kill this carrot right away, it would be better if we can capture it alive. On the other side, Carrot threw away the half-remaining tree trunk shield, and saw the third wave of long-range attacks coming again. All the ruins that could hide around were blown flat, but it was not panicked at all, and patted its forehead, and hundreds of carrot thorns split out again. The carrot thorns were like free, and they fought against the long-range attacks of the superpower. Carrot almost forgot what it was here for tonight, and was in a state of excitement. It didn't care whether the number of carrot thorns had reached the limit of its body, and all it could think of was, "Die together, and kill you." However, at this moment, 2 other figures appeared in the distance, staring at Carrot with greedy eyes. These were the 2 high-level zombies that had been living nearby before. After being startled by Carrot, the human mutant appeared immediately afterwards. They fled together first, but they did not go too far away. Now Carrot and the human mutant are fighting. They are ready to make a move, trying to launch a sneak attack. High-level zombies have higher intelligence, and they need more. In addition to satisfying their appetite, they also have a desire for power. Eat a special plant, and you will have a better chance of evolving to the Zombie King stage. Carrot, who was busy attacking and dodging, was right there. He refused to flee, but he was obviously tired. 2 high-level zombies approached quietly, but he didn't notice them. When Qianhui arrived near the wall, he could only see the gathered psychics guarding the same place, throwing fireballs or wind blades from time to time. The high and thick wall blocked the view, and the windows or side doors in other locations were guarded by humans. The leaves of the mimosa pointed, indicating that the carrot was outside. At the same time, it also vaguely smelled the breath of high-level zombies, and it seemed that there were more than one. Although it didn't know why Qianhui was looking for carrots, the mimosa trusted him, and subconsciously worried about its own kind. With so many human superpowers and high-level zombies waiting for an opportunity, the carrot was not safe. The leaves of the mimosa became a little bigger, wrapped around Qianhui's fingers, and pulled them a little anxiously. Qianhui was also very anxious. He looked around, looking for a way to get out. There were more reinforcements coming from the roadside. Qianhui retreated a little, and hid in the dark shadows. He looked up, looking at the high wall beside him. Just as everyone was busy dealing with Carrot, there was an explosion somewhere behind him. The noise was in the safe zone, and the nearest people immediately went to check. At the same time, Qianhui picked up the small potato and stuffed it into his pocket. The substitute bomb is one of the potato's skills, and it is not easy to leave traces. At this time, a thin vine came out from Qianhui's sleeve, and it quickly extended and climbed. The vines hooked tightly on the top of the wall, and Qianhui was carried upwards. Detection instruments were installed at intervals on the wall. Once the energy of zombies or mutant plants approached, an alarm would be sounded. When Qianhui touched the wall, the instrument beeped, but the guard in charge happened to go to the bomb to check. When the guard hurried back, Qianhui had already fallen down the wall without being discovered by anyone. The instrument alarm stopped, and the guard opened the window to check, but did not find anything unusual. There was still only the carrot outside. At this moment, Carrot gradually felt his strength dissipating, but he was excited and fought more and more bravely. He even approached the wall a little bit, raised a carrot thorn himself, and aimed it at a superpower standing in front of the wall. The superpower was frightened and quickly leaned down to avoid it. Carrot narrowed his eyes, and suddenly smelled another dangerous breath. The blue-gray arm was like a long noodle. approaching quickly from the side. And the sharp withered claws hit Carrot fiercely. Carrot dodged, but his attention was on the wall, and he didn't notice it immediately, and he still got a wound on his body. The zombie's arms reached out to Carrot again. Carrot grabbed one of his hands and stabbed the carrot's thorns hard. The moment he was stabbed, his arm retracted in pain. However, another high-level zombie spit out a wind ball that hit Carrot accurately. Carrot endured the pain in his body and stepped back cautiously. He was careless. He didn't expect that the two high-level zombies hadn't left yet. Could it be that he was really going to die here today? The safe zone soon discovered two high-level zombies and realized that their target was Carrot. In this way, they were actually much more relaxed. As long as they seized the opportunity, they had a chance to deal with the zombies and the alien plants at the same time. The wound on the zombie's arm from the spikes quickly recovered, becoming softer and flexibly avoiding the remaining spikes. But Carrot had consumed too much before, and the remaining spikes were insufficient, and the hit rate also decreased. It hesitated between bursting the energy accumulating attack and running away. Even if the former could repel the zombies, the humans on the other side of the wall might not let it go. As for the latter, it was too embarrassing. The two zombies also had long-range attacks, and their main bodies hid in the dark. The wind balls attacked one after another, and the wall never stopped. In just a few minutes, Carrot began to lose strength. The human superpowers chased closely, and the two zombies stared at him, determined that they could catch Carrot and eat him. At this moment, a dull roar resounded all around. Carrot was stunned and looked up. It was a special plant. A giant carnivorous plant. The huge body of the carnivorous plant was like a small mountain, blocking the moonlight behind it and casting a large shadow among the ruins. It appeared at an unknown time, with a strong and domineering aura that was not concealed, and its sharp teeth flashed with a cold light. Both the human superpower and the high-level zombie were completely unprepared. Before they could react, the piranha plant bit down and cut off the two zombie arms in midair. The zombie screamed miserably, and the piranha plant immediately swung its stem and blocked the wall with its body, blocking another round of attacks. It had thick skin and flesh, and was in its prime, so it was not afraid at all. With the appearance of the piranha plant, the situation was reversed instantly. The carrot was able to catch its breath, but the look it gave the piranha plant was somewhat complicated. Shame. Too shameful. It would rather die secretly than be rescued. The carrot covered the wound on its back and grimaced, and saw a fortune tree and a corn running over. Both plants looked unfamiliar. Carrot was wondering. The money tree enlarged its leaves to block the wind ball of another zombie for it. The corn looked around, holding a ball of corn in its hand, while quietly looking at the carrot, and couldn't hide its excitement. It's really more fun outside. Exciting? There was movement on the side. Carrot turned his head, and it was a pepper and a potato, rushing in the direction of the two high-level zombies. Carrot. It could probably guess that. These were probably the new friends of the piranha plant. It's been a while since we last met, and I never realized that the piranha plant was so sociable. Carrot felt inexplicably depressed, and took out a carrot thorn. He threw the thorn into the air, then jumped up and grabbed it, preparing to slip away before the piranha plant came to find him. Seeing this, the fortune tree said anxiously, "Woo?" Carrot didn't even turn his head. He didn't want to pay attention to the strange plants, nor did he want to care about the humans and two zombies in the safe zone. At this time, a very familiar voice sounded behind him. Carrot? Even after several years, Carrot still remembered this voice. Its body froze, and it slowly turned its head to look around. It accidentally lost its grip and fell down. Qianhui hurried forward, found Carrot in the ruins, and picked him up. Carrot, he said worriedly. Are you hurt? Carrot stared at Qianhui for a long time, reached out to touch his cheek, and plucked its own leaves to make sure he was not dreaming. Its eyes soon became wet, like a puppy who finally saw its owner, and it whimpered softly, burying itself tightly in Qianhui's arms. Qianhui comforted him. Don't be afraid. Carrot. It's all right. He left with Carrot in his arms, and retreated to the ruined shelter in the distance, under the cover of the fortune tree. The high-level zombie with wind power seemed to have escaped, and Chili and Potato did not catch up with it. The other zombie had a broken arm, and could not resist the attack of the carnivorous plant, and was quickly torn in half. Chili wanted to help, but ended up helping to dig the crystal core, and took Potato back to Qianhui. In the previous chaos, A large area of ruins outside the wall was razed to the ground, and it was visible at a glance. Some people saw the money tree, and there seemed to be one or two other mutant plants. And Qian Hui was also seen. The night affected the vision, and Qian Hui's face could not be seen clearly. From her figure and actions, it could be judged that she was a human. He was not afraid of the special grade alien plants, and walked towards the carrot alone, and took the carrot away. Afterwards, one of the two high-level zombies died, and the other escaped. And the carnivorous plant also left the wall of the safe zone, and turned around and left quickly. The human mutant was originally very nervous, seeing that a special grade alien plant was injured. Another special grade alien plant appeared, and it was suspected that it came to help. They almost changed their tactics, and tried their best to resist the attack. As a result, the zombies were eliminated, but the two special plants left. In the safe zone, the human mutants were confused and still stayed cautiously until they confirmed that they would not appear again tonight. After a long time, some people slowly came to their senses and realized that something was wrong. When the carnivorous plant left, it seemed to go in the same direction as the human who took the carrot. Since the apocalypse, humans don't know much about mutant plants. They only know that the higher the level, the more irritable and angry they are. They don't like to be in groups, and they hate humans and zombies. They didn't know what happened tonight, but it looked like someone showed up in time and calmed down the frenzied special grade alien plants, saving the safe zone. Otherwise, according to common sense, the piranha plant would definitely attack them. However, let alone calming down, there were not many people who could approach the special grade alien plants in a gentle way, and they had never heard of it. But even if the situation was unclear, the defense tonight was still smooth, and the wall was not damaged much, and it would be repaired tomorrow morning. The noise here was too loud, and two people from the Black Ridge Mountain base also came over. Black Ridge Mountain does not participate in night patrols and protection. Except for the movements of the Zombie King, it almost only obeys Nantingjin's orders and moves more freely. The two went late, and the two special plants had already left, so they asked other people about the situation. When they learned that it was the man-eating plant again, the two were very surprised. Didn't they say that the man-eating plant was injured and hid? Why did it come here? Although the mission was forced to be suspended and terminated due to the failure of catching the man-eating plant, it was related to them after all. The two were going to report this to Nantingjin, and when they were about to return to their residence, they saw Nantingjin coming too. He was silent and quiet, standing alone outside the crowd, with most of his face hidden in the darkness, like a sinister ghost. After the two told him what happened outside the wall tonight, Nantingjin whispered, "Man-eating plant." He lowered his eyes, and his eyebrows were cold. Without any other reaction, he threw the detection instrument in his hand to the two and left. Not long after, Nantingjin returned to his residence. His subordinates had been waiting at the gate for a long time. He immediately went forward to greet him, and said, "Liang Jie is here, clamoring to see you. I don't know what's wrong with him. He is just like a madman." Liang Jie came after dark, and said that he wanted to ask their leader for an explanation and return the lost hound to him. Nantingjin frowned. "Who?" The subordinate reminded, "It's from the sky base." Nantingjin walked into the yard. Liang Jie was in the corner, guarded by several other people. Seeing Nantingjin finally appear, Liang Jie immediately took 2 steps forward, but was stopped by the people around him. "Chief Nan." He looked angry and unwilling. "It's not easy to see you." Before Nantingjin came back, Liang Jie had made trouble here, and almost got into a fight with several people. But now that Nantingjin was here, he still restrained himself and barely controlled his emotions. Nantingjin looked at him coldly, as if he had forgotten who Liang Jie was. "You don't remember? The Black Ridge Mountain base accepted our bounty, and was supposed to catch the piranha plant." Liang Jie gritted his teeth and said, "That night the piranha plant and the mutant pepper both escaped, and I led the team to chase them." But he told everything that happened, including the fact that both teams successfully found the piranha plant and the pepper. However, the piranha plant's recovery speed became inexplicably faster, and except for him, both teams were wiped out. Liang Jie originally planned to go to Nantingjin before returning to the base to ask if he knew about the abnormality of the piranha plant. To make matters worse, he woke up and found that the mimosa was missing. If he succeeded in catching the piranha plant and the pepper alive, he would have lost 1 mimosa. But now not only did he fail in the mission, But all his subordinates died. And even the hound he had trained with great effort was lost. Liang Jie thought it was the hotel owner who did it. But the owner firmly denied it, and drove him out. In desperation, he had to come here overnight. Hearing this, Nantingjin narrowed his eyes slightly. You just said. He walked closer slowly. You found the piranha plant and attacked it? Liang Jie replied, yes. Looking at Nantingjin's increasingly gloomy expression, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't know why Nantingjin suddenly showed signs of anger. Was there something wrong with what he said just now? Nantingjin stood in front of Liang Jie, and the haze in his eyes became even worse. So, it was you. Almost instantly, Liang Jie clearly sensed the strong bloodthirsty murderous intent. His pupils dilated, and his face gradually became terrified. You. Leaving the vicinity of the wall, Qianhui found a secluded and safe ruins, opened the cabbage shell and hid inside. The piranha plant had already shrunk, and inside the cabbage shell, all the plants surrounded Qianhui. Carrot was still nestled in Qianhui's arms, now docile and quiet, and it was completely different from its previous appearance. Qianhui fed Carrot a few pills, and touched its head with heartache. It was so dangerous. Why didn't you run away quickly? Luckily he caught up, otherwise Carrot would be injured and might be caught by zombies. Qianhui knew Carrot's personality, but it just loved to fight before, and would not fight to the death with anyone. It would run away when it was time. Carrot whined a few times, hugged Qianhui's wrist tightly, and tilted its head to rub it. It was now smaller, and its wounds were healing quickly. After taking the mana-restoring medicine, its physical strength was also restored a lot. At this moment, it finally recovered from the joy of reunion, and looked at the other plants around Qianhui. There were the money tree, corn, peppers, potatoes, a cabbage, vines, mimosa. Qianhui introduced them one by one. They are my new friends. Well, it turned out that they were not the new friends of the piranha plant, but Qianhui's. Although it didn't recognize these plants, but in the past in the plant garden, the relationship between everyone was just like that. They didn't fight every day for Qianhui's sake. Carrot quickly accepted it, and hugged Qianhui tighter, looking around with its dark eyes. When it looked at the piranha plant, it paused for a moment, and quickly retracted its gaze. Qianhui also came here, and the piranha plant met him earlier than itself. So did he also know about the little mushroom. Carrot looked sad, and the little mushroom was sensible and well-behaved. Unlike those who loved to fight, it was like everyone's sister in the plant garden, and Qianhui also liked it very much. But the incident happened too suddenly, and it wasn't there at that time. The relationship with the piranha plant became worse. Also because of this incident, Carrot buried his face and didn't say anything, and was suddenly picked up by Qianhui. Carrot, Qianhui said seriously. Xiaozi told me everything. He also guessed the reason why Carrot was hiding from the piranha plant, and felt even more distressed. Qianhui sighed, and arranged the leaves on Carrot's head. I can revive the little mushroom. Hearing what he said, Carrot's eyes were confused and shocked, and then surprised. Woo! It got excited, and wanted to confirm if it was true. But, not yet, Qianhui explained. I don't have enough money. I have to save up. Carrot seemed to understand, but was still very happy. And even the piranha plant became more pleasing to the eye. It came over to rub against it, and Qianhui found a small scar next to its head. It should have been a long time ago, and it left a little mark after healing. But Qianhui remembered that there was no scar on Carrot's head before. He touched it with heartache. When did this happen? Was it not bandaged well? Carrot responded vaguely, looking unconcerned. Qianhui sighed again. I just came here some time ago. Where are you and Xiaozi? He always felt that many things had happened before he woke up. Some time ago? It turned out that Qianhui came so much later than them. Carrot said and pulled out a thorn from its head, and placed it next to Qianhui. It pulled out the second one, the third one, until it pulled out 6 thorns. Qianhui hesitated and said, 6 weeks? 6 months? Carrot shook his head, and he asked again, 6 years? Carrot nodded, and Qianhui asked confusedly, 6 years, how many days? His only memories before were in the plant courtyard, and he didn't know much about time, and had no concept. As soon as the words fell, Carrot patted his head, and more radish thorns flew out instantly. The cabbage shell had limited space, so it deliberately made the thorns much smaller. But it still filled the narrow space, and the thorns were still popping out. Qian Hui stopped in time. Okay. Okay. Carrot waved his hand, and all the radish thorns disappeared without a trace. Qian Hui's expression was still a little dull and confused. It's been so long. So he just slept. But he was separated from the plants for 6 years. Qian Hui hugged the carrot tightly, and also hugged the piranha plant. It's okay. I'm here now. He was not as powerful as the plants, but with the help of the game, he could do a lot of things and try to protect them. And Nanting Jean. They used to meet every 6 days. But this time 6 years have passed. 6 years? How many 6 days? No wonder he forgot himself. Did he also spend 6 years alone like the plants? Qian Hui felt bad, and thought of the letter he wrote in the afternoon. I don't know when Nanting Jean will see the letter. He missed him very much. But after delivering the letter, he left the safe zone. Qian Hui took out the remaining bottle of camouflage potion from her backpack and whispered, I want to go in and take a look again. Carrot was puzzled. Huh? Where to? The piranha plant raised its leaves and pointed in the direction of the safe zone. Carrot immediately frowned and shook his head, expressing his disapproval. Humans are all bad guys. What are you doing in there? Xiao Jin is still in there. Qian Hui pursed her lips and said sadly, I want to see him. Carrot still shook his head. It did such a thing tonight. And the defense and inspection of the safe zone must be more stringent. Qian Hui is not like plants that can hide. If you go there rashly, you will be easily discovered. But it is not afraid of causing trouble. It is okay for it to go to the safe zone alone. But Qian Hui cannot go. Qian Hui lowered her eyelashes and said to herself, but I also wrote him a letter. What if Nanting Jean received the letter and went to the bent tree, but didn't see me? At this time, Yumi looked around and pointed at the mimosa on Qian Hui's sleeve. Woo woo. It gestured, made the action of opening a window and pressing the spray, and then hummed and punched twice. Korn looked up, put his hands on his hips and asked, Woo? Who does Qian Hui want to see? Why not just tie her up? Communication between plants is simpler and more convenient. All plants understand what Korn means. Little Potato was the first to raise his hand to show his agreement. The piranha plant looked at Qian Hui. Carrot touched his head and thought this was a good idea. Chapter 19. Qian Hui was stunned. What? He understood what Yumi meant. It was probably because they stole the mimosa so smoothly last time, so they wanted to do the same thing this time. Yumi didn't know much about the relationship between Qian Hui and Nanting Jean. In its eyes, Nanting Jean was no different from a bag. If you want him, just steal him. Besides, with Carrot joining, there are now 2 super mutant plants in the team. Where can we go? Yumi gestured a few more times, indicating that he would also help, as long as Qian Hui nodded. Chili and the piranha plant were silent, and the output plants didn't seem to have any objections. No. Qian Hui shook her head. It's too dangerous and Xiao Jin seems to be someone else's leader. Sneaking into the safe zone, kidnapping a leader, isn't that appropriate? Carrot tugged at Qian Hui's sleeve, with a look of disapproval. If Qian Hui sneaked in, wouldn't it be dangerous? If Qian Hui wanted to see Nanting Jean, kidnapping him directly would be the quickest way. And what happened to the leader? The leader was the one who was tied up. It would be better to let those humans see the power of plants. Don't think they are easy to bully. Qian Hui still hesitated. I'll think about it, rest tonight. He knew in his heart that, even if he used camouflage potion to sneak in a second time, he would only have 2 hours to do so. From the inner circle intersection to the bent tree, the distance was not close. If the security zone really strengthened patrols, anyone who approached Qian Hui with a detection device would find him. However, after learning that 6 years had passed before he woke up, Qian Hui missed Nanting Jean even more. He really wanted to know what Nanting Jean had experienced in the past 6 years, and how he had forgotten the past. Although Qian Hui was reluctant to admit it, Nanting Jean had changed a lot compared to when he was in the botanical courtyard. He was in a daze for a while, trying to put aside the messy thoughts in his mind, and lowered his head to check the wound on the carrot. Its wound was not serious, and it took many pills in one breath, and it was almost healed, and its mental and physical strength recovered quickly. It was quiet outside the cabbage shell. The surroundings should be safe. Qian Hui fed the plant some more food and water, and prepared to go to bed. He took out the small plastic basin and towel bought from the mall, and poured 2 bottles of water into it. After Qian Hui washed his face, the plants lined up one by one, and asked him to help wipe their leaves and bodies. Seeing this, Carrot also lined up and squeezed in front of the piranha plant. It had been injured tonight, and the piranha plant did not care about it and quietly retreated. And Carrot had just seen Qian Hui not long ago, and the little mushroom was expected to be resurrected, and he was so excited that he couldn't calm down and couldn't sleep at all. It walked around in the cabbage shell, and from time to time it would get close to look at a few unfamiliar faces such as peppers and cabbages, and then harass the sleepy piranha plant. The piranha plant made a dissatisfied sound, and Carrot wanted to reach out and pinch the spikes on its head, but suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Qian Hui grabbed it and pressed it in his arms. Carrot instantly became obedient, and his pair of black bean eyes were still shining. The light of the mini cabbage lamp placed in the shell was weak and soft. Qian Hui was not asleep either, and touched the top of Carrot's head and whispered to it, "Carrot, do you know where the cabbages are?" In the past, the ones who had the best relationship with Qian Hui also had cabbages, sunflowers, red peppers, peas, nuts. And the silhouettes in the illustrations were very familiar. If I guess correctly, the ones that came out of the plant courtyard seemed to be special grade exotic plants. Carrot shook his head and answered silently. Plants are not like humans who have various ways of communication, willing to find companions and pass on information. They are not like zombies who have special class relationships. And low-level zombies will instinctively follow higher-level zombies. Mutated plants have never had the idea of unity or cooperation, and no one has taught them these things. The plants in the yard do know each other, and those with good relationships may become companions when they meet, such as the piranha plant and the small mushroom. But this world is too big, and it is too difficult to blindly find companions. Plants don't have many such ideas, and they think it is more convenient to live alone. Qian Hui lowered her thick eyelashes, hiding the disappointment in her eyes. "Okay," he comforted himself. "It doesn't matter, I'll find it eventually." Carrot nodded, moved closer, and rubbed Qian Hui's hair. It was finally quiet now, closing its eyes and keeping its head down, and soon fell asleep. Qian Hui still didn't feel sleepy, checking the information in the game. When she found Carrot, just like the piranha plant, the game popped up a message that they had formed a bond, and the loyalty quickly reached 100%, rewarding a balance of 20,000. With the addition of carrots and the potatoes that were taken from the woods, the estimated combat power of the plant team soared to 6,000, and the camp value was 1,200. Compared with the initial combat power value of 5, 6,000 is a huge improvement. However, there was another line of small words under the combat power value, which read the level and strength of the team members are quite different. It is recommended to cultivate them in a balanced way and develop them in many aspects to improve the combat compatibility. Qian Hui looked at the information in the illustration book. Carrots and piranhas are the strongest. They do not need additional skills or evolution. Peppers, potatoes, money trees, and corn are intermediate. Mimosas are the only advanced mutant plants. There are still low-level cabbages and soft vines left. But the level is only a comprehensive assessment of skills, not the real ability. Any plant has the opportunity to maximize its use, such as the self-evolved cabbage. During this period, I really didn't feed the plants with skill points. Qian Hui looked at the loyalty again. Except for carrots and piranhas, the chili cabbage is about to reach 100%, the money tree is 60%, the potato is 40%, the corn is 30%, and the mimosa is 30%. Although there are a few with loyalty below 50%, they are still well-behaved and obedient. As long as they are always with them, it is only a matter of time before their loyalty rises. What's even more amazing is that Qian Hui also found that the loyalty of 2 or 3 unfamiliar plants in the illustrations has also increased a little bit. Those were the ones he often fed when he was still in the woods. They probably missed Qian Hui a little after he left. Qian Hui looked at the balance again. 39458. If he didn't have to save money to buy resurrection beans, he could have squandered so much balance for a long time. But the plant team followed him and helped him a lot along the way. He couldn't just focus on one thing. The team's strength continued to improve, and it would be easier to face any situation, and the speed of finding other plants would be faster. So Qian Hui roughly calculated, and waited until the next morning, bought a lot of skill points, and 2 bottles of evolution water. He had thought it through. Potatoes and corn for attack, money trees and mimosas for defense. Anyway, they all had a share. The 2 bottles of evolution water were for peppers and soft vines. They had followed Qian Hui the longest, and they were the most loyal. The remaining cabbages had already evolved successfully, so they didn't need to drink this anymore. Xian Hui distributed the skill point pills. Potatoes and money trees ate them directly. And Corn buried its head to smell it. And ate it too. Chili was holding the small bottle of green water, still curiously looking at it, while the soft vine on the other side drank it with its leaves. And a game prompt popped up immediately. The soft vine is about to develop a new advanced skill. Please pay attention to its situation at any time. Soft vine advanced skills have been updated. After drinking the evolution water, the speed was hundreds of times faster than autonomous evolution. And the two messages were only 2 seconds apart. The soft vine shook a few times, and the color of its leaves became lighter. Xian Hui opened the illustration, and its advanced skill column had an additional hard armor. The soft vine sensed the changes in its body, and its branches swayed. A small part of its leaves suddenly lit up with a cold light. Potato came close and touched it carefully. It was hard, like a blade. Then, Chili also drank the evolution water and scratched the back of his neck. He felt a little itchy, and it was not very comfortable. Chili twisted and turned, and when the strange feeling completely disappeared, he turned around and found that everyone was looking at him. Chili made a puzzled whoosh sound, and suddenly found that the sight in front of him seemed to have become a little higher. It touched the top of its head, looked down, and slowly opened its eyes. Chili was originally quite thin, and its height was barely as tall as Xian Hui's arm. At this moment, it not only grew taller, but also became much fatter. The green shell color became more intense, and its tail was slightly bent, changing from a small chili to a big chili. The illustration shows that the advanced skill it has evolved is called Exploding Chili Seed Ball, which can attack multiple targets at the same time after exploding, with a hit rate of up to 95%. Chili, however, didn't care about his new skills. He used the water bottle as a mirror for a long time, and was very satisfied with his new appearance. Corn was very envious, and secretly touched Chili's tail. He ran to stick to Xian Hui, and helped him pack his backpack. After all the skill points and evolution water were used up, the team's combat power increased by 500. A total of 6,500. However, Xian Hui didn't have a specific understanding of what 6,500 combat power meant. After breakfast, he left the cabbage shell, took all the plants with him and hid them, and prepared to go to the outside of the safe zone to take a look. The location of the cabbage shell was not far from the wall of the safe zone. While there was no one around, the piranha took Xian Hui to climb up the abandoned building. Xian Hui stood on a high place and looked inside from a distance. There seemed to be several more patrol cars in the outer circle of the safe zone, most likely equipped with detection equipment, and the situation in the inner circle was still unknown. Xian Hui took out the camouflage potion in his pocket, looked down for a while, and put it away for the time being. Carrot poked his head out of the other pocket, and saw his actions. The building was too high, and it would be easy to be discovered if he was not careful, so he couldn't stay there for too long. Xian Hui was about to go down, when the dwindling piranha plant beside him raised its head, and whispered woo-woo. Carrot immediately got out of his pocket, and stood by the wall, looking around. Xian Hui looked in the direction indicated by the piranha plant, and saw people gathering outside the safe zone in the distance, shuttling between the ruins like flowing liquid, and quickly approaching the safe zone wall. That is, Xian Hui's pupils shrank slightly. Zombies? Carrot said woo, and his eyes were slightly excited. The traces of the zombie king have appeared for so long, and he finally commanded the zombies to attack the nearest human base. It came for this. Originally, it wanted to have a good fight, but Carrot looked at Xian Hui and waited obediently for his intention. There were a lot of zombies, densely filling the gaps in the ruins, gradually covering most of the color of the ruins. Xian Hui had never seen so many zombies before. Just when he was shocked, the game information came out. Trigger the hidden task. Successful completion has a chance to get a detailed explanation of the plot points. Hidden task. Quietly approach the zombie camp, see what they are doing 0%. Task reward, prestige plus 10. This task is almost exactly the same as the previous one approaching the human camp, but one is a side quest, and the other is hidden. Looking at the zombies in the distance, Xian Hui hesitated for a moment. Let's go and take a look. The piranha nodded, and its body began to grow larger, carrying Xian Hui and jumping off the building. 10 minutes later, Xian Hui quietly approached the zombies. The zombies appeared on the east side of the safe zone. There were low, medium and high levels in it. The high-level zombies were the least in number, but they advanced the fastest. They had quickly entered the outer circle of the safe zone, paving the way for the zombies behind. The human psychics also discovered the zombie attack and responded immediately. Qianhui temporarily hid in a farther place, hiding and observing secretly. The progress of the mission was slowly increasing. 2 or 3 high-level zombies collided with the patrol vehicle, chasing it and trying to overturn it. Behind the high-level zombies, there were at least a dozen intermediate zombies, but they were still wandering outside, not entering the outer circle directly, as if waiting for orders. Carrot was itching to fight, and couldn't help asking Qianhui if he could go over and fight the zombies. Qianhui said with a straight face, "Is your injury healed?" Carrot straightened his back, patted his chest, indicating that it had healed a long time ago. Qianhui opened the illustrated information and checked it. Sure enough, there was nothing serious. With the medicine he fed, Carrot was almost at his peak now. He was still worried, and warned, "You can only go to the back. It's best not to be discovered by humans, and come back early. Most of the zombies in the back are low-level zombies, and there is no pressure to fight them. You can take advantage of the high-level zombies and humans in front to kill some secretly." Qianhui has no intention of helping humans at the moment. Humans and zombies are both hostile camps. But for every zombie killed by a mutant plant with a loyalty of 70%, he can get a balanced reward. Carrot knew what was going on, and nodded seriously and agreed. As a result, when Qianhui agreed, Corn and Chili also wanted to go. Chili had just acquired new skills and a new appearance, and felt that her attack power had increased a lot, and she couldn't wait to find a chance to try it out. Qianhui looked at the three of them, and hesitated. "Okay. Come back soon." Then, the 3 plants excitedly set off together. They were all small in size, and could move quickly and hide in the ruins, quietly approaching the corpses. The remaining plants stayed by Qianhui's side, and Qianhui looked around worriedly while checking the progress of the hidden mission. Soon, a notification popped up that the balance of 1,000 yuan had been received, followed by a second one, a third one. Qianhui looked from afar and saw a faint fluctuation on the side of the zombie group. But the human superpowers were all focused on the high-level zombies in the front row, and could not pay attention to anything else. Seeing that the balance had increased by 10,000 yuan, Qianhui suddenly realized that this method could also make money quickly. However, it was rare for zombies to gather in large numbers like this, and only when they reached the level of Zombie King could they accumulate so many zombie groups. Soon, a high-level zombie in front seemed to notice something unusual and turned to look over. Then it looked at Qianhui and roared a few times. Qianhui was startled and thought it had discovered him, so he hid in a hurry. Then, a message popped up in front of him. The trace of the Zombie King was found. Number 03. The other 2 camps around you are detected to be large in number. Please be vigilant. Qianhui seemed to have noticed something and raised his head. In the distance, at the end of his sight, at the top of an abandoned high-rise building, there was a faint figure. It appeared at some point, and even from a very far distance, it was obvious that its physique was different from that of an ordinary person, and its overly long head looked very strange. Qianhui was inexplicably uneasy, staring at the shadow on the tall building, while using the battle preparation function to send instructions to Chili, asking the 3 of them to come back quickly. When the instruction was sent successfully, the figure in the distance flashed and disappeared in an instant, as if it was just Qianhui's illusion. But when the shadow disappeared, without that invisible pressure, Qianhui suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He turned around again, and saw several high-level zombies quickly abandon the human psychic in the battle and leave. The zombies behind also began to retreat. The human psychic didn't know what happened. He tried to chase for a short distance, but the zombies were still like a tide without any lingering feelings. Soon after, the 3 plants also came back. Qianhui checked them one by one, confirmed that none of them were injured, and left quickly before the humans came to patrol and search here. When they returned to the safe area, Qianhui poured water to wipe the faces of the 3 plants. They wanted to hide and kill zombies at the same time, and they rolled around in the ruins for who knows how many times. Chili shook his head, picked up a stone and drew a little man on the ground, looked at Qianhui, and shook his head again. They were close to the zombies, and closer to humans, and did not see Nanting Jin, probably because this wave of attacks ended quickly before it started. There was no need for the people from the Black Ridge Mountain base to take action. Qianhui touched Chili's leaves. "Okay. I know. The zombies came suddenly, and retreated suddenly. The hidden plot has not been completed yet. Qianhui is not sure whether it is related to the Zombie King. He did not tell the plants the details of seeing the Zombie King, but only said that they should pay more attention to safety. And the Zombie King might be nearby. Carrot scratched his head, having different ideas. It had come into contact with a Zombie King. At this level, the Zombie King is not only intelligent, cautious, but also very insidious. Once it launches an attack, it must be fully prepared and will not retreat easily. Either something unexpected happened, or it was just a feint. The real purpose is not here. In short, the zombie group retreated this time, and it is highly likely that they will not come back in the short term. Seeing Qianhui start to be quiet and dazed again, Carrot looked at him for a while with his chin in his hand, turned his head, and quietly found the piranha plant, muttering to himself. Afterwards, it went to find corn, peppers, potatoes, and even approached the mimosa. Qianhui didn't care, thinking that Carrot was getting acquainted with a new friend. As the zombies retreated, the patrol outside the safe zone was supplemented with personnel, and the traces of zombie invasion were cleaned up, making it even more inconvenient to disguise and go there in a short period of time. It was night again, and Qianhui went to bed early. The mini cabbage lamp was completely turned off, and in the dark, Carrot got up stealthily. It didn't make any sound, and pushed open the cabbage leaf door and slipped out. Carrot didn't go far. He waited outside the cabbage shell for a while. Peppers and piranhas also came out, as well as potatoes, corn, and soft vines. Finally, it was the mimosa. It grew a little bigger and stood quietly on the stone. In the night, a group of plants quietly gathered together with Qianhui on their backs. Carrot took a branch and gestured, telling the other plants his detailed plan. In the middle of the night, Carrot wanted to tie up Nantingjin and give Qianhui a surprise. Of course, it was not enough to rely on itself, so it needed the help of other plants. Seeing that the other plants really wanted to go with Carrot, the piranha plant was still a little worried and wanted to persuade them again. But Carrot had made up his mind. If he failed, he would just pretend that it never happened and no one should tell anyone. Moreover, he felt that his plan was much simpler than Qianhui sneaking into the safe zone himself. The piranha plant looked at the group of plants and nodded reluctantly. But he didn't plan to go with them. First, he had to stay with Qianhui for protection. And second, his size was limited. He couldn't show his strength if he didn't grow bigger. So, after discussing it as quickly as possible, Carrot set off with a mimosa on his head, a soft vine wrapped around his neck, and corn, peppers and potatoes. They soon arrived outside the safe zone. Looking at the high wall, Carrot directed Potato to the other side and took out a spike. When the explosion sounded from Potato's side, Carrot waited for a while and estimated that the time was about right, and threw the spike high into the air. It jumped up and tightly grasped the spike, and Pepper followed closely, grabbing Carrot's feet, and Corn grabbed Pepper's tail. Inside the wall, when the patrolling and guarding humans were attracted by the explosion and went to check, Potato had quietly run away and did not see a colorful shadow flying across the dark night sky. After flying into the safe zone, Mimosa slid onto Carrot's face and raised its leaves to guide it. Carrot carefully controlled its spikes and flew farther. Its plan seemed reckless, but it was actually very complete. Potatoes were responsible for leading away the humans near the wall. Mimosa could smell the scent of Nantingjin on Qianhui. The ability of Peppers was the most important. Once they were discovered, they would need to burst out with energy to attack when escaping. Soft vines could be used to tie people up. As for Corn, because it was its original proposal, and it was also quite capable and smart, Carrot was brought along. It has also analyzed that, last night, humans saw 2 special-grade alien plants leave with their own eyes, and the zombies in the daytime retreated inexplicably. Night is the time when zombies hide and hibernate, and humans will definitely relax their vigilance at this time. At the same time, the lights were on in the courtyard, where the Black Ridge Mountain base was temporarily staying. Several subordinates came out of the courtyard and walked outside. "Are you sure that the zombies will not come again?" Someone talked to his companion. "Does the assignment end? We can go back tomorrow. Is that right?" The companion replied. "The news delivered by the Sky Base at the first time cannot be wrong." The old man, surnamed When in the Sky Base, has a very special ability, precognition. The future he foresaw never deviated, and he often used his supernatural powers to assist other bases. It was also because of this that the Sky Base quickly established its prestige at the beginning of the apocalypse, and became the leader of the 3 major bases. As the others chatted, another person asked Nanting Jean, "Chief, aren't you going tonight?" "No. Are you the new one who came a while ago?" Don't ask such questions in the future. This time when they came, several bases jointly prepared a comfort station, which was originally scheduled to be opened after successfully resisting the zombies. But it was unexpectedly opened ahead of schedule. Humans have superpowers, which is beyond common sense, and cannot be compared with zombies. Once the superpowers are used to a certain extent, the superpower users are prone to get lost, and get deeply trapped in their superpowers in different ways. There was once a person with fire superpowers, who burned himself to death when he got lost. The comfort center was born for this reason. There are various ways to comfort the superpower users, such as providing medicine, psychological counseling, etc., or other ways to please themselves. Taking medicine is the most convenient way, but many people are still worried that medicine may have other side effects, and other methods cannot be discarded. All superpowered people need comfort, except Nanting Jean. Or, he doesn't like those methods. As the few people gradually walked away, a shadow flew from the sky and approached the yard. After confirming that Nanting Jean's breath was there, Carrot controlled the spikes to fall, and the 4 plants fell silently. They looked around cautiously, found no one else, and quietly sneaked into the yard. In the room, Nanting Jean opened his eyes. On the table in front of him was a detection instrument, which was shaking violently. Soon, a carrot spike pierced through the door and came straight towards Nanting Jean. The spike was as fast as lightning, and it stopped in the air only 1 centimeter away from Nanting Jean's eyebrows. Carrot and Corn then kicked the door open and rushed forward. Carrot jumped onto the table and pointed the other spike in his hand at the side of Nanting Jean's neck. At the same time, the soft vine quickly approached, and the branches tied Nanting Jean up, while Corn watched covetously from the side. With a click, the spike fell off. Nanting Jean did not resist. Then, the familiar-looking green pepper jumped up and wrote the words "Follow me" on the table, in case Nanting Jean did not recognize her. Pepper also wrote the word "Hui," which was the way to write Qian Hui. Nanting Jean's eyes moved slightly and asked, "Where is he?" Carrot pointed at the door, signaling him to follow her quickly. At this time, there were footsteps coming in from outside. The subordinate had something to ask Nanting Jean, and he quickly came to the door. When he looked up, he suddenly saw several mutant plants. Before he could react, a large chili pepper with a hook spit out a chili seed at him. And at the same time, a bunch of corn kernels flew over. The chili seeds were emitting hot steam, and they burned his skin immediately when they hit him. The corn kernels were heavier than iron blocks that were dozens of times larger in size, and they knocked him unconscious. Not long after, Nanting Jean went out alone, and took a modified car with him. He was the leader of the Black Ridge Mountain base. Even if they had not discussed it in advance, no one dared to stop him from going anywhere, and no one checked him. No one noticed that there were still a few plants hiding in the car. A thin vine was wrapped around Nanting Jean's neck, and the leaves were sharp and shining. It was just dawn, and Qian Hui was awakened by Xiao Baokai. Xiao Baokai seemed very nervous, and pushed Qian Hui's shoulder with his hand, and pointed outside. Qian Hui sat up in a daze, and found that there was a game prompt in the middle of the night. He was asleep at that time, and didn't see it. You seem to have done something extraordinary, which caused a huge impact on the human camp. Not only was there a prompt, but there was also a reward, giving a full 100 prestige points. Qian Hui was confused, and then found that the cabbage shell was empty. The carnivorous plants, carrots, and peppers were all gone. He frowned slightly, pushed the door open, and shouted, "Xiao Zi, carrot?" When he went around the back of the cabbage shell, Qian Hui suddenly saw a familiar figure and was stunned. Nanting Jean was standing not far away, guarded by several plants. He was silent and looked up. Qian Hui almost thought he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes and walked forward slowly, wanting to confirm that Nanting Jean was real. When Qian Hui approached, Nanting Jean's dark eyes stared at him and whispered, "Do you miss me a lot?" Chapter 20. Qian Hui was stunned for a long time, both happy and at a loss. It turned out that Nanting Jean had seen the letter he wrote. Before going to bed last night, he was still missing him, hoping to find a chance to sneak into the safe zone the next day. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, Nanting Jean appeared in front of him. Qian Hui nodded randomly, couldn't help but take another half step forward, and suddenly threw herself into Nan Tingjin's arms, hugging him tightly. Did you receive it? Qian Hui raised his head, a little incoherent. My letter, I wrote it myself, I also wrote my name. His beautiful red eyes sparkled, and the dullness and loss of the previous 2 days were swept away. Carrot stood on the low wall nearby and looked around quietly, with a very pleased look in his eyes. It seemed that Qian Hui liked this gift very much. They didn't sleep all night, and watched over Nan Tingjin until Qian Hui woke up. Corn also climbed up the low wall, came to Carrot, and gave it a shoulder massage. Carrot touched Corn's head, indicating that it was a good idea. Nan Tingjin replied, got it. Compared to Qian Hui, he didn't seem to show much joy of reunion, but his eyes were fixed on Qian Hui, and his slightly tense breathing was low. Qian Hui was unaware of this. She was happy but slow to react. The meeting place agreed in the letter was in the safe zone. How did Nan Tingjin know that I was here? When did you? As he spoke, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar branch, which was wrapped around Nan Tingjin's neck. The hard blades pressed against his skin. If they were tightened a little more, they would cut open the blood vessels. Qian Hui was stunned and realized that something was wrong. He let go of Nan Tingjin and turned his head to look at the piranha plant. The piranha plant shook its head to indicate that it was not its doing, and raised its leaves to point at the carrot. Woo! The carrot and corn stood side by side on the low wall, admitting it frankly, looking very proud. Afterwards, the pepper and potato also climbed up the low wall. The potato was also excited, but the pepper was a little guilty, and its eyes were wandering, and it didn't dare to look at Qian Hui. Qian Hui even found that the mimosa was among them, and it became the size of a fingernail and stuck on the pepper's forehead, and the colors were almost blended into one. He opened his mouth and looked at Nan Tingjin in front of him, and the game prompt he saw when he woke up did something unusual, caused a huge impact. Could it be what Yumi said that day? Qian Hui took a breath, and before he could recover from his shock, the piranha and carrot turned their heads to look into the distance at the same time, sensing the approach of a strange breath. Oh no! The people in the safe zone are here. Carrot woo a few times, and waved to signal everyone to run away first. It didn't want to wake Qian Hui in the middle of the night, and waited until dawn. Nan Tingjin's subordinates must have discovered something, and started to send people to search everywhere. If it was normal, Carrot would not be afraid at all. But now they tied up Nan Tingjin. If they didn't keep an eye on him when they fought with humans, all their efforts would be wasted. Nan Tingjin was quite powerful, so it was better to escape first to be on the safe side. Anyway, it successfully kidnapped the leader of a large base, and Carrot felt very comfortable. Without further ado, the piranha plant immediately grew larger, and Chili ran to take away the cabbage shells, picked up Qian Hui's backpack and the cabbage, and threw them into the piranha plant's mouth. Now there was no time to squeeze the backpack. The piranha plant grew a little bigger, and lowered its head to let other plants hide, so that it could be taken away together. In the end, Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin were left, and the piranha plant opened its mouth, indicating that there was still room inside. In this way, even if it was discovered on the road, it would only be seen. All this happened too suddenly, and Qian Hui stood there, as if he had not recovered yet. So, his plants sneaked into the safe zone in the middle of the night, and tied Nan Tingjin up, and were discovered by humans, and were chasing them here. Qian Hui's mind was a little confused. He had disagreed with Yumi's proposal before because he thought it was too risky. Although he was ignorant about many things, the identity of the leader should be more important in a human camp. However, at this moment, Nan Tingjin was standing in front of him, and Qian Hui couldn't help but feel happy. Moreover, kidnapping a leader. The game also rewards 100 prestige points. At the urging of the piranha plant, Qian Hui made up his mind. He hurriedly pulled Nan Tingjin, and went into the piranha plant's open mouth together. The two sat up, and the space suddenly became much narrower. The surrounding plants squeezed to the side. The piranha plant closed its mouth, leaving a gap for ventilation. The flower stem swung vigorously, and moved dozens of meters away in a blink of an eye. Not long after the piranha plant left, a team of superpowers came nearby. The captain held a detection instrument in his hand, and the pointer showed that there was high energy nearby, which was very likely to be a special grade plant. But the surroundings were empty. They searched under several ruins where they could hide, but did not find any mutant plants, nor any traces of Nan Tingjin. The team drove 2 modified cars, and chased in the direction of the remaining smell for a while, until the smell completely disappeared and the clues were cut off. The captain looked solemn and said to the other end of the transmitter, "Team 3 searched without results. Prepare to return." More than an hour ago, in the safe zone, all the superpowers who participated in the commission of the Black Ridge Mountain base gathered in the yard. Several people were interrogating the subordinate last night in turn. The subordinate claimed to come to see Nanting, but ran into several mutant plants, and was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. It was not until daytime that he was found by others and sent for treatment. After he woke up, he repeated everything he saw. "You said a mutant plant broke in?" "I'm absolutely not mistaken," the subordinate said firmly. "The leader was covered with green vines and was attacked by a carrot. He saw the carrot spikes pressed against Nantingjine's neck. Before he could help, he was knocked unconscious by a pepper and a corn. Now Nantingjine is missing. The guard at the intersection said that he left alone by car last night, but his communicator was left on the table, even if he had to go out for personal reasons and didn't want to inform any of his subordinates. Nantingjine would not leave his own communicator. Later, when looking for signs of plant intrusion in the room, someone found another line of handwriting on the table. After careful identification, it was found that it was written in large characters, "Your leader." I took him away. The handwriting was crooked, and the word leader was written incorrectly. After scraping it with a knife, it smelled of radish paste. This was of course left by the carrot. It couldn't read, so it asked the pepper to do it for it, and wrote on the table with the radish thorns, deliberately letting humans see it. It seemed to say that your leader was fine, but it was actually full of provocation. Its purpose was achieved. Everyone looked very unhappy. They couldn't believe it. Combined with what the subordinates saw, the communicator left behind, could it be that their leader was abducted and taken away by mutant plants? But with Nantingjine's strength, how could he be easily controlled by several mutant plants? And more than 2 mutant plants working together, this kind of thing almost never happens. The subordinates continued to be interrogated, describing the appearance of several mutant plants last night one by one. Tall and thin carrots, big green peppers with hooks, thin green vines, short corns. Soon, someone speculated, carrots, could they be the special grade alien plants that attacked the outer wall 2 days ago? Mutated peppers, could it be the one with very special abilities? Among the crowd, there were 2 team members who had personally experienced the pepper's energy accumulating attack last time, and they knew clearly how much that ability could restrain the psychic. If it was really that pepper, plus a fierce and aggressive special grade alien plant, they could kidnap Nantingjine, which seemed to be explained. Soon after, the people who went to look for the modified car also sent back news that the modified car was abandoned on the roadside outside the safe zone. There was a residual smell of special plants in the car, and Nantingjine was missing. At this point, no matter how unwilling you are to believe it, you have to accept the reality. The leader of the Black Ridge Mountain base was kidnapped by a group of mutant plants. If the Black Ridge Mountain base was invaded by mutant plants, they might be able to keep it secret for the time being. But this is the inner circle of the safe zone, which is related to the safety of other bases. Because of the special ability of the pepper, the Sky base was also involved. In short, this matter is of great importance. The purpose of the mutant plants is still unclear. After a brief discussion, the people in the base immediately contacted the heads of the safety zone and the Sky base to inform them of Nantingjine's disappearance. There are 3 general managers in the safety zone. One of them heard that the leader of the Black Ridge Mountain base was kidnapped by mutant plants that sneaked in the middle of the night, and was so scared that he almost couldn't stand. Fearing that it would cause panic among the people, they chose to act secretly, while conducting an emergency investigation of the inner circle, strengthening protection, and sending people to continue looking for Nantingjine. At the same time, the Sky base far away also received the news. The subordinate took the message and hurried to the central attic, but was stopped at the door. "Mr. Wen has not woken up yet," the guard said. "You can't go in now." The subordinate frowned. Why did it start again? When Ju fell into a state of confusion more and more frequently. His ability was very special. When he was lost, his brain consciousness would always be immersed in the memories of the past. The whole person was like a walking corpse, and the state was very painful. In order to maintain order in the base, only a few close friends around him knew about his situation, and most of the time, he did not see outsiders. The Sky base developed medicines, captured mutant plants for domestication, or conducted various experiments, all to completely solve this problem. However, when Ju used his superpowers too many times, the stronger the superpowers, the more serious the symptoms of being lost will be. Even the medicine only has a partial relief effect. This seems to be a curse against human superpowers. Zombies and mutant plants have also evolved due to the doomsday, but they are not affected by this at all. The subordinate was about to leave when he saw a light on in the attic. When Ju woke up, he waited outside the door for a while, and after the guard informed when Ju, he pressed the switch of the iron door. The subordinate quickly entered the attic and saw when Ju sitting by the window, leaning against the back of the chair with his eyes closed. His hair was gray, but his face was only about 50 years old, which looked a little weird. "Sir," the subordinate approached and handed over the communicator in his hand. "There are traces of mutant peppers." But, before he could finish, when Ju opened his eyes and took the communicator, after reading the message, he frowned, thinking, several plants. Kidnapped Nanting Jean? "Sir, do you want to take a look?" the subordinate asked. "The man-eating plant may be there too." After Liang Jia led the team out, there has been no news for a long time. It is likely that something bad has happened. A few days ago, we heard that the man-eating plant appeared outside the safe zone, and a special grade alien carrot also appeared at the same time. During this period, there seems to be more and more abnormal behaviors of mutant plants. They didn't gather together before, and now they have kidnapped a human leader. The information obtained so far is still too fragmentary. But when Ju's foresight can see everything, and the subordinates know that when Ju is more concerned about Nanting Jean, and has been trying to win over the Black Ridge Mountain base, they can take this opportunity to help him, and use their supernatural powers to find Nanting Jean's whereabouts. When Ju put down the communicator, but said after a moment, "I can't see it." Nanting Jean's past, present, and future. He can't see them all. As if this person doesn't belong to this world. Not only that, but now everything related to him, including the several mutant plants mentioned in the communication. He can't see them either. When Ju was originally very curious about Nanting Jean, his ability seemed to be very special. Not just controlling objects. He wanted to know what Nanting Jean's upper limit was. Mutated plants and zombies could burst out and charge to attack. Humans with abilities could actually do the same. But very few people could do it. Unfortunately, when Ju never succeeded. Hearing this, the subordinate was shocked. He looked up and saw that when Ju's face was not very good, he did not dare to ask any more questions. He picked up the communicator and left. The wind outside whistled past, blowing into the gaps between the teeth of the man-eating plant from time to time. The fortune tree was afraid that Qian Hui would feel cold, so it covered a part of it with its leaves, making the view inside darker. The mouth of the mutant plant was dry and soft, like a small room made of leaves. Qian Hui hugged her knees, sat among a group of plants, and quietly looked at Nanting Jean across from her. "Woo!" The carrot hung on Qian Hui's arm, and she gestured back and forth with one hand holding the spikes, vividly describing her achievements last night. With the addition of the pepper on the side, Qian Hui roughly understood the whole thing. He frowned, whispered, not obedient at all. He also took the timid mimosa away. What if something unexpected happened? But Qian Hui knew that the plants did this for themselves. He was reluctant to say anything harsh, so he picked up several plants and hugged them, asking if they were injured or frightened by the humans inside. There was no need to say much about carrots and peppers. Potatoes and corn were also very brave, but Mimosa seemed to be a little scared, hiding timidly in Qian Hui's sleeves, clinging to her and not moving. Qian Hui wanted to call back the soft vine, so that it wouldn't have to entangle Nanting Jean anymore. But Carrot reached out to stop him. It shook its head seriously. "Woo!" Nanting Jean's strength was not low, so to be on the safe side, it was better to control him before reaching a safe place. The soft vine maintained its skill state conscientiously, raised a branch and shook it, indicating that it was completely fine. Qian Hui had to give up. He thought about it, put down the plant in his arms, and fumbled in the dark to find some biscuits and water from his backpack. He rubbed against Nanting Jean. "Are you hungry? Do you want some water?" Nanting Jean whispered, "No." I don't know if it was because his life was threatened, but he didn't show any intention of resistance, and he was silent from beginning to end. Qian Hui said, "Oh," and stuffed the biscuits and water bottle to Potato. The other plants were also secretly observing Nanting Jean. Yumi remembered that she had seen this human in the woods before. He turned out to be a leader. He wasn't that great. He was easily tied up. Yumi walked over with a swagger, ready to punch Nanting-Jin like he did to Liang Jia that night. It came in front of Nanting-Jin and raised its head, just in time to meet his eyes. Nanting-Jin was clearly unable to move freely, but being stared at by these dark and cold eyes, Yumi felt a sense of fear for no reason. Its body froze, and its raised fist slowly loosened. It scratched the back of its head, ran away awkwardly, and hid behind Carrot. Not long after, the speed of the piranha plant began to slow down. It had already left the safe zone for a long distance, and there was a forest in front of it, which made it easier to hide. The piranha plant's mouth was full, and it raised its head, and the flower stem pushed through the tree canopy, going deeper into the forest, stopping at a wide meadow, and lowering its head and opening its mouth. The plants jumped out one after another, curiously looking at the new environment, and Qianhui and Nanting-Jin followed closely behind. This place is very similar to the forest before. The strange plants around them ran away early after smelling the breath of the piranha plant. There are no zombies. It is safe for the time being. The plants that participated in the kidnapping last night did not sleep much. Carrot is very sleepy now. Qianhui fed them some food and let the piranha plant take it to sleep nearby. In the end, only the cabbage and the money tree were left. They followed Qianhui obediently. Qianhui let them play nearby by themselves, but not too far away from the piranha plant. Then she turned her head and looked at Nanting-Jin, who was sitting under the tree. He walked over slowly, knelt down and hugged his knees. Qianhui wanted to say that it was not his intention to tie Nanting-Jin up like this. However, when the words came to his lips, he turned into explaining for the plants. Don't be angry, the radishes didn't do it on purpose. Qianhui hesitated, perhaps influenced by the kidnapping, and said confidently, Yes, I want to see you. He glanced at Nanting-Jin, lowered his head, and continued to talk about what happened after he separated from Nanting-Jin that day. I didn't do it on purpose either. I met a human who bullied Xiaofan. I went back later, but didn't find you. He remembered the direction of the base that Nanting-Jin had mentioned, so he came here, and sneaked into the inner circle of the safe zone, finding an opportunity to write a letter. Qianhui said a lot in a discontinuous manner. He used to be like this. When Nanting-Jin was not with him, he would tell him everything that happened. Nanting-Jin listened quietly without showing any impatience. When he finally finished speaking, Qianhui could not help but get closer to Nanting-Jin, and touched his sleeve with his fingertips. I really miss you. Nanting-Jin responded in a low voice, and raised his hand in Qianhui's direction. Qianhui was feeling uneasy, and was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and then happily threw himself into Nanting-Jin's arms, and buried his head, and rubbed his collar intimately. Nanting-Jin lowered his eyes, raised his hand, and stroked Qianhui's silver hair. His movements were very gentle. After a moment, Qianhui suddenly felt his palm move, pinching the back of her neck. The force was not strong, but it made Qianhui inexplicably feel a little timid. He raised his face unconsciously, hummed like a kitten, pushed Nanting-Jin, but failed to break free. Nanting-Jin half bent his waist, leaned closer, and his warm breath sprinkled on her hair. He hugged Qianhui, and the force that was restraining the back of her neck loosened a little. Miss me? Nanting-Jin asked softly. How much do you miss me? Chapter 21. How much do you miss her? Qianhui tried to think, and said vaguely, just, I miss her very much. He was at a loss for words, and couldn't describe more, but he just missed her very much. Nanting-Jin didn't seem satisfied with this answer. His eyes darkened a little, and he stopped talking. He sat by the tree, with his back to the sun, and looked a little cold. His body temperature was much higher than Qianhui's, and his embrace and palms were constantly transmitting heat, revealing a dormant dangerous aura. Qianhui was inexplicably nervous, and timidly pushed him. Nanting-Jin did not move at all. Seeing this, the soft vine was eager to protect its master, and stretched its sharp leaves forward, leaving a shallow blood mark on the side of his neck. In fact, it was not sure whether it could control Nanting-Jin. His ability level was too strong. Even if he stood there and did nothing, it would be very oppressive for the mutant plants of lower levels. The kidnapping plan went very smoothly, and there were no accidents along the way. But the carrots were sleeping now. The soft vine mustered up its courage, tremblingly raised its leaves, trying to threaten. Nanting-Jin paused for a moment, saw Qianhui's slight resistance, and slowly loosened his grip. His arms felt empty. Qianhui moved away a little, and after a while, she moved closer again cautiously. Having lost his memory, and having stayed here for 6 years, Nan Tingjin was different from before. From the first moment she saw him, Qianhui could feel it, but she couldn't tell what was different. Perhaps Nan Tingjin was gentler before, and wouldn't ask questions like what he liked about him or how much he missed him. Qianhui didn't understand this at all. If you like someone, you just like him. You can't give too many reasons. Or maybe the current Nan Tingjin is the real him. While thinking about this, Qianhui reached out and touched the leaves of the soft vine. He knew that the soft vine helped. He saw that Nan Tingjin's neck was really injured. He suddenly felt strange, as if he had just realized that Nan Tingjin was forcibly abducted. Qianhui asked in a low voice, "Does it hurt?" Nan Tingjin looked over and said slowly, "It hurts." Qianhui half believed and half doubted, and moved closer to check the tiny scars. He thought about letting Nan Tingjin go first. This place is quite far from the safe zone. And when they were in the woods before, Nan Tingjin was always by his side and protected him. Qianhui was about to ask Wan Tung to come back when Carrot woke up. It slept for a while, and its strength was fully restored, and it ran over in high spirits. Carrot was thinking of switching shifts with Wan Tung, and he would be the one to closely guard Nan Tingjin. So, Wan Tung took off his armor skills, and returned to Qianhui's wrist to rest. Carrot squatted under the tree, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, and staring at Nan Tingjin with his black eyes. Alert and vigilant, Qianhui reached out and took him over, and whispered to him in a low voice, "You don't have to do this, right?" Carrot shook his head, indicating that it was necessary. He pulled some weeds on the ground, tied a hanging grass knot, raised it, and pointed at Nan Tingjin, meaning that this was him. Carrot swung the grass knot, swinging it around casually, and hit it twice, and finally threw it to Qianhui. Qianhui pinched the grass knot and put it on the ground silently. He used to play with Carrot often, and he could guess what Carrot meant. He wanted to see Nan Tingjin, so Carrot was tied up for him, and Nan Tingjin was restricted in his movements, so he could do whatever he wanted. As for when to let Nan Tingjin regain his freedom, Qianhui would have to wait until he felt better. Otherwise, what if he went back? If Qianhui wanted to see him, it would be difficult to tie him up again. Qianhui hesitated, but finally did not object to Carrot. But now that he had met her, what should he do? The soft vine did not rest for too long, and after eating the mana-restoring medicine Qianhui fed it, it became more energetic, stretched out its branches, and whooshed it wrapped around Nan Tingjin's neck again. Carrot went to lie down nearby to bask in the sun. Qianhui approached Nan Tingjin again. "You?" he asked. "Do you remember anything from the past?" Nan Tingjin glanced at the wooden pinky ring on his hand, and replied, "No." "Okay." Qianhui was a little disappointed, and his tone turned to a little expectation. "But it doesn't matter. I can teach you." He thought about replaying their past interactions with Nan Tingjin, and maybe he would remember it. Nan Tingjin raised his eyes slightly, and seemed to be interested. "What do you want to teach me?" Qianhui thought seriously for a while, turned her head and looked around, then pulled Nan Tingjin up and took him to the other side of the grass covered by the sun. The two sat down again. Qianhui said, "You used to hold me in the sun." As he took the initiative to move closer, Nan Tingjin subconsciously stretched out his hand. Qianhui said, "Don't move." Since meeting the current Nan Tingjin again, including just now, he took the initiative to hold her 3 times. But each time felt different from the previous time. Since it was a teaching, Qianhui planned to do it completely according to her own ideas. Nan Tingjin paused, and he really didn't continue to hug him. Qianhui was satisfied, and crawled into Nan Tingjin's arms, and found a comfortable position. He leaned on the familiar shoulder, and took Nan Tingjin's palm. "You could also help me rub my hands." Except for silver hair and red eyes, Qianhui had no other zombie features, but all the bone joints would faintly reveal a little blue-gray, the most obvious being his hands. His skin was white, which made him look even less bloody. Nan Tingjin obeyed and held Qianhui's hand, gently massaging her fingertips. Qianhui buried her head and rubbed his neck, and said, "You can do it harder." Nan Tingjin replied softly, "Okay." Qianhui closed his eyes, as if he had really returned to the time when he was in the botanical garden. He got up too early in the day, and he relaxed at this moment, and accidentally fell asleep in a daze. He didn't sleep for too long. Only about 10 minutes. When Qianhui woke up, Nantingjin was still rubbing his hands. It's okay. Qianhui hugged Nantingjin's waist, raised her head, and rested her chin on him. Do you remember anything? He asked expectantly. Nantingjin was silent for a while, and said, probably not. What does probably not mean? That means nothing. Right? But this was only taught once. Qianhui didn't expect him to recover his memory so quickly. It doesn't matter, I know you've been here for too long. Qianhui muttered to herself. I have to try a little more. He stood up and stepped back, and heard Nantingjin ask, anything else? Let me think about it. Qianhui looked at Nantingjin, thinking that he didn't have much patience, and said seriously and confidently, don't be impatient, you have to stay with me. When the two of them were together before, they just stayed outside the cabin in the woods, and it seemed that they didn't do anything special. For example, Nantingjin fed him medicine soup, and he gave Nantingjin a ring. But now, he doesn't have the tools and conditions. Moreover, Qianhui's real selfishness is to let Nantingjin accompany him. And like before, Nantingjin is tied up now, which is the best time to do these things. Qianhui thinks Luo Bo is right. If he is left free, he will definitely not be so obedient. Nantingjin is silent, and Qianhui hugs him again. Don't worry. If you don't remember it, I will let Xiaotung untie it. As for how long this always will last, Qianhui has not yet considered it. After a while, Nantingjin slowly replied, okay. He gently hugged Qianhui's waist, and the two of them were very intimate. Qianhui did not notice Nantingjin's actions. He was in a good mood and rubbed his cheek against Nantingjin's collar. Carrot turned over and kept observing this side secretly. He found that Nantingjin was indeed honest and had no signs of trying to escape. And he felt relieved. The sun was still strong, and the peppers and corns woke up. Potatoes called Qianhui loudly. Woo woo. Wanting food. Qianhui left Nantingjin where he was, and went to feed a few plants, checking their status one by one. When corn was full and had become bolder again, it came near Nantingjin again. It held a small ball of corn, pretended to look at the scenery, and walked slowly towards him. However, Nantingjin, who was so quiet and docile in front of Qianhui before, seemed to be a different person at this moment, and did not look like he was being controlled at all. The strength of the intermediate mutant plants could not reach the strength of the special ones, nor was it as dull as the low-level ones. So their sense of smell for dangerous breath was the most acute. Yumi seriously doubted that Nantingjin could untie himself. It approached little by little, trying to test him, when it was only 1 meter away from Nantingjin. Nantingjin turned his head and looked over. Yumi suddenly threw his weapon at him, then turned around and ran away. The corn ball hit Nantingjin's arm and rolled away. Nantingjin glanced at it, but there was no reaction. Seeing this, Yumi, who was hiding behind the tree, became even more confused. It wanted to try again, preparing to make a bigger corn ball. Qianhui came over, bent down and picked up Yumi. We're leaving. Qianhui didn't see Yumi's move, and touched its head. Be obedient, and continue playing after dinner. The piranha plant just went to patrol the edge of the woods, and saw a car passing by at the end of the street from a distance, and was not sure if it was a human sent by the safe zone to look for Nantingjin. If so, they would probably search here, and we had to leave as soon as possible. But Qianhui didn't plan to flee like she did in the morning, unless she found a human approaching. He has successfully met Nantingjin, and has kept him by his side for the time being, so he can do other things. For example, complete the game's tasks, kill zombies, cultivate the plant team, and continue to look for traces of the plant friends in the courtyard. The attempt to restore Nantingjin's memory cannot be neglected, but it is highly unlikely to be effective in a short period of time. Qianhui cannot relax. He still has to work hard to save the balance, and buy the resurrection beans as soon as possible. After packing up, Qianhui took his backpack and came to Nantingjin. He took Nantingjin's hand. Come with me. The sharp leaves of the soft vine pressed against the skin on the side of his neck. Nantingjin responded obediently. Okay. So, Qianhui led the plant team, plus a bound human leader, towards the opposite direction of the safe zone. Leaving the woods area, entering the range of the city ruins, the carnivorous plant grew a little bigger, carrying Qianhui forward. Because of the restraints, Nantingjin also had this treatment, sitting behind Qianhui. Qianhui moved her backpack to the front, with the zipper open, and several plants poked their heads out. The speed of the piranha plant was not very fast. It crossed the obstacles of the ruins and searched for zombies wandering nearby from time to time. Carrot was bored and couldn't hold it anymore. It jumped down and ran around. Occasionally, it threw a carrot to fly somewhere else and then flew back. Qianhui warned it, "Don't run too far." Carrot made a woo sound without looking back and stabbed a low-level zombie with the carrot. The ruins in this area were messy. It seemed that there were not many signs of human beings walking there. However, there were many low-level and medium-level zombies. Gradually, corn, pepper and potato also slipped out, following Carrot's footsteps. The 4 plants walked together in front, rushing towards the zombies when they saw them. And Potato would deliberately use bombs to attract the zombies. Qianhui couldn't stop them at all, so she had to let them go. Compared with Carrot and the others, the piranha plant was more cautious, slowing down and checking the surrounding movements at any time. When it smelled the human breath, the piranha plant immediately lowered its head and hid behind a wall. At this time, Corn and Pepper were chasing a mid-level zombie. Carrot also noticed something was wrong and called them back. Potato's bomb exploded, covering up Carrot's voice. The zombie's speed was slowed down by the bomb, and the corn ball hit it on the back of its head. Pepper jumped up at the same time, and the hook on its tail knocked the zombie down. It was about to pick up a stone to kill the zombie and dig out the crystal core, but it looked up and met the eyes of several humans in the distance. The other side seemed to be a team of superpowers from a nearby small base, a total of 4 people, and had just discovered Chili's figure, stopped and looked over here warily. Just when Chili was hesitating, Corn and Potato rushed over from behind. Corn excitedly stepped on the zombie's face and slammed it a few times with a corn ball. When the 3 plants finally discovered the existence of the human team, the zombie had no breath. The strength of the human team was probably not high. Seeing this, they quickly retreated to the back, staying away from it as soon as possible. Since the other side had no intention of fighting, Chili didn't intend to care, stopped the grinning corn, dug out the crystal core, and went back quickly. On the other side, after the human team walked away, they were still in shock. What is that? Am I seeing right? 3 mutant plants? Not large plants, but they look very ferocious. They actually travel together and hunt together. This was unheard of before. Sometimes the strength of a mutant plant cannot be underestimated. If they know how to work together, they dare not think about it. They went out this time just to buy some food from another base, find available supplies along the way, and kill a few zombies to get crystal cores. Encountering such a strange and fierce plant team, they did not dare to confront them head-on. At the same time, under the ruins wall, Qianhui took out a small towel and wiped the bodies and leaves of the 4 plants one by one. "I told you not to run too far," he said with a straight face. "What if you encounter danger?" Carrot heard that Qianhui was not really angry and tilted his head to rub his palm. Qianhui opened his backpack, let them all in, and stood up and looked up at the sky. "It's getting late. We have to find a place to rest." The piranha plants hit quickly. Only 3 plants were discovered by humans. It was no big deal. They were not injured either, and the humans left tactfully. However, what surprised Qianhui was that it seemed that because of what happened just now, the game rewarded him with 10 points of prestige. Your plant team is getting stronger and stronger, and it seems to have attracted some attention. Qianhui didn't know whether such attention was good or bad, but since there was a reward, there should be no need to worry too much. He sat on the back of the piranha plant again, and left with all the plants. For 3 consecutive days, the piranha plant passed through the ruins of the city and came to an unfamiliar forest. During these 3 days, the plant team advanced during the day and rested at night. Carrot would occasionally go out alone to wander, looking for higher-level zombies. Unfortunately, the highest level he could find was only the intermediate level. Qianhui's main quest was almost completed. If she killed 2 more intermediate zombies, she would reach level 30. All the crystal cores she obtained were given to several main output forces, with the addition of some extra skill points that Qianhui bought. The loyalty of Corn and Potato soared, and soon exceeded 60%. The fortune tree did not participate in these, and its loyalty continued to rise steadily. But the mimosa was slower. It is also timid, hiding in Qianhui's sleeves all day long, and doesn't like to show up. Qianhui used her prestige to buy the guy for mimosa, knowing that it is sensitive and needs care, so she often whispers to it through her sleeves. But even so, mimosa's loyalty stops at 30%. Qianhui doesn't force it. and still takes good care of it. In addition, Qianhui also takes time every day to stay with Nantingjin quietly for a while. The afternoon sun is the warmest, and Qianhui will take a nap in Nantingjin's arms and let him rub her hands. But Nantingjin asked if there was anything else he wanted to teach. Qianhui said he would think about it, but he still hasn't figured it out. He only let Nantingjin hold him in the sun and massage his finger joints. Or he would occasionally hold Nantingjin and ask him if he remembered anything. Soon it was the fourth night again. Qianhui found a small lake in the woods. The water in the lake was very clear. The cabbage had a new shell, and the leaves could be spread out from the top, turning into a huge cabbage bowl. The piranha plant helped to put the lake water into the bowl, which could be used for bathing. The lake water was very cold, but Qianhui was not afraid of the cold. He soaked in it for a long time and washed his hair. When he came out, Chili wrapped a few chili seeds with clean leaves. The leaves were steaming and dried Qianhui's wet hair. His old clothes were already torn in several places. Qianhui bought a new set and put them on under the tree. Several plants held leaves and chili seeds and bustled around him. Qianhui did not forget Nantingjin and asked the piranha plant to prepare a bowl of water for him. The piranha plant was reluctant, but it still obeyed and refilled the cabbage bowl with lake water. Qianhui ate a few biscuits, and when her hair was almost dry, she stood up and ran to the lake. Nantingjin was still in the cabbage bowl, with a thin vine wrapped around his neck. He was taller, and sat in the bowl, with the lake water only slightly covering his chest. Qianhui leaned over the bowl and asked him, "Can I buy you new clothes?" Nantingjin approached him and said, "Okay." Qianhui opened them all and chose, "What size do you want to wear?" He saw the clothes that Nantingjin had changed out of beside him, picked them up and compared them with his own, and chose a size. Qianhui also specially picked clothes similar to those Nantingjin wore before, and placed them neatly on the grass, and also thoughtfully prepared a towel. After doing all this, he did not leave, still lying beside the bowl waiting. Nantingjin remained silent, and after washing, he came out of the bowl directly. He wiped his body in front of Qianhui, and put on his clothes, without any hesitation. Qianhui looked at him in confusion, and did not seem to think anything of it. When Nantingjin changed his clothes, Qianhui approached, and reached out to hug him. His eyes were shining, and he seemed very satisfied with Nantingjin's current appearance. "Xiao Jin." Qianhui reached out, and touched the side of his face. "Do you remember?" Nantingjin did not answer for a moment. Qianhui could not help but yawn. He rubbed his eyes, and heard Nantingjin ask, "Are you sleepy?" Qianhui nodded and said yeah, and was picked up by Nantingjin's waist, and walked towards the cabbage shell under the tree. After a few days of getting along, Nantingjin almost completely followed Qianhui's wishes, and only hugged when he wanted to, and was very obedient and well-behaved. Qianhui also became more and more relaxed, and almost forgot that he was kidnapped. Sometimes he felt that he had changed back to the past, but he had not yet recovered his memory. Being carried back to the tree, Qianhui did not resist. He was really sleepy at the moment, and his thinking was a little slow. There was a light in the cabbage shell. The cabbage and the money tree fell asleep next to each other. The carnivorous plant was patrolling not far away, and there were several plants playing in the water by the lake. Nantingjin put Qianhui next to the leaf door and raised his hand to stroke his slightly messy hair. Qianhui was probably in a good mood tonight. He hugged Nantingjin again, raised his face, and said, "Xiao Jin, good night." There was not enough space in the cabbage shell, and Nantingjin slept alone outside. The carnivorous plant and carrot would take turns to keep watch. Nantingjin responded, but did not leave. He bent down and asked in a low voice, "Have you kissed me before?" Qianhui yawned again and answered sleepily, "Yes, I have." But he did not seem to want to kiss Nantingjin now. It happened that the piranha plant returned from patrol and was also ready to rest. Qianhui let go of Nantingjin, picked up the piranha plant, and crawled into the cabbage shell. There were still plants that had not returned, and the leaf door was slightly closed, leaving a gap. Nantingjin stood outside, watching Qianhui take off her coat and lie down, reaching out from the gap to hold his hand, and said good night again. On the other side, Carrot was hanging on a spike, staring intently at the lake, trying to catch a fish from it. Suddenly, it raised its head and twitched its nose slightly, as if it smelled the scent of a high-level zombie. Not far away. It was nighttime, so how could there still be zombies that hadn't gone into hibernation. Carrot was on guard tonight, so it had to ensure the safety of the surroundings. So it threw out another spike and followed the scent. However, across the lake, the smell was fading quickly, and the high-level zombie was moving away, as if it was just passing by. Carrot looked back in the direction of Qian Hui, and finally decided to ignore it for the time being. It turned back, told Corn and Potato to go back to sleep, and strolled around Nantingjin again. At the same time, in the dark night, a high-level zombie shuttled through the woods. It moved quickly, leaving the woods in a blink of an eye, crossing the abandoned streets, and entering a low-rise building. More than half of the low-rise building collapsed, and it was almost scrapped. The zombie pushed aside the debris, got in through the gap between the walls, and then went all the way down until it got into a basement. The basement was very large, and had obviously been cleaned up briefly. There were several zombies curled up in the center. There were zombies living here, and they were buried deep underground. But there was not much odor. Instead, there was a faint fragrance of grass and trees. The high-level zombie walked around the basement, threaded a corner with a few hee sounds, and then chose a place to lie down. In the corner, several bent steel bars formed a narrow space, and a sunflower was locked inside, emitting a soft light. Chapter 22. The faint light is like the sun. Even the dark place far away that is not illuminated is also stained with warmth. The sunflower stands in the middle of the iron cage, and there are a few small plants curled up beside it. The small plants all have different degrees of injuries, and they slowly heal under the light. Late at night, the zombies in the basement are completely asleep, and a small bamboo shoot quietly opens its eyes. It turns over and climbs up, tearing off a layer of camouflage shell. The wound inside is healed. The little bamboo shoot approached the sunflower, carefully touched its leaves, expressing gratitude to it. Then, it went around to the front, struggling to pull the bent steel bar, trying to open a larger gap, so that the sunflower could get out. However, the steel bar had been reinforced by the supernatural power of the advanced zombies. Not only was it extremely hard, it was also corrosive. The little bamboo shoot's hands were soon burned, and the sunflower's leaves reached over, pushing it away in time. The sunflower's light slightly intensified, treating the little bamboo shoot, and then pushing it back, as if urging it. The little bamboo shoot understood what the sunflower meant, and his eyes were filled with reluctance and worry. But he still had things to do, and couldn't waste time. The little bamboo shoot returned to the corner, where he slept, and pushed aside a tile. Under the tile was a hole that he had dug for several days, which led to the outside. Unfortunately, his ability was limited, and he had to be careful not to be noticed by the zombies. The hole was only this big, and he couldn't take the sunflower away. Without further ado, the little bamboo shoot woke up the other plants, and prepared to escape from the hole, including it. There are 4 plants in total, all of which are relatively small, and can squeeze into the hole smoothly. There is only one apple left, which cannot enter, and is the most seriously injured. It is better to treat it for another night. Originally, the little bamboo shoot planned to wait until the apple was better, and it could try to dig a bigger hole. But the apple was worried that it would be discovered if it delayed for too long, so it asked it to take the other small plants away first. The apple was very persistent, and the little bamboo shoot had to agree. Before leaving, it came to the sunflower again, and mustered up the courage to hug the leaves and rub them. The zombies were still dormant. The little bamboo shoots didn't dare to make a sound. They used their eyes to tell Sunflower that they would come back to save it. Finally, the 4 plants entered the cave one after another, and Apple slowly pushed the tiles over to cover it. When the night faded, the zombies in the basement gradually ended their dormancy and soon discovered the escape of the plants. Only Sunflower and Apple were left in the cage. The senior zombie was furious. It opened the iron cage and grabbed Apple. It scratched deep wounds on it with its sharp claws and threw it back. During this period of time, the zombies did this every day. The few small plants that were locked up with Sunflower were repeatedly injured, and Sunflower had to treat them. During the treatment, nearby zombies can also absorb a steady stream of light and energy. Apple had not recovered well, and now it fell to the ground again. Sunflower used its leaves to block it and protected it behind it. Due to the usefulness of Sunflower, the zombies would not attack it. It growled viciously and ordered the rest of the zombies to chase it as soon as possible, or catch a few new ones. In the morning, Carrot caught a fish in the lake. It climbed onto the shore, ran away excitedly holding the fish. ignoring the water hyacinth chasing behind it. While bubbling, the water hyacinth cursed it in a low voice, saying that it was its own. Carrot turned a deaf ear to it and took the fish to find Qianhui, wanting to cook it and eat it. But the game store did not sell cooking tools, and the food was all biscuits and other things that were easy to preserve. Qianhui looked at the fish and did not know how to deal with it. Several plants gathered around to study it, dug out the internal organs and threw them away, and the pepper contributed the pepper seeds. It took a long time to roast the fish. Carrot tore off the most complete and beautiful piece for Qianhui, who took a small bite and thought it was not delicious. The rest was divided among several plants. They did not mind, and licked the fish bones clean. Corn also collected a few fish bones and stuffed them into corn balls to use as hidden weapons. The water hyacinths on the shore were still gurgling. Qianhui was attracted by the noise and went to check, and fed some bread crumbs. The water hyacinths ate the bread, and immediately became quiet, swimming slowly to the center of the lake. After cleaning up the fish-eating residue and traces of staying overnight, the plant team set out again. The piranha plant did not grow bigger in the woods, and Qianhui walked by herself, while reading the information in the game. Because of the delay in the safe zone, the progress of the main and side missions was a bit slow. Now the main mission is still 3 intermediate zombies short of completion, and the side missions are even short of completion. He needs to increase the loyalty of 3 advanced mutant plants to 40%, and the loyalty of 6 intermediate mutant plants to 50%. There are 2 intermediate plants short, and there is only 1 advanced plant in the team, Mimosa, and its loyalty is not enough. Qianhui thought. Should he stay longer in the forest, where there are many mutant plants? As long as he feeds enough plants, there will always be people willing to follow him. But the most difficult ones are the 3 advanced mutant plants. The advanced ones are only below the special ones, and there seems to be very few of them. Since Qianhui woke up, most of the ones that have been lit up in the illustrations are low-level and medium-level ones, and there is only 1 high-level plant, Mimosa. Probably the high-level plants are also the most vigilant, and they will not show up easily. Qianhui deliberately slowed down her pace, stopped to check when there was a game prompt, fed some food to the plants found nearby, and if she couldn't find any, she would put them in the bushes. Potato was a little unhappy when he saw it, and wanted to steal it back, but was stopped by Chili, who grabbed it and threw it to Qianhui. Qianhui held the potato and stuffed it with a piece of candy. It was happy, humming and rubbing Qianhui's hand. However, there were 2 special grade output plants, the piranha plant and the carrot, around. Their auras were quite overbearing. After entering the new environment, many plants had already hidden. Carrot went to explore the way ahead, sitting on a branch boredly, waiting for Qianhui to catch up. In this way, it would take them a long time to find all the plants in the yard. It seems that kidnapping a leader is not enough. Why not try to completely capture a human base, and then find a zombie king to fight? Make some noise. Maybe it can attract the attention of other plants. But Carrot turned his head to look at the plants around Qianhui, and shook his head secretly. Even with it, and the piranha plant, there is still not much chance of conquering the human base. At most, they can sneak in and kidnap someone. Carrot cast his eyes on Nan Tingjin again, staring at him for a while, and then retracting his gaze. At noon, the plant team stopped in the woods to rest. After lunch, Qianhui wanted to stay alone with Nan Tingjin for a while as usual. The plants were used to it, and they knew not to disturb him. Nan Tingjin sat under the tree and rubbed Qianhui's hands. Qianhui leaned in his arms, flipping through the newly lit plants in the morning illustrations, and did not take a nap. Nan Tingjin asked in a low voice, "Aren't you sleepy?" Qianhui replied vaguely, and closed the game interface. He was indeed not sleepy today. He was quiet for a while, and glanced at the wooden pinky ring on Nan Tingjin's hand. Qianhui touched the ring and said, "Next time, I will make you a new one. This one has become old and doesn't look good." Nan Tingjin paused slightly. "Did you make this?" Qianhui mentioned it once before, but didn't say much. Later, he wrote a letter to Nan Tingjin. The character Hui in the letter was almost exactly the same as the one engraved on the pinky ring. Qianhui said and then said, "Make a new one, and give it to her again. Maybe she will remember it." Nan Tingjin remained silent, massaging Qianhui's fingertips. He didn't speak. Qianhui thought he didn't believe her, and raised her face slightly. "I know you have been here for a long time, and the ring has withered." Qianhui couldn't help but put her arms around Nan Tingjin, whispering, I will always be with you in the future. And I will never leave again. If you can't remember it, it doesn't matter. Qianhui continued, stumbling a little. Do everything you did before, and you will like me again. His thick light-colored eyelashes trembled, and his expression was serious, but also a little uneasy. Qianhui didn't know if her method was effective. She also thought, what if Nanting-Jin couldn't remember it all the time? Will he, then, don't like her anymore? Nanting-Jin looked over with his eyes down, answering a question that didn't seem to be relevant. I'm your boyfriend? Qianhui was a little confused, nodding, yes. With your boyfriend? Nanting-Jin asked again. Is that all you do? Qianhui was stunned, reacted to Nanting-Jin's meaning, hesitantly nodded, yes. Nanting-Jin had been abducted for 5 days. Qianhui initially said she would teach him about the past, but in the end, she only taught him how to rub his hands. And Qianhui only allowed him to listen to her. And she would not hug him for too long. Otherwise the soft vine would threaten him with its leaves. After acting for so long, Nanting-Jin's patience was gradually running out. He moved closer and guided again. Have you kissed? Qianhui nodded, yes. How did you kiss? Qianhui did not hesitate for too long, and kissed Nanting-Jin on the side of his face obediently. Nanting-Jin was quiet for a moment, and the emotion in his eyes was unclear. Just like that? Qianhui said and did not think there was anything wrong. Nanting-Jin held his hand and said slowly, with a boyfriend, there is more to do than this. Qianhui asked naively, what else? Nanting-Jin looked at him for a while, and then he increased the strength in his hand and brought Qianhui into his arms. His aura changed, and his movements became more forceful, which was completely different from the previous few days. Qianhui was not used to it, and subconsciously turned her head to avoid it. A heavy kiss fell on her cheek. Then his chin was pinched, and the oppressive breath was close at hand. Qianhui was nervous and flustered, and reached out to push Nanting-Jin. You. Sensing Qianhui's emotions, the soft vine immediately showed its leaves and pressed against Nanting-Jin's throat. Nanting-Jin looked solemn, and patiently let go of Qianhui. He sat under the tree, restrained his breath, and returned to his seemingly gentle and harmless appearance. Qianhui was stunned for a while, as if she was frightened, and touched her cheek that had been kissed. It happened that the lunch break was over at this time, and Yumi ran over to urge them to set off. Qianhui recovered, hugged Yumi and stood up. Well, let's go! The team cleaned up the traces, and continued to set off in the previous direction, far away on the other side. Several modified cars were driving on the city streets. There has been no news about Nanting-Jin for several days. The safe zone did not give up, and sent more people to search everywhere. However, the energy residue of the special-grade alien plant has long been lost, and there is no specific whereabouts and direction. Their search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The longer it takes, the more anxious the people at the Black Ridge Mountain base will be. They are more worried that something has happened to Nanting-Jin. With the mutant pepper, humans who have lost their superpowers will never be able to defeat the powerful mutant plants. In the end, some other sounds appeared in the base. Just in case, do we have to choose a new leader? Do you want to die? There is no definite news yet. The leader may be back tomorrow, although there are few kind people in the base. If it were not for Nanting-Jin's terrifying power, the people below would not be so obedient. But choosing a new leader, it's too fast now. At least wait a little longer. Everyone has their own thoughts, and on the surface, they are still searching for Nanting-Jin's traces. In the afternoon, the plant team came to the edge of the woods, and was about to reach the area of the city ruins. Carrot suddenly called out, and Corn and Pepper ran the fastest, and went to take a look. There were traces of fighting at the edge of the woods. 2 human corpses fell to the ground, and they were eaten beyond recognition, emitting a foul smell. They seemed to have been attacked by zombies, and their injuries were too severe. They died before they could turn into zombies, which took about 5 or 6 days. Qianhui approached, and Carrot didn't want him to see such a scene, so he hung on a branch and tried to cover Qianhui's eyes. But along the way, he saw a lot of zombie corpses, and Qianhui's ability to withstand had already become much stronger. He took a quick look and saw that the 2 people were wearing basically the same clothes, with a logo on the shoulder and cuffs. However, there was too much blood stain, so it was not easy to identify. Qianhui took another step closer to take a closer look. He felt that he had not seen him on the road sign of the safe zone, so he should not be from there. At this time, Nan Tingjin stepped forward and said, "It's from the sky base." As if agreeing with him, Chili threw a stone at the corpse. The piranha plant stepped forward and sniffed, and also growled twice. It did not recognize the base logo, nor did it remember the name, but it could smell the direction of the breath. And it was in the same group as Liang Jie before. Mimosa, hiding in the cuffs, trembled and shrank back in fear. It also recognized the sign. It had seen it on the wall many times when it was locked up with its companions. Qian Hui frowned slightly and silently recited the word sky base in her heart. However, the person was already dead, so there was no need to do anything else. The team continued to move forward, with Carrot walking in the front, and vigilantly observing the surroundings. Ordinary humans dared not go out now. Those two must be superpowers. The corpses turned into that state, and they must have encountered higher-level zombies. This area might be very dangerous. Thinking of the smell he smelled last night, Carrot was alert and held a carrot thorn tightly. After entering the streets of the city ruins, Qian Hui did not see any signs marking the area. She planned to find as many intermediate zombies as possible before dark to complete the mission, and then return to the woods to rest at night. The plants had no objection to this. After walking a distance, Carrot suddenly made a low woo sound. It stood at the highest point of a ruin and pointed in a direction. Qian Hui could not see it, so she asked it, "Carrot, is it a zombie?" Carrot nodded and looked over there. There were 3 zombies, all of them intermediate, moving quickly through the ruins, seemingly running away. Wait, not running away. Carrot squinted his eyes and looked carefully, and saw a small flash of green. It was a mutant plant, only half the size of a palm, but it moved very fast. The 3 zombies were targeting it, chasing it closely. If it were in the past, Carrot might have hesitated to help when he saw this scene. Plants that were too weak and could not hide could be saved once, but there was no way to completely guarantee their safety. Plants liked to fight alone, and were not used to having their own kind around. But now it was different. Qian Hui liked all the mutant plants and couldn't bear to see them starving and getting hurt. Carrot made a quick decision and threw out its spikes and glided over. Chili Peppers, who usually followed it to beat up zombies, followed closely behind without any hesitation. Qian Hui didn't know what was going on yet, climbed onto the back of the piranha plant's neck and looked up. In the distance, 3 intermediate zombies noticed the approach of a strange aura and slowed down their movements. When they saw the 4 mutant plants rushing over, 2 balls of corn with fish bones and a potato bomb fell from midair. One of the zombies was already close to the advanced level, and he commanded his companions to dodge. Carrot saw that it was the strongest, and turned his head to signal the other 3 plants, leaving this to it alone. For several consecutive days, the plants cooperated more and more tacitly. Potato threw another bomb with pepper seeds attached, and a large number of hot fragments were scattered at the moment of explosion. At this time, the attention of the 3 zombies was attracted, and they left the previous mutant plants behind. The little bamboo shoot in the corner took a breath, tore off a little skin and stuck it on the wound to barely stop the bleeding, and clenched 2 bamboo knives. After it escaped with several small plants at night, it took them to a safer place. It could have left it first, but the sunflower and apple were still locked in the basement, and it couldn't just sit there and watch. So the little bamboo shoot came back secretly, trying to help the sunflower escape while the zombies in the basement went out hunting. However, the zombies guarding near the low building didn't leave too far, smelled its scent, and chased after it. The little bamboo shoot fought hard, killing 2 low-level zombies and 1 mid-level zombie. But there were too many zombies, and one was about to evolve to a high-level zombie. It was injured and was about to be caught. The little bamboo shoot quietly poked its head out and looked around, looking at the strange plants. Were they helping it? Plants usually don't have much affection for their own kind. The little bamboo shoot only trusted the sunflower. Seeing that the 4 plants were quite powerful, they should be able to deal with the 3 zombies smoothly. It thought about it and decided to leave quietly. The little bamboo shoot stuffed the bamboo knife into the shell behind it, covered its wound, turned around and ran away quickly. It didn't run too far, and heard movement in the ruins again. The sound of human footsteps came towards this side. The little bamboo shoots looked serious, and quickly hid in the debris beside. Is it here? Qian Hui walked slowly, and the mimosa on her sleeve was leading the way. The mimosa smelled that a strange plant was injured, which was very similar to when it first met Qian Hui, so it couldn't help but want to help. Following the guidance of the leaves, Qian Hui squatted in front of a pile of debris. As expected, the reminder that there were unconnected plants nearby popped up, and he carefully reached out and took away half of the brick. A piece of dirty green appeared under the brick, and it hastily shrank back. "Don't be afraid," Qian Hui whispered. "I'm not a bad person." As soon as the words fell, the little bamboo shoot lifted up the debris and jumped up, waving the bamboo knife to cut at Qian Hui. It was small. The blade was also small, and it was injured, but it was actually quite powerful when it exploded. A strong green wind blew, and the piranha plant poked its head in time, blocking Qian Hui and swallowing it in one gulp. Seeing another plant, and it seemed to be of a very high level, the little bamboo shoot was stunned. It was injured, and it was sure it could not win. It quickly retreated, and stared at Qian Hui and the piranha plant with vigilance. Zombies. No, they were not zombies. But humans? Together with plants? Xiao Zhusun also saw a mini cabbage, which half emerged from Qian Hui's pocket, and looked at it curiously. "Are you injured?" Qian Hui tried to show a friendly smile. "I can help you heal." He took out a few pills, placed them on a cleaner brick, and slowly pushed them over. Qian Hui opened the illustration and found that this bamboo shoot, which was about the size of a cabbage, was actually a high-level one. Variety: dwarf bamboo shoot. Level: high level. Status: severely injured. Loyalty: 0%. Qian Hui scanned the information below and found that it was not only a high-level mutant plant, but also an output type one. It was just not in a good condition and needed treatment urgently. However, facing the pills Qian Hui sent over, the little bamboo shoot did not move at all, and did not even look at it. Qian Hui waited patiently for a while, and retreated a little distance with the piranha plant. Just at this time, Carrot and the others successfully dealt with 3 zombies, and flew back together hanging on the carrot thorns. Qian Hui turned his head to look over, and while his attention was diverted, the little bamboo shoot kicked the brick that contained the pill and ran away quickly. Carrot glimpsed the back of the little bamboo shoot. "Woo?" Qian Hui quickly picked up the pill and worriedly said, "Where did it go?" The mimosa on the cuff raised its leaves and pointed forward. The little bamboo shoot was injured, and there might be wandering zombies nearby. Qian Hui was worried and decided to go over to take a look, at least to send the pill over. But this is an advanced mutant plant, and its vigilance must be higher. So Qian Hui bought another guide, to find out its preferences, to see if it can quickly trust itself. Dwarf bamboo shoots, advanced mutant plant. Purchase guide: cautious and patient, bold and intelligent. Although it is small, its strength is not low. It is good at close combat, and is a plant that can use a knife. Because it is too cautious, it often hides its strength, pretends to be weak, and will not easily trust anyone. It likes to drink tea, exercise, and admires the special grade exotic sunflower. Admire sunflower? Seeing the last paragraph, Qian Hui slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 23. Sunflower will appear in the guide of little bamboo shoots, which means little bamboo shoots must have seen it, and maybe even knows where it is. Qian Hui was very excited, and immediately went in the direction pointed by Mimosa. The other plants didn't know what happened yet. Carrot controlled the radish thorns to follow him, while observing the surroundings, and remained vigilant. The pepper hanging upside down at the bottom was caught by the potato by its tail hook, and it lowered its head, and threw out 2 crystal cores, and the corn and potato opened their mouths to catch them. The little bamboo shoot was obviously injured, but it ran very fast. Qian Hui walked along the path between the ruins, and returned to the original forest. Mimosa sniffed carefully, and its leaves pointed to a certain place in the forest. The little bamboo shoot was exhausted at this time, and could not run further. It found a bush to hide, peeled off the 3 layers of shell, and carefully took out a petal of sunflower from it. This was given by the sunflower before they escaped last night. It stored energy that could heal wounds quickly. The little bamboo shoot touched the petals, and looked at them again and again, but was reluctant to use them. As long as it was not found by the zombies, it would hide in the woods for a few days, find out the situation again, and then find a chance to save the sunflower and the apple. So, the little bamboo shoot stuffed the petals back, prepared to take a rest, and went to find a nearby water source to clean the wound. However, just as it stuffed the petals, it heard a familiar sound of footsteps. The little bamboo shoot was very nervous, and it shrank and did not move, praying that it would not be discovered. It listened to the footsteps approaching little by little, and stopped in front of the bushes. There were also some rustling noises surrounding it. Woo! It seemed that a plant was asking, who was inside? It's a bamboo shoot. Qian Hui lowered her head to look into the bushes. I saw something. It may have seen Shukui. Hearing the name of the sunflower, the carnivorous plant, and the carrot immediately perked up. In the past, most of the plants in the yard loved to fight, and the sunflower was the most gentle one, always healing them after the zombie invasion. But like the little mushroom, it doesn't have much fighting power. When it comes to this place, it is easy to be bullied by humans and zombies. Carrot once thought of looking for sunflowers, but it had no idea and didn't know where to find them. The little bamboo shoots in the bushes also heard Qian Hui's words and felt even more uneasy. Xiaokui, is it referring to the sunflower? Zombies are cruel and cold-blooded, and humans are not much better. Is Qian Hui also coveting the ability of the sunflower and wants to catch it and lock it up? Before Xiao Zhusun could continue thinking, the leaves outside the bushes were moved. Hello. Qian Hui tried to communicate with Xiao Zhusun. Have you seen Xiaokui? It's a sunflower. It's my friend. Friend? I don't believe it. Xiao Zhusun looked alert, quietly holding the bamboo knife behind him. And with his other hand, he was going to take out the hidden petals again. This strange human. There are very powerful mutant plants around him. And there are more than one. It can't be beaten. It has to find a way to escape. And it ran so far. Hiding here. And it can still be found. The bushes are quiet, as if there is nothing. But Mimosa is very sure that Xiao Zhusun is in it. While Qian Hui was hesitating, Carrot lost patience and could not wait any longer. It took out the carrot thorn and swung it, directly cutting off the upper half of the bush. Without the dense branches and leaves blocking it, the small bamboo shoots inside were suddenly exposed. Corny threw a corn ball over, and the small bamboo shoots reacted very quickly, drawing their swords to cut the corn ball in half. When it raised its head again, there was a circle of mutant plants surrounding the half bush. The silver-haired, red-eyed boy squatted in front, and there was another human standing not far behind him, who looked like he was not easy to mess with either. The little bamboo shoot held the bamboo knife without moving for a while, trying to wait for a chance to escape. Qian Hui said patiently, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, I just want to find my friend." Chili nodded beside him, and Potato also nodded, hiding the mini-time bomb in his hand. Qian Hui tried to be friendly, took out the pills he had picked up, and put them not far from the little bamboo shoot again. The little bamboo shoot stared at the pills, and then at Qian Hui, with no reaction. It was injured. Qian Hui knew that it would not trust him so easily. If it were any other time, he might have put down the pill and left it alone, giving the little bamboo shoot more time to accept it. But Qian Hui wanted to know where the sunflower was more. Worried that the little bamboo shoot would run away soon and miss the time to find it. He waited for a long time, and gradually lost his patience. Looking at the still alert little bamboo shoot, Qian Hui said cruelly, "Catch it." Carrot had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, and jumped up from the grass. The 3 peppers were used to fighting zombies with Carrot, and they also turned on the fighting mode reflexively, and rushed to the center of the bushes. Qian Hui quickly added, "Be careful not to hurt it." Carrot still had some sense. It avoided the wound on the little bamboo shoot, grabbed it by the waist and grabbed it. The little bamboo shoot was still struggling, throwing a bamboo knife to attack Carrot, but was stopped by the corn ball. Then, several plants held it down tightly, and Potato was responsible for prying open its mouth, forcing several pills into it one by one. The pill melted in the mouth, and it went down in a blink of an eye. It had to be eaten even if it wanted to. The little bamboo shoot whined angrily, and glared at him fiercely. The potato glared back, looking even more fierce than it. As the pill took effect quickly, the wound on its body stopped hurting, and the little bamboo shoot's voice gradually became smaller. It turned out to be something that could heal. It probably had some side effects, or it was trying to force it to do something. Qian Hui didn't know what the little bamboo shoot was thinking, and put the sleeve of his right hand next to it. "Xiao Chao. Smell it quickly," he asked. "Does it smell like Xiaokui? It's a sunflower. It's also a special grade." The mimosa on the sleeve grew slightly bigger, and raised its leaves to feel around the little bamboo shoot. The little bamboo shoot had just stayed with the sunflower last night, and it had a petal on its body. It had a strong smell of a strange, special plant. Not only that, but the mimosa also smelled some danger from it. It seemed that there were other plants, that were also injured. It immediately looked up, and its leaves pointed in another direction. Found it? Qian Hui was surprised. Is it far from here? It was getting late. If it was far away, we could go and look for it tomorrow. The mimosa shook its leaves, indicating that it was not far away, and hooked Qian Hui's fingertips and patted them, seeming a little anxious. Chili was the first to guess what mimosa meant, and made a soft woo. Qian Hui's other friend is not in good condition. Knowing that Sunflower might be in danger, Qian Hui was anxious and didn't want to wait any longer. He didn't care about the little bamboo shoots and rushed in the direction pointed by Mimosa. Carrot threw the little bamboo shoots into the bushes and hurriedly followed. The little bamboo shoots climbed up and saw that Qian Hui and the surrounding plants quickly left, including another human who had been standing quietly not far away. It was a little confused, and then looked down at the wounds on its body, which were almost healed. Looking at the direction where Qian Hui left, Xiao Zhusun hesitated for a moment, picked up his bamboo knife, and ran after her. Following the guidance of Mimosa, Qian Hui left the woods and returned to the abandoned streets. In order to speed up, the piranha plant became larger, allowing him and Nan Tingjin to sit on it. And with all the plants, they quickly shuttled through the ruins. The location of the sunflower was indeed not far away. The piranha plant only walked forward for less than 20 minutes and stopped in front of a collapsed low-rise building. Carrot looked around and found that this place was very close to the place where he had just encountered the zombies. The piranha lowered its head and put down Qian Hui. He stood in front of the low building and looked at the tall ruins. Xiokui is here? Then he saw that the leaves of the mimosa were pointing to the ground. At this time, 3 or 4 wandering zombies smelled the breath of strange living things and rushed over with roars. Carrot patted his forehead, raised his hand, and split out dozens of sharp thorns, all attacking the direction of the zombies. It vaguely realized that this matter was not that simple. Put away its usual laxity, turned its head, and said to Qian Hui, asking him to concentrate on searching. This is probably where zombies hibernate and hide at night. It's getting dark, and more zombies may appear. The mimosa was also a little anxious. It smelled more smells that represented injuries. Those smells had increased continuously over the past few days, covering one layer after another. It took the initiative to leave Qian Hui's sleeve, jumped off the ground, and its body size continued to grow, digging up some debris under the low building. The carnivorous plant came closer to help, using its huge head to knock open the ruins of the low building, and picked up some stones and threw them elsewhere. 3 intermediate zombies were dealt with by Carrot alone, and several more approached quickly from another direction, but were forced back by a group of exploding pepper seeds. At this moment, little bamboo shoot came to a distance and looked around quietly. The mimosa next to Qian Hui was very powerful. It must have found him and Sunflower. However, little bamboo shoot thought the current situation was a good thing. No matter what Qian Hui's purpose was, they fought with the zombies, and it would be best if both sides were injured, so that he would have a chance to rescue Sunflower. The little bamboo shoots approached secretly, waiting for an opportunity to strike. On the other side, the gap under the low building became larger and larger, revealing a staircase leading to the basement. Mimosa sniffed at the staircase and crawled in. The piranha pushed open a broken wall, making the entrance larger. Qian Hui hurried to follow. The view below was dim, and the cabbage in the pocket came out, spitting out a cabbage lamp. Nan Tingjin stayed outside. Carrots and peppers were responsible for resisting the zombies, and Qian Hui was left with only the cabbage and the fortune tree. The piranha plant shrank in size and followed. Walking down the stairs, a basement with a faint light appeared in front of us. The source of the light was in a corner not far away. Qian Hui ran over excitedly, was stunned at first, and then hurried forward. Xiaokui, it's me. He squatted down, looking at the hard iron cage with trembling breath. How could this happen? A familiar sunflower stood in the corner, locked up in a steel cage, imprisoned in a narrow corner. Qian Hui originally thought that Sunflower might be injured and was hiding in a hidden place for treatment, but she didn't expect it to be imprisoned. Seeing Qian Hui, Sunflower was also very excited. It approached silently, and its soft leaves poked out from the gap of the iron cage and touched Qian Hui's hand. Don't be afraid. I'll take you away right away. Qian Hui comforted him. He wanted to open the iron cage, but he didn't find any switch. As soon as his fingertips touched the dark red steel bars, he was immediately burned. The piranha plant squeezed over in time, biting several steel bars with its sharp teeth, and pulled them out with force. Bang! With a muffled sound, the steel bar with supernatural powers was torn off. Xianhui quickly carried Sunflower out, and looked down to find that there was a mutant red apple in the corner. Outside, more and more zombies were approaching. Carrots launched group attacks, a large number of carrot thorns flew in the air, and potatoes threw bombs from time to time, which basically eliminated the zombies. Peppers and corn stood guard at the stairs, making sure that no fish slipped through the net. Nantingjin was also nearby. He was still bound by the soft vines, so he didn't need to take action for the time being, nor did he need to be protected. When the iron cage in the basement was damaged, the ground shook slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then, the angry roar of the zombies came from a distance. It was a high-level zombie. Carrot looked serious, ready to split more spikes. Under the dim sky, a strong and tall zombie appeared at the end of the sight. It continued to scream twice, running towards the direction of the low building. In a blink of an eye, 7 or 8 intermediate zombies appeared, and it seemed that they just happened to return from hunting with the high-level zombies. Dozens of carrot spikes flew over with a fierce attack, but they were suddenly blocked by a red light halfway. The red light was like a hard glass cover. The spikes only penetrated halfway, the remaining half was corroded by the red light, and the lethality dropped sharply. It turned out to be a zombie with defensive abilities. Carrot was calm and composed, commanding the other 3 plants to cooperate. It was just a high-level zombie, it could be solved completely. Thinking of this, there was another roar, and the second high-level zombie appeared. Carrot's expression became more ferocious, and more spikes burst out. The second high-level zombie was obviously moving faster, shuttling back and forth between the ruins. And with the help of the red light, its long-range attack could not be stopped. Its target was Carrot, and it wanted to pounce on it from the side. At this moment, there was a loud bang. A large number of rocks were lifted up, and a giant carnivorous plant appeared from the ground in time, biting the zombie's right leg. The zombie screamed, broke free and retreated to the back, and saw Qianhui coming out of the basement holding Sunflower. Its bloodshot eyes became even more angry, and it roared loudly, commanding the other zombies to take back Sunflower. But with the addition of the piranha plant, the combat power of the plant team increased significantly, and the previous high-level zombie was also injured by the radish thorns. Qianhui was protected by the leaves of the fortune tree, and Nantingjin was also beside him, looking around. Sunflower nestled in Qianhui's arms, and the light it emitted spread out, immediately replenishing energy for all the plants around it. At this time, a skinny and short intermediate zombie approached silently. Potato happened to be busy preparing a bomb, and the zombie hid behind the ruins, staring at Sunflower. Just as it was about to launch an attack, a green shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Little Bamboo Shoot swung the bamboo knife and directly cut the zombie's forehead and throat. The zombie fell to the ground with serious injuries, and Little Bamboo Shoots jumped down and stabbed it again. After getting rid of the zombie, it put away the knife and turned to look at Sunflower. So, was it a misjudgment? Sunflower was in Qianhui's arms, and she looked relaxed and dependent. She must have known him. Thinking back to what Qianhui said, Little Bamboo Shoots felt a little annoyed. If I had known earlier, I would have believed him. Fortunately, I didn't delay saving Sunflower. There were still many zombies around. Little Bamboo Shoots clenched 2 knives and continued to help. On Qianhui's side, after finding the Sunflower, the game information popped up, prompting that a special mutant plant had been formed, and the loyalty was increased to 100%, rewarding 20,000 balance. He protected the Sunflower and hid, and received a new prompt. Dwarf Bamboo Shoot's loyalty has been greatly improved, reaching 50%. Huh? Qianhui was surprised. Clearly, when he found Little Bamboo Shoots before, its loyalty was still 0. Through the leaves of the fortune tree, he looked around and saw the familiar figure of the Little Bamboo Shoot, who was also helping to attack the zombies. Including the Little Bamboo Shoot, all attacking plants had a lot of combat experience and were very brave. The 2 high-level zombies were dealt with by carrots and piranhas. They cooperated well and forced the 2 zombies to the same place. The piranhas bit through the red light used for defense, and a large number of carrot thorns fell like raindrops. When it got dark, the battle was basically over. The Little Bamboo Shoot killed the last low-level zombie, and Qianhui received a game prompt. The 3rd faction conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 80. there were more than 20 zombie corpses lying nearby. The air smelled bad, and the noise was not small. The piranha plant carried the 2 people and all the plants, preparing to return to the woods for the night. On the way back, Qian Hui looked behind and saw Xiao Zhusun following closely. Only then did she feel completely relieved. Half an hour later, the piranha plant stopped by the lake. They returned to the place where they had rested before. There was a water source here, so it was more convenient to wash the dirt on their bodies. The little bamboo shoot also came over panting. It didn't get too close for the time being, but hid in the distance and observed carefully. Qian Hui sat under the tree, and all the plants gathered around. Carrots and piranhas were the most excited, and the other plants were also seeing the special plants of the main treatment for the first time, and they were curious and excited. The corn was the bravest, and secretly touched the petals of the sunflower, which was warm. The leaves of the sunflower touched all the plants in turn, and greeted them. It was very quiet, and the faint and soft light was like a night light, conveying friendliness and happiness. This is probably a unique skill of sunflowers, communicating with light and energy, and being naturally friendly. Qian Hui also brought back an apple, timidly poking his head out of his pocket, looking outside. It should be safe now. Qian Hui hugged the sunflower, tidied up its slightly messy petals, and fed it a panacea. Sunflowers can heal all creatures, but they also need time to recover their energy. Thinking of its experience, Qian Hui felt very distressed. Don't be afraid. Xiao Kuei, we will protect you. Fortunately, we met bamboo shoots in the afternoon, otherwise I don't know where to find you. He told Sunflower about his own experiences, and didn't mention the little mushroom. Sunflower probably doesn't know about the little mushroom yet. Qian Hui doesn't want it to be sad, so she plans to find a chance to tell it later. Hearing the name of the little bamboo shoot, Sunflower raised her head. Qian Hui quietly pointed in a direction and lowered her voice. It's there. It doesn't dare to come over yet. Knowing that the little bamboo shoot is fine, Sunflower is relieved, and its leaves gently wrap around Qian Hui's palm. The little bamboo shoot hiding behind the tree secretly peeked, and was finally relieved. Fortunately, Qian Hui is actually Sunflower's friend. Not a bad guy. It looked at the other plants around Qian Hui, and then looked at the sunflower in his arms, with some envy in its eyes. Most mutant plants rarely want to contact even their own kind, let alone humans or zombies. It is even more unimaginable for a group of plants to work together. Since the apocalypse, Xiao Zhusun has only been close to sunflowers. But looking at the plants around Qian Hui, Xiao Zhusun felt that they were not bad. With companions together, it is not easy to be bullied. Thinking of the time when he was locked in the basement, Xiao Zhusun was still a little angry. But escaping now doesn't mean it's completely safe. It remembers seeing a few particularly powerful zombies. The little bamboo shoot thought about it, retreated to a farther place, climbed up a tree and prepared to keep watch for Qian Hui and Sunflower. At the same time, 3 modified cars stopped on the side of the road. Someone came out of the skylight above the modified car and raised a telescope. A lot of zombies died over there. What's going on? Did someone take the sunflower away? They are from the sky base. A few days ago, a team passed by here and discovered the energy emitted by the sunflower. But Sunflower was guarded by a large number of zombies, and the team lost 2 people, and almost couldn't come back. Upon learning of the existence of Sunflower, the base immediately sent people to check the situation. They deliberately chose the night, when the zombies were dormant and not easy to be discovered, and planned to roughly estimate the number of zombies first, and then make plans and deployments. As a result, it seems to be too late. It was robbed? Who robbed it? The companion frowned. Is there any base nearby? Could it be robbed by other zombies? Let me look at the map. It's definitely not zombies. They won't do this. Although zombies of different levels lead different groups of zombies. No matter what happens, they will never kill their own kind. The companion in the back seat was still checking the map, but the energy detector in his hand suddenly moved. His face suddenly changed. There is extremely high energy. It may be the Zombie King. Leave quickly. The appearance of the Zombie King may also come for the lost sunflower. Once discovered, they will most likely die here. The 3 modified cars retreated silently, and quickly disappeared into the night. A few pieces of rubble fell to the ground among the ruins full of corpses. Above the completely collapsed low building, stood an unusually tall figure. Its skin was pitch black. Its limbs and head were too long, and its scarlet eyes had no whites. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, and the empty basement, The zombies' bones and joints made a slight sound, and their roars were mixed with anger. After a battle, the plants were all dirty and jumped into the lake to wash. Corn found the little bamboo shoot hidden in the tree and called it to join him. The little bamboo shoot had a tense expression and did not respond. It waited for a long time after Corn left before it slowly slid down from the tree. Sunflower was a little tired and fell asleep with Apple in Qianhui's arms. Qianhui was still a little worried, so she asked the piranha plant to go to the lake to urge them to wait until the plants had finished bathing, and then go to a farther place to rest for the night. The piranha plant nodded and left, and footsteps approached again. Nan Tingjin sat down next to Qianhui, and the familiar warm body temperature was so close. Qianhui couldn't help but move over and lean into his arms. Although she successfully rescued Sunflower, Qianhui was still very scared. He held the plant in his arms and buried it in Nan Tingjin's neck. Nan Tingjin hugged Qianhui, raised his hand, and gently stroked Qianhui's silver hair. "Are you looking for special grade exotic plants?" Qianhui said. They are all my friends." Nan Tingjin said again. "There is also one in Black Ridge Mountain." Qianhui was stunned and raised her head. "Really? Really? Really?" Nan Tingjin touched his cheek again. "Come back to the base with me. I'll take you to find it." Chapter 24. Qianhui was surprised at first, then half believing and half doubting. He asked, "What kind of plant is it?" "It's very big," Nan Tingjin replied. "I've seen it once, but I don't know the species." Qianhui whispered, "Then how do you know it's a special grade?" He had never heard Nan Tingjin mention this matter, but the two had just met again, and Nan Tingjin didn't know before that he wanted to find all the special grade exotic plants, which could also explain it. Qianhui leaned on Nan Tingjin's arms and looked up at him. "It's true, you didn't lie to me?" He had a little subtle sense of vigilance in his heart, and the base was human territory, and he couldn't just go there. Nan Tingjin lowered his eyes. "When have I ever lied to you?" Qianhui stopped talking. He thought carefully. Nan Tingjin would never lie to him in the past. After coming here, Nan Tingjin seemed never to lie to him. The man-eating plant he was looking for was nearby, and he didn't hide it from her. Nan Tingjin whispered again, "Why would I lie to you?" Qianhui said vaguely. "I don't know either." In fact, even if Nan Tingjin lost his memory, he was the only human that Qianhui trusted the most. Several of his companions tried to catch the piranha plant, but Nan Tingjin found them in the woods, but promised Qianhui not to catch them. When the two were together, Qianhui bought things from the game store, and she never avoided Nan Tingjin. Nan Tingjin also reminded him not to be seen by others. In short, although Nan Tingjin was the leader of the human base, he almost always obeyed Qianhui, and he didn't look like a hostile camp at all. Qianhui thought for a while, and almost believed it. His eyes lit up slightly, and he asked again, "Then how do we go?" He said "we," which meant to take the plant team with him. Nan Tingjin was quiet for a moment. "If you promise me, I will arrange it." Qianhui was still a little hesitant. "I'll ask the radishes later." Nan Tingjin said patiently, "Okay." The plants were still taking a bath. The little bamboo shoot hiding behind the tree hesitated for a long time, and moved to the lakeside step by step. It did not approach other plants, but deliberately chose a farther position, intending to wash itself quickly and return to the tree to keep watch. As soon as it touched the water, the corn and potato swam over with a splash. Potato waved and said hello, woo. They all saw that the little bamboo shoot had helped kill the zombies before. Since they had fought together, they were friends. The little bamboo shoot nodded modestly, took off a layer of husk, and put it in the water to wash. The corn widened its eyes, and came closer to look at its husk, and reached out to touch it. The potato also came over to look, and snatched it away, wanting to try it on himself. However, it was a little fat, and the husk could not close at all. The corn turned its head, and saw the little bamboo shoot took out the bamboo knife behind it, and took off another layer of husk. After a while, the little bamboo shoot was dragged into the lake. Corn and potatoes looked around it, trying to see if it could take off another layer. But the little bamboo shoot held on to the third shell tightly, refusing to let go. The piranha plant happened to hear the noise, and came over to tell the corn and potatoes to be quiet. If the little bamboo shoot got angry, they might not be able to beat it. The two plants were quite obedient, and immediately retreated. The little bamboo shoot picked up the shell and bamboo knife in the water, climbed ashore and ran away. When all the plants came back, Qian Hui handed the sleeping sunflower an apple to the piranha plant, and wiped the water off their bodies one by one with a towel. He mentioned what happened just now, and wanted to ask if anyone had heard of the special exotic plants in the Black Ridge Mountains. The piranha was the first to shake its head, indicating that it didn't know. Carrot also shook its head. Except for the last time it wanted to fight the zombie king. It didn't take the initiative to approach the human base, and it had never been to the Black Ridge Mountains. Pepper, who was the most knowledgeable, also didn't know, let alone the other plants. Qian Hui said in a dilemma, I want to go over there and take a look. Nan Tingjin didn't describe the plant much, only that it was very large, and there were no other characteristics. Based on this alone, Qian Hui had no idea which plant it was, or it could be anyone. When the piranha plant was in the courtyard, it was only as tall as his waist. It could only change its size after coming here. Carrot thought about it, made a whoop sound, and felt that it could go. The piranha plant still shook its head. It didn't trust Nan Tingjin that much. If it was a lie, Qian Hui would be in danger. Carrot didn't think so and pointed to his neck. Nan Tingjin was still under the control of the soft vine. The leader was tied up. There should be no problem in going to the leader's base. Right? The piranha plant remained silent. It never thought that Nan Tingjin could be controlled by a small vine. It was always better to be cautious. Finally, corn and potatoes agreed to go. Peppers disagreed, and the remaining plants could go or not. Qian Hui was even more confused. Wait until tomorrow. I'll ask Xiao Kuei. Or they could find a way to find humans to get some information. But the risk was not small. After wiping the last plant, Qian Hui was about to put away the towel, and saw the figure of the little bamboo shoot not far away. Under the moonlight, the little bamboo shoot hid behind a tree, and when he found Qian Hui looking at him, he quickly shrank his head and hid. Qian Hui walked over with a towel, squatting in front of the tree. Hello? After a while, the little bamboo shoot slowly came out from behind the tree, facing Qian Hui at this moment. It felt a little embarrassed. After all, it did not choose to trust Qian Hui before, and fought desperately, almost delaying the time to save Sunflower. But Qian Hui did not seem to be angry, and waved to itself, come here. I will wipe it for you. The little bamboo shoot wore 2 layers of wet shell, and water drops kept dripping down. It stood still for a while, gently twitching the tip of its nose. Qian Hui smelled good, similar to sunflowers, as if she was born with an affinity for plants. He waited patiently, and the little bamboo shoot finally moved closer and came to him. Qian Hui first wiped its leaf hands, and when he saw that it did not resist, he continued to wipe its body. However, the water droplets seemed to increase as he wiped, so he simply wrapped the little bamboo shoot in a towel and picked it up, shaking it gently upside down. The water hidden in the bamboo shoot shell finally poured out, and the little bamboo shoot was wiped dry and put back on the grass. It was still a little dizzy, because the smell in the towel was too messy, and all the plants were mixed together. It felt very strange when it was buried in it, as if it had been assimilated. The little bamboo shoot sneezed and sat on the ground. Qian Hui couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Do you want to go with me? After successfully rescuing the sunflower, the little bamboo shoot's loyalty suddenly increased to 50%, which was more than that of the mimosa. It really cared about the sunflower, and it was also an advanced mutant plant. No matter what the reason, Qian Hui wanted to keep it by her side. The little bamboo shoot sniffed Qian Hui's fingertips, and then looked at the sunflower and apple in the leaves of the man-eating plant behind. It hesitated, turned around and ran back to the tree, picked up its bamboo knife, and ran back again, following Qian Hui's feet. Qian Hui picked it up and turned back. The other plants were not surprised at all by the addition of the bamboo shoot. The sunflower and apple returned to Qian Hui's arms. The 3 new team members were all held by him. The piranha plant grew larger, carrying the 2 people and all the plants, heading deep into the woods, preparing to find a farther and safer place to spend the night. On the way, Qian Hui opened the game. The combat power of the plant team had been increased to 9,000. The camp value was 2,000. The prestige value was 790. And the balance was more than 70,000. 500 points of prestige were earned by killing several intermediate zombies at night. After accumulating 30 points, the main quest was finally completed. The strategy for purchasing a high-level mutant plant only cost 5 points of prestige. This should be enough for a long time. 1 point of faction value can be exchanged for 20 balances. Adding the current 2,000 faction value, the balance should be more than 110,000. But it is still not enough. I have only accumulated 1/3 of the remaining balance to buy the next resurrection bean. The side quest has not been completed yet. Increase the loyalty of 2 high-level mutant plants to 40%, and the loyalty of 2 intermediate mutant plants to 50%, and there will be another 2,000 faction value reward. A total of 4 are needed. Qian Hui opened the illustrations. The loyalty of Mimosa was stuck at 30%, and the apple brought back with Sunflower was a low-level mutant plant. To complete the mission, the team needs new plants. Qian Hui looked at the backpack. If I change to a bigger one, it should be able to hide them, but since there are more and more plants around, especially after finding carrots, I don't know if it's because the smell in the team is too strong and overbearing. Many plants quickly ran away when they smelled it. When I came to this forest, I encountered far fewer mutant plants than before. Qian Hui was a little distressed. I couldn't let the carrots not follow me. I had to think of a way. Qian Hui opened the taskbar again. A new main task had been released. Main task: use the evolution water in the mall to make your plants evolve smoothly. February 5th. Task reward: faction value plus 300. This is simple. Qian Hui had already given evolution water to Chili and Soft Vine. She only needed to use 3 more bottles. It just so happens that the loyalty of Corn, Potato and Money Tree has reached 70%, and it is recommended to cultivate them. Qian Hui bought 3 bottles of evolution water and stored them in the game backpack first, planning to use them tomorrow. He turned off the game, leaned on Nan Tingjin's arms, and looked at the dark night in the distance. The mimosa attached to the cuffs gently raised its leaves and looked at the 3 new plants in Qian Hui's arms. Qian Hui said that sunflowers were his friends, but apples and bamboo shoots did not seem to be, especially apples. Their level was not high, and in the eyes of Mimosa, they were considered useless plants. If they were caught by humans, they would most likely be discarded directly, and would not be taken back and locked up. But Qian Hui was different. He brought Little Apple with him. Maybe it was just because he had it handy when he rescued Sunflower. He also fed Apple food and pills. Then, was he Qian Hui's friend? He helped find Sunflower. Qian Hui praised Mimosa for a long time in the evening, saying that it was very powerful. Mimosa moved uneasily, and its leaves looked in a certain direction in the distance. That was where it was imprisoned. Not only it, but also many other plants. Plants usually don't have friends, but when they were imprisoned together, the surrounding plants became friends of Mimosa. Now it finally escaped, and it didn't have to go back to that place. The plants around Qian Hui were all strong, and were willing to protect it. However, its friends were still there. It would be great if Qian Hui was willing to save its friends. Mimosa looked at Qian Hui, and its leaves drooped quietly. The forest was quiet, and the grass and branches occasionally swayed. Some mutant plants smelled the scent and fled far away. The piranha plant deliberately moved along the road with fewer trees, and stopped after half an hour. It was already far away from the low building on the other side of the ruins, and all the zombies encountered were killed. So it should be safe. Qian Hui took up the cabbage shell, and went in with all the plants, including the bamboo shoots. Tonight was the night watch for the piranha plant. It patrolled around, and then returned to lie down next to the cabbage shell. Nan Tingjin was also outside. He sat under a tree, and his whole body was shrouded in the shadow of the tree. At the same time, a high-level zombie appeared in the forest. It was very short, skinny, and didn't seem to have much fighting power. But its limbs were very long, and its nose almost occupied a quarter of its face. The zombie moved slowly, buried its head in sniffing the remaining scent everywhere, looking for the target's trace. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. Qian Hui slept too late last night, and didn't get up until almost 10 o'clock. When he woke up, the door of the cabbage shell was open a crack, and the plants all slipped out to play, except for the 3 new plants. The petals of the sunflowers emitted a faint light, and the little bamboo shoots and apples squatted obediently beside them, not daring to run around. Qian Hui hugged the sunflower, and touched the little bamboo shoots and apples. "Are you hungry?" He got up, washed, opened his backpack to prepare breakfast, and the plants that were playing and wandering around came back. After Qian Hui finished feeding, she took out 3 bottles of evolution water. When Yumi saw it, she quickly stuffed the dried meat in her hand into her mouth, and rubbed against Qian Hui. "Woo!" It pointed at the evolution water, with eyes full of expectation. Qianhui picked it up. Yes, it's for you. Yumi was excited, and his loyalty increased by 10% on the spot. It swallowed the dried meat in its mouth, and drank it in one gulp while holding the bottle. Potato and Fortune Tree were also very happy. Evolution water means that you can become stronger, and there are not many plants that don't want to become stronger. Corn drank the evolution water and burped. It touched its belly and asked Chili to see if it had grown taller. Chili shook its head coldly, indicating that it had not grown taller. Corn snorted and took out another ball of corn. It seemed to be no different from before. Qianhui was opening the illustration book to check its new advanced skills. It explodes when it lands, spreading corn smoke with a psychedelic effect. The smoke is a group attack, which can make the enemy enter a psychedelic state. In serious cases, it will even attack companions, with a success rate of up to 99%. Corn finally felt the effect of evolution. It felt that this should be very powerful. It became excited again, and couldn't wait to find a target to try it out. The skills of Potato and Fortune Tree were also updated. Potato's bomb became a flying tracking missile with 3 different sizes and powers. Fortune Tree is defensive. It can directly open a protective shield within a certain range in the future, without having to enlarge its leaves to cover the target. Potato took out a mini missile and pushed Corn. Woo! It said that its own one was more powerful and wanted to compete with it. Corn was not going to compete with it. It grabbed the missile and looked at it, then stuck its corn ball on it. It showed the corn missile to Qianhui like a treasure. Qianhui took it carefully and said, "How smart." Potato watched from the side, asked Chili for a pepper seed, tied it up with weeds and missiles, and squeezed over to show Qianhui. Qianhui praised them one by one, and finally coaxed them to go find the sunflower. "Little sunflower," he asked, "do you know where the cabbages are?" The sunflower leaf reached out and placed it in Qianhui's palm. This is its unique way of communication, telling Qianhui that it doesn't know. After coming here, Sunflower has not seen the plants in the yard before, until Qianhui rescued it from the zombies. It also expressed its concern for Little Mushroom. Little Mushroom is not with Qianhui. It asked the piranha plant in the morning, but the piranha plant refused to say. Qianhui lowered her eyelashes, and said with difficulty, Little Pink will be fine, I'm here." Every time he found a plant in the yard, he had to mention Little Mushroom to them, which was a very uncomfortable feeling, but he was not very good at lying. The light of the sunflower flickered slightly, and it had guessed what Qianhui was feeling. It gently hugged Qianhui's wrist, wanting him not to be sad. Sunflower saw what happened just now. Qianhui could make the skills of plants evolve, and would definitely be able to help the Little Mushroom. Qianhui said turned her head, and looked at Nanting Jin not far away. Xiao Jin also said that there is a special grade alien plant over the Black Ridge Mountain, but I'm not sure who it is. Sunflower recognized Nanting Jin and told Qianhui to go if she wanted, but she must pay attention to safety. Qianhui nodded, and the little bamboo shoot beside her suddenly made a whoosh sound. It had been following Qianhui all along, and heard everything that had just been said. The little bamboo shoot raised its head, and its eyes were a little hesitant. It touched the leaves of the sunflower, and what it was thinking was conveyed to Qianhui through the sunflower. "You said?" Qianhui was surprised. "Is there really one there?" The little bamboo shoot nodded. "But that was a long time ago." At that time, the Safe Zone 5 was being expanded, and it passed by from outside and encountered several plants that were about to escape. The plant told it that there was a very strange special plant on the Black Ridge Mountain. If you don't want to die, you'd better stay away from it. The little bamboo shoot was not afraid of the special plant, but he had no plan to go there, so he left. Qianhui picked up the little bamboo shoot and said gratefully, "I know. Thank you." This at least shows that Nanting Jin did not lie to him. But how to enter the human base? Nanting Jin said that he would arrange it. "Should we sneak in?" Qianhui opened the backpack, and there was still one last bottle of camouflage potion left. He put down the bamboo shoots and went to find Nanting Jin again. He learned that Qianhui had a way to become a human, but it could only last for 2 hours. Nanting Jin said, "No need." He lowered his eyes and took Qianhui's hand. After days of massage, the grayness of the bones and joints disappeared by a large margin, and the skin became more rosy. Nanting Jin pulled Qianhui closer and stroked his silver hair. 2 hours is not enough. Qianhui didn't understand, and Nanting Jin suddenly restrained his expression and looked away. The carnivorous plant raised its head and growled. For a moment, Almost all plants sensed the rapidly approaching danger. A carrot thorn flew from high in the sky and landed in the bushes not far from Qianhui. Carrot also fell to the ground. Carrot went out on patrol not long ago and probably ran to a farther place. Qianhui hadn't seen it since breakfast. At this moment, it covered the wound on its waist and climbed up with a grin. Looking a little embarrassed, Qianhui panicked. Carrot? At the same time, a game prompt popped up. It is detected that there are many enemy camps around you. It is very likely that a camp conflict will break out. Please respond in time. Outside the woods, a large number of zombies are gathering here. Chapter 25. The turbid wind blew in from outside the woods, with a mixture of rotten and dusty smells. The piranha plant instantly grew several times larger, and stood guard beside Qianhui. The other plants also gathered around, looking around vigilantly. Qianhui quickly fed Carrot a pill, and the petals of the sunflower next to him lit up with warm light. Under the dual effects of the medicine and the healing skill, the wound on Carrot's waist recovered quickly, turning into a small scar. Are there zombies nearby? Qianhui was worried. Are there a lot of them? He had a bad feeling in his heart. Carrot was a special grade alien plant, and the zombies that could injure it. Almost instantly, Qianhui's mind flashed with the zombie king he had seen that day, number 03. Carrot looked serious and nodded. The warm light of the sunflower still illuminated the entire meadow. Under the light, Carrot's message was passed to Qianhui and all the plants. The zombie king led the zombies. And the target was here. It went out for patrol in the morning, flew around on the carrot thorns, and was the first to discover the approaching zombies. There were too many zombies, and Carrot realized that something was wrong. He wanted to come back quickly to report the news. When he left, he didn't pay attention to the back and side, and was hit by the attacking wind blade. The energy of the wind blade is extremely strong. It is not a strength that a high-level zombie can possess. If it were a weaker plant, it would probably be killed in one blow. Fortunately, Carrot reacted quickly, and the second wind blade from the opposite side missed, and quickly slipped back. After delivering the information, Carrot glanced at Sunflower again, guessing that the zombies were most likely coming for it. Even Sunflower was locked up in the basement of a low-rise building, which was probably the instruction of the Zombie King, and arranged 2 high-level zombies to guard it. But it probably didn't expect that the 2 high-level zombies would encounter a plant team led by 2 other special-grade plants, and quickly rescued Sunflower. Now it found out that Sunflower was lost, and came to the door as soon as possible, wanting to take back Sunflower. Qianhui said worriedly, "Then let's do it now." Carrot shook his head, indicating that he couldn't leave. There were zombies everywhere, more than those gathered outside the safe zone that time. It was still a little annoyed. The Zombie King must have found a way to track Sunflower. It should have fled overnight yesterday. At least it wouldn't be surrounded by zombies so suddenly. But now, there is only one way to go. The account of imprisoning the sunflowers has not been settled yet. Do they think they are easy to mess with? The piranha plant has grown a little bigger, revealing its cold and sharp teeth, and looking around with sharp eyes. The rest of the plants gathered around Qianhui, and also entered a state of preparation, ready to welcome the arrival of the zombies at any time. This was the first time that Qianhui encountered such a situation, and his breathing was a little trembling. He forced himself to calm down, and opened the game store. In the woods, they should have an advantage. Under the light of the sunflower, Qianhui can communicate more smoothly with the plants. Carrot has seen the zombies, knows the number roughly, and is more familiar with the surrounding terrain. It is responsible for all the attacking plants. The surrounding area is divided into 2 halves, one of which is shared by peppers, potatoes and corn. They are small in size, and the dense forest is a natural barrier. They can either disperse in battle or choose to cooperate. The other half is narrower, but the trees are the sparsest and most open, which is suitable for the piranha plant. Carrot will be with the piranha plant. It will have a clearer view when it stands on the piranha plant's head. It can also use the spikes on the piranha plant's head as a cover. Piranha plants have thick skin and flesh, and are much more resistant to attacks than carrots. Bamboo shoots has also been assigned a task. It is good at close combat, and has no fixed position. It can go wherever it wants. It is responsible for dealing with some fish that slip through the net. There are also money trees and sunflowers guarding the center in Qianhui. The light of the sunflower covers a wide range, and can provide instant treatment and energy for all plants. The fortune tree had just drunk the evolution water, and it could also release a transparent defense shield to block the zombies approaching from the outer circle. The remaining cabbages, mimosas and apples did not participate in the battle, and hid in Qian Hui's pockets. This deployment looked very perfect. Qian Hui was still worried, so he bought a lot of skill points in one go, adding attack, defense, speed, all to the plants, until the skill points reached the upper limit. Several plants buried their heads and ate the skill point pills, and hurried to the arranged area. The zombies were already very close. The carrot stood on the top of the carnivorous plant, and a large number of spikes split out in an instant. The leaves of the money tree swayed, and a translucent light green cover rose up with a radius of 100 meters. On the outside, a short zombie ran at the front of the zombies. It stopped halfway and twitched its nose, and roared at the target. The zombies followed closely behind, stepping on weeds and bushes. In the back, a dark figure stood on the ruins at the edge of the woods, and his red eyes stared at the place where the zombies gathered. Several high-level zombies, who were leading the way, arrived outside the defense shield first, trying to break the shield. But before they could do anything, a large number of radish thorns fell like raindrops. Then, bombs with corn balls and pepper seeds attached flew over one after another, and explosions occurred one after another. Some high-level zombies reacted quickly, and were able to dodge in time. But the low-level and middle-level zombies behind them were not spared. Even if the radish thorns and bombs did not hit them, the corn smoke and pepper seeds released still knocked down many zombies. A middle-level zombie inhaled the corn smoke, became dizzy, and punched his companion next to him. The companion was already injured, and was provoked again, roaring back. On the other side, without the dense trees, the radish thorns had a higher hit rate, and each one accurately pierced the zombies' heads, and a large number of them fell down. The flower stem of the carnivorous plant rolled up a tree and swung it hard, knocking several zombies away. For a while, the zombies solidified on the outside of the defense shield, and the attacks of the plants could penetrate from the inside, but they could not move forward. But under such an offensive, there was still a high-level zombie that successfully approached the defense shield and waved its claws at the translucent shield. Pop! The shield broke with a sound. The advanced zombie, he groaned, took a small step forward, but hit another shield. The zombie roared angrily. A bomb with pepper seeds tied to it flew towards him. It jumped to the side to avoid it, but the bomb seemed to have consciousness, also turned a corner, until it hit the zombie's body. The bomb and the pepper seeds exploded at the same time. The zombie fell heavily to the ground, with multiple injuries on his body. It turned over and got up from the ground, and another green shadow flashed. Little Bamboo Shoot swung the bamboo knife, cutting the zombie's arm. The zombie was about to fight back, but when he looked up, he saw Little Bamboo Shoot slipping away quickly, disappearing in the forest. Then the second bomb flew over, this time with corn balls tied to it. The zombie couldn't dodge it. Even though it was a high-level zombie, its superpowers were limited here, and it was attacked again and again. Its condition took a sharp turn for the worse. At this moment, Little Bamboo Shoot appeared again, cutting the zombie's throat with one knife. Inside the defense shield, Qian Hui fed the fortune tree a pill, and the sunflower quickly replenished the consumption caused by releasing skills. It doesn't matter if one layer of the defense shield is broken, the second layer can be added immediately. As long as the offensive is maintained, the zombies can't get too close. At the same time, the light of the sunflower flickered, evenly sprinkled in every corner of the defense shield. When the zombies were in a stalemate, in the ruins of the city in the distance, two humans quietly appeared, and opened the telescope in their hands. They came to find the special-grade exotic sunflower last night, and saw the traces of the low building, and because of the sudden appearance of the zombie king, they left quickly. But they didn't go too far. A special-grade alien plant that can heal was too attractive. The base had an order to bring back useful information. So the team continued to stay in this area, and indeed found something abnormal. They didn't dare to drive closer, and arranged two people to come and check the situation. Through the telescope, the zombies in the woods were clearly visible. One of them wondered, why would the zombies besiege there? That was not the area of any base. If it was to hunt the human team that went out, there would be no need for a large number of zombies to go out. Look, the companion explained quietly. It's a piranha plant. The person in front quickly changed direction, and at the end of the line of sight, caught a dark purple head sticking out of the woods. In the sky, there were also a large number of orange raindrops in a small area. That's another special-grade alien plant. Carrot? Carrot attacked the safe zone 5, and the news was sent back to the sky base, including the skills and various characteristics of this special-grade alien plant. So, the zombies were besieging 2 special-grade alien plants. No, it could be 3. The 2 looked at each other, and both thought of the tragic scene outside the low building last night. Maybe the sunflower was taken away by the 2 special-grade alien plants. But in the past few years since the apocalypse, the special-grade alien plants have been independent of each other. Only the piranha plant and a mushroom have appeared together. Other than that, they have never been heard of working together. Once the mutant plants began to learn to work together, the 2 did not act rashly, but retreated further away temporarily and passed the information to the base. Soon, the base sent a reply, asking the team to stay and get the result of the zombie siege. In the woods, Qianhui was holding a sunflower and took the time to check her balance. There were too many prompts for successfully killing zombies, and her balance was also growing. A low-level zombie cost 1,000, a mid-level zombie cost 2,000, and a high-level zombie cost 4,000. The money she spent on buying skill points was all earned back in a blink of an eye. But even so, Qianhui was still worried. The game had already prompted that the trace of the zombie king had been found, and it was indeed number 03. Qianhui had seen it from a distance last time, and this time she could vaguely sense its breath, but she didn't know in which direction it was. He looked around, his breathing a little unstable. The movement of the zombies seemed to be right beside his ears. Roaring, screaming, layer upon layer. There were too many zombies, and there might be more. The plant team only had a few main output forces, and the zombie king was still hiding in the dark. To be on the safe side, before the battle began, Qianhui and the plants made a second step of the escape plan. If the situation was not good, they must not fight to the end. Leaving as soon as possible was the safest choice. Qianhui was nervous and uneasy. He lowered his head and asked, "Xiaokui?" The light of the sunflower instantly increased, transmitting the situation of the surrounding plants back. In the woods on the left, the peppers and corns were together, making a few pepper and corn balls. The power of the new weapon was not bad, and successfully repelled the zombies not far away. Potato was alone at the other end, throwing bombs outside, making a super large mine, and excitedly buried in the soil. The little bamboo shoot went outside the defense shield. It quickly shuttled between the woods, and kept searching among the zombies. Finally, it saw a thin high-level zombie hiding behind the bushes, with its huge nose twitching from time to time. The evolution of zombies is reflected in their appearance. The nose of this high-level zombie is abnormally large, and it is likely to have a very strong sense of smell. If I guess correctly, it must have tracked the sunflower. The little bamboo shoot confirmed the target and approached quickly. Although this zombie is high level, it is similar to the mimosa, and its combat power is not high. Seeing the little bamboo shoot, the zombie knew that he could not beat it, and immediately turned around and tried to escape, but was stabbed in the back of the neck by the flying bamboo knife. The little bamboo shoot jumped over, slid down on the zombie's head, and the other bamboo knife easily cut its nose and chin. The high-level zombie fell to the ground and died. The little bamboo shoot put away the knife and quickly returned to the defense shield. On the other side, the carnivorous plant opened its mouth and bit 7 or 8 zombies at the same time, and threw it with its head raised. The carrot sat on the back of its neck, and the split carrot thorns had the widest attack range, attacking zombies in all directions. The plant team continued to attack, and became more and more courageous. But suddenly, Qianhui felt a strong sense of uneasiness and looked towards the woods. A dark shadow fell from the sky and landed steadily on the ground. The zombie king finally appeared, stepped on the corpses under his feet, and walked forward slowly, but was stopped by the defense shield. He tilted his head to look, and stretched out a finger. The moment the fingertip touched it, there was a crisp sound of snap, and the defense shield shattered. A new layer of defense shield appeared immediately, less than 1 centimeter away from the previous one. The zombie king retracted his hand and bowed slightly. The next moment, his body suddenly bounced up and passed over a large forest. Pop! The protective shield shattered again. The zombie king fell to the ground, and appeared in front of Qianhui, only 2 or 3 meters away. Qianhui's pupils shrank suddenly, and her body trembled slightly because of the instinctive fear. In just a few breaths, the zombie king came directly to the center. All the plants were caught off guard. The fortune tree hurriedly opened 2 new layers of shields, one in the original position, and one to wrap up the zombie king. However, It was impossible to trap the zombie king. It raised its hand and swung out a wind blade, shattering the protective shield, and at the same time, cut a wound on the carnivorous plant that tried to approach. The piranha plant did not flinch at all, and opened its mouth to attack fiercely. The zombie king dodged in time, and his shoulder was cut by sharp teeth, which slowly closed and recovered. A large number of radish thorns and bombs were all redirected. The zombie king raised his hand again, and a messy wind wall rose around his body, isolating most of the attacks. While doing this, its eyes were always fixed on Qianhui, ignoring other plants, and ignoring the new wounds on its body. It seemed to be confirming Qianhui's identity, whether he was of the same kind as himself, or estimating his combat power. Anyway, its target was Qianhui. It all happened too fast. Because of the distraction of the plants, the zombies came closer. The defense shield was broken, and the piranha plant was surrounded by dozens of zombies. The flower stem could not move. One of them climbed onto its body and tried to grab the carrot on its head. The piranha plant wanted to burst out with a charged attack, but Qianhui was not far enough away and might be accidentally injured by the shock wave. The same thing happened on the other side. Xiao Zhuxiao injured a high-level zombie and ran away with Chili. After a moment, the zombie king moved again. It swung out a wind blade, aiming at Qianhui's neck. With a loud bang, the fortune tree hurriedly opened several layers of cover, but found that it was not hit. The wind blade disappeared inexplicably, and the zombie king was suddenly overturned by an invisible force, and fell heavily on a tree not far away. It stood up, and looked over with scarlet eyes. Nan Tingjin stood in front of Qianhui, with a cold and hard expression. The zombie king let out a low roar from his throat, and raised both hands at the same time. But it soon felt that its body was restrained, and its supernatural power could not be used smoothly. It opened its mouth and roared, tearing off its skin without hesitation, and wind blades continuously seeped out from the cracks in its body. The piranha plant rushed over to block it with its body, and at the critical moment, the fortune tree also completely exploded. Countless layers of defense shields were shattered and quickly reborn. The carrot gnashed its teeth, and its pair of black eyes were about to spit fire. There are mutant plants in a violent state near you. Please avoid them. From the illustration carrot, the dense rain of carrots fell in an instant, piercing into the head of every zombie, with a 100% hit rate. At the same time, the ground began to shake. Leaves were blown by the wind and sand. Tree trunks cracked. Broken branches wrapped in mud. And even the bodies of dead zombies, all mixed together. Everything was under control, and the ground was like a surging wave, spreading outward, swallowing up the zombies. At the center of the wave, it was Nan Tingjin. The earthquake intensified, and the zombie king still stood in the same place. The number of cuts on its body increased, and under the attack of the radish thorns, the wounds were more. The wind blades that surged out of the body gathered together, but could not move forward an inch. But the zombie king resisted Nan Tingjin's control, and his twisted arms recovered, and he slowly stood up. It moved forcefully, and its body shook, and it disappeared on the spot. Through the chaotic wind wall, Nan Tingjin narrowed his eyes slightly. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. Sunflower urgently called all plants to return. There was another huge explosion outside, and the mine buried by Potato was stepped on by the zombies. In the chaos, Qianhui couldn't see anything. He reached out and grabbed Nan Tingjin. Xiao Jin? Nan Tingjin glanced sideways, and the wind suddenly stopped, and the surging ground stopped. Qianhui's breathing trembled, and she looked around slowly. A large area of the originally dense forest was empty, and the grass and trees were uprooted. The smell of soil kept pouring into her nose. The zombie king disappeared. The zombies in the front completely lost their ability to move, and only a few scattered ones in the back were escaping. Carrot wanted to chase, but was stopped by Qianhui. Carrot. Qianhui fed it a mana recovery potion. Don't worry about it. Carrot had just used a charge attack, and it was at its weakest at this moment. The other plants were also injured. The zombie king escaped, but the plant team also needed to rest. The piranha plant opened its mouth, intending to take everyone away, but Chili still refused. It ate the medicine fed by Qianhui, pulled corn and potatoes, and found the dead middle and high-level zombies nearby, trying to dig out all the crystal cores. These are all spoils of war. Xiao Zhusun also helped. Xiao Baofai came out of the backpack with an apple, carrying a small wooden basin for washing his face. and collected all the crystal cores he found. When the crystal cores were finally dug out and packed, Qian Hui and Nan Tingjin entered the mouth of the piranha plant together, and the plants jumped in one after another. The piranha looked around, and chose a direction to leave. At the same time, below the ruins far outside the woods, the zombie king stared at the back of the piranha, his blood-red pupils filled with extreme anger. The fourth faction conflict has ended. Congratulations on our victory. Reward prestige value 200 after escaping the woods. The game prompt came late. Qian Hui read this message over and over again, and was still a little scared. The number of zombies was too large. The zombie king had the assistance of the zombies, and the current plant team alone could not kill it. Without Nan Tingjin, the plant team would have been more seriously injured. Fortunately, the plants were fine. With Sunflower, they recovered quickly after taking medicine. They were just a little tired and needed time to rest. However, the balance gained from this battle was very rich. Up to 80,000. At this time, another game prompt popped up. Trigger the plot point. Get the original ending of the super mutant plant Sunflower. Sunflower. Super mutant plant. Unknown origin. Unknown age. Unique healing power. Gentle temperament. Low combat power. Several years after the apocalypse, he was captured alive by the Zombie King, number 03, and imprisoned. Later, he was discovered by a human with special abilities, and died during the fight between the two sides. Qian Hui's breathing stagnated, and he silently turned off the message, not wanting to tell other plants about it. So, if they failed, the consequences might be more serious than they imagined. Qian Hui felt even more scared, but also very grateful. Fortunately, he found the Sunflower in time. And fortunately, they won. Just like the time with the carnivorous plant, he changed the original endings of the two plants. Seeing Qian Hui sitting there in a daze, not saying anything, seemingly frightened and not yet recovered, Carrot came over to comfort her. It would a few times, first scolded the Zombie King, and sooner or later it would find a chance to twist its head off. Also, the team performed very well this time. Carrot praised all the plants one by one, including Nan Tingjin. This time, it was because of his help that the Zombie King escaped so quickly. In short, Carrot's impression of Nan Tingjin changed greatly, and the look he gave him became much friendlier. The rest of the plants were lying in all directions. They all looked happy after winning the fight, even though they were very tired. Pepper lay on a backpack full of crystal cores and fell asleep comfortably. Potato pulled corn to ask, "Did you hear the explosion at the end? It hit a big mine in the woods." Qian Hui leaned her face on her knees and touched the carrot leaves. Yeah. The piranha plant continued to move forward, and a few rays of sunlight penetrated through the slightly open teeth. A familiar breath approached, and Qian Hui raised her head. It was Nan Tingjin. Nan Tingjin reached out his hand. Qian Hui hesitated for a moment, and then got into his arms. "Thank you," Qian Hui asked softly. "Are you injured?" "No," Nan Tingjin replied. "Don't be afraid, it's safe now," Qian Hui said and hugged Nan Tingjin's waist tightly, feeling his warm body temperature. After a long while, his thoughts gradually calmed down, and he relaxed, and heard Nan Tingjin ask again, "Have you made up your mind, come back with me?" Qian Hui looked up at him, and did not respond for a moment. "I'll take you to find special exotic plants," Nan Tingjin said softly, and then said, "I can protect you. You seem to have won some promises from the opposing camp. A seed may grow into a towering tree. Reward prestige value 50." Qian Hui was stunned for a while. Looking confused, Nan Tingjin couldn't help but lower his head and move closer, kissing him on the cheek. The kiss was very light, touching and leaving, which was the way Qian Hui was used to. Pure and gentle, without any force or distractions. He waited patiently. Qian Hui's eyelashes trembled, and finally nodded, yes. Chapter 26. Before the zombies appeared, Qian Hui had planned to go to the Black Ridge Mountain base. Xiao Shusun had heard about the special grade plants. Nan Tingjin did not lie to him, and as long as there was any news about the plants in the courtyard, he could not miss it. There is also a very important point. Although the result of this direct battle with the zombies was a win, it was not enough. The plant team was not strong enough, and it could be stronger. The carnivorous plant was hunted by human psychics, and the sunflower was imprisoned by zombies. The special grade plants suffered such a fate, not to mention those mutant plants with lower levels and weaker strength. Qian Hui felt at this moment that the plants were threatened by both humans and zombies at the same time. If they could not change the current situation, they might not last long, including his plant team. Even if they could win this time, they might not encounter a more dangerous situation next time. To improve the team's combat power, finding special plants was the fastest way. In addition, he had to work hard to make friends with more new plants and keep them around to cultivate. Qian Hui thought, first go to Black Ridge Mountain, and then return to the forest where he found the carnivorous plant. That place is a high-risk area where many mutant plants live, and the most illustrated books are lit up. I wonder if those plants will still remember me after I go back. Qian Hui did not forget to ask, can Xiao Zi and the others go with us? Nan Tingjin replied, yes. You said before that he would arrange it. Qian Hui was still nervous, and asked again, will it be dangerous? No. Nan Tingjin hugged him. I'm here. Qian Hui finally felt relieved and leaned in his arms obediently. The forest and the dead corpses were long behind him. Qian Hui relaxed, but also felt very tired, especially the skill points that he had purchased in large quantities, which seemed to consume his energy. He closed his eyes, sniffed the scent on Nan Tingjin's collar, and slowly fell asleep. When he woke up, the carnivorous plant had walked far and arrived at a strange city ruin. There was no forest nearby, so it found a relatively intact house and entered the first floor. The carnivorous plant breathed a few times on the ground, blowing away the dust and debris, and opened its mouth to let the two people and the plants out. The environment here is not too bad. It is a remote low-risk area. There are fewer wandering zombies. Because of the lack of supplies, there are also fewer human teams passing by. The interior of the house is very stable, with windows for ventilation. Qian Hui bought several large towels and spread them on the floor as carpets. There is no water source nearby, so he bought dozens of bottles of drinking water to clean the plants. In a battle with the zombies, the plant team earned more than 80,000 yuan for Qian Hui in one go. This cost is not worth mentioning. The original small wash basin was used to hold crystal cores, and Qian Hui also bought a bigger one. The piranha plant never rested during the journey. It was the first one to finish wiping and went to sleep. The remaining plants lined up to wait. After a nap, they arrived at a safe place. Qian Hui felt much better and became happy after realizing it. He hugged each plant and praised them for a long time, checking their status, giving them 1 or 2 pills in time, and feeding them some snacks they liked. Xiao Baokai and Apple stood by with 2 small towels, helping from time to time, or holding up a water bottle and handing it to Qian Hui. Apple was a newcomer, a little shy and didn't like to talk, but he adapted quickly. The little bamboo shoot was the last one in line. It was holding 2 layers of shells and a bamboo knife, and it was going to wipe it by itself. However, the little cabbage came over and took the shells and the bamboo knife away. Qian Hui picked up the little bamboo shoot and gently wiped it, including its thin leaves and hands. There were too many different smells in the towel, and the little bamboo shoot felt dizzy again, and felt surrounded by many plants. After wiping, Qian Hui bought a bottle of evolution water. Thank you. He put the evolution water in front of the little bamboo shoot. This is for you. After a battle, the loyalty of the little bamboo shoot rose rapidly to 70%. Although it may be mostly due to Sunflower, Xiao Zhusun has not been in the team for long. Qian Hui still bought it evolution water. Before the zombie king appeared, through the information transmitted by Sunflower, Qian Hui knew that Xiao Zhusun had specially found the high-level zombie who was good at tracking, and killed it alone. It is very powerful. It helped Qian Hui a lot this time, and it is smart enough, even if it wants to leave after drinking the evolution water. It doesn't matter. In addition, the balance is very sufficient now, as long as it does not delay buying resurrection beans for Xiao Mushroom. A bottle of evolution water is nothing. When Xiao Zhusun saw the evolution water, he was very flattered. He knew what this water was for, and that it could evolve quickly, which was very important for mutant plants of any attribute. He hugged Qian Hui's hand and rubbed it for a long time, took the shell handed over by Xiao Baokai, put it on, and then opened the bottle of evolution water and drank it. Just 2 minutes later, Qian Hui opened the illustration book, and Xiao Zhusun's advanced skills had been refreshed. Basic skills, sword skills, hit rate 80%. Advanced skills, dual sword skills, hit rate 70%, / copy flying knife, hit rate 90%. Frenzy skills, Unknown Qianhui didn't understand what copy flying knife meant, and saw Xiao Zhusun waving the bamboo knife towards the empty corner. The bamboo blade instantly copied a second piece, flew out and stabbed into the wall, and then slowly disappeared. It turned out that it changed from a melee attack to a long-range attack. The little bamboo shoot widened his eyes, hugged Qianhui for a long time, ran to the sunflower, and showed it his new skills. At this moment, all the plants were resting. Qianhui touched the cabbage and apple, and asked them to rest for a while. The cabbage took the apple away, and Qianhui got up and went to Nanting Jin. "Are you really okay?" Qianhui took out 2 panaceas. "This seems to be edible by humans." Nanting Jin took him over and said, "No need." But Qianhui insisted and must feed Nanting Jin the medicine. Looking at the pill in front of him, Nanting Jin finally swallowed it. Qianhui looked at him and asked, "What do you feel?" Nanting Jin said, "No feeling." "Okay." Qianhui lowered her eyelashes and reached out to touch the soft vine on Nanting Jin's neck. He recalled the situation after the zombie king appeared and suddenly realized that the soft vine's restraint did not seem to have any effect on Nanting Jin. Originally, Qianhui did not intend to ask Nanting Jin for help. He was the human leader who was kidnapped, and the zombies were only targeting the plant team. Nanting Jin is very powerful. Qianhui knew it when she met him again. Now she has a new understanding. Now, there should be no need to continue to tie him. The soft vine seemed to understand what Qianhui was thinking. It let go of Nanting Jin and returned to Qianhui's wrist. Qianhui touched the leaves of the soft vine and looked at Nanting Jin nervously. Last night, Carrot said that he would keep him tied up. This way, it would be safest to go to the Black Ridge Mountain base. After all, the leader's life was in his hands. The result? But when the soft vine left, Nanting Jin did not react at all. He was the same as before, his breath was restrained and gentle, and he had no intention of doing anything. Qianhui thought of the game prompt about winning the promise. That rewarded 50 prestige points. The prompt did not describe too much in detail, nor did it give more explanations, and the results of everything seemed unknown. But now it seems that I can trust Nanting Jin. Several plants around fell asleep, only Chili was the most energetic, still counting the crystal cores in the small wooden basin. Qianhui deliberately lowered her voice and quietly asked Nanting Jin, "How do we get to the base?" Nanting Jin raised the corners of his lips and raised his hand to stroke his silver hair. At about 4 or 5 in the afternoon, 3 modified cars stopped by the roadside. The team waited for a long time, until they confirmed that the zombie king had left and would not come back. And then, they went to the woods to collect information. Seeing the scene in the middle of the woods that looked like a catastrophe, and the remains of zombies all over the ground, everyone looked surprised and doubtful. All of these were done by those 2 special plants? The 2 people who had observed with telescopes before had limited vision, and only saw the thorns of the carnivorous plant and the carrot. Later, the carnivorous plant left, and they did not find that its mouth was full of things. "What is this?" Someone lowered his head, wearing gloves, turned a yellow object from the soil under his feet. He examined it carefully, frowning. "Corn?" A small piece of corn was sticky, had a strange smell, and was corrosive. It looked like something that mutant plants used to attack. The team quickly searched nearby, and found some bombs and pepper seed fragments. They carefully collected them, and prepared to take them back to the base. Several people also checked the bodies of several zombies, identified the wounds on their bodies, and confirmed that they were killed by mutant plants. So, there are more than 2 or 3 mutant plants fighting together. It is very likely that there are 5 or 6, or even more. Who did this horrifying scene? The first thing the team thought of was the piranha plant, its energy accumulating attack burst shock wave, which has a similar effect, but according to the base's understanding of it, it should not reach this level. In short, they must bring all the information they can find back to the base. Someone in the team took out an old-fashioned camera and took several photos in a row. On the other side, in an abandoned low-rise building, Chili was boiling water with chili seeds. Carrot pulled out a few radish thorns from the top of his head, mashed them into radish paste, and put them into the water, and then added a little corn oil from kneading corn balls. It thought the color was not dark enough, so it asked for a leaf of the fortune tree, tore it into pieces, and threw it in. At this time, Qianhui was standing not far away. His eyes were wrapped in cloth strips. He stepped forward cautiously, trying to adapt to himself after losing his eyesight. But the scene in front of him was completely dark. Qian Hui became more and more nervous, and unconsciously reached out. Xiao Jin? The next moment, a familiar hand held his. Qian Hui took off the cloth strip, looked at Nanting Jin, and said hesitantly, "Is this really okay?" To enter the human base, he needed to disguise himself, but the potion had a limited time. So the plants helped him prepare the tools for dyeing his hair. As long as he covered his silver hair, it should last for several days. But his eye color could not be changed, so he had to hide it completely. "Don't be afraid." Nanting Jin comforted him. "This is the easiest way." Qian Hui could disguise himself as a human with special abilities, and claimed that his special abilities were in his eyes, so that he could not be seen by others at ordinary times, which made sense. But in this way, he would lose his eyesight, and could only move freely when he was alone with Nanting Jin. Qian Hui tried several times, probably because the time was not long enough, and he could not adapt to the feeling of being a blind person. Nanting Jin slowly pulled him into his arms, coaxing him, "I am here, don't worry." Chapter 27. Qian Hui lowered her eyelashes. Okay. To go to the base, he had to trust Nanting Jin completely. Nanting Jin also said that he would stay with Qian Hui at all times, both as a protector and a guide. And the special grade exotic plant was in the restricted area of the mountain behind the base. After entering the base, he would take Qian Hui there. So Qian Hui continued to practice, and replaced the cloth covering his eyes with a thinner one, which could let in some light. He walked slowly around the house, and picked up and touched the plants when he came across them, to identify which one it was. Until dark, the hair dye made of carrots and peppers was finally ready. Qian Hui sat on the ground, with a towel on his shoulders and his back against the backpack. Several plants were busy behind him. Pepper thought that carrot was not careful enough, so he called the money tree and cabbage over. The silver hair was covered with sticky dye strand by strand, and finally wrapped in a towel, with a few hot pepper seeds tied on it. Pepper stood by and replaced it with new ones when it cooled down. While waiting, Qian Hui fed the plants dinner. After winning the battle during the day, each plant had unlimited jerky. Potato didn't like dried meat, he wanted a whole bag of candy. Qian Hui hesitated, but bought it anyway, and told it not to eat too much at once. Potato took it in his arms, nodded perfunctorily, and ran away happily. After dividing the food, the whole basin of crystal cores also needed to be divided. Chili had been coveting it for a long time, and when he saw Qian Hui bring the small wooden basin over, he waited by the side early. Qian Hui roughly counted them. There were more than 30 crystal cores in total, most of which were from intermediate zombies, and there were 5 advanced crystal cores, which were smaller in size and more pure in color. The piranha plant and the carrot do not need crystal cores. The other 4 main output forces plus the money tree, each of them has 1 high-level crystal core. Qian Hui also left 1 for each of the remaining intermediate crystal cores, so that everyone in the team can get 1. The crystal core has a different effect from the skill points in the game. In addition to improving the overall strength, it also increases the probability of the birth of violent skills. The violent skills of each plant are different. Some are further enhanced versions of high-level skills, and some are completely different from their own skills. Among all the plant levels, special grade plants are born with violent skills, which means charging attacks, and the probability of high, medium, and low-level plants having violent skills gradually decreases. However, the plant team now has a total of 12 plants. Among the high, medium, and low-level plants, the only one with violent skills enabled according to the illustrated information is Chili. No wonder those humans wanted to catch Chili before, it is really special. After dividing the crystal cores, Qian Hui was worried that they would not be able to digest if they ate too much at once, and bought many backpacks for the 5 plants. The crystal cores were all put in a small backpack. You can carry them with you, or keep them with Qian Hui, and come and get them when you want to eat them. Not only crystal cores, you can put anything. Potato picked up a small backpack and stuffed the half bag of sugar that he hadn't finished eating into it. Chili used chili seeds to make a small mark on the strap of his backpack, and hurried to help Qian Hui replace the chili seeds on the towel. Apple, who joined the team last, also had a crystal core. It was brought over by Xiao Baokai, and chose the smallest one, and then sat down next to Qian Hui, holding the crystal core and chewing it hard. Qian Hui touched a leaf on its head, and opened the illustration. Variety, red apple. Level 1 huh? Qian Hui thought the system had an error, and reopened it. But it still showed level 1. He remembered that when he first brought the apple back, the information in the illustration was low level. Apple was still chewing the crystal core. And the crystal core it took was the smallest. And it finished it in a few bites. It wiped its mouth. And the words in the illustration shook. And the level became level 2. Qianhui witnessed it with her own eyes, and was very surprised. Apple's level was not high. And its skills were not outstanding. It was a support type. And it could spit out smoke to wrap itself up. To cover its body. Disguise or confuse the enemy. Unfortunately, it was too small. Its combat power was not high. And its movement speed was slow. So the smoke was not very useful. If the game display was not wrong. Perhaps Apple was also special? In order to confirm the guess, Qianhui bought a pill that increased the defense skill points and fed it to Apple. Apple was flattered. Turned his head and looked around. Crawled into Qianhui's arms. And quietly chewed it with his back to all the plants. But it ate the pill. And its level did not change at all. Qianhui made a note of this, thinking that he would have a chance to feed Apple some more crystal cores in the future. After eating the pill, Apple rubbed the back of Qianhui's hand, sticking to him and not leaving. After almost distributing the crystal cores, Corn had already secretly eaten several pieces. The team's current comprehensive combat power has increased to 11,000, which is a little higher than before the daytime battle against the zombies. Qianhui still had the last crystal core left in his hand, which was for Mimosa. He called Mimosa out of his sleeve. And the fingernail-sized Mimosa slowly climbed onto the crystal core. And the crystal core began to shrink visibly. Little grass? Qianhui asked quietly. Can I buy you a bottle of evolution water? He had some selfish motives. And wanted to increase Mimosa's loyalty as soon as possible. In the days when he brought Mimosa with him, Qianhui followed the preferences in the guide. Talked to it every day. And never missed snacks. But Mimosa seemed to be well behaved. And helped Qianhui a lot. But it still only had 30% loyalty. Qianhui didn't quite understand. And always felt that he had missed something. Now that the balance was sufficient, he thought about it. And bought evolution water for Mimosa. And planned to buy more defense and speed skill points. The leaves of the mimosa lifted slightly, seemingly surprised. It hesitated for a moment, and shook its leaves, indicating that it didn't need it. Qianhui was stunned. Okay, then do you want the skill points? You can become more powerful. The mimosa still shook its leaves, gently pressed against Qianhui's fingertips, and then returned to its sleeve. Even though he saved 3,000 balance, he didn't buy any skill points. Qianhui felt a little disappointed. He was distressed for a while, and secretly went to find the sunflower. Using light to detect emotions and transmit information is one of the advanced skills of the sunflower. Qianhui touched its leaves, hoping that it could help. Sunflower shook its petals, and the soft light gradually spread, covering Qianhui's sleeves. The mimosa inside felt very warm, and lay quietly without moving. After a while, Sunflower told Qianhui that Mimosa was unhappy, and might have something on her mind. Worried? Qianhui was a little worried, and was afraid that he was not good enough to Mimosa. His thoughts were sensed by Sunflower, and Sunflower quickly told him that Mimosa liked him very much. Qianhui probably needed to find an opportunity to ask in person what the specific reason was for her being unhappy. Qianhui nodded. Hugged Sunflower. Thank you. Xiao Kuei. It was getting late. Xiao Baokai had spit out a circle of cabbage lights around, lighting up the whole room. Qianhui's hair should be almost done. Chili Pepper boiled a basin of water, and called him back. The dye was not easy to clean. Qianhui lay on the towel for a long time, and the hot water in the basin was changed several times. He wanted to wash it himself, but was stopped by the plants, and slowly fell asleep while looking at the ceiling. Chili Pepper moved more gently, and after cleaning the dye, he helped to dry the hair. The plants did not wake Qianhui up. Nan Tingjin approached, gently picked him up from the ground, and took him to the cabbage shell. The piranha plant opened the door of the cabbage shell, and Qianhui was put in. Xiao Baokai and Apple helped to take off his coat. He opened his eyes halfway, and then turned over and continued to sleep. The next morning, Qianhui finally saw the results of the hair dyeing. He picked up a strand of hair and tilted his head to look at it. What color is this? The dye was made of radish paste, and the darkest leaves on the money tree were added. Qianhui's silver hair turned into rust color, and the darker part would be darker. The technique of applying peppers and cabbage was good, and the color was fairly even. The top and outside of the head were deliberately applied thickly. At least, there was no missing silver hair. Qianhui looked at himself in the basin. and always felt a little awkward. He had always had silver hair before, but he was too nervous when he used the camouflage potion that time, and he didn't pay much attention to his appearance. Qian Hui was entangled and said, "Will it be strange?" The plants around him shook their heads, and he ran to ask Nanting Jin, "Is it ugly?" Qian Hui was very nervous. Nanting Jin had not yet recovered his memory, and he dyed his hair, and he was different from before. "It looks good." Nanting Jin picked up the cloth and covered Qian Hui's eyes. This hair color, coupled with the cloth covering her eyes, made Qian Hui look more mysterious. Nanting Jin looked at her for a moment, and took his hand. "Okay. The camouflage of her appearance is basically completed. If the color fades in a few days, carrots can be used as new dyes at any time. Now there is only one last problem. How to bring so many mutant plants into the base." The last bottle of camouflage potion came in handy at this time. Qian Hui can use it on one of the plants, and then the smell of all the surrounding plants will disappear at the same time. Qian Hui bought a new, larger backpack, and let the plants crawl into it one by one. After the piranha plant shrank, the largest plant turned out to be the sunflower, and the rest of the plants sat one by one from large to small, with the smallest and lightest overlapping on top. In this way, the weight of the backpack was not too bad. After successfully entering the base, we can find a place to hide the plants. After everything is ready, it's time to set off. Qian Hui looked at the map, and when the piranha plant moved away from the woods, it was heading to the side of the safe zone 5, which is not far from the Black Ridge Mountain base. Nanting Jin didn't have a transmitter, so the piranha plant still needed to carry them on their journey, and they would walk when they were about to arrive. Before leaving, Qian Hui hugged the piranha plant, which had grown in size, and fed it several pieces of its favorite meat jerky. "Thank you, Xiaozi." He touched the tip of the piranha plant's nose. "You've worked hard these days." The piranha plant swallowed the meat jerky and lowered its head meekly. After Qian Hui took the backpack and sat down with Nanting Jin, the piranha plant turned its head and sniffed, and quickly left the vicinity. The journey was very smooth. The piranha plant deliberately chose the roadside that was remote and difficult for humans to walk on, and crossed this low-risk area. Around 6 p.m. that day, the piranha arrived at a place far outside the safe zone 5. The Black Ridge Mountain base is in a special location. The entrance is not in the inner circle of the safe zone. It has to go around the edge. Worried that there might be humans passing by, the piranha shrank a little, lowered its head, and slowly moved along the route, preparing to put Qian Hui down later. Several plants in the backpack poked their heads out from time to time. They were not afraid of going to the human base, especially the corn and potatoes. They even defeated the zombie king and the zombie horde. With Chili's special skills, would they still be afraid of a group of humans? Carrot couldn't stay idle, pulled out the carrot thorns and glided out, preparing to see the situation farther away. As they got closer and closer to the human base, Qian Hui was the most nervous, and nervously pinched the cloth strip in his hand. Nanting Jin came over and hugged him from behind. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." His breath when he spoke sounded like a kiss to comfort him. Qian Hui tried to calm herself down, nodding and saying him. At this time, the carrot flew back quickly from a distance. It landed on the top of the piranha plant and pointed to the side. "Woo!" Qian Hui suddenly became more nervous. Are there humans? There was a fork in the road ahead, leading to different directions, so there might be humans passing by. They should have put down the piranha plant some distance in advance. But seeing that there was no one nearby, they walked a little longer. The ruins in this area had been cleared long ago, making it easier for vehicles to pass. After confirming that they would collide head-on with other humans, the piranha plant stopped immediately and shrank into the backpack. As soon as it entered, it disrupted the originally arranged positions, and the other plants were randomly squeezed together, pushing and shoving several times. Qian Hui patted the backpack with his backhand, signaling them to be quiet, and hurriedly covered his eyes with a cloth. He actually only needed to close his eyes, but in order to prevent himself from opening his eyes subconsciously when encountering any situation, it would be safer to cover them directly. The backpack became quiet. Nanting Jin arranged the cloth for Qian Hui, and held his hand. The cloth was thin. Qian Hui opened his eyes a little bit, and could see a faint light. In the distance, the sound of a modified car approaching. There should be more than one. Qian Hui silently prayed that they did not recognize Nanting Jin, and drove away directly. And there was no detection equipment in the car. In the backpack, Carrot was holding a bottle of camouflage potion, ready to open and drink it at any time. It didn't matter if they were discovered. The smell would disappear after drinking the potion. It could be said that the equipment was wrong, or there were mutant plants passing by. After drinking, go to the base. Time is a bit tight, but it should be in time. Qian Hui grasped the edge of her sleeve and walked forward a few steps with Nan Tingjin. Two humans were found on the road. The modified car in the front gradually slowed down. The person in the car seemed to recognize Nan Tingjin and suddenly stepped on the brakes. Qian Hui held her breath. The carrot in the backpack unscrewed the potion bottle cap with her hands. Leader Nan? A person got off the car and said in a surprised tone. Is it really you? Nan Tingjin stopped. Qian Hui soon felt an inquiring gaze on him. He was still being led by Nan Tingjin. The person who spoke seemed even more surprised and hesitated. We heard the news. You? This person is. Nan Tingjin said coldly. Who are you? Sorry. The man said quickly. I am Qiyu, the squad leader of Yunchuan base. We are going back and happened to pass by here. The three modified cars have the same logo. Yunchuan base is one of the three major bases and is closest to Sky base. Fortunately, you are safe and sound, Qiyu said sincerely. For this accident, we also asked all the teams going out to pay more attention. But unfortunately, we found nothing. He has a square face, gentle and upright temperament, and seems to be really worried about Nan Tingjin's safety. After all, he is the leader of one of the three major bases. If he really encounters an accident at the hands of a group of mutant plants, this news will definitely cause a lot of panic. Nan Tingjin's expression is still cold, and he has no intention of talking to Qiyu. Qiyu has known his temper for a long time, even though he is very curious about his experience and how he came back. And there are people following him. But he still endured and didn't say much. And asked again, you want to return to the base? We are not in a hurry. Shall we take you there? There is still a distance from here to the entrance of the Black Ridge Mountain base. Qiyu does not have the communication channel on the Black Ridge Mountain side. It seems that Nan Tingjin has no tools to contact his subordinates. Hearing this, Nan Tingjin looked at Qian Hui. Go? Qiyu was even more surprised to find that Nan Tingjin was actually asking for the opinions of the people around him. He looked at Qian Hui quietly, and then calmly withdrew his gaze. Qian Hui hesitated for a moment, and nodded gently, yes. If she could be sent there, she would not have to walk by herself. And these humans should not have brought detection equipment. Carrot in the backpack still had camouflage potion, and thought carefully about what he would become. After getting the answer, Qiyu quickly opened the door of the back seat, asked the subordinates inside to come out, and went to another car. Two human psychics got off the back seat, one of them holding a detection instrument. The needle of the instrument swayed and stayed at a higher position. Qian Hui was blindfolded and could not see anything. Nan Tingjin beside her glanced, and his eyes fell on Qiyu. Not only did they carry detection instruments, they also captured nearby energy. Noticing Nan Tingjin's gaze, Qiyu explained, oh, we caught a high-level alien plant this time, and are going to take it back to the base. The alien plant was in the car, and the rest of the subordinates, including him, thought that the energy came from it, and never suspected Nan Tingjin. As if to confirm Qiyu's words, a muffled sound of bang suddenly sounded from the back seat. At the same time, Qian Hui received a tip that there were mutant plants nearby that had not yet formed a bond. A subordinate bent down and picked up an iron cage. The cage was square, small in size, and almost completely closed, leaving only a few small holes on the top for ventilation. The outer shell had several strange bumps and bumps. As if, bang, there was another muffled sound, and the inside of the iron cage was hit hard, leaving a small mark. Woo-woo, accompanied by a low roar. The plant inside seemed very uneasy, and hit the iron cage again. This alien plant has a very violent temperament. Qiyu smiled apologetically at Nan Tingjin, and asked his subordinates to take the iron cage to another car. The effect of the anesthetic injection is not long. It should have just woken up. Chapter 28. Yunchuan base does not study mutant plants. This high-level alien plant was probably brought back to the Sky base. They are on good terms with the Sky base, and often help out, including the task of capturing alien plants. In other words, most bases have a good relationship with the Sky base. When Ju's predictive ability is too special, and he never uses it to satisfy his own selfish desires. Instead, at the beginning of the apocalypse, he helped other bases survive several crises in a row. Gradually, his status in the major bases became higher and higher, and he almost became a prophet, a leader. Many base leaders would choose to ask him for help when they encountered difficulties or were undecided, even if they could not get a definite answer. Only the Black Ridge Mountain base was unique. It only recruited people with special abilities, and its comprehensive combat power ranked first. Its style of doing things was different from other bases, and it seemed that it did not need the help of Wenju's special ability. The iron cage that held the alien plant was very strong and would not be easily damaged. The subordinate still took out a new anesthetic needle and inserted it through the small hole on the top. While carrying the iron cage, he went to the car behind with another companion. This high-level alien plant is mostly an attacking type. When it is angry and uneasy, the breath it releases is very strong. It just so happens that the plants in the backpack are trying to hide. The energy captured by the detection instrument forms a delicate balance, so the camouflage potion can be temporarily not used. Hearing the movement from the iron cage, Qianhui slightly side-glanced, and the palm holding Nanting Jin unconsciously tightened. Qiyu quickly tidied up the back seat, stepped back and said, "Please, both of you. The modified car is a bit high." Qianhui's eyes are inconvenient, and she was helped up by Nanting Jin. After getting in the car, he fumbled to sit down, took off his backpack and held it in his arms. Nanting Jin was beside him. The car door closed, and after a while, he slowly turned the direction and drove towards the Black Ridge Mountain base. Qiyu was the only one in the front seat. He concentrated on driving and said nothing. The car window was open a little, and the faint smell of fuel could not be dissipated, which made Qianhui a little uncomfortable. He lowered his head quietly, holding a piece of the backpack strap. With the high-level alien plant, he could save the camouflage potion and use it when he arrived at the gate of the base. It would be much safer. And it was caught. And when it was sent to the human base, who knows what it will encounter? In the backpack, the sunflowers emitted a little light, and the plants communicated quietly. Carrot clenched the medicine bottle in his hand. These damn humans. They are still capturing alien plants. Potato was so angry that he started to rub bombs, and he wanted to blow up all 3 cars immediately. The pepper and the piranha plant were relatively silent, and the corn waved his fists in the air. Beat them. Beat them. Grab that advanced alien plant. Mimosa was also in the backpack, and now it was pressed against the back of the piranha plant's head and moved nervously. Several plants were restless. Someone bumped into her backpack. Qianhui pretended to straighten her clothes. Qiyu in front of her was indifferent. He probably didn't notice. The light of the sunflower penetrated through the zipper gap and touched Qianhui's fingertips, allowing his emotions to be transmitted. Qianhui comforted several plants, telling them not to worry, and that he would think of a way. Since he had encountered it, he couldn't just sit back and watch. But how to rescue the advanced alien plant? Qianhui thought that he could wait for Qiyu to send them to the Black Ridge Mountain base, and then let the plant team quietly follow them on the way back to the base, and find an opportunity to attack on the way. There are 3 modified cars in total. The number of human superpowers can be estimated, so there should be no problem. However, in this way, Qianhui will be separated from the plants, which may cause more trouble in the future. Qianhui is not very reassured, but can't think of a better way for the time being. He turned his head, Xiao Jin. The modified car shook slightly, but Qianhui didn't care. He groped his way closer to Nanting Jin and whispered again, "Xiao Jin." Nanting Jin responded softly and held him. Qianhui hesitated, and was afraid that Qiyu in front of him would hear her words. So she simply pulled Nanting Jin's hand and slowly wrote on his palm, "We're at the door." Wait a moment. He needed time to let the plants in his backpack sneak out and hide. At least a few of the best fighters had to go, and the piranha plants could follow into the base. Worried that Nanting Jin didn't understand, Qianhui added, "It will be done soon, I think." As he wrote, Qianhui became more and more hesitant, unsure whether to tell Nanting Jin about his plan. Nanting Jin had promised to take him to find the special plant, referring to the one in Black Ridge Mountain, not other plants. After all, he is a human being, and he is a companion to humans. Perhaps he does not want the alien plant captured by this team to be released. Just as Qianhui hesitated, the modified car arrived at the gate of the Black Ridge Mountain base. The guard in charge of the guard recognized the base logo on the modified car, came to ask what was going on. and was caught off guard by Nanting Jean in the back seat. "Chief! Chief!" The guard was shocked and surprised, and immediately notified everyone with the real-time communication in his hand. "The chief is back." The heavy iron gate opened, and the modified car continued to move forward, and drove a long distance before finally arriving at the inner gate of the base. A group of subordinates, who had received the news, were waiting at the door, and saw Nanting Jean get off the car. He looked unharmed, as if he had been kidnapped by some alien plants, and it was not him who had been missing for several days. Several subordinates were about to step forward to greet him, and saw Nanting Jean turn around and help someone down from the car. It was a teenager, thin and weak, carrying a large backpack. His hair color was very special. His eyes were covered with a piece of cloth, and he seemed to have an eye disease, and his slightly pale skin seemed to have no blood color. But even so, it can be seen that the boy has an outstanding appearance. Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? Especially Nanting Jean's close attitude towards him, which is very unusual, since he became the leader. Even before, Nanting Jean has always been alone, cold and indifferent, as if he has abandoned any emotions, and never interacted with anyone. Everyone was in doubt, and stared at Qian Hui. Nanting Jean supported Qian Hui, and his unhappy eyes swept over, implying warnings and hostility. Everyone immediately withdrew their gazes, daring not to look any further. Qian Hui, however, was not in the mood to care about others, and was still thinking about the mutant plant in the iron cage. According to the plan, he should have put down the plants in the backpack at the first door, but there was a second door inside. The modified car stopped for too short a time, and he had no time to react. Now that they had entered the Black Ridge Mountain base, there were so many people around, and there was no way to open the backpack. Qian Hui was worried, and frowned her delicate eyebrows. At this time, Nanting Jean approached in front of him. He bent down slightly, and whispered in Qian Hui's ear, "Want the alien plants?" Qian Hui was stunned, and then her hope was rekindled. He nodded lightly, "Yes." Qi sent the two of them off, and was about to lead the team back. He waited tactfully for Nanting Jean and Qian Hui to finish their conversation, and was ready to go forward and say goodbye. "Captain Qi." Nanting Jean looked at him and said first, "Why don't we leave tomorrow morning? I have something, and I need your help to take it to the sky base." Qi Yu was surprised, and immediately agreed, "Okay. Thank you, Chief Nan." They went out to capture alien plants this time, and they were indeed exhausted for several consecutive days, and they had to hurry back tonight. Of course, it would be nice to stay at the Black Ridge Mountain base for one night, and since Nanting Jean personally invited him to stay, he couldn't refuse. The subordinates behind him heard it, and immediately went to arrange a room. Qi ordered the team members to drive the car to the back and park it. Qian Hui quietly observed and heard that the iron cage in the car was also taken out. Before entering the outer gate, Qi Yu explained the source of energy in the car. He personally carried the iron cage and followed Nanting Jean into the inner gate. Once through the inner gate, there would be almost no further investigation inside, and the camouflage potion was temporarily saved. Carried in the backpack still held the medicine bottle tightly, in case of emergency. Qian Hui couldn't see, and was led by Nanting Jean to walk slowly, and felt many inquiring eyes, because Nanting Jean was beside him. These human superpowers restrained their thoughts, looked carefully, and looked away as soon as their eyes touched. Before coming here, Chili secretly told Qian Hui that the humans in the Black Ridge Mountain base were not easy to mess with, and were particularly fierce, so he must not let his guard down. Qian Hui was indeed very nervous, but the current situation seemed to be better than he expected. Except for a few leader calls along the way, no one was talking around, and the atmosphere was quite peaceful, until Qi Yu and the team were led to the prepared guest room. A subordinate came forward and asked hesitantly, "Leader, should this person also be arranged?" Nanting Jean said, "No need for now." This meant that Qian Hui would go to his room first. The subordinate retreated in response, and Nanting Jean led Qian Hui all the way forward, around several corners, and the surroundings became quieter and quieter. Arriving at the low building where the leader lived, Nanting Jean directly picked up Qian Hui, crossed a long flight of stairs, and then led him to continue walking inside. The low building had two intact floors. The lower floor was the meeting room and living room, and the upper floor was the bedroom. When they came to the stairs, Qian Hui was carried up again. He hugged Nanting Jean's neck and whispered, "Actually, I can walk by myself. It would be slower. Qian Hui practiced walking with eyes closed and had never tried stairs. Nan Tingjin said nothing. Qian Hui asked quietly, "Is there anyone else here?" After a while, he was put down. Nan Tingjin replied no. Qian Hui carefully pulled the cloth strips apart a little, and it turned out that there were only him and Nan Tingjin left here. He took off the cloth strip, looked around curiously, and was led into another room. While no one was around, the zipper of the backpack was open from the inside, and the plants that had been holding their heads and all the way poked their heads out. Carrot was the bravest, jumping down to the ground and looking around, followed by Corn and Pepper. Qian Hui told them to be careful, and asked Nan Tingjin, "Where did the locked-up plant go?" Nan Tingjin pointed in a direction outside the window. "Go along the path, next to the tallest building. That place is usually used to store sundries, and there are 2 or 3 rooms left, so this is the only guest room that can be arranged." Carrot jumped onto the windowsill and looked around carefully, and roughly noted the route. Seeing that it wanted to go right away, Nan Tingjin said again, "Not now, wait until dark." There were no street lights along the path, which would make it easier to hide. Carrot reluctantly responded, and returned to Qian Hui. Qian Hui put her backpack on the coffee table, and several plants discussed how to steal the alien plant in the cage. The camouflage potion still had to be brought as a backup, and Yumi remembered that Qian Hui could buy the spray that made people fall asleep. Just like the time when she stole the mimosa, it should be very simple. But in fact, the most important thing is to rescue the plants. They are not familiar with the advanced alien plant. If they don't cooperate well, it will be bad if they make any noise. Yumi waved his fist, saying that there was no need to worry. If it didn't work, just knock them out. Qian Hui didn't participate in the discussion of the plants. He walked around the house and reached out to touch the coffee table and curtains. This was the first time he saw a normal place where humans lived. Unlike when he was in the plant yard, the room was used to store things, and he had to sleep under the tree in the backyard. Qian Hui had been in Nan Tingjin's stone hut in the forest a few times before, but the space inside was very small, and it was very different from here. The window could see outside at a glance, and occasionally a few human figures passed by from a distance. Qian Hui was afraid of being discovered, so he moved away from the window in time and did not stay too long. Then, he came to Nan Tingjin and said, "Thank you." If Nan Tingjin had not asked Qiyu to stay, the high-level alien plant might not have been rescued. Qian Hui's eyes were sparkling, and she couldn't help but reach out and hug Nan Tingjin. Nan Tingjin glanced at the plants on the coffee table, raised his hand and stroked Qian Hui's hair. "Are you hungry? I'll have someone bring dinner over." It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and the sky outside was gradually getting dark. Qian Hui had never eaten human dinner, and she became more curious after hearing this, and nodded, yes. There was a communicator on the low cabinet by the wall. Nan Tingjin contacted his subordinates, and in just over 10 minutes, a whole box of food was delivered. Qian Hui put on the cloth strip again, sat at the table, and the backpack on the coffee table was quiet. 2 people came to deliver dinner. After setting the plates, one of them did not leave. He stood by the door with his arms folded, and asked Chief, "What happened in the safe zone at night?" His name is Yuan Ji, one of the main captains of the base. He has strong comprehensive supernatural power, and a high position, compared with most of the other subordinates. He was more relaxed when talking to Nan Tingjin. Nan Tingjin sat next to Qian Hui, and seemed not to hear. He was picking up food for Qian Hui. A spoon was thoughtfully prepared in the tableware that was delivered. Qian Hui slowly scooped up a spoonful of rice, waited for Nan Tingjin to put the food on it, and then ate it in one bite. He tasted it carefully, and didn't know if it was because he was not human, but it didn't taste good. With more curiosity, Qian Hui took a few more bites. Yuan Ji stood at the door, watching Nan Tingjin's actions. He tried to hold back, but couldn't. "Leader." Nan Tingjin raised his eyes coldly, and then answered the previous question, "Nothing." After leaving the safe zone, those alien plants fled one after another. This was similar to the initial guess of everyone in the base. With Nan Tingjin's strength, it was impossible for him to be easily controlled by a few mutant plants. Even with the supposedly special chili pepper, the charged attack can't be sustained for a long time. They just can't figure out why Nan Tingjin disappeared for so long if he was fine. But now it seems, maybe the reason has been found. Yuan Ji looked at Qian Hui, and even though he had heard about it before coming, he was still very surprised. He almost thought that Nanting Jean had been possessed by another person. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Being held hostage by a mutant plant. And going out for a while. He changed his nature? Yuanji smiled and asked tentatively, "Who is this?" Qianhui quickly put down the spoon, raised his head, and looked at the door. "Hello. My name is Qianhui." He was a little nervous. And Nanting Jean said for him, his superpower is in his eyes, which makes it inconvenient for him to see things. There are only superpowers in the Black Ridge Mountain base. Since Qianhui was brought in, no matter what her relationship with Nanting Jean is, she must be a superpower. Eye power? Yuanji was a little interested. What is it? Is it very powerful? Qianhui tried hard to think of how to answer, and heard Nanting Jean on the side say, "I encountered a group of zombies outside." Nanting Jean leaned back in his chair, lowered his eyes, and continued, "He saved me." His expression was indifferent, and his tone was as if he was talking about the weather during the day. Qianhui took a deep breath, lowered his head, and dared not say a word. Yuanji pulled the corner of his mouth, and did not believe a word. But no matter how impossible this was, Nanting Jean was willing to take the time to perfunctory him, which was enough to prove Qianhui's importance. And others must not have any doubts. Yuanji nodded. "Okay. I understand." He said goodbye to Nanting Jean, turned around and left, and helped to close the door. Hearing the footsteps going downstairs, Qianhui breathed a sigh of relief. He took off the cloth strip, looked at Nanting Jean, and hesitated to speak. At this time, several plants quickly jumped out of the backpack and jumped onto the table. Carrot buried his head and sniffed the food on the plate, and wanted to reach out to take a piece to taste, but was stopped by Qianhui. He also stopped the corn that was about to move, and whispered, "This is someone else's home. You can't do this." Qianhui didn't let them move around, picked up her own spoon, and fed them one by one. Potato squatted in front of a plate of potato chips and pondered, pointing and saying he wanted to eat this. Dinner was specially prepared for 2 people, and the portion was large. Qianhui fed the plants while Nanting Jean ate some. There were 2 rooms next door. One was a study for storing items, and the other was a bathroom. Qianhui saw something he had never seen before. A faucet. He lay in front of the sink, playing with the water for a long time, but was afraid of wasting it, so he quickly turned it off. At the same time, several plants outside discussed and prepared to steal high-level alien plants. The ones who were going to go were carrots, corn, peppers, and potatoes. Bamboo shoots also raised their hands, in order to avoid spending too much time on the search. They brought mimosa with them. Qianhui bought a bottle of the same sleeping spray as last time, and added camouflage potion. After confirming the plan, Carrot led the team to set off. The camouflage potion was still a backup. If they were unfortunately discovered, they could at least be used to hide without being detected by the equipment. Taking advantage of the night, several plants climbed onto the windowsill one by one. Qianhui was very nervous and repeatedly reminded them, "Be careful and come back as soon as possible." Corn made a gesture that it was all right and jumped off the ground last. It was quiet and deserted, and no one would have thought that there were mutant plants lurking in the base. The team had no problem following the path to the guest room, and found a window under the guidance of Mimosa. Corn took a closer look, and saw that the lights were off in the room, and a person was lying on the bed. In order to catch the advanced alien plants, they had not slept for 3 days, and they all went to bed early after dinner. Chili used the same trick again, quietly opened the window, and reached in to put the spray. The captain named Chi Yu should be the strongest inside, and Chili sprayed a whole bottle of spray for safety. When the time was almost up, several plants crawled in. The iron cage that held the plants was placed on the table, and the key to unlock it was also beside it. Potato moved quickly, opened the cage door with a key, and leaned in to take a look. It whispered hello, woo. The hole above the cage was too small, so the previous spray didn't get in much. In the dark shadow, a pair of eyes slowly opened, making a low threatening sound. It really sounded not very honest. Corn pushed Potato aside, prepared to punch the plant inside, and quickly packed it up and took it away. Just as it raised its fist, a round object suddenly rolled out of the cage and hit it straight on. The corn quickly dodged, and the round object rolled off the table and fell to the ground. The pepper quickly jumped down and looked at the plant in front of it. It was very plump and round, and it seemed to be wrapped in something like tin foil, with only leaves, hands, feet and eyes showing. and it was impossible to tell what kind it was. The carrot also came over to take a look, worried that the thing wrapped around the plant was a shackle, which would make it painful. So it reached out and grabbed it and tore it hard. With a rustle, a faint strange smell spread out. Carrot sniffed and sneezed. At this moment, the advanced alien plant felt the restraint on its body become lighter, opened its eyes wide, twisted its body and moved. It stared at the plants with a very alert look, and made angry threats again, intending to attack. Corn was about to punch it, but the advanced alien plant suddenly jumped out of the tin foil, revealing its body full of sharp thorns, and attacked Corn. This is a durian. Corn was caught off guard and was stabbed several times. He retreated, holding his chest. The pepper tried to get closer, but was also pricked. The durian was not big, so it rolled back and forth on the ground with its arms and legs curled up, attacking the plants around it indiscriminately. Even the carrot was pricked, and it tried to explain by making two whoops. But the durian was in a frenzy, and didn't listen at all. The shell of the bamboo shoot was relatively hard, so it didn't hurt much when it was pricked. It tried to stop the durian with a bamboo knife, but still failed. The plants couldn't really fight with it, so they surrounded the durian and stabbed for a while. Potato gnashed his teeth, wanting to kick it hard, but seeing the sharp thorns rolling over, he quickly ran away. Seeing that the noise was getting louder and louder, and that the sleeping spray had been used up, Carrot was worried about being discovered by other humans. So anxiously, he took out the camouflage potion. He unscrewed the lid and drank it in one gulp, wanting to turn into a piranha plant. Piranha plants have thick skin and flesh, and are not afraid of being pricked. However, looking at the durian rolling towards him, Carrot's mind was full of durian. 2 seconds later, with a puff, Carrot's figure disappeared, and was replaced by another durian. When the durian saw the second durian, it was stunned for a moment. It stopped attacking, moved closer and sniffed carefully, and its eyes gradually became clear. On the other side, Qianhui waited anxiously, and finally saw the plants returning. The group of plants moved stealthily, moving at different speeds, and did not climb the wall or climb the window, but took the stairs. When Qianhui opened the door, she was stunned for a moment. Peppers, potatoes, corn, bamboo shoots were all there, and Mimosa was also there, quietly clinging to the peppers. The carrots were gone, and only 2 yellow durians were left. The 2 durians were snuggling together, but if you look closely, one of them was clinging to the other. Durian number 2 stood there blankly, sighed, touched the durian next to him to comfort him, and took him into the house. Qianhui almost thought that Carrot had not come back, but when Sunflower asked, she found out that durian number 2 was the transformed Carrot. Potato described it vividly to Qianhui, showing him the marks on his body, and he looked quite excited. Durian was probably closer to plants of the same species, and when he saw Carrot number 2, he immediately became docile, and it was also smooth to take it away later. Chili checked the room carefully and restored the iron cage to its original state. Durian calmed down and finally realized that they were going to rescue him. He also took off a layer of the same shell, wrapped it in tin foil, and put it back into the iron cage. The shell would have a smell left. As long as the iron cage was quiet, Chi would not let the team members give Durian an anesthetic injection. When the time came, when they returned to the base, they would find that Durian had already escaped. Durian is a high-level alien plant, and its control over its body's smell is also very stable, so it will not accidentally emit smell. In short, this operation went very smoothly. Qianhui praised the plants one by one. Durian was still a little wary of him, hiding behind durian number 2 and refusing to get close. And it seemed to only trust durian number 2, and was also alert to other plants. Its condition was also very bad, and it urgently needed to rest. Qianhui bought some food and pills, and gave them to durian number 2, who was temporarily in charge. Durian number 2 took the items, led Durian to the study next door, and let it take the medicine and stay in a secluded place for a while. Several plants followed curiously, peeking through the crack in the door. Qianhui was also watching quietly. She saw Durian eat the food and pills under the comfort of durian number 2, and closed her eyes to prepare for sleep. He was finally relieved, and turned back to the bedroom. Nan Tingjin stood by the door, and took Qianhui's hand. "Are you happy?" Qianhui nodded. "Yeah." Saving this high-level alien plant was smoother than expected. If possible, it would be better if it could stay by my side. Working hard to improve the loyalty of Durian and Mimosa will bring us one step closer to completing the mission. Nan Tingjin hooked his lips, pulled Qian Hui into his arms, and lowered his head to kiss his cheek. Compared to the previous kiss outside the base, his force was obviously stronger. Qian Hui dodged unconsciously. What are you afraid of? Nan Tingjin seemed to sense his slight timidity, and whispered. I'm not your boyfriend? Qian Hui's eyelashes trembled, and whispered, yes. Chapter 29. Qian Hui didn't know what was wrong with him. He wasn't afraid, but he wasn't used to it. Maybe it was because Nan Tingjin hadn't recovered his memory yet, and didn't remember him. Many times, Nan Tingjin had been gentle enough. When he was entangled by the soft vine before, he also rubbed Qian Hui's hands obediently every day. Qian Hui could still detect some subtle differences in him, whether it was the aura he exuded, his style of doing things, or something else. But even so, Nan Tingjin was Nan Tingjin, and Qian Hui liked him. He is her boyfriend. There is no doubt about that. As for his changes, probably because he came here after losing his memory, and stayed here for too long. 6 whole years. A lot of things can change. Just like the wooden ring that changed color. Thinking of this, Qian Hui felt sorry for Nan Tingjin again, and reached out to hug him. He had just dodged for a while, and now he suddenly took the initiative. Nan Tingjin's breathing was slightly stagnant, and he seemed a little surprised. He lowered his eyes and asked, What's wrong? No, Qian Hui replied vaguely. I want to see where you live. Okay. Nan Tingjin couldn't help but move closer, wanting to kiss him again. But Qian Hui had already let go of him, and was looking around the room again. He had only glanced at it before, but this time he was more serious, as if he was exploring a maze. He opened the closet and drawers, and took a closer look at all the items he had never seen before, such as the transmitter and the radio. Unfortunately, the radio had been broken for a long time, and no one had come to repair it yet. There was also a small telescope in the drawer, and Qian Hui looked at it intently. What is this? Nan Tingjin taught him how to use it, and he couldn't let it go, and held it in front of his eyes for a long time. Seeing that Qian Hui liked it, Nan Tingjin said, I'll give it to you. Really? Qian Hui was very happy, and didn't bother to be polite with him. After playing with it, she put it in the pocket on the side of her backpack. What interested him most was the bathroom faucet. So Nan Tingjin taught him how to turn on the hot water, use the shower, and take a shower in it. However, Qian Hui was not afraid of cold, but afraid of heat. So the water temperature was only raised a little bit, so it didn't feel too cold. The durian next door was completely asleep, and the carrots and sunflowers, whose disguise had not yet failed, were guarding it. The other plants came back one after another. Seeing the novel bathroom, some plants also wanted to go in and take a bath with Qian Hui. Yumi rushed to the front, and Nan Tingjin glanced at him. No. His tone was light, with a hint of warning. During this journey, Nan Tingjin never communicated with the plants, and most of the time they almost forgot his existence. But after that battle with the zombies, not only Qian Hui, but also the plants had a new understanding of Nan Tingjin's strength. Yumi stopped, and glared at him quickly, wanting to ignore him, but not daring to. Qian Hui waved at it in the bathroom. Bring the towel. I'll wash you first. Yumi was happy now. Ran to take out a small towel from her backpack, deliberately raised it, and walked around Nan Tingjin to give the plants a bath. Qian Hui used cold water, rinsed them one by one, and then dried them with a towel, washing them very quickly. When it was her turn, Qian Hui was much slower. When Nan Tingjin knocked on the door outside to urge him, he was still holding the handmade soap, wanting to carve a word on it. Right away, Qian Hui hurriedly responded, and carved a big Hui on the soap with the other end of the toothbrush. He put the soap away with satisfaction, and then quickly packed up and prepared to get dressed. At this time, a game prompt popped up. Trigger plot point. Progress 5%, progress 100% to get plot analysis, huh? Qian Hui read the prompt again and again, but didn't quite understand what it meant. The first 2 times the plot point was triggered. Both were the original endings of directly obtaining 2 special plants. And there was also a hidden task of sneaking close to the zombie group, which said that there was a chance to get a plot analysis after completing it. That hidden task, after the battle with the zombie group was over, the progress was only 60%. And this time, it was a method that Qian Hui had never seen before. Moreover, the prompt did not mention what the plot point was about. nor did it issue any tasks. So he was not sure what to do to complete the progress. Qian Hui's first reaction was, could it be the special plant that Nantingjin wanted to take him to find? Or maybe it was something else. Some humans? An entire base? In fact, Qian Hui still did not quite understand what the plot point meant. Many things in the game required him to figure it out by himself. He turned off the prompt, silently made a note of it, and got dressed. Nantingjin had prepared the pajamas extra. Qian Hui wore them a little too big. He lifted them up and sniffed them. It smelled the same as Nantingjin's. Qian Hui liked it very much. After sniffing for a while finally, he opened the bathroom door. He washed his hair as well. The color of the dye was very strong and hardly changed. Afterwards, Qian Hui used a hair dryer for the first time. Nantingjin was helping him blow dry his hair. He deliberately held the hair dryer farther away so that the wind would not be so hot. Qian Hui sat on the edge of the bed, closed her eyes obediently, feeling the wonderful experience. Chili squatted aside and watched for a while, snorted softly, and ate the chili seeds in his hand. After blowing his hair, Qian Hui did not forget to ask, when are we going to find plants? Tomorrow. Nantingjin put away the hair dryer. The restricted area is not nearby. He raised his hand and stroked Qian Hui's hair. Go to bed first. Qian Hui nodded. And watched Nantingjin stand up and go to the bathroom alone. When he came out, the lights in the room were still on, and there was a cabbage shell in the middle. It was dark inside the cabbage shell. The leaf door had a crack, which should be left for the carrots and sunflowers next door. Nantingjin approached, and through the crack, he saw Qian Hui lying inside. He seemed to have fallen asleep, with a circle of plants lying around him, and Chili curled up in his arms. Nantingjin watched quietly for a long time, turned around and turned off the lights. In the second half of the night, Carrot came back. 2 hours later, it finally changed back, blew the wind at the window for a long time, and then went to the bathroom to flush himself, completely dispelling the durian smell on his body, and then returned to the cabbage shell. The next day, Qian Hui woke up early. He was worried whether Durian's escape would be discovered. So he quietly waited behind the curtains, and saw 3 modified cars leaving the inner door through a telescope. There was a white cloud-shaped logo on the modified car, which was from the Yunchuan base. Inside the car, Shi used a communicator to contact the base, informing him that he was on his way back. The iron cage was placed in the back seat, and the team member asked curiously, "Why is it so quiet? Does it need another anesthetic injection?" Chi glanced in the rearview mirror. "No. It may be hungry. Let's go back to the base first." He did not find anything unusual, and felt that he had slept well last night. And he was very energetic when he woke up this morning. As for the things that Nantingjin asked him to bring to the sky base, they were placed in another car. They were some supplies and medicines. The subordinates who sent them claimed that they had not completed the task of catching the man-eating plant that time, so they had to return the deposit for the reward, including some given by Liang Jie in the middle. Shi was not very clear about this matter. He asked the people at the sky base first, and then accepted the items. The heavy iron gate in front opened, and 3 modified cars left the outer gate and gradually moved away from the Black Ridge Mountain. On the way, Chi was still thinking about the young man next to Nantingjin. Anyone could see that Nantingjin and Qian Hui had a close relationship and were probably lovers. He had to help her get on and off the car, which was not consistent with Nantingjin's rumored personality. However, Chi thought that this was a good thing. In the apocalypse, human superpowers with weak emotions would be very difficult to heal once they were lost. No matter what, you have to have your own preferences, people or things that you care about or are willing to accept. Following the established route, the modified car had no problems all the way and arrived at the sky base before noon. 2 team members unloaded the supplies from the car, and Chi carried the iron cage of the alien plant, led by the guard, and personally delivered it to the attic. The second floor of the attic is the research room, where glass boxes have been prepared. When new alien plants enter here, they will be fed and observed for a few days. Chi entered the research room and respectfully called out, "Mr. Wen." Wenju nodded gently. "Little Chi." It happened that Wenju woke up the day before yesterday and was in a much better condition. There was no abnormality. Chi walked over quickly, took out the key, and carefully opened the iron cage. There were several staff members of the research room beside him. They had heard that the alien plant was very irritable, and they were holding tranquilizer guns in their hands, ready to take action at any time. Chi-Yu opened the front door of the iron cage and found that the alien plant inside was motionless. He frowned slightly, worried that it might have fainted from hunger, and put on gloves to catch it. As soon as he caught it in his hand, Chi-Yu immediately realized that something was wrong. He was slightly stunned, and immediately tore open the tin foil wrapped around the alien plant, revealing the yellow durian shell inside. A few stones were stuffed into the shell to increase the weight. It was difficult to detect anything unusual when just holding the cage. The staff was surprised. Is this the alien plant? No, Chi-Yu said quickly. This is its shell. It escaped, but it was still locked up yesterday. Before going to bed, he gave the durian an anesthetic injection. But he was worried that too much anesthesia would have an effect, so he only used half an injection. After that was this morning. The team member mentioned that the durian was very quiet. So, it was lost at the Black Ridge Mountain base? But the iron cage was intact. He didn't notice any movement at night. How did durian escape? For a moment, Chi-Yu's mind was a little confused. Sorry, Mr. Wen, I was negligent this time. Wenju saw all this, and there was some coldness in his eyes. But he hid it well, and didn't show it. It doesn't matter, it's okay if it escaped, maybe it's not fate. The Yunchuan base didn't know what Wenju needed the living alien plant for, and thought he was simply trying to tame it, to understand its habits and abilities, and to seek a way to cure the loss of the alien. Chi-Yu lowered his head. I will take people to look for it right away. No need. Wenju waved his hand to let several staff members leave, and then changed the subject. Are you back from the Black Ridge Mountain base? Chi-Yu replied, yes. I met Chief Nan by chance yesterday. Nan Tingjin was missing, and there were still many teams outside looking for him. So the news of his return was immediately transmitted to several bases. Chi-Yu roughly recounted what happened yesterday, but did not mention that the alien plant might have been lost in the Black Ridge Mountain. The young man next to Nan Tingjin was only referred to as companion. Wenju still keenly caught the key point in his words, and repeated, companions? It should be. Chi-Yu replied, I'm not sure. Okay, I understand. Wenju's attitude was gentle, and he asked his subordinates to send Chi-Yu away. Don't worry about the lost alien plant for now. Go back and have a good rest. Chi-Yu thanked Wenju and turned to leave. Looking at his back, the smile on Wenju's face slowly disappeared. When his subordinates sent Chi-Yu's team away, he returned to the attic and saw Wenju sitting quietly on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. The subordinates did not come forward to disturb him. After a long time, Wenju opened his eyes. He tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers and said, Get ready. Go to the Black Ridge Mountain base. The subordinates asked quickly, Are you going in person? Wenju stood up and said, Yes. Wenju's ability is not offensive, and he needs personal protection. He may even fall asleep at any time, and it is very risky to leave the attic. But he has made a decision and must go in person. Once the distance is closer, or there is contact, his ability will be easier to stimulate, and the results will be clearer. Yesterday at noon, the team that went out to explore the traces of Sunflower returned, bringing back the information they had seen, and several photos. No one could tell what caused the mess on the ground in the woods, except Wenju, who thought of Nan Tingjin. If it was his ability, he should be able to do it. It seems to be an ordinary natural control of objects, but it can ignore the rules and almost override everything. Wenju couldn't wait to confirm his guess, and he was also very interested in the companion mentioned by Chi-Yu. And there are too many abnormalities that have occurred recently. Those that cannot be seen or seen clearly using precognition may all be related to Nan Tingjin. Some time ago, there was news from another small base that a team had witnessed a team of alien plants fighting in collaboration. Alien plants. Team? I hope that after going there, Nan Tingjin can tell him what those mutant plants want to do. With a company of sunflowers, the durian in the next room slept soundly all night and did not wake up until after breakfast. Qianhui was anxious to go to the restricted area to find special exotic plants, so she left the plants behind to guard them. She only brought peppers, carrots, and bamboo shoots with her. The three of them were small in size and could be hidden in Qianhui's white hood, so they could not be seen from the outside. To be on the safe side, Qianhui also left a bottle of sleeping spray. If durian still attacked the plants violently after waking up, she would let it sleep again. Yumi took the spray and nodded heavily. The entire base was very large. The restricted area was located in the back mountain. A little far from here. The car that Nan Tingjin had prepared was already parked downstairs. He did not allow anyone to follow him. And his subordinates brought the car over and left. Qian Hui put on the blindfold and was carried downstairs by Nan Tingjin and directly carried into the car. It was very quiet outside. Not sure if there were any outsiders. Qian Hui sat quietly in the co-pilot, pinching her fingers nervously. Even Nan Tingjin was not sure what kind of special plant it was. But if it was also in the plant courtyard before, he would definitely recognize it. The car started to move. And more than 10 minutes later, Nan Tingjin said, "Okay." Qian Hui immediately took off the cloth. And the three plants in the hat poked their heads out at the same time, looking out the window together. At this moment, far away from the center of the base, coming to the edge, there is no human nearby. The surrounding ground is gradually messy. There are many unclean fallen leaves and gravel. Some completely damaged abandoned buildings flashed before my eyes. Qian Hui lay on the window and saw a mountain forest in the distance. And in the mountain forest, there is a huge shadow, standing quietly. Chapter 30. As the modified car got closer and closer to the forest, the huge object in it became more and more visible. Qian Hui slowly opened his eyes. That is, 3 plants lay on his shoulders. Pepper and bamboo shoots looked curious. Carrot's expression gradually changed from doubt to joy. It wanted to fly over immediately on the spikes, but was stopped by Qian Hui. "Don't run around." Qian Hui pressed Carrot into his arms, looking at the road ahead. "We'll be there soon." There were no humans nearby, so he had to be more cautious. The plants couldn't be seen. The vehicle continued to drive, and came to an iron gate. The iron gate was unattended, and there was only a detection instrument tied to the door lock. The instrument screen was completely covered with dust. Usually, few people came here. There was a smell of special plants approaching, and Nan Tingjin got out of the car alone, and turned off the instrument when it was about to send a signal to the base. He took out the key to open the iron gate, and then returned to the car. The other side of the iron gate was a forest, and the edge was blocked by a high wall, becoming part of the base, and there was no end in sight. Observation towers were built at intervals on the top of the wall, and there were guards on duty at all times. If anyone tried to break into the restricted area of the base from the outside, they would be discovered immediately. The iron gate was unattended, but entering from the inside was smooth. Passing the road sign with restricted area, Nan Tingjin drove into the mountains. There was no road in the woods. When the modified car approached, the trees and vegetation slowly moved to both sides, and the rugged ground was automatically filled and smoothed, and a road appeared out of thin air. Qian Hui knew that this was Nan Tingjin's ability, and looked out the window curiously. As they gradually approached their destination, the huge shadow standing in the forest slowly revealed its original appearance. It was very, very tall, much taller than the largest piranha plant. From a distance, it looked round, like a giant gray-brown egg. Qian Hui murmured, "Little fruit." Even though it looked different from before, he could be 100% sure that it was the plant in the yard, his former friend. Round nut. Qian Hui suppressed her excitement, but the carrot in her arms couldn't wait any longer, and took out the carrot thorns and rushed out. Qian Hui didn't stop at this time. The carrot quickly shuttled through the woods, jumping and gliding from time to time, faster than the speed of the car, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chili and the bamboo shoot stayed quietly beside Qian Hui. Chili sniffed outside, and the air smelled very clean. This is the territory of the Black Ridge Mountain base. There are no humans, no zombies, and except for the smell of grass and trees, there is only a faint, nutty smell. But the smell of the special grade alien plant was not strong. I don't know if it was deliberately hidden, or for some other reason. It just smelled slightly stronger than the high-grade alien plant. A few minutes later, the vehicle finally arrived near the round nut. Qian Hui got out of the car quickly, and saw Carrot standing next to the huge body of the nut, and turned to look over. It was farther away, and there was no emotion in its pair of black eyes and face, but it seemed to reveal a trace of loneliness and worry. Qian Hui felt inexplicably hurried, and ran over quickly. "What's wrong?" He picked up the carrot and looked up at the giant nut. "Xiaogua." Qian Hui raised her voice slightly, called out, and reached out to touch the shell of the nut. The shell was rough and warm to the touch. There were several traces of wear and tear on the surface. There were even teeth marks from zombies. It must have been there for a long time. But it had not healed completely. Qianhui called out Xiaoguo again, and finally realized that something was wrong. The nut did not respond to him, and did not even move. Qianhui was confused and walked around the giant nut for a while, and shouted again, Xiaoguo. Carrot pulled his sleeve and shook his head. He had tried it just now, and flew to the top of the nut and slapped it hard a few times. The nut remained motionless, without making any sound or response, and its eyes and mouth could not be found. In its current state, it seemed to have hidden its body inside the shell. At this time, Nan Tingjin walked forward. It hasn't moved for a long time. Qianhui looked at him, and was at a loss. What's wrong with it? I don't know, Nan Tingjin said truthfully. Maybe it's sleeping. This special grade alien plant appeared shortly after the end of the world. It seemed to have been in this forest from the beginning, but it often hid and rarely appeared. Later, when a base was being built nearby, it was besieged by a group of zombies. It was also that time that a large number of zombies should have disturbed or angered it, and it became huge, trying to crush all creatures that approached. The special grade alien plant is powerful, and this is another giant alien plant, and its shell is extremely hard, as if it can't feel any pain at all. With it, the besieged zombies failed to escape, but it still maintained its huge size, constantly wandering in the forest, never stopping for a moment, like a giant rock that is completely out of control. At first, because it was difficult to build a wall inside the forest, the human superpowers wanted to drive it away, but they failed after many attempts. The other alien plants hiding here were afraid of being accidentally injured by it, and they also fled one after another. Later, the human superpowers found that it only moved within the range of this forest and never left to go elsewhere. So they simply included the forest into the base and set this place as a restricted area. Later, its movement speed and frequency became slower and slower, from several days or dozens of days to 1 or 2 months. It has been more than 7 months since it last moved, and its breath has weakened a lot. Whenever it is still, it will not respond to the outside world. Just like now. At this time last year, someone in the base said that it was dying, after being in a giant state for several consecutive years. Even the strongest alien plant will be exhausted. At first, it resisted a large number of zombies, which helped the base a lot in disguise. Its position here is also very delicate. When Ju once wanted to take this alien plant away, but was rejected by everyone in the base. However, they did not want it to wake up, fearing that it would cause more trouble. But even if we want to wake it up, there is no way to do it. After listening to what Nan Tingjin said, Qianhui's breathing trembled, and she felt more and more sad and distressed. In the past, in the plant courtyard, because of its special ability, what always had to stand in front of its companions in time, and take the zombies' attacks instead, and suffered the most injuries. It seemed brave and fearless, and never showed fear in the face of any zombies. Other plants in the courtyard did not dare to provoke it, because it was too hard, like fighting a wall, and the leaves were rubbed to pieces in 2 or 3 strokes. But Qianhui knew that Wu Guo was actually introverted and quiet, not very courageous, and liked to hide and do various wood carvings and handicrafts by himself. It was also very gentle, and its voice was always light and muffled, seemingly shy and bashful. The ring that Qianhui gave to Nan Tingjin was the one that Wu Guo taught him how to carve. After coming here, Wu Guo must have been very scared. Qianhui could imagine how terrified it was when it encountered the zombies. There were so many zombies, hundreds and thousands of times more than those that invaded the courtyard before. In panic, it changed its body size to the largest possible, to arm itself, and hid itself deep inside its shell. It may not know how much time has passed, nor whether the corpses outside have left. As time goes by, it gradually forgets and falls asleep. The giant nut stands quietly. Qianhui approaches, reaches out and tries to hug it, and leans against the shell. He feels the warmth coming from the shell. Little fruit. The game's illustration has lit up, but it does not show the bond. Carrot squats at his shoulder and touches his hair soothingly. Pepper and bamboo shoots stick their heads out of their hoods and remain silent. Before they came to look for this special plant, they had never thought that this would happen. They found it, and the journey was smooth, but they didn't know when it would wake up. Even the calls of Carrot and Qianhui were useless. Chili sighed quietly, hugging a strand of Qianhui's hair. The footsteps approached. Nan Tingjin waited for a while, slowly led Qian Hui over, and saw that he really looked like he was about to cry. He bent down and hugged Qian Hui, comforting her. It's still alive. It can wake up. Qian Hui sniffed. Yeah. It's safe here, Nan Tingjin said again. The wounds on its body were left by the zombie siege, and they have healed a lot, at least since Nan Tingjin became a leader. The base has not planned to get this special plant out, and no one dared to trespass into the restricted area. Qian Hui said him again, and stretched out her arms to hug Nan Tingjin tightly. Is it called Xiaogua? Nan Tingjin stroked his back and asked in a low voice. What kind is it? It's a nut. Qian Hui raised her head, with a bit of accusation in her eyes. I told you about it before. Unfortunately, Nan Tingjin didn't remember it, and naturally didn't know the name of this strange plant. Qian Hui took Nan Tingjin's hand again, touched the wooden ring. This is what Xiaogua taught me to make, Nan Tingjin responded, and hugged him again. Okay. I know. Qian Hui relaxed in Nan Tingjin's arms for a while, and looked at the giant nut again. I have to bring Shikue here, he said. Shikue will definitely have a way. Wu Guo is in a special state now. If it doesn't wake up, Qian Hui won't be able to give it medicine. But the light of sunflower will definitely heal it, and maybe even wake it up. So, Qian Hui stayed in the woods, and continued to try to talk to Wu Guo, with Carrot and Pepper accompanying him. Nan Tingjin returned to the base, brought Sunflower here alone, and Xiao Jusun would go with him. The two separated temporarily, and Nan Tingjin returned to the car. The little bamboo shoot jumped in from the window, smiled at him politely, and sat upright in a hidden corner under the car window, holding a bamboo knife. They turned back the way they came, and came back quickly, with the sunflower in a backpack. Qian Hui quickly carried the sunflower to the giant nut, and sat together on the grass. He touched the leaves of the sunflower. Xiaokue, only you can help Xiaogua. Just before the sunflower came, Qian Hui and Carrot tried to shout the name repeatedly, and threw carrot thorns at it, but they couldn't make the nut move at all. The petals of the sunflower shone brightly, and it seemed surprised that the nut had become like this. It stretched out its leaves, and gently touched the shell of the nut. The light spread outward in an instant, until it enveloped the entire body of the nut. The soft light was warm but not dazzling, and it continuously conveyed healing and calling. The carrot moved closer, and saw that the scar on the nut shell was slowly healing. Half an hour later, the shell was completely restored to its original state, and even the color became a few points lighter, compared with its previous appearance. It was obviously more lively. Qian Hui was looking forward to it, and waited for another half an hour. The strong light of sunflower continued, and it was a little tired at this moment, so it stopped to rest for a while. Qian Hui fed it a mana recovery potion, and asked, How is it? Sunflower shook its head disappointedly, indicating that it had not yet been able to wake up Nut. The light can heal the old wounds on Nut, and it can also replenish a lot of energy consumed by it. But Nut is still sleeping, without any response. Sunflower then comforted Qian Hui. Maybe the time is not long enough. It will continue to try. Qian Hui lowered her eyes and nodded, yes. For the whole morning, Qian Hui and Sunflower stayed by Walnut's side. Nan Tingjin was there too. His communicator rang several times. It was probably his subordinates at the base looking for him. Qian Hui asked him to go back first, but he didn't leave. At noon, Qian Hui also had to go back. He was worried about the other plants staying in the base. Sunflower asked to stay and continue to accompany Walnut. Xiao Jusun also raised his hand, saying that he could protect Sunflower and let them all go back. Qian Hui was hesitating. Nan Tingjin said, It's safe here. Without the leader's consent, no one can enter the restricted area of the back mountain, and the outer wall is always guarded by guards. As long as you are within the scope of the base, you are absolutely safe. Okay. Qian Hui nodded, bought some food and pills, and gave them to Xiao Jusun. We will be back soon. Xiao Jusun has added a lot of skill points, and drank evolution water. His strength has been greatly enhanced, and he is smart and clever. To be on the safe side, Carrot also gave it a carrot thorn, so that it can crush it if it encounters any situation, and it can sense it here. The little bamboo shoot took the radish thorn, carefully stuffed the tip into the shell, sat next to the sunflower, and waved goodbye to Qian Hui. The modified car turned back the way it came. This time the road and the woods behind slowly returned to their original appearance after the wheels passed, and there was almost no difference. On the way back, Qian Hui was still unhappy. Chili held his hand and rubbed it gently and pointed at its leaf legs. It wanted Qian Hui not to worry. Nub would definitely wake up. It was just a matter of time. Just like when it was injured, its legs were almost broken and it couldn't walk, but it recovered completely later. Qian Hui understood what it meant and forced a smile. Yeah. At least he successfully found Nut. It shouldn't be too late now, Qian Hui thought. He and Sunflower could go to accompany Nut every day and bring the piranha plant. It must be able to sense that its old friend is around. Qian Hui even planned to move directly into the restricted forest so that he could observe Nut's status at any time. He didn't forget the plot point prompt last night and opened the game taskbar to see if there was any progress. At this time, the plot point progress has indeed increased to 20%. But there is an extra line of words at the bottom. The exploration of the restricted area of the base has been completed. Qian Hui took a closer look and found that it was indeed the plot point triggered last night. So it was not about the special grade alien plant, but about the Black Ridge Mountain base? However, in this case, this plot point should have more information than the previous two. There are not only Nanting Jean and Jangmo in the base, but also many other human superpowers, who may be included in it. Qian Hui thought about it, and silently made a note of it, now that he had a reminder of the progress. Should he find time to go to other parts of the base to take a look? Soon, the modified car was approaching the residential area of the base. The peppers and carrots were hidden in the hood, and Qian Hui took out a cloth strip and covered his eyes. The surroundings gradually became less quiet. Occasionally, someone stood on the roadside to talk, or left in a hurry. When the modified car stopped, Qian Hui felt some eyes looking at him through the car window. A strange voice shouted, "Chief, you are finally back." Nanting Jean had clearly returned and had never left the base gate again. But he had not been seen for the whole morning and took Qian Hui to an unknown place. Nanting Jean opened the car door. "What's up?" "It's nothing serious. Recently, the number of food delivery assignments has increased suddenly. I thought I'd ask you first." The person who spoke stood farther away and looked at Qian Hui from time to time. The Black Ridge Mountain base is well known, but the commissions to be paid are also very high. For assignments like food delivery, they usually don't contact them. But I don't know what happened recently. 2 small bases came to us one after another. They said that the teams that were sent to deliver supplies before all disappeared inexplicably on the way, and the supplies were also missing, and this happened more than once recently. In the past few years since the apocalypse, few people have done this. But if they were attacked by zombies, they wouldn't even find the bodies, and the mutant plants wouldn't need to steal so much food. So they still suspected that someone did it on purpose, and wanted the Black Ridge Mountain base to help. Hearing this, Nanting Jean raised his eyes, and his gaze swept over coldly. "Why, do you need me to teach you this?" The man lowered his head quickly. "I don't mean that." There was really no need to ask Nanting Jean about this matter. As long as the commission paid was appropriate, any commission could be accepted. Moreover, Yuanji was also in the base, delivering a few truckloads of food, and he could decide whether to accept or reject it. He just happened to pass by, ran into Nanting Jean and Qian Hui together, and wanted to take a few more glances. Noticing Nanting Jean's displeasure, he quickly excused himself, turned around and walked away quickly with his companions. There was no one around. Nanting Jean went around to the passenger seat, opened the door, and reached out to carry Qian Hui down. The game interface in front of Qian Hui was still open, and at this time, she accidentally discovered that the progress of the hidden task of quietly approaching the zombie camp had moved, and it suddenly increased by 10%. He said huh for a moment, and asked in a low voice, "What did that person just say?" "Some assignments." Nanting Jean carried him into the low building. "If you want to know, I'll take you to see it another day." Nanting Jean originally just said it casually, but Qian Hui nodded seriously. "Yes." In addition, it is unknown when the special grade alien plants in the restricted area will wake up, which means that he will continue to stay in the base. And it seems that he is willing to stay. Nanting Jean paused slightly, went upstairs, and opened the door. He carried Qian Hui to sit on the low cabinet by the door, leaning in to kiss his fair cheek. Qian Hui pushed him, but he didn't push her. She reached out to tear off the blindfold, and suddenly heard a muffled bang from the next room. Carrot and Pepper reacted the fastest, crawling out of Qian Hui's hood and rushing over immediately. The door to the next room was locked from the inside and couldn't be opened. Carrot lay on the ground, looking through the crack in the door. It seemed very chaotic inside, with several plants running around, trying not to make too much noise. Suddenly, a potato rolled by quickly, and the durian behind it chased closely, trying to stab it with its thorns. The potato panicked. Woo! Woo!